The hotel was exquisitely luxurious with a grand and high-end design. The lighting was soft yet elegant. A warm yellow light fell upon the immaculate dining tables and wine glasses highlighting the ruby red wine. Everything was so gentle. Every face here was beaming with the gentlest spring-like smiles. The sound of every clinking glass resembled a violin playing a beautiful movement. The guests chatted and laughed freely. Elites from various industries mingled and toasted, occasionally telling jokes to win a smile from the ladies present. Soon the graceful sounds of a violin, cello, and piano filled the air. A gentleman as gentle as a spring breeze walked in, a warm smile on his face. That smile did not topple cities, but that did not mean the guests could remain calm. Oh God, tell me this isn't true. Good heavens. Let our applause rise with the joyful music. A warm welcome to our duel. Today he has given us a huge surprise. Our young master duel is about to hold a major event in his life. Let us offer him our sincerest greetings and blessings. The applause was thunderous, not just because this man was holding a wedding, but because he was the second son of the Morgan Group. That identity alone meant almost everyone present had to show him respect. Even the word almost could be omitted. Duel still wore that warm smile. He gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, then with a gentle tone, said word by word, "First of all, I thank everyone here, every guest, for your most sincere blessings and greetings. Thank you very much. Based on your sincere blessings, I offer you my blessing and my sincere wish. May the Virgin Mary protect you all, and may everyone here have a bright future. Then I greatly thank my father and mother for their strong support for me and my career. At the same time, I am deeply grateful that they could take time from their busy schedules to attend my wedding. I am very moved. I love you. You have truly given me a huge surprise." Then came a bang. Short, muffled, clearly with a silencer, crisp and efficient like an expert's work. Before anyone could react, another sound rang out. This time a wine glass hitting the floor. The crisp sound of broken glass echoed through the silent room. Then someone suddenly screamed. Looking closely, it was a female guest beside duel. She suddenly felt something warm on her face. Almost instinctively, the woman touched her face with her white hand adorned with expensive jewelry. She looked at her hand, froze for a moment, then screamed in terror. That scream was like a bomb dropped in a cesspit. The shock brought everyone back to reality. Hurried footsteps, scraping chairs intermingled with screams, sobs, and curses. Compared to the previous image of refined gentlemen and gentle jade, now they were all in complete disarray, their faces mostly filled with terror and helplessness. They all rushed toward that small door as if it could offer some comfort and safety to their terrified, helpless hearts. Crimson blood spilled onto the red carpet, making the already red carpet even redder. Glass shards reflected the warm yellow light, flickering with a white gleam. Duel lay collapsed on the carpet, bright red blood flowing out like it cost nothing. Andrei had no interest in watching such a ridiculous farce. The more they had been refined gentlemen and gentle jade before, the uglier they were now. Andrei couldn't help recalling a line from a TV drama in his past life: "If you love someone, send them to New York. If you hate someone, send them to New York." He thought about it, then decided it didn't quite fit, or perhaps it could be put this way: it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Thinking this, Andrei's movements suddenly paused. Perhaps years from now, when looking back at his present self, he would recall these adventurous days. In his mind, the voice of his cheat system sounded: Kamen Rider template, 99 tasks completed. One more task to unlock the Kamen Rider template. Hope the host works hard. Andrei curled his lips. This system really had too many tasks. It had been a year since he arrived here, and the tasks were still this numerous. Andrei only paid a little attention to the system's voice, then continued crouching on the rooftop. Through the scope, the scene was exactly as he had imagined, just like the previous 98 incidents. Chaos, screams, and grief. He had long grown accustomed to it. Andrei couldn't help scoffing. So-called gentlemen. They were nothing but wolves in sheep's clothing. A pack of seemingly harmless robbers disguised in suits, leather shoes, and watches. Andrei packed up his sniper rifle. Not bad. It was one of the good gadgets that Jean Bing had acquired from the New York SWAT team. Such items were still rare on the market, though there were certainly better ones out there. Only someone as well-connected as Jean Bing could get hold of such equipment. In terms of field configuration and quality, this rifle was practically the best available, a must-have for someone doing dirty work like him. He quickly disassembled the sniper rifle, packed everything, shouldered his backpack, and confirmed with a glance that all traces, hair strands, footprints, odds and ends, had been erased. Then Andrei leaped straight off the building. The glider in his backpack instantly spread, forming a graceful pair of wings under the full moon, and he flew into the distance. He flew back to Jean Bing's skyscraper, retracted the glider, and knocked on the door of Jean Bing's office. Andrei reported directly to Jean Bing. He had been told this when he joined the organization. "Come in." When Jean Bing saw Andrei, he put down his work and asked, "How did it go?" Andrei looked at Jean Bing and said calmly, "Duel is now continuing his carefree life in another world." Jean Bing tapped his desk with his index finger, then paused and smiled. "Everything should be cleaned up." Andrei replied flatly, "No traces left, but there are traces. What do you mean? The clothes were left at the scene, but who would believe a pile of old rags could yield any information? Besides, even if ballistic tests found my hiding spot, so what? Truth and falsehood intermix. Who can tell? Jean Bing said so. Is it true or false? Andrei looked up, still calm. Why must it be either true or false? Jean Bing withdrew his finger. You mean, truth and falsehood intertwine. Who can truly distinguish? Are we outsiders or insiders? Who among them knows? They investigate us, but we can also use this to confuse them. We don't underestimate ourselves, but we must not underestimate the enemy. After all, it's the world's most famous intelligence agency. Better to be cautious. Jean Bing applauded. I was right about you, Andrei. You truly amaze me. If one day I hear you've become the President of the United States, I wouldn't be surprised or shocked. I would just applaud for you as I do now. Andrei nodded. Jean Bing knew Andrei's cold nature, so he dismissed him. Andrei returned to his house. A home in Long Island by the sea where through the window, he could see the azure ocean. This house in Long Island was odd. It was built in the style of a classical Suzhou garden using many materials shipped from China. Andrei sat in a chair feeling the gentle sea breeze, reviewing his memories since arriving in this world. In his past life, he had been a mere mortgage slave in a small city. Owning a walk-up apartment in a county town had been his life's ambition. Who could have expected fate's twists? His wish from the past life went unfulfilled, but here it had come true. He looked at his body, satisfied. After all, he came from the U.S. Navy SEALs, so his physique was excellent. Though he had died one night dead drunk, beaten to death by a group of thugs, he had still dragged some down with him before dying. That was the seal in him. But the reborn Andrei didn't dwell on that. He still found it frustrating. He had simply sent those thugs to meet God with his bare hands. Sure, there was an element of surprise, but it was an honest honor versus 3. That alone was enough to make Andrei feel good for a long time. He slept, and when the first ray of morning sunlight touched him, he checked his phone. Monday, a sunny day, and a good day for work. Andrei worked at the Daily Bugle. Yes, the same place Spider-Man worked. As Jean Bing's top assassin, he naturally couldn't appear in public, so having a regular job was perfectly normal. Originally, Jean Bing had planned to arrange a better job, but Andrei politely declined. This place was merely a stepping stone, and he might soon jump out. Hey Andrei, why are you so energetic today? Let me guess. The energetic little spider held a cup of tap water he'd fetched from the bathroom and handed it to Andrei. You must have seen something really amazing. Honestly, Andrei, I envy your quiet and carefree life. Really, your life is as fulfilling and refined as Mary's next door. It's enough to drive a person crazy with jealousy. Andrei walked over, offering a professional smile. Peter, trust me, don't lose heart. In this world, only death and taxes are inevitable, right? Peter groaned. Come on, Andrei. Let me guess. If I really have to guess, you pay more in taxes than my salary. Honestly, I'd be willing to marry into your family right now if you had a cute sister. Andrei naturally knew it was a joke and just shrugged with a smile. He said to the little spider, let me show you today's news. My God, tell me this isn't true. The second son of the Morgan family was assassinated. Died after rescue efforts failed. God, that's insane. The little spider yelled. Of course it's true. Do you think my photography skills are as bad as yours? Andrei said. Hey Andrei, don't you feel angry? The little spider suddenly asked. If anger were useful, what would reporters like us need to do? Andrei glanced at him. You're right. If anger worked, we reporters wouldn't earn a single dollar. We've got enough for meals these 2 days. How about we grab a bite together? Andrei suggested. Well, I saw today's news. My God, tell me this isn't true. The second son of the Morgan family was assassinated. Died after rescue efforts failed. God, that's insane. The little spider yelled. Of course it's true. Do you think my photography skills are as bad as yours? Andrei said. Hey Andrei, don't you feel angry? The little spider suddenly asked. If anger were useful, what would reporters like us need to do? Andrei glanced at him. You're right. If anger worked, we reporters wouldn't earn a single dollar. We've got enough for meals these 2 days. How about we grab a bite together? Andrei suggested. Well, under the bright moonlight, stars twinkled in the night sky. A gentle evening breeze rustled the leaves, illuminated by the moon. Among the woods, fireflies flickered faintly. Andrei hid quietly on a tree, watching Peter and his girlfriend Mary as they gazed at the starry night sky. For some reason, Andrei felt a strange discomfort. An inexplicable fire smoldered in his heart, gradually spreading through every organ, as if he were experiencing something all adolescents go through. Is this fire the flame of jealousy? Andrei muttered to himself. He plucked a leaf and quietly sent it flying toward the little spider. As for why he was here, it wasn't out of the jealousy of a single man, but because of an unavoidable compulsion. When he saw the little spider yesterday, his system chimed. System task possession reward Kamen Rider template reaches 100 and unlocks Kamen Rider template time none, but host is advised to complete within 1 month. Now that he thought about it, the advised time seemed a bit long. Will the little spider's spider sense detect it? Andrei asked the system in his mind. No, the system has the ability to automatically block the superpowers of superpowered individuals. This system was not bad, Andrei thought. But then he reconsidered. Was the system deliberately going easy on him? The leaf flew through the air like a needle rushing swiftly, leaving no grass untouched in its path. Given the leaf's trajectory and the weather conditions, it should have struck the little spider's face. However, everything must be viewed with a dynamic perspective. Just before the leaf reached him, something unexpected happened. The little spider transformed into a wolf-like force and directly kissed Mary's lips, which were like cherry blossoms in spring. Andrei watched clearly from afar. Although his original body had been somewhat myopic after being bound to the system and undergoing a marrow washing and meridian cleansing process, he had become a handsome young man. Of course, good looks were secondary. His strength had been greatly enhanced, approaching human limits. As the saying goes, ears hear all 6 directions, eyes see in all directions. But facial advantages did not mean he had surpassed Peter in every aspect, especially when Peter committed such a beastly act right in front of him, the one lurking in the shadows. Andrei felt a raging fire, jealousy, begin to blaze within his robust body, burning away his fat reason and even his mind. Relying on the last embers of rationality left after the fire of jealousy nearly reduced him to ashes, Andrei leaped down, landing on the balls of his feet, then extended his left arm and fired a grappling hook from his sleeve. The cold moonlight shone on the gleaming hook, making its chill even sharper. A dull sound rang out. He pulled hard with his left hand, rustling the leaves. Then he extended his arm, bent his knees, slightly kicked off, and with his powerful leg strength spread the wings behind his back. With a faint whoosh, Andrei became light and agile, landing on a tree second closest to Peter. But this tree was a cherry blossom tree. Under the bright moonlight, the blossoms appeared even more enchanting. Because of his landing, the tree trembled slightly, making the flowers quiver. Andrei pretended not to see the cherry blossoms. Although in Benzi culture cherry blossoms represent all things beautiful, who knew they were actually introduced from China? In the eyes of Andrei, a man from a later era, only the orchid, the gentleman's flower, truly suited his heart. The starry sky was brilliant, but not a single star was the one he desired. Yet for the little spider, the full sky seemed to be a catalyst for love, elevating the couple's bond to a new level. Andrei gnashed his teeth in anger and murmured to himself, someday, he'll make that dog food sprinkling bastard pay. He'll beat him up. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky, trailing a long, fiery red tail. Andrei's sharp eyes, which had the drawback of always inadvertently seeing the little spider and Mary, also had the advantage of catching that swift meteor. Andrei silently spread his wings, kicked off, and glided through the air. It wasn't the 15th of the lunar month, but tonight's moon was exceptionally full. Under the pure moonlight, like a jade plate, Andrei's silhouette against the full moon appeared profoundly mysterious. A very muffled sound came, presumably the meteorite landing, but Andrei did not smell earth in the wind. Tonight was windless. Identifying the location by sound, but Andrei didn't need to. He used his sound detector and quickly found the spot where the meteorite had fallen. Andrei folded his wings. Others might not know what this thing was, but as someone who had stayed up until 2 a.m. to watch Avengers Infinity War in his past life, how could he not recognize it? This thing was Venom, the nightmare of Spider-Man's later life. Andrei actually doubted how Venom could survive atmospheric friction. According to the movies, Venom feared fire and sound waves. The temperature and noise generated by atmospheric friction were enormous. This defied science. But then he thought there were many unscientific things. Movies weren't science. That's not scientific. But then again, there are many unscientific things. Movies are not science. Andrei looked at the meteorite, still emitting sparks. He slowly took a cup of water from his backpack. S-H-I-E-L-D. Special supply. But Andrei wasn't foolish. He finished the water in big gulps, put the cup back, then took out a bottle of purified water and poured it onto the meteorite. White mist rose with a sizzling sound. Andrei took a Chinese-made tempered glass bottle and aligned it with a gap. In no time, a stream of black liquid walked out. Half of his task was complete. He had obtained the black venom. Next, he needed to figure out how to blacken it. According to the plot, Spider-Man was bound to become dark, but the system required his personal involvement. As a laid-back person, Andrei felt a strong urge to beat up the system. Fortunately, venom smoothly flowed into the bottle. Andrei put it into his backpack, cleaned up traces at the scene, and left. After all, no one liked to create trouble for themselves, especially in matters involving women. Returning home, Andrei opened the wardrobe, found the third hanger, pressed a button, and the back panel of the wardrobe slowly opened. In a flash, he was lying on the bed in the hidden room. After lying for a while, he got up again. The bed was uncomfortable, so he tossed and turned, quickly stepped to the window, opened the curtain, facing the sea. The sea breeze blew, slightly lifting his hair. He relaxed, slumped into a rocking chair, swaying back and forth. Leaning on the small light by the window, Andrei observed the venom in his hand as it churned. Andrei suddenly wondered what would happen if he let venom taste his blood. He directly pried open the bottle cap with a dagger and let his blood drip in. But his hand moved downward, stabbing into the titanium alloy cap, twisting half a turn. With a sound, the venom inside the bottle contracted. Andrei's hand moved upward again, catching his blood on the blade, then swung the blade down the tip 1 centimeter from the opening. The blood dripped precisely into the bottle. As soon as the red blood entered, it was instantly devoured by venom. The venom swelled and almost overflowed. How could Andrei let that happen? He directly took out his flute and played a series of chaotic notes. The lethality was immense. The venom immediately became listless. Andrei calmly replaced the cap, then stopped playing. To be honest, Andrei himself could barely stand it, let alone others, though venom was non-human. But sound waves were his weakness, especially when facing Andrei's unique skill. Andrei quietly observed the venom. As if understanding him, the venom contracted, then made a sudden lunge toward him, only to hit the glass wall of the bottle. Did venom also like handsome men? Andrei couldn't help but daydream, but realistically, he figured venom might have sensed his unparalleled physique, bodily condition reflected in one's blood and energy. Andrei's blood and energy were like a dragon. He had once had a minor cold and visited a traditional Chinese medicine doctor who said that about him. When Andrei asked for medicine, the old man said he had already drunk it. Andrei smiled without a word. The old man pointed to a celadone cup on his right and said, "This is the medicine. No limit on times or amount. You will surely recover." Wasn't it just drink more hot water? Andrei looked at the venom and suddenly found it a bit frightening. He lay back on the rocking chair thinking. He had submitted today's manuscript and readers had read it. How should he write tomorrow's manuscript? This was a question worth pondering. Night is the seasoning of the lonely and the umbrella of those seeking pleasure. Andrei walked quietly in the alley, a faint smell of alcohol lingering around him. He had come to this world inheriting all the relationships, work, and friends of this body. That evening he had gone drinking with his friends. The atmosphere was lively, neon lights, indulgence, handsome men, and beautiful women, sweet words enveloping the small bar in a dazzling, surreal glow. But Andrei found it boring. Having been in this world for a while, the transformation of his body seemed to have dulled many of his interests. Only the sight of blood seemed to pique his interest. Feelings and impulses had become strangers to him. Andrei touched his chin. Had he become a villain? Would he be beaten to death by the big shots? Andrei suddenly stopped. The alley after a rain echoed with dripping sounds, raindrops hitting the ground. He lowered his hand, placed his left hand on his waist, and suddenly smiled. "Aren't you coming out? Following me for so long must be tiring, right? Quite a while following like this must be exhausting, right?" The sound of raindrops continued to echo in this place, lingering in this small space. Andrei, however, halted his steps, the puddle beneath his feet rippling with faint concentric circles. Andrei's left hand suddenly moved swiftly, drawing a gleaming military knife that flashed in his grip. His right hand hooked backward, quickly placing an infrared scope over his head. With the aid of the scope, he lunged forward in one swift stride, his left hand swinging in a seamless arc. The knife, as if transformed into a slender needle, flew through the air. A faint rustling sound reached his ears. The noise was soft, yet Andrei discerned it clearly. He bent his waist slightly, while his left hand seized another military knife poised to strike. Simultaneously, his right hand flicked his sleeve, and several long needles materialized between his fingers. With his index and middle fingers pressed together, he thrust them forward. The needles, catching the pale light, glinted coldly in the darkness, followed shortly by the sound of a body collapsing. Andrei recognized the sound of a person falling, a sign that one opponent had been neutralized. Yet he knew the most perilous moment was yet to come, though thankfully they hadn't resorted to firearms. His ears twitched, and he drew a pistol, bending his legs into a crouch. Spotting a windowsill about 2 meters high, he leaped and landed steadily upon it. Turning to glance back, he saw only an array of hidden weapons scattered across the original spot, shimmering under the cold light. Andrei cast a silent glance at that place, then pushed off with both legs, extending his arms. This time his backpack didn't deploy wings, but a silver glider unfurled beneath his armpits. He maneuvered the glider with a twist, several knives clutched in his hands. Since ancient times, the best assassinations have always hinged on seizing an advantageous position, like this very situation. If it's still unclear, imagine playing whack-a-mole. Through the infrared scope, the figures below were as exposed to Andrei's eyes as fish to a cat. Yet their positioning was impeccable, neither too close nor too far, allowing them to monitor every corner with no blind spots, ensuring that any injured comrade could be swiftly reinforced. But to Andrei's eyes, all of this was nothing but fleeting clouds. Raising the knife in his hand, Andrei suddenly noticed something unusual about it. It seemed more comfortable to wield, and the material appeared superior. He made a mental note to pay attention, though it didn't hinder his use of it. With his right hand slightly arched, Andrei twisted his body in a flash just as a small boomerang whizzed past. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he gathered strength in both hands. Another swift sidestep, and another boomerang flew by. Andrei grew furious. Did they take him for that old poet Du Fu, bullied by the village children for his frailty? The glider trembled as his body shifted, then came to rest atop a street lamp. Andrei shot a small knife from his hand, executed an unexpected backflip, and swiftly grabbed a handful of sand from his backpack, flinging it into the air. Vision blurred, but Andrei remained unflustered. Through his earlier probing, he could confirm these individuals were elites, likely seasoned in combat. With that thought, some people became highly suspicious. Yet what troubled Andrei was that he had killed too many to recall whom he had offended. He had no habit of remembering the dead. For him, each mission was merely another life added to his tally. As his mind raced, his hands moved even faster. Knives flew toward every sound he detected. Andrei knew that in such a setting, any hesitation or indecision would be magnified without limit. This was a matter of life and death in an instant. A single minor mistake, like a broken gear in a precise clock, could lead to the collapse of the entire plan. Caution was always Andrei's supreme principle, the shield that protected him when his strength was not yet overwhelming. Another move, not a roll but a glide. With a swoosh, a silver gleam flashed and vanished as silver needles scattered rapidly. Andrei dove downward and landed. Then in 3 quick strides he rolled. In the distance, a gleaming arrowhead stood embedded. Andrei realized they were beginning to panic. The whoosh of a bow and its relatively low lethality made it an unpopular weapon. Yet it was strange. Who could it be? Without time to ponder, Andrei lunged forward, crouching low with a sharp glint in his eyes. His left hand swiftly drew a dagger from the heel of his boot. He pounced behind a trash can, hurling the dagger. Sparks flew, and from a 45-degree angle came the sound of a body hitting the ground. Andrei cut through the chaos with swift decisiveness. Another lunge, but this time he leaped, a knife in hand. He flung it. The sound of air splitting was fleeting, followed by another thud of a body falling. Then a glint of cold light flew toward him. Andrei shifted his body slightly, but it still grazed his left rib, leaving a wound. A sharp light flashed in Andrei's eyes as his body touched the ground. He ignored the pain. The blade was poisoned and he needed to end this quickly. Steel needles shot forth cold light, blazing in all directions. Another swift step, a knife flung without a second glance, and he dropped to the ground in a roll. Then another military knife flew, followed by a muffled groan. Andrei scrambled to his feet, hurried to the source of the sound, barely discerned the figure, and thrust a slender dagger into its heart. The body went limp and the world fell silent. Andrei surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no danger remained. He sat down and spoke to someone behind him. "How is it? No wonder you're the top assassin around. I don't think falling by your hand is particularly disgraceful. If I could still be alive, that is." A voice replied weakly. "Living isn't an option. I don't have that habit, and I believe you know it." Andrei spoke more than usual. "You're from the SCLs, aren't you?" Andrei added. "How did you know?" the man asked in surprise. "Your awareness, your formation, your tactics. All flawless. But you all share a habit, a tradition, something off with your left hands. That's why your throws, darts and such, lack fluidity. That's how I dodged that knife." Andrei continued, "And my instincts are always sharp, born from years of experience." He said this calmly, tapping a piece of iron beside him. The man tapped back. "I see. No wonder. As expected of you, the killer of the night. Interesting." Andrei raised a hand. "Time to send you off. I hear heaven's paradise is beautiful. Remember to repent plenty so I won't have to hunt you down in your next life." He felt a hint of admiration for this tenacious foe. Usually one strike was enough to end them, but this man had managed to exchange a few words. The dagger flickered faintly and indistinctly under the light. He thrust it forward, its speed diminished slightly, then the sound of flesh parting rose softly, followed by the drip of crimson blood hitting the ground. Andrei withdrew the dagger, wiped the blood from its blade with a handkerchief, and tossed the cloth into the trash can. Glancing at the trash can, his thoughts drifted back to a past life. A great man who had done something similar, a paragon of virtue. Shaking his head, he thought, why dwell on that? Getting the job done quickly was what mattered. He flipped the piece of iron he had tapped earlier, revealing a small cat with white fur dotted with coffee-colored patches, its eyes timid. Andrei looked at the cat, a short-tailed domestic cat it seemed. He reached out a hand, wondering where to put it. That was a serious problem. Andrei knew his pockets were mostly filled with gear, leaving little room. Storing it in his backpack was an option, but that posed another issue. He had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Not severe, but he needed everything at home tidy. He showered daily and replaced all his clothes twice a year. Worse still, he disliked doing laundry. Yet he genuinely liked this cat. In his eyes, the trouble it brought was even greater than the assassination he had just completed. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a handkerchief from his chest, one he used to dry his hands after flying the glider home. Now he'd have to wash his hands in the sink when he got back. After painfully solving the cat's packaging issue, Andrei decided to name it. Given its grayish markings, he spoke. "How about I call you Coffee Bean?" The cat remained unmoved, even shrinking back slightly. Was it really that uncooperative? But then he thought, what does your approval matter to me? Like naming a newborn. You might dislike it, but at that moment, what choice did you have? With that thought, Andrei suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. The discomfort the cat had caused vanished, replaced by satisfaction. He wrapped the cat carefully, tucked it into his backpack, and deployed the glider. Back home, he immediately discarded the backpack and opened his wardrobe, revealing 10 more. He had used one, so had need to buy another tomorrow, otherwise it wouldn't feel right. After showering, Andrei feared the cat's fur might stick to him. Then it struck him. The cat hadn't bathed. Would he have to wash it himself? Andrei disliked having others in his home. He was used to solitude in the life of a killer. The presence of others made him feel unsafe, even though his physical abilities were nearly at the peak of human limits. But this was the Marvel Universe. Could he really bathe the cat himself? Andrei sighed in resignation. With a swift whoosh, the sound of a grouper leaping out of the water echoed, the fish flicking its tail and arching into a semicircle. The long fishing rod was cast high into the air, the fishing line resembling spider silk, faintly visible, yet indistinct. With a gentle tug backward, the fish at the end of the line flew over, caught with a hand wearing a disposable plastic glove, and dropped into a wooden bucket. Andrei nodded slightly, pleased with the day's seafood catch, sufficient for him to prepare a dish. Andrei had obtained a fishing license. In America, fishing without one is illegal. Though he could disregard it, avoiding trouble was preferable. Returning home with the bucket, Andrei immediately began to gather his ingredients, carelessly tossing in butter, scallions, and various seasonings. The final dish was undeniably charred inside, and out likely unpalatable even to him. Where are the coffee beans? Andrei held a plate of dark substance, preparing to treat the cat he had found yesterday, only to realize the coffee beans were missing from the kitchen. What to do if the coffee beans are hungry? Skipping breakfast will make them gain weight. After enjoying his unique culinary creation, Andrei suddenly felt that perhaps he was not cut out for cooking. Perhaps it was due to his past life as a foodie, leading him to fantasize about creating a dish that could astonish the heavens and weep demons. However, reality had given him a partial answer. He indeed astonished the heavens and wept demons, but not in a good way. As Andrei dumped the last plate of black substance into the trash and washed his hands 3 times, he had to ponder one question: should he entrust his future meals to someone else? This is a question worth contemplating. There is no queen in Queens, just as a single dog cannot fall in love with a cat. At this moment, Andrei stood at the window of a small spider in Queens, watching the little spider sleep. The darkness of the night was like a beast ready to devour everything, the sounds of traffic seeming to come from an external world, making it feel as though there was nothing but chaos. Andrei took out a hook, reaching through the gap of the window, letting the hook dangle down successfully, then pulling it up with force. A soft sound resonated as Andrei nudged with his arm, creating a crack in the window. Taking out a stand with both index and middle fingers, a swift whoosh echoed, a cold gleam flashing. At that moment, the hook was firmly secured at Peter's bedside. Andrei inverted a bottle containing poison, threading a circle of string through the center, and with a flick of his finger the can slid over. Then with another tug, the string connected to the bottle cap was directly pulled off. Andrei ignored everything else, quietly watching as the poison slowly churned over the little spider. The poison gradually crawled up the little spider's limbs, slowly creeping up its abdomen and chest, turning everything it touched into an inky black, emanating an eerie glow. It's time to leave, do just a few trivial matters afterward, but Andrei was now on the rooftop of a skyscraper. The night was dark, the neon lights below dazzling, and the streets bustling with life, a scene of prosperity. A voice echoed in his mind: task name possession completed, reward Kamen Rider template activation currently activating. The Abyss Lord system has been activated. The Abyss Lord system, primarily assists the host in becoming the Lord of the Abyss. Acquired Kamen Rider Evol gene, do you wish to fuse? Andrei hesitated for half a second, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes, and he spoke in a low voice: fuse. The process was uneventful, akin to drinking a cup of warm water at around 50 degrees. A warm sensation enveloped him, his eyes felt slightly sore, and his hair seemed to become as smooth as if treated with conditioner. Time may have passed for a second, 2 seconds, or perhaps 3 seconds, but certainly not 4. Is ES consciousness still inside? Please rest assured there is no consciousness, only the abilities of the gene remain. Can I use a black hole? Andrei continued. This question was quite important as he could not fly, and relying on teleportation alone was not ideal. Yes, this is a system benefit. That makes things much better, Andrei thought to himself. Andrei sighed with relief, glad there were no complications. Andrei opened his eyes, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth, secretly thinking it was time to teach someone a lesson. At that moment, the little spider's mind was filled with the image of his kind uncle at the scene of a car accident, a nightmare that expanded the darkness within him. Dizzy and confused, the little spider opened his eyes only to see himself dangling in front of a skyscraper's glass facade. The glass was very clean, reflecting the dazzling neon lights of the night. The little spider looked at his hands, murmuring, "What is this?" He clenched his fist, his biceps bulging, exuding a sense of strength. Should I test it out? Suddenly a voice rang out from the smooth glass pane, and from the office area a figure emerged dressed in a black coat, and wearing a ghostly mask. Who are you? Don't worry about who I am, oh just know who you are. Why not give it a try? Andrei's tone carried no emotional color, flat and expressionless, leaving one unable to discern what lay beneath. This person was of course Andrei, who had already completed his task. At this moment Andrei's appearance had changed significantly. Even a slight increase in attractiveness felt like a monumental shift, meaning he needed to adapt to the fact that he had become more handsome. This also led to a turning point in subsequent events. For instance, Andrei's pupils had turned crimson and his hair had a hint of red, though his overall appearance remained largely unchanged. Andrei's fingers twitched slightly, and a driver materialized in his hand, which he placed against his abdomen. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed Evol driver. Cobra. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution. Shaking the drive lever, a mechanical voice emerged. Are you ready? Henshin. Just as Andrei's voice fell, dazzling golden rings appeared around him, enveloping his form in an instant. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha. The golden and red rings transformed into armor that intermingled in a stunning gold-red hue. The Cobra form made its debut. Andrei sheathed a gun in his hand, quietly watching the little spider. The little spider sensed a hint of danger staring at Andrei as he slowly said, Hey, buddy, I have no grudge or feud with you. Why are you looking for me? Is it not permissible to seek you out without any grudge or feud? The previous small fish and shrimp were not interesting. You intrigue me. Does that reason suffice? Or rather, we are inherently oppositional. I am a criminal while you are a superhero. Does that suffice? Andrei spoke slowly, his tone somewhat indifferent. Andrei certainly would not reveal that he was motivated by the memory of seeing the little spider flaunt affection in the woods, feeling resentment and wanting to give him a beating. Seeing the little spider hesitate, Andrei continued, pouring oil on the fire. I have seen your uncle like that. Shut up. The death of the little spider's uncle was a nightmare for him. He would never allow anyone to speak ill of him or mention his death. No one, not anyone. Having uttered those two words, or perhaps not even finished them properly, the little spider erupted, a black fist swinging toward Andrei. Andrei sidestepped, raising his left hand to respond with a punch. Red and black intertwined, the winds of their punches trailing like shadows. Andrei executed a backflip, leaping onto a table as the little spider shot a black strand, quickly adhering aboard and launching it toward Andrei. Andrei did not retreat. He directly countered with a punch. The sound of splintering wood echoed as debris flew. At the same time, a piece of glass came flying toward Andrei, who raised his left leg, the crisp sound of shattering glass ringing out again. Andrei watched for the opportune moment. The little spider was preparing to use his web to adhere to another object. Without hesitation, Andrei lunged forward, landing on his feet, curling his body, and then sweeping his leg. The little spider, seeing this, quickly adhered with his web, pulling himself up onto a bookshelf. Andrei picked up a vase from the ground and hurled it while leaping, his body twisting slightly as he drew his weapon, a steam knife. Gripping the hilt tightly, he swung the knife horizontally, a cold gleam coalescing into a sharp point seeming as thin as a strand of hair, yet containing boundless lethality. The little spider's sense tingled, hastily firing a web strand, then leaping away. Just 0.1 seconds after the little spider jumped, a tremendous crash erupted as the titanium cabinet was cleaved in two. The cut was neat, and the various documents inside remained undisturbed, appearing as though they were meant to be that way from the start. Andrei lowered his head, speaking softly. You have some potential, but this is still insufficient. Another backflip followed. The little spider attempted to intervene, shooting a web, but Andrei sliced it in two with another swing of the knife, and then threw a punch. The little spider also turned, rolling behind Andrei. Without even looking, Andrei swung his knife backward, and the little spider sidestepped, only to collide directly with Andrei's fist. Blood splattered from his nose. The little spider fell to the ground. Andrei ceased his movements, sitting casually on an office desk, crossing his legs as he watched the little spider. Get up, don't pretend to be dead there. The little spider remained silent. Andrei jumped down, pacing back and forth, saying, Those lacking ability only express their anger and frustration through silence, while true strong individuals always reflect on their shortcomings. I initially thought you could provide me with some amusement, however you turned out to be like this. The little spider remained silent. Andrei clapped his hands, speaking to himself. Regardless of whether the little spider heard, insufficient ability may be remedied, but knowing shame, yet lacking the courage to improve, is not a good trait. Do you know? Sometimes I genuinely believe that you superheroes are less interesting than street performers. At least I can appreciate a beautiful piece of music or a talent show. Though it may not be pleasant to hear or see, it showcases their efforts and struggles, which is the foundation of a person's strength. Your abilities merely simplify this process. That is all, until we meet again. Andrei left behind a golden red figure as the little spider lay on the ground, cursing chow. He was unsure about what thoughts occupied his mind. Andrei was at home roasting coffee beans. The little creature still seemed a bit timid, yet the faint jasmine fragrance emanating from it brought him a sense of comfort. But what brought Andrei even greater relief was the vengeance he had exacted yesterday, savagely beating a small spider. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Just then, Andrei's black phone rang. Answering it, he heard Kingpin's voice. "Andrei, I have a task for you. Are you available now?" The 100% success rate on assassination assignments alone made it difficult for Kingpin to adopt an air of superiority, not to mention that the two were good friends. At least that was how Kingpin saw it. The 100% success rate on assassination assignments alone made it difficult for Kingpin to adopt an air of superiority, not to mention that the two were good friends. At least that was how Kingpin saw it. As for what Andrei truly thought, only he himself knew. "No problem, Fisk. Just tell me the name of the target, and I will do my utmost to complete the task within my capabilities." Andrei's tone was flat and unruffled. "Hey, race, the thing I want you to bring me, Daredevil. That infuriating fly of a superhero. You know how he's been sabotaging my business. It's utterly intolerable." "No problem." Andrei's voice was calm as still as an ancient well. He had a fair idea of the task. It was just another one of his adversaries. As the Emperor of the Underworld, Andrei knew that the dirty, grueling work was plentiful. Maintaining order in the criminal world required not only money, but also hammers and blood. Andrei was one of those hammers and blood spillers. He hung up the phone and laid back in his recliner. Closing his eyes, the timid coffee bean crept over, testing him with a pristine white paw as delicate as a mangosteen. The paw paused midair, hesitated, and then slowly lowered. Coffee bean lifted its head, blinked, bent its legs, and leaped its two snowy forepaws, swiftly closing in on Andrei's body. Naturally, Andrei was aware of all this. His superhuman hearing allowed him to perceive the faint rustle of the cat's pink pads against the floor. Yet he had no desire for Coffee Bean to curl up in his arms, for cats shed far too much fur. The next day, Andrei rose, and the cat nimbly jumped down from his bed, meowing incessantly. It must be hungry, Andrei thought. He opened the fridge only to find one packet of instant noodles beside another, along with a lone cabbage leaf of unknown vintage. Andrei watched calmly as Coffee Bean leaped down with its paws together, paced restlessly around the room, and meowed. He let out a deep sigh, painfully, extended his hand, scooped up the cat, and dashed out the door, shutting it swiftly. He fired up his unassuming Mercedes and headed to the supermarket to buy food for himself and the feline. Strangely enough, Andrei had always prioritized satiating his hunger above all else. What had stirred his interest in browsing a supermarket today? Coffee Bean wasn't too mischievous, it simply followed Andrei. But Andrei had nothing in his hands, stricken by indecision. Glancing at the cat, he decided he needed to buy some cat food. Or perhaps 2 bags. One seemed too meager, 2 for good luck, wasn't it? In the end, Andrei emerged with 2 bags of cat food, then suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. Staring at the cat food in his hands, Andrei sank into thought. As he opened the car door, a young man approached and said, "Buddy, you driving?" Andrei thought the man mistook him for a taxi driver, so he looked up and replied, "No." The man said nothing. After about half a minute, a slip of paper flew into the car. Andrei opened it, a traffic ticket. The roar of the engine erupted, instantly black exhaust fumes as foul as Andrei's darkened face, the screech of tires against asphalt piercing enough to rupture eardrums. The man scratched his head, glanced at the direction where Andrei's car was vanishing, stomped his foot, and muttered, said he wasn't driving, and now he blames me for the ticket. What a piece of work. Andrei arrived at Hell's Kitchen. This place was infamous for its chaos. The name alone hinted at its unsavory nature. Brawls, bloodshed, drug use, crime. These acts were as common here as eating and drinking. Andrei drove in silence, and Coffee Bean followed without a sound. Pushing open the door, the room was immaculate. The glass door was spotless, files were arranged neatly, desks and chairs were orderly, and a few potted plants thrived inside. "Is the lawyer in?" Andrei knocked on the door, speaking with exaggerated politeness. Daredevil, Matt, had sensed Andrei's presence even before he entered. The acute awareness of danger put Matt on high alert. He walked forward slowly, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and said to Andrei, "How may I assist you?" Andrei fixed his crimson eyes on Matt, noting that Matt's body leaned slightly forward, his gaze locked on him, lips pressed together, right hand clenched into a loose fist. Andrei flashed a professional smile. "The thing is, I have a matter to consult with this esteemed lawyer. I hope you can help resolve my troubles. I would be most grateful." Matt invited Andrei to sit and instructed his assistant to bring a glass of iced cola. Andrei glanced at the iced cola, then at Matt's face, which was even colder than the ice cubes in the drink. He took a sip. He noticed Matt's legs turning slightly toward his assistant and couldn't help but find it amusing. "Well, Mr. Lawyer, if I may address you as Mr. Matt, I have a predicament today. I need to speak with this esteemed gentleman in private." Andrei wore a smile, his gaze fixed on Matt. Matt understood the cue and said to his assistant, "Friend, I've left a very important document in my apartment. Could you fetch it for me if you have the time?" Matt's tone was calm, but the seemingly inquiring words carried an undeniable finality. The assistant recognized the tone. Something was afoot. He knew he should leave. This guest seemed far from amiable. He quickly replied, "Of course. You two talk. Fetching the document is my duty." With that, he left quietly, closing the door behind him. "Now we can discuss business," Matt said, adjusting his collar. "Yes, we can. In that case, he'll speak plainly. Hey, race the deal. My boss wants me to bring you in. You've been harming his interests significantly, and it's infuriated him. If you have anything to say it quickly." Andrei stated. "If those interests were legal, who could harm them? But if they're illegal, then I believe we can take measures to stop them. I'm confident the law would permit me to do so." Matt replied. "Mr. Matt, please remember you are merely a lawyer, not a respected police officer. You have no right to take such actions. I trust you understand the law better than I do. It's your specialty. Moreover, as my boss employee, I am obligated to carry out his orders without question. So have you decided what to say?" Andrei's voice was calm. He stared at Matt, and Matt stared back. Suddenly Matt asked, "What will happen if I refuse?" Andrei suddenly laughed. He stood up, pointing at a group of people fighting outside, and said, "The people connected to you might end up like them. Only you'll be the ones getting beaten." Matt followed Andrei's gesture. The scene outside showed a thug with a K painted on his head wielding a baton, while another thug lay on the ground groaning helplessly. Matt couldn't see, but from the sounds and his awareness of the situation, he knew it was a one-sided beating. One person taking on many, and the many being thoroughly pummeled. "Are you sure? You have no choice, do you? New York is vast yet small. Amidst the sea of people, finding someone is still easy for certain individuals. Are you coming? Of course, even if you refuse, he'll take you by force. But then I can't guarantee how things will go," Andrei said, watching the thug. "You win." Matt uttered these words, deflating like a punctured balloon. He slumped into his chair, staring at the ceiling. The thug outside had vanished. Andrei fixed his crimson eyes on Matt and smiled. "I'm sure you won't regret your choice. Since my boss asked me to bring you in, rather than kill you, which is my usual approach, just come with me. So you're Daredevil." Kingpin's tone carried a hint of surprise. The surprise was understandable. In most people's minds, Daredevil, with his superhuman senses and physique, ought to appear fairly normal. So why was this man blind? "That's right, I am Daredevil." Matt's voice was steady. "How amusing. A blind man opposing me, disrupting my business." Kingpin said, "Nothing is impossible. As a member of this community, it's my duty to maintain its peace." Daredevil replied, "Abandon those unrealistic fantasies. Perhaps with me in charge, this place could be more stable. Though for you, maintaining order through the law might be preferable." Kingpin stated, "Although I am aware that your methods do not fall within the bounds of the law, they do uphold fairness, do they not? In your eyes, even belated justice is still justice, isn't it?" Kingpin declared. Andrei remained expressionless, but Matt stood up abruptly and said, "With all due respect, Mr. Kingpin, I completely disagree with what you have just said. The purpose of judicial adjudication is to uphold social justice. To achieve this, in both the conclusion of the judgment and the procedure itself, must be fair. Mr. Kingpin, let me tell you this: if a judgment is delayed and the parties are informed belatedly, no matter how correct or lawful that judgment may be, it is neither right nor just. This is my creed, and it is the creed I live by." Matt's face was flushed and his voice boomed. For a moment, Andrei felt that this man's stature had somehow grown taller. "So this is your reasoning?" Kingpin said blandly, his eyes fixed intently on Matt. Matt lowered his head and remained silent. "I will give you a chance, or rather a chance to atone for your mistakes. You can come to my side and use your abilities to protect my family. What do you say to this deal?" Kingpin said, stroking his cane as he gazed calmly at Daredevil. Matt's expression flickered with uncertainty. Seeing his hesitation, Kingpin continued, "The one at fault is me, not my family. Do you understand that? Protecting the innocent. Isn't that the very purpose behind your crusade?" Kingpin said. After successfully completing the mission, Andrei returned home, turned on the television, and began watching the news. Coffee Bean nimbly leaped onto the small table in front of the armchair and crouched down, but its white paws began restlessly fidgeting, ready to snatch the dried fish bought a few days ago. Andrei smiled wryly, took the packet of dried fish, and tore it open. Coffee Bean scurried over in 2 or 3 bounds, its little paws like mountain bamboo, eagerly grabbing for the fish. Just then a news bulletin appeared. "We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. According to our reporter, the current CEO of Stark Industries has been kidnapped by terrorists who are demanding a ransom." Andrei's hand froze midair, the dried fish still pinched between his fingers. Coffee Bean waited left and right, but when nothing came, it leapt up and snatched the dried fish right out of his hand. How did he get kidnapped so quickly? And that place should be very far away, shouldn't it? Andrei pondered silently. Just then his phone rang again. He answered the call, and a male voice came through on the other end, devoid of any emotion. "I trust you are aware of Tony Stark's kidnapping. The organization has decided that you will infiltrate their ranks and rescue him." Then the line went dead. Another mission. Mission name Rescue Tony Stark Reward Pandora's Box Fragment. Suggested time limit 1 month. Andrei gazed out the window at the azure sky, clear as washed blue. Andrei did a warm-up exercise, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The game begins. The desert stretched endlessly as far as the eye could see, without a single mountain in sight. All that met the eye was barren yellow, nothing but barren yellow. Having the system was not bad, at least it saved him the trouble of searching for coordinates. Andrei mused, though the scenery before him was monotonous. Andrei walked through this vast desert. There were no distant camel bells weaving a desert dream, nor any camel herders trudging alone along the sand ridges. Suddenly a mound of sand shifted, yellow grains spraying into the air, and a glint of cold steel appeared before Andrei's eyes. Andrei sidestepped slightly through a punch, then ducked low to evade another blade aimed by a second assailant. Simultaneously, he drew a knife from his waist, gripped it tightly, and lunged forward with a sudden thrust. Ignoring the warm blood on his hand, he spun around, slashing at the man he had just punched. Then with a swift roll, a flash of black light streaked past, kicking up a spray of sand. A shuriken embedded itself in the spot where he had been standing. Had Andrei been hit by that, while it might not have been fatal, it would have scarred his face. Though such scars could be healed, Andrei had no desire to endure such a thing. A fierce, murderous glint blazed in Andrei's eyes. His blood-red irises emitted a faint glow. He pulled out steel needles from his waist, pressed his 5 fingers together, and executed a backflip. The wings of his backpack unfurled, and he ascended gracefully, hovering midair. "You've got some nerve." He dove downward with his wings. The remaining 4 men scattered at the sight, but they did not flee. Andrei knew these were the reconnaissance squad of the terrorist group responsible for patrolling. Generally, those assigned to patrol duties were highly professional, and more often than not could be considered elite fighters. Andrei tilted his head slightly and sidestepped. Catching the sunlight, one terrorist noticed a glint of metal flash between himself and Andrei, but it vanished almost instantly. The man knew it was no hallucination, but suddenly a sharp pain stabbed into his eyes. His vision was drowned in a sea of blood red, and the agony spread like wildfire. The eyes were directly connected to the brain after all. The searing pain sent the man writhing on the ground, clutching his face. But Andrei did not spare him a second glance. He dove again, charging straight at another man. That man was nearly scared out of his wits. He had watched his comrade's transformation from up close. He turned tail and ran. How could Andrei let him escape? That was the one who had ambushed him earlier. A vicious light exploded in Andrei's eyes. He drew a Damascus steel dagger, executed a half roll, and hurled it straight at the fleeing man. A tiny point of cold light grew larger. The man stared at the sun. The weather was scorching hot, yet he felt an inexplicable chill. A wet, tearing sound echoed, the sharp blade sinking into flesh. Andrei retracted his wings, performed another backflip, and flicked a 6-pointed shuriken from between his index and middle fingers. Andrei turned and looked down at the half-dead man lying just a step away. He stood with his back to the sun, his face hidden in shadow. In the darkness, those blood-red eyes emitted a faint, eerie crimson glow, strangely unsettling, yet somehow perfectly suited to his face. The man's lips moved, but no sound came out. A gust of wind blew warm, and carrying fine grains of sand that stung his face, some of them stained red by the blood. Andrei said, "Do you know why I paid you such special attention?" He did not wait for an answer. The man was already too weak to speak. Andrei answered himself, "Because of your overestimation of your own abilities. Not all resistance is worth cherishing, and not all resistance is worth undertaking. Some are nothing more than futile sacrifices. True sacrifice is not about this, do you understand? This is neither worthy nor wise. And your sacrifice, from my perspective, it is quite worthwhile, and I am more than willing to make it so." The wind and sand in the distance grew fiercer. "Hey, see that? The sandstorm is picking up. Everyone pack up and head back to camp." An officer shouted. "Alan, it seems a few men are missing. Those scouts we sent out haven't come back yet." A man rushed in, panting heavily. "Fuck, what the hell is wrong with those bastards? That old hag next door to Mary moves faster than they do. Oris, go find them. Sent them out for a patrol, and they still haven't come back. They're lazier than a mule from the farm." Alan stroked the inch-long stubble on his chin with his short, thick fingers. "Yes, sir." Oris saluted, turned, and immediately went out to search. The sandstorm was severe, the sky was filled with yellow dust. By now Andrei had become a man of yellow sand. Andrei nearly lost his temper. His mild germophobia flared up, and he felt utterly uncomfortable all over. He quickened his pace. Earlier Andrei had deliberately spared one man. Using torture techniques he had learned from some TV shows in his past life, he worked over the sole survivor and successfully extracted some intelligence. As for that man, the vast desert was boundless. He vanished like a grain of sand, his soul scattered to the winds, never to be found. Using his disguise skills, a genetic gift, Andrei successfully transformed into the likeness of that man and made his way into the camp. "Oh, Hobby, there you are. The boss is furious. "You'd better come back with me right now." A plain-looking man with blonde hair spotted Andrei, and without suspicion ran over, clapped him on the shoulder, and prepared to drag him along. Andrei loathed physical contact, but to avoid blowing his cover, he gritted his teeth, suppressed his irritation, and followed the man back to the camp. "You little shit. You finally decided to show your face. Were the girls out there good? How did the sand taste?" Alan bellowed again, spittle nearly flying into Andrei's face. Oris interjected, "Pavi just got back. He probably hasn't eaten yet. If he didn't run into anyone out there, I think we should let him grab some food first." Andrei stood there like a wooden post. In reality, his most urgent task now was to rescue Tony Stark, the future Iron Man. Through his inquiries, Andrei confirmed that this was the very place where Tony was being held. As for how he knew, he had deduced it. First, from the man's interrogation, he learned that patrols had recently been tightened, and word was that their leader planned to improve their benefits. Improving benefits required money. So where would the money come from? A remote outpost couldn't possibly have such substantial funds unless they had backing from some powerful force. But Andrei knew this was a militia backed by the Russians. Given their behavior, especially their strict checks on Americans, the answer was obvious. Andrei observed these men. Oris gave him the first impression of a hot-blooded youth, the kind easily brainwashed, something of a zealot. As for Alan, he seemed irritable, and indeed, he was genuinely hot-tempered. But he was actually quite good to his subordinates. This was evident from the fact that no one showed any discontent when he was berating Andrei, especially the man standing closest to him. Let him eat, let him eat. Even Mary's neighbor's mule wouldn't dare rest as much as he does. He only patrolled for such a short time, and now he wants to eat. Fuck, is he a bottomless pit? Alan roared. Andrei was eating at a spot in the camp, the food tasteless and unappealing. Night had fallen and occasional gunshots rang out beyond the camp, yet they failed to shatter the silence. Everyone else was fast asleep. Andrei prepared to act. He gathered his gear, his knife, steel needles, and other essentials, and set off on the arduous mission to rescue Tony Stark. Andrei crept to the edge of the camp. Light footsteps approached, a patrol. He quietly hid behind a tent. The footsteps drew nearer. The day's sandstorm had passed, leaving every tent coated in yellowish dust that drifted away with the wind. Andrei held his breath, focusing. Though he knew the soldiers wouldn't spot him, caution was always wise. The footsteps faded. Andrei crouched, landing on his heels. The thick flesh there absorbed impact and muffled sound. As he turned, a misstep caused his coat to brush against the tent, sending dust cascading down. Without hesitation or panic, Andrei dropped into a prone position and rolled away. Inside the tent, someone stirred. Andrei's guess was correct. The men inside were only lightly asleep, ready to rise and react at any disturbance. After all, they had kidnapped Tony Stark. For such a target, no amount of caution was excessive. Every billionaire represented a part of America's interests. Andrei leaped up and positioned himself at the tent's entrance. A gust of wind swept away some of the dust clinging to him. The desert night was cold enough to make an ordinary person shiver, but Andrei remained unmoved. He had survived missions in distant Alaska. This chill was nothing. Footsteps approached. Andrei longed to charge straight through. How swift and satisfying that would be. But reason told him it was impossible. First, he had no allies here, as the earlier phone call had made clear. Second, such a reckless move couldn't guarantee Tony Stark's safety. Andrei suspected the cave holding Tony was guarded. If he stormed in, the captors might take Tony hostage. That would hand the initiative to the enemy, a situation Andrei refused to accept. The footsteps grew louder. He held his breath, listening even to his own heartbeat, yet remained calm and composed. With a flick of his hand, the dagger's shadow flashed like lightning. A muffled grunt, then the thud of a body falling. Andrei slipped into the tent to prevent any alarm. Inside, one man lay bleeding profusely while another was pulling on his pants. Andrei hurled another dagger, striking the man square in the forehead. The man's hands dropped, his half-puton trousers falling away to reveal a flash of pink. Andrei's face flushed slightly. Andrei glanced at the man, then at the blood on the ground. He retrieved his daggers and eyed the faintly glowing bulb. He climbed up and unscrewed it. Typically, lights are wired in parallel. Andrei found a piece of wire, put on rubber gloves, pried open the socket, and cut the rubber insulation with small scissors, exposing the copper strands. He twisted them together with the wire. He placed the setup on a table, draping one of their clothes beside it. After finishing, Andrei erased all traces of his presence and left. Outside, darkness reigned. No comforting night lights glowed. The entire camp was pitch black, devoid of any illumination. The short circuit stirred the soldiers who were still awake. Someone noticed a faint yellow glow from a tent and was about to investigate when he caught a whiff of smoke. Sensing trouble, he shouted, "A short circuit! Fire!" The man turned and bellowed, "Pavel! Fire! Get some men to put it out or Alan will be furious." Andrei roared, "Wake up! Wake up! Damn it! You're all sleeping like pigs. Get up, there's a fire." His voice thundered like a lion's roar, throwing the camp into chaos. After a flurry of commotion, everyone began fighting the flames. The smoke thickened. Andrei decided to add fuel to the fire. He quietly followed the crowd to the water source. A man carrying a bucket approached Andrei and said, "Pavel, honestly, I was afraid you wouldn't make it back. But if you had an ID, be off the hook for that gambling debt." "Hell, I don't know how this fire started. In the middle of the night, can't even get a decent sleep. If I find out who said it, it'll cut off his balls. But I don't think it's you, Pavel. You're the camp's famous Good Samaritan." With that, he hurried off. Andrei watched the retreating figure with a strange look, then shook his head and resumed his thoughts. Perhaps this was an opportunity. A man approached with a bucket and said, "Pavel, what are you doing? Get to the fire." All right, Andrei replied. The night was painted orange by the blazing flames, every face bathed in that hue. The desert was cold, yet everyone was desperate to extinguish this sole source of warmth. Andrei glanced at the purple substance in his hand. He smiled, faintly sealed it in a waterproof plastic bag, and dropped it into the water. "Oh hell, hurry up and put out the fire. Damn it, it's reaching the arsenal. Move it or we'll all die." The coarse voice blasted through everyone's ears, and the message struck terror into their hearts. Andrei was startled too. An arsenal explosion was no joke. The devastation came not just from the blast itself, but from the rapid expansion of air and its outward shockwave. The heat was immense. Many injuries from large explosions weren't solely from the fire, but from the superheated air and shockwave. So never linger near a fire scene. It's dangerous. By now the fire was spreading. Brilliant flames shot into the sky as soldiers rushed frantically to douse them. Buckets of water were hurled, yet the fire seemed undiminished, perhaps even larger. "Damn it, can't you hurry up, eh?" Andrei stared at the flames. Honestly, he was growing anxious. Tony Stark was still in that cave and Andrei had no idea where it was. At Alan's location. "Damn it, how did a fire start? Send someone to bring that playboy to me now." Alan roared. His subordinate nodded obsequiously and scurried away. Alan turned to Oris and said, "Oris, you are my most trusted friend. I've always believed that. If you have any good suggestions, I will consider them carefully." Oris laughed heartily and replied, "Don't be like that, my friend. The situation isn't so dire yet." Then came a thunderous boom, shaking heaven and earth. The scene grew awkward. Oris and Alan both looked out the window. A massive fireball rose into the air, its orange-eared glow illuminating the sky, even dyeing the clouds like a sunset. But the scene below was far from beautiful. Countless people lay on the ground wailing. Some were covered in burn marks fiery red, others were drenched in blood, groaning in pain. It was like a vision of hell. Let's rewind to 5 minutes earlier. The raging flames churned and burned relentlessly, melting the sandy ground into a mass. The very air seemed to grow restless, turning the entire area into a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. A basin of water was poured down. The potassium permanganate compressed by the system's enhancement was encased in a sealed but easily dissolvable ball. As the water splashed, the outer casing melted away. As is well known, potassium permanganate releases oxygen when heated. Fire requires oxygen to burn, and the influx of abundant oxygen not only revived the flames extinguished by the water, but even caused them to swell in intensity. The outer wall of the arsenal, battered by the alternating assault of cold and heat, had become fragmented and fragile. At that moment, a colossal steel beam toppled, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the arsenal wall collapsed utterly and completely. Someone shouted, "Run!" The crowd jolted as if doused with ice water, snapped to their senses, and scattered into a frantic escape. The crowd fled in all directions. Seen from above, they resembled ants disturbed while feeding in one's childhood. Inside the arsenal's warehouse, the fierce flames freed from the water's interference began to burn recklessly like army ants sweeping through the Amazon jungle. Every matchbox was adorned with orange-eared flames. The black smoke swelled larger and larger, mingling with the blazing fire until it culminated in a thunderous roar. Boom. Hearing this sound, Andrei knew he had to find Tony. The situation had spiraled entirely beyond his control. His lack of intelligence was the primary reason he had been forced onto the defensive. Left with no choice, Andrei had to transform. With a slight flick of his finger, a driver materialized in his hand. He placed it directly against his abdomen as a mechanical voice rang out, "Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution." He shook the activation lever and a mechanical voice emerged from thin air. "Are you ready?" Henshin. The moment Andrei's voice fell, a resplendent golden ring appeared before and behind him, instantly enveloping his form. "Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha." The golden and crimson rings directly evolved into armor interwoven with hues of gold and red. The Cobra form made its entrance. With a single flip and leap, he seized a man by the neck with both hands and twisted. A sharp crack echoed as the man's life was extinguished. "Who are you?" a man cried out, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable terror. His look of horror dissolved into pathetic tears streaming down his face. "The man who'll take your life. Are you ready?" Andrei raised his steam gun, the dark muzzle aimed at the man, and spoke slowly. Clang. Tony Stark helplessly dropped the tool in his hand, staring at the iron door as unfathomable and despairing as a woman's heart, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. This helplessness stemmed not only from the elusiveness of reality, but also from an immeasurable dread of what lay ahead. Yet the profligate would never show it. He turned to Ian's son and said, "Hey, my dear fellow, what are you doing over there? Could you be thinking of your girlfriend again? Come on, if you don't shave off that thick seaweed-like beard, your girlfriend will surely be stolen away by someone else. I bet no woman would spare you a glance, even Mary next door would turn up her nose. Come on, Stark, you'd better finish this iron monstrosity. All our hopes rest on it. Once it's done, I'll hand you over to my personal barber to get you tidied up. I can't have a friend with such a shaggy beard." Another man was thrown aside by Andrei. Bullets rained down like hailstones upon his armored body, sparking brilliant flashes of light. Andrei's eyes flickered and he conjured a steam blade. A sudden whirlwind arose. Andrei was weary of this futile struggle. For him, it held no real meaning. Killing required thrill and tangible gains to bring satisfaction. But what was the point of this? A meaningless one-sided slaughter, repeating the same fist against the same man. "You're dead." A roar pulled Andrei back to reality. Following the sound, he saw a man holding a button, his face twisted with rage. He continued shouting amidst the sandstorm, "You devil! Go to hell! Ha ha!" A faint tremor shook the ground. Looking up, a black dot in the sky grew larger. A faint alarm bell chimed in Andrei's mind, but he paid it no heed. Bending his legs slightly, he sprang forward, kicking up a fan-shaped spray of yellow sand. With a flip, he spread his arms like the wings of a seabird, a dark red light flickering behind him. He directly used his ability to summon a black hole, and with a flicker of movement vanished from the spot. Twirling, Andrei raised his steam blade. Under the faintly yellow sunlight, the blade gleamed with a silvery light. A sharp light flashed in Andrei's eyes as red energy swirled within them. The silver light of the steam gun in his hand grew ever brighter. He roared, "Die!" With another swift spin, he gripped the steam blade tightly. A silver crescent-shaped blade flew through the air, colliding with the large black dot in a shower of sparks. Andrei then took out his transformation smoke gun, loaded a canister, and pulled the trigger. The sound of steam shot, XX, echoed through the air. A light bullet with a curved trajectory shot forth. It collided directly with the enormous black shadow. A thunderous boom. A colossal yellow fireball exploded in the sky, blazing like the sun, yet filled with despair. But Andrei paid it no mind. He flapped his wings and vanished. Then he appeared before the man who had shouted for his death. The man's eyes were vacant, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He looked from the button in his hand to Andrei. Gazing at Andrei's golden red armored form, the man suddenly laughed. The button fell from his hand onto the sandy ground. He laughed uproariously. I know. You truly are a devil, an envoy sent from hell, the embodiment of the underworld in the mortal realm." He babbled incoherently, gesticulating wildly, as if seized by madness. Andrei looked down at the button, now half buried in the sand, then at the man who had gone insane. The man had already become a tiny black speck in the distance, but his voice still carried far. Andrei said, "If you say so, then so be it. But I am still myself, unchanged." As Andrei walked past, people shrank away from him, as if from a viper, fearing that a single glance might send their souls to heaven or hell. He arrived at the mouth of the cave. Andrei knew that in this farce their only leverage was the hostage, Tony Stark. This situation easily reminded them of past spy operations. Andrei knew that these local factions had been thoroughly beaten by America, each man harboring an innate fear and resentment towards the nation. Andrei also knew that Oris was Alan's senior advisor, the so-called first counselor. This naturally gave Andrei an opportunity. For instance, planting a tracker on him. Such devices were as essential to Andrei as eating and drinking. Andrei looked at his watch, which was actually a tracker that also functioned as a timepiece. He arrived at the cave entrance where two men stood. "Pavi detransformed, how did you get here?" Oris asked, utterly shocked. He had no idea how Pavi had arrived. "Oris, are you a pig? Haven't you figured it out yet? Obviously he is the mole." Alan shouted in exasperation, his beard bristling. "Is that so?" Oris said. "Correct, Pavi, or rather," Andrei replied. Andrei raised his blade, pointing it at the two men. He addressed Oris and Alan. "How about a duel befitting heroes?" "Shut up. Don't defile the word hero, you coward." Alan cursed vehemently. Andrei turned his gaze to Oris. "I agree. Come." With that, Andrei sprang forward in a flash. Oris, caught off guard by his speed, instinctively crossed his arms before his chest. Then Andrei's fist connected. To Oris, it felt less like a human punch and more like being struck by a meteor. The impact was terrifying. Just as Oris thought he would collapse, a force from behind steadied him. Oris turned to see Alan's rough face. Before he could speak, a trickle of crimson blood flowed from the corner of Alan's mouth. Alan patted Oris on the shoulder and said, "How can you be so weak? You couldn't even take one punch from Pavi, though I knew you couldn't." Step aside and don't get in my way while I beat this wretched Pavi. He rubbed his fist and spat towards Andrei. Andrei remained impassive. He threw another punch. Alan was somewhat stronger than Oris and dodged with a sidestep. Andrei followed up with a right uppercut. Alan spun simultaneously, delivering a downward kick. Andrei shifted his body, performed a backflip, and landed steadily. Suddenly a dagger flew towards him. His eyes narrowed and he sidestepped, barely dodging it, though it grazed the chest muscle near his heart. Don't forget, I'm not useless. I still have my hands. Oris said. Not bad, Alan replied. That's a rarity, you actually giving a compliment. I never would have guessed. Oris said. There's plenty you don't know. Want to find out? Watch closely as I beat him to the ground. Learn a thing or two so you don't get laid out by a single punch again. Alan laughed heartily. Andrei glanced at both men. He bent his knees deeply, leaped into the air, then landed in a swift stride, kicking up sand to mid-calf height. He launched a punch. The two men felt as if the fist were incorporeal, seeing only a faint, indistinct shadow. My turn. Alan roared, swinging his own fist. But his speed was far slower. Before his punch could even land, Andrei's fist struck. The sound of cracking bones filled the air. Crimson blood sprayed across the sky, appearing a vivid red against the pale moonlight, likely fresh from the heart still warm. The blood dripped onto the sandy ground, quickly absorbed, leaving only a dark red stain as evidence of the spilled life. Alan howled in pain. Oris shouted, Are you all right? Get lost. I'm yelling to psyche myself up. What the hell are you blabbering about? Alan yelled back. He struggled to his feet and shouted at Andrei, You bastard, come on. I'm not dead yet. As you wish. Andrei's voice was as calm as the deep, still waters of Lake Baikal, untouched by the wind. He leaped into the air and delivered a flying kick. By now blood was trickling from Alan's mouth and his hair was disheveled. Though it was always messy, this was different. Alan pulled a gun from behind his back and fired a shot. A bang echoed. A wisp of pale blue smoke swirled and tumbled in the air before finally dissipating into the sky, vanishing completely. You? Alan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. You, it's time to go? And you were a good man. Andrei said. He threw another punch, but a dart suddenly flew towards him. How could Andrei be unprepared? He simply leaped into the air to dodge it. Do you two want to come together? Andrei asked. Who would want to go with him? Him. He's not worthy to accompany me. Stop dawdling and dirtying my path to the underworld, Alan said. Andrei looked at Alan and said, You truly are a good man. But I cannot spare you. However, I can give you a choice. Choose how you wish to die. A choice of death. What choice is there? I am a warrior born a warrior. I should die on the battlefield. Alan roared. I understand. Andrei picked up a fallen gun, aimed it at Alan's temple, then thought better of it, and pointed it directly at his heart. Bang! Backlit by the silvery moonlight, his body crumpled to the ground. Andrei didn't look at him. He turned to Oris. And you? The same. The moonlight flowed like water. Are you still tinkering with that thing that looks like a hamburger made of steel? Ethan said. Hey buddy, don't say that. This thing is a treasure. Remember, once I've finished researching it, the world will be in awe. Tony Stark patted the non-existent dust off his clothes. Tony, have you really not noticed the noise outside? Ethan continued. I have. But so what? Right now I want to finish this thing. You know my personality. Tony said. We're not going to die here, are we? Ethan asked reluctantly. Who knows? Pity my Bali dream is about to be shattered. Ethan, if we get through this, I believe you'd be more than willing to join me on a trip to Bali. Tony shrugged. You really are. Ethan shook his head. Under the moonlight, the countless stars still shone, though faintly, their light indelible. Andrei sat quietly outside the cave, enjoying the cool evening breeze. He patted the dust the wind had blown onto his clothes, if there was any. Andrei took out the key to the iron door. The bloodstains on it had turned black, clinging to the silver key. The bright moon shone on the silver key, making it seem even colder. Andrei looked at the key in his hand, walked straight to the front of the cave, and inserted it. But a second before he did, he murmured to himself, Interesting. The door opened. Andrei suddenly sidestepped, struck out with his palm, and then clenched his fist. He found himself gripping someone's fist tightly. Andrei flashed a professional smile at the person opposite him. What? Is this all you've got? Tony grimaced, a look of pain on his face. Andrei released his grip. Tony quickly shook his hand, though it didn't lessen the pain. It was a psychological comfort. Who are you? Tony looked at the man before him with blood-red eyes and blackish red hair. I'm here to save you. Is this how you treat your savior? Andrei said, pulling out his work ID and thrusting it in front of Tony. Andrei with the FBI. I'm ordered to rescue our playboy billionaire, the arrogant one. Is that good enough? Then Andrei looked at the mark eye on the ground and fell into thought. Honestly, at this point in the Iron Man story, Andrei wasn't sure if Tony could finish his mark eye. Tony. Andrei pointed at the mark eye on the ground. What is this tin can? You plan to escape from here with this piece of junk. Honestly, I think you'd have better luck smashing the door with a broken TV from the trash. Andrei knew this was the Mark I, but in this real world it looked much crappier, more broken, and even worse than in the movies. This was the prototype of all Iron Man armors to come. Tony's face darkened. He stiffened his neck and retorted stubbornly, "The power system, weapon system, AI driver programs, and balance mechanisms inside are the most advanced in the world. I absolutely guarantee it." He lifted his chin after speaking. "So can you get out of this thing? The danger is over now. Hiding like a turtle in this tin can isn't a good look, not fitting for your persona, is it? What do you think would happen if I sent your picture to the newspapers?" Andrei looked at Tony with amusement. "Suit yourself. If that happens, I think I can still find ways to boost my company's stock. So I suggest you buy some of our stock now if you need the money." "No need. I think I'll stick to doing my job properly. Getting involved with you never leads to anything good," Andrei said. "Enough of that. Andrei, shouldn't rescuing me be the CIA's job? Since when did the FBI get involved?" "Just to clarify, the FBI investigates violations of federal law, protects the U.S., and handles foreign intelligence and terrorist threats. The CIA collects and analyzes global political, economic, and military intelligence. The former is domestic, the latter foreign. Hence Tony's question. I only answer to my superiors. Other matters are not my concern. Any other questions?" Andrei replied. "Who wanted me saved? Pepper. Happy. I can't think of anyone else." Tony muttered, stroking his chin. "That I don't know." Andrei refused to reveal a single word. "Let's go. Time to leave. I'm sure you don't want to spend another second in this place," Andrei added. Outside the cave, Tony saw devastation everywhere. Scorch marks were visible, extinguished fires emitted black smoke, and those still burning flickered with orange flames. "My God, did you take out the entire camp by yourself? This is insane. Tell me it's not true," Tony couldn't help but say, looking at the ravaged camp. "Sorry, Tony, I can't oblige. The facts are as you see them. It was just a small trick. I'm sure you, with your brilliant mind, would have figured it out too," Andrei said. "Cool. Buddy quit the FBI. Come work for me as my personal bodyguard. I can give you more than the FBI ever will," Tony said. "Sorry, I must decline." Andrei stopped Tony's hand as he reached out to shake, saying coldly. Tony spread his hands and shrugged, indicating that Andrei didn't know a good deal when he saw one. "Let's go." "Oh, I've already called the FBI. I'm sure they'll send a plane to pick you up soon." "Tisk tisk, quite the grand entrance, needing a plane sent for you." Andrei waved his hand at Tony. Then before Tony could answer, a motorcycle appeared from somewhere. The roar of its engine echoed through the area, followed by a cloud of dust. Actually, Andrei wanted to tell Tony that he had been sold out, and the culprit was right by his side. But for some reason, Andrei was really looking forward to seeing Tony suffer, to see him kept in the dark. Was this a rather twisted hobby? Shaking his head to dismiss those thoughts, Andrei returned home. He knew something was about to happen. Coffee Bean was at home, looking unhappy, meowing at the top of the yellow staircase. Andrei knew the little guy was hungry. Strangely enough, Coffee Bean always stood at the top of the stairs when hungry. Andrei figured it was because every time he fed it, he would call Coffee Bean from the stairs, and it had formed a conditioned reflex. Seeing Andrei arrive, Coffee Bean stopped meowing and followed him closely, its bright eyes full of longing for cat food. Andrei habitually teased Coffee Bean, holding the cat food in his hand. He put it down and the cat went over, but when he opened his palm, the food was gone. Coffee Bean's face was full of confusion. Andrei smiled, stopped teasing it, and directly put the cat food into the bowl. The cat looked adorable while eating the 2 tufts of flesh by its mouth, moving rhythmically, its long, slender whiskers following suit, its tail wagging constantly, occasionally letting out a cute, naive meow. Was this a form of cuteness? At that moment in Tony's lab, Tony was working meticulously on his research, trying to make the iron sheets more aesthetically pleasing. No, to make the performance more complete, the design more reasonable, and more ergonomic. "Hey, Tony's still at it. How about a cup of coffee to perk you up?" Obadiah walked over, speaking amiably. "No need. I find this work keeps my fighting spirit high. This kind of research is a pure pleasure. Obadiah, you have to understand, we must surpass others, never let them surpass us." Tony didn't even look at him. Obadiah's hand froze midair. He gave an awkward smile, then drank the coffee he was holding in one gulp. Maybe because of the extra creamer, Obadiah, who usually hated coffee, actually found it somewhat enjoyable. "Tony, I mean, don't push yourself too hard," Obadiah said. "I know I'm not tired yet. I haven't been working that long." After saying this, Tony continued working. "Not that long. You've been here ever since you got back, practically making this your home, and you say it hasn't been long." Obadiah took a long, hard look at Tony, then disappeared into the darkness. I wonder how Tony is doing. According to the movie, he'll probably be betrayed by that Obadiah he works with soon, right? Andrei wasn't worried about this. The Evol gene could attach itself to anyone and relay information back courtesy of the system. He just needed to watch from the sidelines. Andrei went alone to a street corner. The area wasn't bustling, but it was peaceful, and Andrei often came here to eat. The owner was a Chinese man. According to him, he had been here for a long time and was very skilled at making Chinese food. Here again, the usual. The owner greeted Andrei warmly, as they had become quite familiar since Andrei was a regular. Although the owner suspected Andrei's identity was unusual, he didn't mind, partly because Andrei's attitude was decent even if his aura was a bit unsettling. Yes. Outside the window the lights were like scattered beans. The noise of car horns was not loud here. Andrei just found it very quiet. Are you alright? Andrei asked, looking at Tony, who lay on the ground with a pale face drenched in sweat, yet still crawling forward with his hands. Having received the alert he had left on Tony, Andrei had come immediately. Andrei could sense the rapidly weakening life force. If this continued, he estimated that in 5 minutes the owner of this life force would be reporting to God. Jarvis' alarm had sounded long ago, detecting an intruder. Andrei remained calm. Andrei, the basement. Understood. But you'll owe me a favor. Have you thought it through? Remember to repay it when the time comes. Tony. The basement, cluttered with junk, was a mess of scrap machines, dusty parts, failed prototypes, and even some takeout wrappers Andrei spotted. Was this a dump? Andrei swept his gaze, picked up a reactor, and installed it directly onto Tony. Tony froze for a moment, then took half a minute to recover. Feeling no discomfort, he said to Andrei, "Dear Andrei, I really must thank you. But I have some matters to attend to now. I'll reward you later." Then turning to the air, he shouted, "Jarvis, suit up the Mark III." "Yes, sir." Parts assembled onto Tony one by one, the Redan gold armor taking shape around him. It was immensely futuristic. Andrei was slightly astonished. A movie is just a movie, but when something real unfolds before your eyes, the shock it delivers to your soul and senses is far greater than you could ever imagine. "Buddy, I need to go handle something. By the way, I suggest you buy some stock in my company. You might get an unexpected surprise." "Is there anything else you came for?" "My boss wants you to reimburse the cost of rescuing you. I heard that last time you flew back you dismantled the plane because you hated its interior design. Now my boss has sent me to demand compensation." "Also, I saved you again," Andrei said calmly. "That's no problem. The best use of time now is to deal with the real issue. I can't wait to go and punch that guy. Goodbye, dear friend." Tony whistled at Andrei. Though it wasn't loud, the gesture was impressive. Why did that suddenly seem kind of cool? Tony versus Ironmonger. This was the plot of Iron Man 1. Should he go check it out? So Andrei flicked his finger, and a driver appeared in his hand. He placed it against his abdomen as a mechanical voice rang out, "Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution." He shook the drive lever, and a mechanical voice emerged. "Are you ready?" "Henshin." As Andrei's voice faded, a dazzling golden ring appeared around him, instantly enveloping his form. "Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha." The golden and crimson rings evolved directly into a golden dread armor. Cobra form deployed. With a single stride, a black hole appeared before him. Andrei stepped into it and vanished instantly. In the city where peace and quiet should have reigned, it was now as chaotic as a marketplace, with thunderous noises spreading everywhere. The Ironmonger was wreaking havoc. On the streets, concrete blocks and burning cars lay everywhere. Some people too slow to flee cowered in silence, while innocent children wailed loudly. On the ground, crimson bloodstains were everywhere, clearly belonging to civilians. Andrei stood aloft in the sky, indifferent. Below him, Tony, seething with rage, roared at the Ironmonger, "You've gone too far." With a furious cry, Tony fired a warm yellow blast from his palm, propelling himself toward the Ironmonger. He then drifted directly in front of him. The Ironmonger looked at the red armor before him and laughed maniacally. "You must be Tony. Thank you for granting me such a marvelous thing. You are truly my lucky charm. To repay you, I've decided to send you to hell myself." A giant fist flew toward him. Tony raised his hands to counter, but he couldn't withstand the immense force and was flung into the distance by the Ironmonger. With a deafening crash, Iron Man was slammed into a car which exploded. "Whose car is this? After I finish off this hunk of iron, come to my company, and I'll compensate you." Then he flew straight back. A fist came from above, but the Ironmonger, unfazed, raised his right arm and effortlessly blocked Tony's attack. Then lifting his left hand, the Ironmonger punched Tony. Iron Man was sent flying again. Quest defeat the Ironmonger, reward Pandora template fragment, suggested time 1 day. Andrei flew straight down. Layers of clouds rushed past Andrei. Occasionally, an unknown bird, sensing the danger of his form, would veer away in panic. If not for the mission, Andrei would have loved to catch and roast them for being so disrespectful. Below, it was almost a one-sided beating. Well, it was Iron Man being beaten by the Ironmonger, seemingly with no ability to fight back, like being ground into the pavement. Why was the protagonist's luck so weak? "Tony, I truly thank you. Though you shut down the weapons division, I have to admire your resolve and perseverance. It's no wonder you succeeded. But you've given me a huge surprise. This armor is the best gift you could have given me, the ultimate weapon. Have you said enough?" A cold voice rang out. Andrei now used the original voice of the Evol gene. "Did you develop this armored man too?" The Ironmonger looked at Tony, as if searching for an answer in his eyes. But Tony was in a state of utter confusion, unable to comprehend who this newcomer was. "Don't bother. I know him, but he doesn't know me now. Since you want to touch Tony, have you asked my permission?" Andrei said in a strikingly arrogant tone. Why should I ask you? The ironmonger, instead of getting angry, laughed and threw a punch directly. Andrei kicked off the ground, charging at 100 milliseconds. He drew his steam blade and clashed directly with the ironmonger. The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the area, with yellow sparks flying everywhere, much like the molten iron flower display Andrei had once seen at the Sien City wall in his past life. Both stepped back. Andrei left a long trail behind him. The ironmonger's retreat was pure destruction. The ironmonger crushed the road into rubble, leaving massive footprints on the asphalt. The local authorities might later emulate the ancient practice of relief through public works. Ensuring employment and income would be a notable achievement. Andrei leveled his steam blade, slowly ran his left hand across the edge, and then swung it fiercely. A blue blade appeared out of thin air, shimmering with a silvery light like the moon. The ironmonger instinctively raised his right arm to block. Sparks flew again. A crisp sound rang out, the sound of metal hitting the ground. The entire cannon on the ironmonger's right arm was cleaved in two by Andrei's dazzling crescent blade, with sparks flickering from the remaining circuits. A sizzling sound echoed. Some sparks hit the cannon, splitting it into several smaller embers that flared briefly before dying out. The blade's momentum diminished slightly, then another sound followed. The incredibly tough steel arm was gouged with a gap. The ironmonger stared blankly at the severed cannon on the ground, almost unable to believe his eyes. But the missing part on the blue data panel was marked in red, leaving no room for doubt. Forgetting his shock, the ironmonger lunged with his remaining hand, trying to grab Andrei and force him to reveal the armor's design and principles. How could Andrei let him succeed? He performed a backflip, landing on a half-collapsed rooftop, still smoldering with fire. Before he could recover or prepare his next attack, a giant foot came flying toward him. Caught off guard, Andrei was kicked and sent tumbling. His golden-dread form traced an elegant arc through the air before crashing into a utility pole. If he did, it would be an insult to his nearly bald head. He sidestepped to dodge Andrei's blade that could sever his cannon. How could the ironmonger let Andrei have his way? Having already fallen for the same attack once, how could he fall for it again? If he did, it would be an insult to his nearly bald head. He sidestepped to dodge Andrei's blade that could sever his cannon. Just then, several missiles flew in. By sheer coincidence, they forced the ironmonger back into the path of the blade. Another cannon was severed. The ironmonger turned with a furious glare to see the Redan-gold figure looking proud despite its battered state, with undisguised contempt in its eyes. This only enraged the ironmonger further. Iron Overlord was already flushed with anger. Not only had he failed to get rid of the detestable Tony, but now there was also this inexplicably formidable opponent, which infuriated him even more. With an angry stride, the small pebbles on the road trembled slightly. Andrei patted his armor, relieved that the damage was not too severe, otherwise he might have been unable to contain his innate urge for bloodshed. Andrei held the steam knife in his hand, trembling slightly. After such a long and power-demanding battle, although he still had plenty of strength within, Andrei did not want to exhaust it further. He was just a minor player. There was no need to waste so much time and energy on such meaningless matters. Andrei raised his head slightly and saw Iron Man's armor, which was covered in numerous scratches, then swung his steam knife. The blade was swung out. Iron Overlord seized the moment to dodge, and at that moment Iron Man moved. A hole rapidly opened on the left side of the armor's back, and a mechanical arm shot out at high speed, followed by the sound of a cannon firing as a shell was launched. Iron Overlord roared in anger and fired a shell as well. The two shells were launched into the air, not interfering with each other, while Iron Man soared through the sky, and Iron Overlord searched for something to use as a shield. Of course, Andrei would not miss such a great opportunity. He dove directly toward Iron Overlord. Iron Overlord crossed his arms, preparing to withstand Andrei's attack, but suddenly summoned a black hole, vanishing into the starry sky. Before Iron Overlord could react, Andrei appeared directly behind him, taking out his steam knife and swinging it out of thin air, creating a crescent-shaped blade. Iron Overlord straightened his legs, not retreating, likely out of stubbornness against Andrei and Tony, and continued to attack with his cannon. One shell after another was continuously fired from the mechanical arm on Iron Overlord's back, the deafening explosions resounding in the air as Iron Overlord noticed Andrei's current state. Andrei repeatedly utilized his black hole, striving to familiarize himself with his powers, dodging the shells fired by Iron Overlord, while occasionally slashing with his steam knife. Is this never-ending? Even a mudman has his temper, let alone Andrei, who underwent the Evol genetic modification. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes as he summoned a black hole and vanished. Andrei knew he had to end this battle quickly, and he had already realized he was running out of stamina. With a sudden charge, Andrei did not use the blue blade, then suddenly summoned a black hole and vanished again. Iron Overlord turned his head, almost roaring at Tony. I built this company from the ground up. For 30 years I have worked diligently. Nothing can stop me. Especially not you. As he spoke, he raised the mechanical arm on his back, sweeping a laser to confirm Tony's location, followed by a deafening explosion as 2 shells were launched. Right at the spot where Tony's car was. The poor car, which still had a frame, was completely engulfed in flames due to the shelling igniting several cars nearby. Then came the thunderous booming sound. The intense bright yellow completely ignited that area, illuminating the surroundings for dozens of meters. Tony was propelled into the sky by the massive fireball resembling a mushroom cloud. His body was charred black, the glowing eyes of his helmet dimmed, and his armor was battered. This was Tony's condition. Sir, the palladium arc reactor cannot sustain your prolonged flight. The AI robot kindly provided Tony with a warm reminder. Tony relied on the propulsion from his legs to hover in midair, looking at the screen filled with red alerts mostly indicating damage here and there, but Tony was unfazed. You're doing well upgrading the armor, but I have done so too. As he spoke, the massive steel foot made a rumbling sound. Several steel plates slowly descended, and then the sound of the driving mechanism echoed as the enormous footprints began to glow faintly with yellow flames. Sir, he can also fly, Jarvis' voice chimed in. What is the situation? Only 15% energy remains. Use it all for acceleration. If we fly that high, it might lead to. I can do the math. Andrei quietly watched from the side as 2 lights gradually moved apart, one bright like the moon in the sky, the other dim like a dying firework. Andrei shook his head. It was still like in the movies. He performed a backflip and summoned a black hole directly to Iron Overlord's location. At that moment, Iron Overlord was fully focused on pursuing Iron Man Tony. Iron Overlord, or Obadiah, had an almost pathological obsession with Iron Man akin to the conflicts between Taoists and demonic sects in some novels. Andrei followed closely behind Iron Overlord, while Tony struggled to fly ahead. Sir, only 12% power remains. I know, after flying a distance. Sir, only 10% power remains. I am already aware. Iron Overlord's heel was blazing with fire. Sir, only 7% power remains. From now on, just display it on the screen, no need to say it out loud. At this moment, Iron Overlord reached out and grabbed Tony's left foot, yanking him down. Then Iron Overlord coldly said, your idea is good, but I have also optimized this armor considerably. Then came a right hook landing squarely on Tony's face. Tony's body swayed to the right, and some steel plates on the armor became loose, clattering against each other. The left hand did not relent, delivering another left hook. The sound of steel clashing echoed, faintly glowing sparks blossoming, then dimming and disappearing. At that moment, Andrei rushed over, just in time, unleashing a blade that had been charged with an almost invincible momentum. The crescent-shaped blade was now nearly pure silver, illuminated by the bright moonlight, as it swung toward Iron Overlord. Iron Overlord felt a chill run down his spine, and without a second thought grabbed Iron Man and held him in front of himself, preparing to use him as a shield. But just as the blade was about to reach its target, the silver crescent suddenly vanished, and Andrei's figure was gone under the moonlight. Iron Overlord's heart raced with alarm. At that moment, Andrei utilized the black hole to move directly behind Iron Overlord. Andrei was well aware that he needed to strike decisively. It was actually quite simple. At this moment, Iron Overlord was calmly, yet anxiously searching for Andrei, his instincts demanding that he find Andrei immediately. Now he finally understood the danger that Andrei posed. Andrei was far more dangerous than Iron Man. Andrei watched quietly as Iron Overlord searched, then made a sharp turn and dove swiftly. Just as he was about to get close to Iron Overlord suddenly looked up. A fist swung toward him at high speed. There was no way to evade. Andrei chose not to dodge as the shadow of the fist grew larger, nearly obscuring his entire face. A sudden change occurred. Iron Overlord's fist suddenly slowed down, then stopped just 10 centimeters from Andrei's head. At that moment, a trembling and weak voice came from Iron Overlord, filled with uncontainable terror and rage. Damn it, what have you done to me? Though the voice was low, Andrei knew he was roaring here, but this was already a dying gasp. You should take care of yourself. Speaking of which, I also know Tony's intentions. How do you handle the freezing? Andrei looked at Iron Overlord's shining white eyes with his blood-red eyes gazing down at him. No, impossible. I want. An endless sense of weakness surged over him, followed by boundless darkness. Andrei quietly watched as Iron Overlord's glowing eyes gradually dimmed the silver-black armor, slowly becoming covered in frost. Andrei observed its fall, then glanced at the extremely unstable flying Iron Man above, saying to him, Iron Man, or should I say Tony, may I address you as such? Iron Man fixed his flickering eyes on Andrei, forcing himself to remain calm as he said, Who are you? You know me and I know you. But rest assured I won't do anything else to you. I believe you can see that. Farewell. Andrei summoned a black hole, and before leaving he said to Tony, We may meet again. In the vast night, Andrei's figure vanished. The distant Iron Man quietly watched Andrei disappear, murmuring, Who on earth are you? Sir, only 3% power remains. Should we head back? I understand. The showerhead sprayed warm water, and Andrei felt somewhat fatigued after this battle. He was not entirely satisfied with the outcome. Although Andrei took advantage of a feint to launch a sneak attack, he noticed the significant gap where Iron Overlord's back and neck connected, making it cumbersome to turn around. Thus, he utilized the crescent-shaped blade to draw Iron Overlord's attention to his steam knife, involving some psychological tactics. While this may have involved some trickery and relatively low tactics, Iron Overlord fell for it. This was his own problem. Then Andrei used the retractable needle on his wrist to quietly sneak behind Iron Overlord and landed a fatal blow. However, Andrei still admired this guy who managed to endure for so long with sheer willpower before finally fainting. Andrei had a rough idea of what would happen next. However, suddenly a flurry of sounds came from outside the door. When Andrei opened the door, he saw his coffee beans looking at him with squinty eyes. Blue can evoke a sense of calm, yet also a feeling of despair. As Iron Monger plummeted, a brilliant blue laser shot from the southwest, streaking across the entire sky and striking him directly. As luck would have it, it pierced straight through the anti-tank missile. A thunderous roar echoed through the surroundings as the blue laser continued blasting clean through the entire mech suit. It then tore across the heavens, forming a radiant blue orb of light in the sky that dyed the surrounding clouds azure. High above, the immense shockwave and colossal energy wreaked devastating havoc upon Iron Monger. The heat generated by the immense energy within the laser caused the steel armor of Iron Monger to resemble molten rock sugar in a wok. Part of the steel melted away while a portion remained intact. Iron Monger was hurled upward in the air before plummeting down, crashing directly onto a flower bed. Instantly, the wooden fence of the flower bed was shattered into pieces, wooden fragments flying everywhere, and a massive crater was gouged into the ground. Countless people raised their cameras and phones to capture this spectacular sight. The towering blue laser beam persisted for a long time before finally fading away. This was the final image of Iron Monger that spread like wildfire across the internet, seemingly unable to escape its ultimate beautiful end. Iron Man recalled that mysterious figure clad in a gold and crimson armor, feeling a pang of disappointment. He himself could barely hold his own against Iron Monger with his Iron Man suit, yet that armored fellow, though not as handsome, had actually managed to defeat Iron Monger. Could he be on par with me? What a ridiculous joke. How could this be possible? Jarvis, run a search on this guy now, cross-reference with big data. Tony said. Scanning. No match found. And those strange weapons. No similar or corresponding records. Iron Man glanced at Iron Monger lying on the ground like a dead dog, then lowered his eyelids. He looked at the flames blazing fiercely around Iron Monger's ankles and thighs, and then at the deep but inconspicuous scars on his own arms. Jarvis, record the data here. Also remember to remind me to add some protective devices and firefighting equipment to the suit. And I need to stay on guard. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. Tony continued examining his suit. Honestly, the current Mark III was still an immature product with much room for improvement. Through this battle, Tony recognized many shortcomings. For instance, he now knew he needed to back up important data and that the hardness of the Iron Man suit's materials was insufficient. He had already jotted down over a dozen issues. Previously, Tony had thought the Mark I system wasn't quite mature, which was why he used high-altitude icing to deal with Iron Monger. Andrei glanced at Obadiah, whose fate within the armor was unknown, and felt no particular sentiment. One must always answer for their actions and choices. Sir, what should we do with this one? Jarvis asked. Let's wait and see. Andrei was at home amusing his cat Coffee Bean. This feline had truly inherited the spirit of the lyric, the favored always take it for granted, from some musician strutting around the house like a tyrant. Andrei paid it no mind and simply drank tea at home. Then he heard a splash and meowing. Andrei. In the pond at the doorstep, Coffee Bean was swimming leisurely with a fish in its mouth, the fish still flapping vigorously. Its forelegs paddled slowly through the water, causing violent tremors and splashing up a spray of droplets. Andrei didn't know what to say, but he seemed to notice a problem. Perhaps Coffee Bean could have supposedly probably cured his mysophobia. For instance, he used to sweep the floor every day without fail. At first he kept it up, but later due to the cat's heavy shedding he gradually reduced it to every other day. But Andrei was mistaken. It was his own laziness that had cured his mysophobia. Meanwhile, at that time, many people were using their phones and cameras to capture the scene. 3 robots duking it out on the streets was something they might never witness again in their lifetime. Many didn't even care about data usage and started live streaming. One man, utterly disregarding his personal safety, even ran into the street to retrieve his dropped camera and film the action. Such intense battles were rare indeed. Needless to say, within just a few minutes, hundreds or even thousands of videos had been uploaded to YouTube. Many were shot on site, some from rooftops, some from windows. As for that one guy, he was the boldest, filming right on the street with a sense of righteous duty, as if it were his destiny. Thanks to his excellent camera angle, his footage captured the battle in the greatest detail, earning the highest views along with many interesting comments. At first, many thought it was a movie being filmed as people occasionally shot scenes on this street. But soon numerous people pointed out that this wasn't a film shoot, but a real event since no film crew had been on location that day. Thus, comments, clicks, shares, and bookmarks exploded across the entire internet. The speed of the internet was beyond imagination, and netizens' hand speed was equally astonishing. In just over 10 minutes, the situation began to spiral out of control. Agent Hill stood in the distance. They had arrived shortly after Monger descended and had attempted some countermeasures. For instance, using pistols to stop him, but that was like trying to kill a cow with nail clippers. Coulson held the phone looking at the unconscious Monger on the ground, then at Iron Man preparing to leave in the spot where Andrei had vanished. His voice tinged with bitterness, he said into the phone, "I'm sorry, sir, things have taken an unexpected turn. The situation is somewhat out of hand. Many people on site have captured footage of the battle. The scene is a mess. Sir, I need a lot of manpower to clean this up." On the other end of the line was Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, sitting in a spacious black leather chair. On the desk before him, a green plant was thriving, its lush color indicating good nourishment. But his mood was far from good. Director Fury said in a calm tone, "No, Coulson, you don't know my situation yet. Given the current circumstances, can you imagine the three mecha warriors battle flooding the internet?" Along with some utterly baffling comments. "Coulson, perhaps you don't realize how many people have shared this. Just thinking about it makes it hard for me to figure out where to start." Coulson thought for a moment, pretending not to hear his superior's displeasure, and said, "Sir, I can imagine. But we can't exactly ask them to delete the videos from their phones, can we?" Nick caught the implication and said, "Never mind that for now. Let's set it aside. As for that mysterious gold and crimson figure, what are your thoughts?" Coulson stroked his chin, looked up at the direction where Andrei had disappeared, and mused for a moment. "Based on the intelligence we've received, this person possesses exceptional psychological resilience and strong counter-surveillance instincts. He seems aware of our existence. Should we?" Nick propped his chin on one hand, gazing at the indistinct green plant in the darkness, and said, "Let's hold off for now. He hasn't done anything particularly unusual. Let's observe for a while. But it's still necessary to keep a discreet watch. We can't relax our surveillance on him. Let's leave it at that for now." With that, Nick hung up. He turned to look out the window. The starry sky was beautiful, with clouds drifting across the heavens. Looking down, all of New York was ablaze with lights. Neat, crisscrossing streets, stretched out skyscrapers stood in close formation, and the warm yellow glow was deeply reassuring. Nick's face was expressionless, but his single eye gleamed brightly. The paper cup in his hand was held steadily, not a single ripple disturbing its surface. "What kind of person are you, really?" Andrei, of course, had no idea about Nick's thoughts. He was currently giving his cat Coffee Bean a bath. Well, Coffee Bean was quite mischievous. After being fished out, it took advantage of Andrei boiling water to jump back in. Thankfully, it didn't continue wreaking havoc on the pond's fish, but what it brought up left Andrei both amused and exasperated. It was a medal that Andrei had lost in the pond before. Strictly speaking, it belonged to this body. Back then, Andrei had been inexplicably dejected over losing that medal for many days, and it had even led to an incident. The beating he gave Spider-Man back then wasn't entirely unrelated to this. Andrei put the medal away and continued bathing Coffee Bean. After a couple of gentle taps on its head, the cat immediately quieted down. It no longer stomped its milky white paws in the water or splashed, with its claws remaining perfectly still. Andrei felt gratified. Coffee Bean's obedience was surely his own doing, transforming a pitiful stray into such an adorable cat. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Coffee Bean's eyes had a slight blue tint. Just then, Andrei suddenly heard a faint, subtle sound of something cutting through the air, very soft, but he caught it clearly. He looked out the window. It seemed dark and gloomy, the overcast sky oppressive, as if rain was about to fall. "It's raining, but the bath still needs to be done. Otherwise, you won't smell nice. I won't let you sleep with me, even though you're not allowed on my bed." Coffee Bean had a nest in Andrei's room, but the little rascal was restless, always moving its nest next to his bedside table and preferring to sleep with its head facing his. Could it be that I'm too handsome? Even cats have fallen for me. Will I end up being killed by my own beauty like someone else? The ceaseless flow could describe vehicles or crowds, but it was most apt for the stream of job seekers at the Daily Bugle. Andrei glanced at the application forms in his hand and found himself momentarily lost in thought. In his past life, he had faced countless impeccably dressed individuals, a perpetual professional smile fixed on his face. Yet facing rejection after rejection, Andrei couldn't help but feel disheartened. Fortunately, he had transcended. He no longer had to worry about food and shelter. That was the best part of reincarnation. Such is the choice of fate. When you possess the corresponding ability and strength, you must forfeit certain things like unnecessary compassion. However, this Eddie was worth considering. Bringing him in to mess with Peter's state of mind might be quite entertaining, Andrei mused with a touch of perverse amusement. Eddie. Interesting, Andrei said, looking at the application letter in his hand. He addressed the remaining crowd. Bring me the rest of the applications. You can go back now. The first 10 can stay. They'll call you in one by one. Don't crowd, everyone will get their chance. 15 minutes later, Andrei, holding the applications, entered the corridor heading towards a room for interviews. Peter quietly approached him. Andrei looked at Peter, noticing a rebellious air between his brows and a predatory gleam in his eyes, what one might call spirit. Peter patted Andrei's shoulder with a measured force. So many applications. Can you handle it all by yourself? Why not just go through the motions? Andrei gently patted Peter back and said, every choice I make now alters someone's destiny. One must give their all no matter the task. Lack of ability is a matter of capability, and not giving your all is a matter of attitude. Think back to how you got in. Do you understand? Without looking at Peter's stunned expression, Andrei picked up the applications and entered the room. First, Eddie. Today he was dressed in his finest, a suit, a blue tie with cosmetics applied to his face, and his hair combed meticulously several times. Eddie had been sitting upright, waiting nervously. Hearing his name called first, he was overjoyed. He knew he hadn't submitted his application first, yet he was summoned first. What did this imply? The implication was obvious. Eddie shot up, but someone was passing before him. In a flurry of motion, their heads collided directly. What happened to your head, oi? Andrei inquired, looking at the red mark on Eddie's forehead. I bumped into someone in the hallway. I see. I've reviewed your file. I'm quite impressed. What are your thoughts on this position? Andrei asked with a professional smile. I believe my role is to deliver an explosive visual experience to the audience, a unique. Andrei's questions were largely perfunctory. As the primary examiner, the power to decide who was hired rested with him. A small concession to reason from the man who constantly badmouthed Spider-Man while secretly donning the suit himself. Later that night, the room was brightly lit. Andrei finished his last phone call and couldn't help but rub his temples. Even in his past life, he had detested phone calls. 3 in a day were an unbearable nuisance. As for today's hires, Eddie was a certainty. Andrei simply wanted to see if his interference would spark something different between these two. Andrei suddenly felt a bit perverse. Returning home, Coffee Bean stood in the hallway meowing for its daily cat food, as routine as a writer's daily quota of 3,000 words. Andrei took his cat Coffee Bean to a pavilion by the lake. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. The temperate continental climate was unremarkable, with significant temperature differences. The trees were mostly deciduous. Come autumn, the wind would strip their leaves, acting like a merciless leaf collector. The doorbell rang. Andrei put down Coffee Bean and went to answer it. Coffee Bean followed closely behind. Opening the door, the distinctive creak of the wooden door brought Peter a sense of calm. He looked up to see Andrei's face and those blood-red eyes. Peter was puzzled. A few days ago, Andrei's eyes were an ordinary gray-blue. How had they turned red? Andrei invited Peter in and led him to his room. Peter marveled as he walked. This is incredible. My God, the design is so logical, so comfortable. Andrei, do you have a spare room? I think I've fallen in love with this place. Andrei, holding a leaf, replied. If you could give up your Mary, then I might consider it. The question is, would you rather be with your little girlfriend or with me? I wouldn't welcome both of you living here. I couldn't stand it. They sat down. Andrei poured tea. The leaves were slightly bitter, but Peter found it pleasant, its fragrance filling the air. I heard your girlfriend Mary has a performance at the Opera House soon. Are you planning to go? Andrei asked. What kind of question is that? Of course I'm going. You have no idea how beautiful her voice is. I think it's the most beautiful opera I've ever heard, bar none. Meanwhile, as Andrei and Peter chatted over tea, Nick was in his vast office, a file before him. Though it was more a single sheet of paper with fewer than 400 words written on it. Yes, Director. The intelligence on Andrei is complete. It's quite simple, just this amount. The file on Andrei was straightforward. Name Sokolov Yanukovych Andrei. Occupation S. H. I. E. L. D. Level 2 agent infiltrated under the Kingpin for intelligence. Life experience: Russian immigrant, orphaned at a young age, graduated from West Point, entered the U.S. Special Forces, then the Navy SEALs. He retired after a conflict with a superior officer. According to prior intelligence, he was proficient in various firearms, especially skilled in psychology. His physical condition was formidable. He was once one of the fittest men in the SEALs. However, his personality was somewhat reserved with an unwavering will. Nick looked at the file on his desk and asked Hill, how is that previous matter progressing? Hill replied, the situation is unfavorable. There were many witnesses and nearly everyone with a phone recorded videos. It's working against us. Furthermore, many people uploaded their videos online immediately. Director, were in a passive position. Some videos even show our agents. This. Nick pondered for a moment, then said, we need to control this. We can't just expect them to delete it themselves. Hill nodded, understanding perfectly. With a calm expression, she agreed. I think we can have the cyber division handle it. For those who filmed, the cyber division can send them links or just hack their devices. As for the online videos, we can use the FBI's name to request their removal. That's correct. We can send someone to make contact with this Andrei. He's still an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill confirmed, yes, director. He was one of our assets in New York, primarily monitoring the Kingpin, the city's underworld emperor. How reliable is the intelligence he provides? Highly accurate, and it aligns well with our collected data. Who is his current direct superior? Director, it's Dmitry White. Have him keep a close eye on his subordinate. Contact me directly if necessary. Yes, sir. Come on, jump. Jump, and you'll get your cat food. Andrei said, holding a pouch of cat food, coaxing Coffee Bean. Coffee Bean's eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the cat food in Andrei's hand, its gaze following Andrei's every movement. Those blue eyes seized the moment. With a high leap, it snatched the cat food right from Andrei's hand. After gobbling down the cat food, Coffee Bean glanced at its cat bed and scurried away in a flash. Andrei was left amused and exasperated. Under the dim, scattered lights of the evening, Andrei accepted Peter's invitation to attend Mary's performance at the theater. Andrei found it a bit strange. According to the plot of Spider-Man 3, shouldn't Spider-Man watch the show and then go stargazing with Mary whispering sweet nothings? Why was the timeline like this? Andrei shook his head, deciding he didn't need to understand everything. As long as his own goals were achieved, that was enough. The moment Peter had arrived at his place, Andrei sensed something amiss. For instance, Peter could have simply called to invite him instead of coming over in person. Peter knew his phone number. Entering the opera house, the golden light made the red curtain appear magnificent. Lights crisscrossed, many people were chatting and laughing, most accompanied by their partners. Andrei and Peter found their seats and sat down, Andrei on the left, Peter on the right. The lights suddenly dimmed, shifting from a warm gold to a cool blue. The red curtain slowly drew open. The performance had begun. A flowing red gown, a spiraling staircase, and artificial snowflakes under blue lights accentuated Mary's allure. However, Andrei knew Mary was doomed to fail, for he was familiar with the plot. Andrei surveyed his surroundings. The atmosphere was pleasant, the audience fervent, and those beside him even more so. It seemed his whereabouts had been discovered. Yet this was unavoidable. Details like his background and experiences were bound to be unearthed, especially before a behemoth like S.H.I.E.L.D. Scarcely anyone could safeguard their privacy and personal information. In truth, Andrei had no intention of concealing everything, but certain crucial matters he could never divulge, such as his past life as Li Tang, that he was not originally from this world, and so on. Gazing at Mary on stage, Andrei suddenly turned to Peter, his blood-red eyes fixed on him, and said, Peter, what do you think of the sound here? The sound. It feels a bit loud, making me somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, the volume is excessive. It seems to be drowning out Mary's voice. But speaking of which, isn't it rather improper for you to so openly invite me to watch your girlfriend's performance? The performance concluded swiftly, yet Andrei knew the true spectacle had just begun. The streets teemed with a bustling shoulder-to-shoulder crowd. A diverse array of individuals formed the city's fundamental bedrock, contributing their efforts in pursuit of their own aspirations. Andrei walked on, seemingly aimless, yet his path was curious. Before him lay a multitude of reflective surfaces, glass panes, gleaming metal panels. Andrei entered a shop specializing in travel gear. Foot traffic was decent. He browsed, meandering unpredictably. 2 minutes later, 2 individuals entered while 3 others passed directly by the entrance, as if oblivious to Andrei's presence inside. Then Andrei approached a watch counter. The gleaming glass display clearly reflected the figures behind him. He spotted a man in a leather jacket lingering near a section of mountain bike helmets, an area devoid of mirrors. Andrei cast a sidelong glance at the man, noticing his body slightly angled. Opposite him lay a highly reflective sheet of metal. So that's it. Andrei chuckled inwardly at himself, having briefly mistaken the man for a genuine customer. Andrei picked up a watch and strode toward the mountain bike helmet section. The man remained motionless, continuing to inspect the helmets. Just then a man with a gold chain approached, heading toward the pen section. His path intersected directly with Andrei's intended route. Andrei regarded the man without a hint of panic. He walked over casually, slipping his right hand into his pocket, where he placed a small piece of paper, scratched it a few times with his fingernail, then released it, feigning nonchalance as he continued. In the instant he passed the man, Andrei's hands darted into the man's trouser pocket with blinding speed. His index finger brushed against a small object. Andrei entertained no further thought, nor did he have the time. He swiftly pinched the object between his index and middle fingers and withdrew it. The man was oblivious to the act, yet an instinctual alarm in his mind signaled that something was amiss. Thus he executed a subtle sidestep, attempting to evade Andrei's covert maneuver. Though uncertain, he was certain of its occurrence. This reaction only confirmed to Andrei that these were the individuals tailing him since the opera house. A faint glint flashed in his blood-red eyes. His right hand stealthily retrieved a small round tracking device from his pocket, and feigning avoidance, he pressed the tracker directly onto the junction of the man's shirt and trousers. Having completed these minor tasks, Andrei accidentally knocked over a box brimming with pins. The clatter of pins colliding, the sound of them kissing the floor, echoed through the space. Yet the man possessed formidable composure. Unfazed, he merely crouched down to help gather the scattered pins. Andrei cast a glance at the man with his blood-red eyes, his peripheral vision catching the leather-clad figure stealthily approaching. Andrei chuckled inwardly, lowering his head to pick up pins. Then he orchestrated another accident. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted an individual approaching, as if to assist. Andrei kept his head down. As the man drew near, Andrei turned abruptly. The man paused, and Andrei once again covertly retrieved an object from his pocket, pressed a button, and the object instantly elongated. The man, caught off guard, tripped. A resounding thud echoed. Due to the angle, he toppled directly onto the gold chain-wearing man. The gold chain man's expression finally shifted, but before he could react, the other man collapsed onto him. And given that he was rather portly, the weight was suffocating. A puff broke the silence, the sound of flatulence. The surroundings fell into an abrupt hush. Even as a seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agent with a thick skin, he wished at that moment for the ground to swallow him whole. Such an embarrassing scene would be mortifying even in the privacy of one's home, let alone in public. Seizing the moment of the man's distraction, Andrei picked up a pen, discreetly uncapped it, and scribbled something illegible on the fallen man's clothing before rising to his feet. He took 2 steps, then turned back, fixing his blood-red gaze directly on the man in the leather jacket. "Excuse me, have you lost something?" Andrei stated calmly. "Yes, I'm certain I lost it here. If you could find it, I would be immensely grateful." The man in the leather jacket replied. "No need to worry. I believe the gentleman with the gold chain has already located what you seek. It seems you two are acquainted. I assume he came with you to find your lost item." Andrei regarded the man with keen interest. Well, the gold chain man was momentarily bewildered. What did he mean by that? Nevertheless, he quickly cleared his throat and addressed Andrei directly. "Thank you very much for your assistance. It appears you've encountered some trouble." Will tugged unconsciously at his collar, then added, "Do you require my help?" "I would be most grateful." Andrei extended his right hand. Will paused, then chuckled to himself, offering his left hand. The two shook hands, exchanging smiles. Yet what lay within those smiles, what secrets lurked behind their expressions, was a matter known only to their own hearts. Returning home, Andrei powered on his computer and swiftly logged into an account, certainly not his own. He activated the tracker via software and soon spotted a green blip moving rapidly, but its direction and speed seemed rather peculiar. Moreover, cross-referencing it with the terrain and city map, it appeared to be heading toward a very remote location. What was going on? Could it be? Andrei's expression darkened. Surely it couldn't be as he suspected. Then Andrei noticed the green that was moving in circles, and strangely enough, it seemed to have stopped. The next day, Andrei arrived early at the location. As he had suspected, they must have examined their bodies yesterday and discovered the device. However, this was merely a part of his plan. What they failed to realize was that his objective was not to track their movements or ascertain their motives. That would be of little significance. Andrei's intention was to use them to discern S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stance toward him, whether they deemed him a threat or an ally, and what position they expected him to take. But what position could he possibly hold? What position was there for him to take? Gazing at the lifeless stray cat before him, a peculiar feeling stirred within Andrei's heart. The thin morning sunlight scattered beneath the horizon, casting elongated shadows. The streets were sparsely populated, and the street lamps stood in silent, timeless vigil. This was still New York, the same city that evoked both love and hate, a tapestry of heaven, and held a perpetually bustling New York. Andrei suddenly felt the silhouette of this cat overlap with that of Coffee Bean. He recalled Coffee Bean's timid, apprehensive gaze when they first met, and how it now often cuddled, acted coy, and mewed for attention, all because it had encountered him. Andrei lowered his eyelids, stepped forward slowly, and picked up the pitiful feline. He noticed a platform ahead that bore a faint resemblance to Coffee Bean's bed at home. He surveyed the vacant lot around him and found it somewhat intriguing. A dangerous crimson gleam flashed in Andrei's eyes. His ears twitched, and he took a large stride forward, executing a backflip. With a sharp thwack, a gleaming dart embedded itself in the very spot Andrei had just occupied. Attached to it was a letter. Yet Andrei did not immediately retrieve the letter. After his fierce battle with Iron Monger, he knew he had entered the purview of many, and it was certain that Nick was keeping tabs on him. Andrei performed another somersault, then abruptly hurled a dart at a point 60 degrees to his left. Sparks flew. Andrei threw another dart, and again sparks erupted. 2 cameras installed in the same spot. An ordinary person might have been fooled, but in a sense Andrei was no longer entirely human. Yet the core of his national identity could never be erased. He was, and always would be, a descendant of the dragon. Andrei was certain all cameras were neutralized. A small steel needle flew forth, accompanied by the faint sound of piercing paper. Andrei pulled the string, and the envelope flew directly into his hand. Placing it inside a handkerchief, he leaped onto a building, summoned a black hole, and departed. The distant sunlight bathed the earth, but the shuriken moved eerily a few times before extending several mechanical legs, attempting to flee into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a dagger glinting with cold light flew over. A crisp clash of metal against metal rang out. Sparks flew in all directions. After stumbling a few steps, the shuriken collapsed to the ground, flickered a few times, and directly released a cloud of black smoke. Andrei's figure reappeared in the sky. The breeze tousled his fiery red hair, and with his slightly lowered eyes, he looked exceedingly eerie. Gazing at the robot still flickering with sparks, he murmured, "Nice try, but you forgot I studied psychology. Don't bother trying to use psychology against me, it's pointless." Then he summoned a black hole and vanished completely. Back home, Andrei lay quietly on the lounge chair on the outdoor balcony. The spider plant beside him hung its leaves lazily, and the small fish in the aquarium swam leisurely. The system's voice echoed in his mind: mission, save Tony Stark status, completed, reward issued, mission, defeat Ironmonger status, completed, reward issued. Why was the reward delayed until now? Andrei silently asked in his heart. The final interpretation right belongs to the system. Andrei turned to look at the distant sea sparkling with ripples. Sails moved slowly in the distance. A few nearby residents were fishing, and several lovely children were chasing and playing. What a lively scene. The world of the wealthy was always so bustling, but to Andrei, it was merely too noisy. Andrei quietly watched those people from his balcony. Coffee Bean tucked his little paws under his fluffy belly. Andrei, on the other hand, was contemplating his gains and losses over the past few days. In hindsight, his combat skills were already exceptional, but through a series of battles, he knew he was still far from enough. These days, he had to pit not only his courage, but also his wits, especially against the global behemoth S.H.I.E.L.D. They had certainly taken notice of him, and his identity had been exposed. Andrei looked at the small object in his hand. It had a metallic texture seemingly made of steel, and its fine craftsmanship made it look very exquisite. Andrei put the small item away, picked up his coffee bean, and silently asked the system, "Can you conjure a motorcycle? I want to go for a ride." "No, not until after an upgrade. The condition for upgrading is collecting several Pandora plates. It is hoped that the host will work hard and not think about enjoying himself during the arduous startup phase." Then the system's voice fell silent. Left with no choice, Andrei bought a sleek and handsome silver motorcycle. As for the brand, Andrei naturally couldn't say, but it still stung a bit. However, to make it even cooler, he modified it, referring to Caesar's motorcycle for the specific design. Andrei chose a highway in the American West. The terrain was open and sparsely populated, perfect for him and Coffee Bean to go wild, though Coffee Bean might not enjoy the frenzy. The wind blew Andrei's dark red hair back, the sunlight reflecting a crimson hue. A blood-red glint flickered in his eyes, making them look even more sinister under the sun. As for Coffee Bean, the wind carried his faint cries. His coffee-colored ears were pressed flat against his round head by the wind, and his soft, fluffy fur was blown backward. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white. "Hey, handsome partner, you've got some skills. Want to join me for a ride?" The roar of a motorcycle sounded, accompanied by a voice. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Andrei could hardly believe his ears. That voice, just now, could it be? Andrei turned around to see Eddie's beaming face. He was wearing a jacket, a black one, that looked profound under the bright sunlight. Andrei saw him and knew he was probably elated and glowing because he had received the letter of selection. It was hard to imagine that the face filled with hatred in the previous Spider-Man 3 movie could overlap with this one. Andrei took off his helmet, revealing a smile, and said, "Sure. Eddie, let's have some fun." Seeing Andrei take off his helmet and reveal that familiar face, Eddie was stunned. Although Andrei wore a warm smile, Eddie was just a young man in his early 20s, if one could say that, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Eddie scratched his head, his expression somewhat awkward. A man's ambition lies beyond the horizon. Only by leaving the forest of steel and the orderly streets and coming to the Wild West can one feel how insignificant one truly is. "Didn't you just invite me to play? Willing to join me?" Andrei said with a smile. Eddie looked at his future boss, squeezed out what he thought was a pleasant smile, and said, "Sure." Dust rose behind the motorcycle's rear wheel, and the rumbling sound gradually echoed across the wilderness. The sun slowly slanted westward, turning colder. A world of yellow earth, yellow withered grass, yellow air, yellow sun, yellow clouds, and 2 yellow figures. Andrei patted the dust off his clothes. Eddie hurried over, but Andrei said it wasn't necessary. Watching the sun half hidden by the horizon, Andrei turned his head one side of his face in shadow, the other in sunlight. "Eddie, did you have fun today?" Eddie stopped mid-motion, looked at Andrei's figure, and said it was really enjoyable. "I didn't expect the boss to be so passionate." "How old do you think I am?" "I'm still young. I have the demeanor and vitality of a young man. By the way, what do you think of Peter?" "I feel he's a bit irritable." "Oh, how so?" "He's been irritable lately. For example, this morning he knocked over my water, spilling it on me, and didn't say a word, didn't even glance at me. I remember others saying he wasn't like this before. You bothered to know that. I have no choice. To adapt to the company early on, I inevitably need to understand things I'd rather not. It's to help me fit in better at the company. After all, everything must be for the company's sake. Of course, saying all this is just to last longer in the company and not get kicked out. Eddie's words were sincere and his eyes were remarkably clear, at least lacking the hatred Andrei had seen in the church in his past lives. Spider-Man 3. It's rare for you to be so honest. It's hard for me to find an honest employee nowadays. Keep up the good work. Oh, the sun is setting. We need to head back. Look, my coffee bean is getting hungry. Eddie paused, looked down at Coffee Bean in Andrei's arms, and saw him curled up in his small palm. Coffee Bean. The lamp flickered like a bean, and the night road stretched long. Andrei put down his teacup because a knock sounded at the door. He opened the door with Coffee Bean following closely. Judging by the knock, it was rhythmic, unhurried, and seemed composed, likely an important figure. Just a possibility. Andrei opened the door to see an energetic old man in a cream-colored work uniform and a red work hat carrying a large case. His collar was pristine and his buttons were neatly done up. Wasn't that Phil Coulson? Why was he here? How had his fame spread so far? He had only fought one battle, and it wasn't even that big a deal. The most significant commotion was when he fought Monger with Iron Man, but he had been disguised then. Wait, could it be? Andrei looked up, his eyelids twitching slightly as he touched the hair behind his ear, something he didn't want to do, but his body did it involuntarily. Hello, can I help you? Hello, I'm the administrative officer for this community. I've heard about the recent series of burglaries here, as you may know. And according to your neighbor's report today, it seems a thief may have entered your room. Though unconfirmed, it's better to be safe. May I come in and take a look? A perfect excuse. If I were a normal person, I might let you in, but I'm not normal. I might not even qualify as a person anymore. Sorry, this is my private matter. Besides, I've heard the situation here isn't as serious as you claim. As for the thief issue, isn't that your problem? I think I should complain about why your property management is so terrible. Damn it, are you using our maintenance fees to pick up girls? I think it's necessary to oversee your management. Andrei said, looking directly at Phil. To deal with such a seasoned veteran, one must strike first. Andrei knew well that he was no match for this white-haired man with his disgustingly professional smile. Sir, we can't predict that. After all, we property managers aren't their accomplices. We can't know their every move. Of course, if the thief were our company's boss, that would be another matter. Phil's smile remained, his tone still gentle. But the veiled threat in his words made Andrei uncomfortable. A faint red glow flickered in his bloodshot eyes, but he quickly lowered his gaze to hide it. Nevertheless, Phil sensed a hint of danger. I'd like to confirm with Mr. Andrei, are you sure no thief has visited your room, or that no valuables are missing? Phil asked. I'm sure, Andrei replied. Well then, Mr. Andrei, please sign here to confirm that everything stated is correct. Andrei glanced at it, then at Phil, and suddenly let out a couple of laughs. No problem. I think my signature is quite decent. Andrei naturally wanted to know why they sought his autograph. From a psychological perspective, a person's micro-expressions, subtle gestures, even their attire, clothing, color, and handwriting can be analyzed through corresponding theories to reveal their personality and state of life. Andrei signed his name with effortless elegance. Phil glanced at the signature on the paper, his professional smile freezing for a moment before he turned to Andrei with a grin. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. I sincerely hope none of your property has been lost, otherwise it would be our dereliction of duty, and we would be filled with endless guilt. Guilt? Spare me. If you felt guilt, Mary next door could swallow a pie bigger than her face in one gulp. The road stretched long. Watching Andrei's figure fade at the intersection on the car window screen, Phil Coulson couldn't help but glance back, but Andrei was already gone without a trace. The road extended endlessly, leading to a cluster of unremarkable, humble little houses. Phil Coulson stepped out of the car, straightened his collar, though it was already pristine, smoothed his hair, and picked up his briefcase to continue forward. He passed a house with a red antenna. Its lightning rod stood tall, and at a 45-degree angle, a weathered eagle with outstretched wings perched. Then a left turn led him into a tidy street. At a red trash can 10 centimeters smaller than usual placed beneath a utility pole, he turned left again and spotted a dilapidated shed. Phil raised a hand in greeting, and a man in a Western-style hat returned the gesture. The man's lips curled slightly as he lifted his worn hat in salute with his left hand. The thick stubble on his chin was instantly revealed. Phil offered a faint smile and continued walking. Ahead stood a signpost. 10 meters away, Phil tilted his head slightly, catching a peculiar reflection that revealed the scene behind in full clarity. Phil saw a red figure arguing incessantly with a green one, a black woman hurrying along with her child in her arms, and a man in a blue shirt holding up a sign that read, "I'm unemployed." Phil had seen this too often, or it was nothing new to him. He kept walking. A right turn brought him to a small coffee shop. He sat in a spot surrounded by greenery, ordered a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, specifying Jamaican Highland beans, and requested 5 creamers and half a serving of sugar. The coffee arrived, promptly matching the usual service speed. Phil examined it, spotting 2 distorted letters on the surface, F and S. How to see it? Simple. Align the spoon handle with the coffee cup's rim, match it with the 3rd white stripe on the cup, and combine that with the saucer's pattern. Phil finished his coffee, tipped the young server $6 as a sign of acknowledgement, then adjusted his collar and stepped out. He continued on, passing a newsstand, turned right, and approached a cross street with a convenience store. Just as he was about to cross, a car sped toward him, as if blind to his presence. Phil's eyes narrowed sharply. The driver's head was slumped to one side. Something was clearly wrong, especially since it was a tanker truck. Phil was far too cautious to be run over so carelessly. He stopped abruptly, grabbed a nearby utility pole with one hand, yanked himself back a step, and hurled the dagger that pierced the tire with a sharp hiss. But the danger wasn't over. He had to contain it tightly to prevent anyone from getting hurt. Just then, Phil spotted a sturdy oak tree by the roadside. Without hesitation, Phil uncoiled his life-saving grappling rope and threw it with nearly all his strength. The hook sank about 8 centimeters into the tree's core, Phil's limit, and he tied the rope with his remaining energy, using a lift knot technique. He strained with both hands to speed up, his fingers trembling slightly, but Phil dared not stop. In those hands might lie the lives of several people. He shaped the rope into an S, gripped the middle, spun it rapidly with his left hand a few times, threaded one end through, and pulled tight. Done. But it was far from secure. Tanker out of control. Tanker out of control. Everyone get out. Don't stay here. It's dangerous. Just then the vehicle sped downhill. Many had already noticed something was wrong, and with Phil's shout, chaos erupted. This is a verb and adjective, not a compound word. Beside him was a dump truck. Phil tried the door. It wouldn't open, so he drew his S-H-I-E-L-D issue pistol and fired. The dump truck's glass shattered. He scrambled inside and hotwired it with S-H-I-E-L-D S master key. He floored it, the engine roaring, black exhaust so thick it blackened a small sapling. The tanker was less than 300 meters away. Phil didn't hesitate. He drove the truck into the middle of the road and reversed. 100 meters. Halfway through reversing. 50 meters. He finished, but didn't know how to escape. Gritting his teeth, Phil fired a shot, shattering the window, and dove out. His black suit fluttered in the wind. A thunderous crash. Metal clashed against metal, screeching against asphalt. Sounds of breaking, screams mingling. Then a spark. Orange-eared flames erupted. The rope snapped cleanly under the strain. Threads of fiber drifted in the air. This rope was S-H-I-E-L-D issue unknown to most, let alone used by them. The utility pole groaned, tilting precariously. But Phil felt no concern. Based on his calculations and past experience, Phil knew the pole would fall onto the tanker, but that posed a risk of cracking it open. So he had brought the dump truck because water was ineffective against such tanker fires, but he could cut off one of the combustion elements, oxygen. The dump truck was knocked aside. A long black tire mark scarred the ground. Screams erupted anew in the street. Debris spilled out as the tanker tipped over, and a small but brilliant spark flew up. Phil knew disaster was imminent. Sure enough, black oil gushed from the overturned tanker, meeting the spark and turning into a slithering serpent of fire. Phil's heart raced. Forgetting any attempt at rescue, he shouted, "Everyone get out now. The tanker's about to ignite. Please leave immediately." By then the fire serpent had engulfed both the dump truck and the tanker. Wounded victims from the tanker's rampage were wailing in pain. Phil remained unmoved. The sound of fire engines meant his job was done. He felt utterly exhausted. He couldn't recall the last time he'd been this tired. This work had brought him such fatigue countless times. Phil watched silently. Suddenly he felt a sting in his hand. Looking down, he saw a long gash on his palm, bleeding steadily. When had that happened? Why hadn't he felt it? The red fire truck arrived quickly. The situation was better than expected. No catastrophic scene, just some disorder. Damaged trees, flower beds, and signposts needed repair, but Phil had no time for such things. He had more important matters to attend to. He continued walking, spotting an ordinary house indistinguishable from others on the street, even a bit shabby. Phil paid it no mind. He pushed open the door, entered the second room on the right, inserted a screwdriver into the doorknob, and with a faint click, a crack appeared. He pulled a small steel shim from his briefcase, inserted it, bent it, and a dull sound echoed from within the door. The doorknob and keyhole came away entirely, revealing a keypad. Phil lowered his gaze and rapidly entered the code with both hands, then pressed enter. The left wall split open, revealing a fingerprint scanner. Phil stepped over, attached a thin fingerprint film to his thumb, and pressed it. Green light confirmed. Phil looked up at the detector above, which scanned his iris. Green flashed again. Phil straightened his collar and stepped into the slowly opening room. A secret outpost, one of many. Finding the place empty, Phil entered the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, and tossed them into the trash. He washed his face, treated his wound, and scrubbed himself clean to ensure no trace of anything remained that might reveal the location while also erasing any evidence. An hour later, Phil emerged vibrant and spirited. His usual demeanor, but the security here gave him the strength to carry on. "You're here," Phil said. "But how did you find out?" "It was easy to guess. For instance, when you come in, you always make the atmosphere as charming as yourself, while another person brings a sense of gravity. That's my way of reading it." "Damn, how are you so sharp?" "Boring. Anyway, how's the intelligence gathering?" "I think we need more input. The target's tricky." "No problem. But do you know who I am?" A playful voice rang out. "Were you the one directly above Andrei?" Phil Coulson said with a smile. The figure in the darkness gradually emerged under the warm yellow light, dressed in a suit and leather shoes with a crew cut and piercing eyes, while the Swiss watch on his wrist exuded understated elegance. "How did you know?" Jimmet said. "Simple, I know all your moves. For instance, you'd surely tidy up our secret meeting spot upon arrival. You also know I like to place a strand of hair on the doorknob. Though you're aware of it, I'm certain you'd remove it. Many people have that habit, but how did you know I'd come here?" "Because of one of your habits. You have a moderate callus on your right thumb, and you're quite fond of art. Coincidentally, there's an artwork in this room. I took a look, and there's a fingerprint in a specific spot. Care to guess where it is?" "Perhaps you're thinking the same as me." Phil's smile remained, but his words carried a pointed edge. "You mentioned a tricky issue. Let's hear it, and I hope I can help within my abilities, of course." Jimmet countered in kind. At this, Phil's expression turned serious, his professional smile vanishing. He said to Jimmet, "For this matter, I believe it's necessary to speak with the information we've gathered. We can continue inside the room, given the gravity of this intelligence, which must not be leaked." Seeing Phil's sudden solemnity, Jimmet ceased his provocations and said, "All right, let's enter the secret chamber." Approaching the bookshelf, Jimmet scanned the books, pulled out a few, and after a sequence of manipulations, pushed them back. Then a book on the second shelf jutted out slightly. Jimmet extracted that book and said to Phil with a grin, "This book is called The Weaknesses of Human Nature. Everyone has their own flaws." Then bending down, he pressed his right thumbprint. The bookshelf slowly parted from the middle. Jimmet pushed open the door and said to Phil, "You may enter now. There should be no strands of your hair inside. Speaking of which, I think Agent Phil should pay more attention to your hair issue. After all, a receding hairline isn't something everyone can accept calmly. Of course, if you're fortunate enough to have a head as shiny as a mirror, then Agent Phil, you can dismiss my words as mere nonsense. But I believe you wouldn't do that." Phil ignored Jimmet entirely and walked straight to a chair to sit down. But unexpectedly, the chair legs began to slide downward, causing the entire seat to shorten by half. Caught off guard, Phil stumbled and nearly fell, but a cup of coffee on the table toppled over. The brown coffee spilled across the entire coffee table, winding its way down. "Phil, I'm terribly sorry. This is a chair I specially designed originally for my cat. I was worried the chair was too high and the cat might fall. Please forgive me." Jimmet panicked. He knew exactly who Phil was. Bickering was one thing, but this was a serious matter. Phil, however, was completely unfazed. He simply patted his clothes, smoothed out the wrinkles, and sat in another chair, saying, "It's fine. I heard Andrei is the one we need to focus on lately. It seems he also likes cats. What do you think about that?" Jimmet handed Phil a cup of coffee. Phil took it, brought it to his lips, and took a sip. After Phil had taken a sip of coffee, Jimmet said, "As far as I know, Andrei's cat was picked up by him after the alley fight that night. Hard to imagine, but it's true. And its eyes, they turned blood red after that same night." "How do you know so much?" "Because Andrei was a former Navy SEL, and an outstanding one at that. Naturally, he requires more attention. I believe Agent Phil should understand that." Jimmet said, his attitude much better than before. "Indeed, that's thoughtful of you," Phil said. "How's the intelligence gathering?" "Quite extensive. Tell me everything, don't leave out any details." "Well, during the fight in the alley earlier, Andrei threw dust to repel the enemies, but that also put us at a disadvantage. After the fight ended, we found this in a trash can." "What is it?" "A handkerchief." "What color?" "Red." "Red. Generally, people who like red are confident about life, but their personality tends to be irritable, yet optimistic." "Is that the case?" Phil said. "Should be," Jimmet said. "You like cats. What breed is yours?" Phil suddenly changed the subject. Jimmet was taken aback, then smiled. "My cat is the Garfield you often see on TV, a Persian cat. It has a great temperament, very quiet." "Why not get a dog? Dogs are more fun, always licking you." Phil said. "Dogs are affectionate, but too much so. To be honest with you, Agent Phil, I used to have a dog at home, a husky. I'm sure you know about the destructiveness of that breed. For example, when I came home, my dog, I called him Wit, would jump on me and lick me with his big, red, warm tongue. At first I enjoyed it, but later it became annoying. Eventually, because of the severe destruction at home, which I'm sure Agent Phil understands, I gave him away." Phil gave him a sympathetic look and said in a gentler tone, "So how do you find cats?" Jimmet stroked the Garfield's fur. The cat wagged its tail and let out a soft meow. Jimmet said, "I feel cats are different from other pets. They have their own autonomy. They're not overly clingy, nor do they try to please. Cats are proud, but also resilient. Then what kind of person do you think Andrei is? He's probably like his cat. But one thing about him, he's ruthless and shows no mercy, though not absolutely so. It depends on his mood and attitude. In a way, he's still like a cat, never soft-hearted with his prey, with a temperament as capricious as a cat's. So was that information deliberately left by him? Probably. The scene fell into a brief silence. The cat lounged lazily in the slanted sunlight streaming in through the window. The window's grid cast long shadows on the floor. The coffee cup on the table shimmered with the sun's color. The pothose on the windowsill glistened with the reflection of life in the sunlight. Half in the sunlight, half in the shadow, it was hazy and indistinct. A gentle breeze quietly rustled the pothos, stirring the clothes of Jimmet and Phil, lifting their hems slightly. "Do you feel cold?" Jimmet said. "A bit." "Didn't you close the window?" Phil said. "But I clearly remember closing it," Jimmet said, stroking the Garfield's head. Just then the cat suddenly jumped down and scurried off. "Were you talking about me, eh?" Andrei's figure appeared outside the window, blocking all the light from the pothos, his heavy shadow cast on the ground. "You're here. How could I not come? Any longer, and who knows what trouble might brew. By the way, your Garfield is lovely. I like it." Andrei looked at Jimmet with his blood-red eyes. In the shadow, those eyes were eerily calm. But both Jimmet and Phil knew this was the calm before the storm. Their situation was not like seagulls or reefs, but rather two dilapidated little boats lost in the eye of a storm. "I sought him out, and he volunteered the information." Phil suddenly stepped forward. "I know." And then, Andrei's tone was calm, but his blood-red eyes turned to fix on Phil. "So, I believe there should be a distinction between primary and secondary offenders." Phil continued. "Go on." Andrei drew his dagger and ran his fingers along the blade. Sunlight reflected off it, casting a yellow light onto Phil's face, dazzling him. "First, I think I should be the one with the greatest guilt. But based on what I said earlier, Jimmet shouldn't deserve death. And regardless, Jimmet is your superior. You should know that." Phil said. "Yes, he is my superior, and I respect him. He helped me a lot when I first retired from the SEALs. But," Andrei paused, then continued, "that's no reason for him to investigate and analyze me. People cannot justify their own mistakes by citing others' errors. That's absurd, incorrect, and infuriating. I think Socrates would understand this better than me. Perhaps you can go ask him. He might give you the answers you seek." Andrei finished calmly. Hearing the first part, Phil breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing the latter, he felt a chill run down his spine. "I know your plan. Give me a standard in advance, confess your guilt to lessen someone else's, and finally appeal to my emotions to soften my heart. I must say you're truly a master negotiator, or perhaps a polymath. But don't forget that's your standard, not mine. It might work on ordinary people or the soft-hearted, but using it on me is somewhat inappropriate." Andrei added. He raised the knife in his hand, its blade glinting coldly, and pointed the tip at Phil. "Do you have anything else to add?" "No, I have one more question, and I hope you can answer it." Andrei glanced at Phil, then turned to look at his superior, nodding. "Erase the thing, how did you discover our current location?" Phil said. This was the part that puzzled him the most, a question that had baffled Phil. He prided himself on his counter-surveillance skills, yet how had Andrei managed to find him? "Sir, you must know that I am a member of the Navy SEALs." "I'm sure you're aware of that," Andrei said. "That still doesn't explain how this happened. I've evaded men like that before. Believe me, they might have been even better than you. Yet you still managed to track me down." Phil said. "Nothing is impossible, sir. You were walking on the ground, but I was watching you from the sky, circling around in loops. It was quite amusing." Andrei chuckled softly. "How did you fly into the sky? My detectors didn't pick up anything abnormal up there." Phil glanced at Andrei, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Don't you know about my black hole ability?" "That's already the second question. Is there anything else you'd like to add?" Andrei's tone was indifferent, the dagger in his hand glinting coldly. Phil knew it was a Damascus blade, very likely a custom piece. Phil suddenly smiled, then laughed. "Of course, no problem, Andrei. But you must understand this is how we always work. Monitoring you was my superior's order. I had no choice. After all, I'm not as free as you are, nor as carefree. It's all about duty and obligation. Your words are true, and I believe them all. But that's not a reason to let you go. If you can give me a reasonable explanation, then I'll consider it. After all, for me, leveraging the benefits you bring is a better choice than killing you." The words were blunt, almost directly stating the need for bribes and favors. But in Phil's eyes, benefits equated to advantages. With the formidable backing of S.H.I.E.L.D., almost nothing was insurmountable. "What do I need to do?" Phil said. "You just need to write a letter to your dear director. Don't tell me you can't contact him. That's your problem to solve." "What should I write?" Phil said. 5 kilograms of vibranium. That's my bottom line, and it's my demand, not a negotiation. You can guess my mood right now. Also, don't let me catch you monitoring me again. Otherwise, the compensation won't be as light as this," Andrei added. Phil wanted to say that the ransom was already exorbitantly high. As Andrei knew, vibranium was one of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe, also known as sound-absorbing steel. Its uniqueness lay in its relatively static molecular structure, making it not only indestructible, but also resistant to heat and kinetic energy. In the Avengers, many heroes' equipment and weapons were forged from vibranium. For instance, the suits of Black Panther and Killmonger, later Captain America's shield, and his best friend Bucky's arm. "Sir, this isn't very gentlemanly of you," Phil remarked. He knew his immediate danger was temporarily resolved, but only temporarily. Once the ransom arrived, he could return. Whether I'm a gentleman or not doesn't require others' judgment. Aren't some people very gentlemanly? What do you think, Phil? Gentlemen are gentlemen. Ooh, I am myself. I just need to be true to myself. I can't learn gentlemanly manners, nor do I want that disgusting demeanor. Have you finished the letter? Andrei lowered his eyes, but the dagger in his hand remained ready. It's done. Let me see. Scanning it briefly, Andrei nodded. You didn't try anything tricky. Seems like you're being honest. I know you have people around. You can send the letter out, or you can try to escape. That's your choice. But I'm not sure if I'll take out my frustration on those still here. I also believe you won't do that. Good luck. And be careful not to run into another runaway tanker truck, or I'll have to ask your director for my vibranium. Andrei added. The envelope was passed out through the window. Andrei looked around the room, then at Phil, who was just sitting down. You really went to great lengths. All sorts of counter-surveillance, anti-tracking measures, and countless protection personnel along the way. Yet after all that circling, you ended up back at this cafe. I heard you like Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee. I don't know if it's good or not. What do you think, Phil? Andrei didn't know why, but seeing Phil made him want to chatter on. Perhaps it was a habit from his past life. Regardless, he had a good impression of Phil, especially his sense of responsibility, effort, and optimism. Compared to others, Phil was actually the person he admired most back in his day. But back then, he was just a slacker wanting to laze around and hope for a lottery win of 5 million. Though it was utterly unrealistic, and every trip to the lottery shop ended in disappointment. His biggest win was 1,000 yuan. He bought a pair of shoes and still had to chip in extra money. Not bad. It has a taste of the mountains and an exotic flair. Although I know you're trying to make conversation to get familiar with me, I have to say your strategy succeeded, but also failed. Tell me, does this coffee taste better with creamer? No, it's a personal habit, just like your love for cats. Look, that guy curled up in the corner pretending to be invisible also loves cats. His favorite thing every day is to brag to his friends, and one of them, about how obedient his cat is today, how cute it acts. Andrei turned his head and saw Jimmy, who was pretending to be invisible, huddled in the corner, truly acting like he wasn't there. Is this your cat? Jimmy looked at Andrei, his former subordinate, and nodded frantically. Is this a Persian cat? Very nice. Andrei stroked Jimmy's cat, which meowed softly. Persian cats have a very gentle temperament. Moonlight flowed like water, and dreams were as sweet as a beautiful night. The clear moonlight shone on the lush green grass. A figure in green was sprinting wildly, and ahead lay a net. He shook the net vigorously, finding it impenetrable. Glancing back, several white lights were searching everywhere, clearly for him. He looked at the item in his hand, then at the necklace around his neck. Stamping his foot, he grabbed the gaps in the net with hands like eagle claws and pulled with all his might. He kicked off with his legs. The cushion of the grass muffled any sound. He climbed step by step, moving swiftly, reached the top, saw an open space below, and without a second thought, jumped straight down. Lights flickered. Several bright beams swept over, but caught no trace. A few people muttered, each coming up with excuses like he must have run off, or someone else probably caught him. Reasons even they couldn't believe, and headed back. He kept running, then, plop. The man vanished. Beneath the concrete, the surroundings were steep. He tried but found it impossible to climb out. The concrete walls were incredibly steep. He exerted all his strength, tried several times, and finally laid down in defeat. Suddenly a blinding white light flared up. The abrupt brightness made him squint, and he raised his left hand to shield his eyes. Though it did little good, it gave him some psychological comfort. Then a dull mechanical clanking sound began. More sounds joined in, growing louder, more chaotic, yet increasingly rhythmic. He panicked. Then yellow sand rose into the air, blotting out the sky like a plague of locusts. Even the white light turned into a lifeless yellow. The sand stretched endlessly with no trace of the sky. Then everything vanished as if nothing remained. A pile of sand lay within. The bug has been eliminated, a researcher said, adjusting his glasses. He patted his white lab coat. A colleague beside him asked, "Are you sure it's been eradicated?" "Positive. Even the ashes are gone now. This isn't cremation, it's complete annihilation. Continue the experiment." The sand shifted. Then it flowed like water, but instead of flowing downward, it moved upward. Gradually, the current grew larger, coalescing into a faint human silhouette. Then facial features took shape. He slowly stood up, looking at his lifeless arm. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the necklace that had fallen aside. He walked over and picked up the necklace. The moonlight was cool and clear like silver, casting its glow on the necklace, which shimmered faintly in the midnight chill. He clutched the necklace tightly. Delivered so quickly. If S. H. I. E. L. D. Ever goes under you can switch to being couriers. This service speed is truly touching, Andrei praised. Andrei meant it sincerely. In his past life, a certain express delivery company was an industry model with lightning-fast speed. No, this is just a very minor department. We have contingency plans for similar emergencies, Phil said. Then you can go. S-H-I-E-L-D is truly impressive. Speed like the wind and men like the wind, Andrei said. Just asking, did you deliberately cause that car accident? Phil asked out of nowhere. Beside him, Jimmy was terrified, frantically tugging at Phil's sleeve. Why would you think that? Andrei didn't answer directly. Because I felt it was easier to get stuck in that tree and the resistance seemed lower. Maybe there was already something inside that reduced your resistance. But I still think it was you. Feelings don't mean everything. I think my feelings are usually accurate. My feelings are usually wrong, so I only trust what I see and what I know. Seeing isn't always believing. For me, seeing is believing. I'm leaving. The door closed. Jimmy, we can leave now. Phil walked over and said, He's gone. Jimmy said, yes, he's gone, taking a large amount of vibranium with him. I think the director is going to give us a real scolding this time. Phil cleared his throat and said, by the way, how did you know he caused that car accident? Jimmy said, it's simple. Not only because my hook went in easily, I knew that before, but also because of the strangeness of the incident itself. For instance, I knew he would never do anything pointless to harm civilians. I also knew he absolutely wouldn't care about civilians getting hurt or dying, and he had no reason to care. But he is immensely proud, not just because of his pride as a Navy SEL, but because of his pride in himself. You know, he is truly proud. That's why I concluded he did it. He is so proud that he considers killing civilians an insult to himself. Although it was unavoidable this time, no civilians died. Only a few were injured, and their injuries were very minor. Isn't that strange, Jimmy? Not strange at all. He has the right to be proud, and he deserves to be proud. Jimmy said, his stern expression softening. He turned to Phil and said, I'm hungry. Want to go out for a coffee? How about some Jamaican Blue Mountain? I'd love to. Phil smiled. In the darkness of the night, Andrei was shopping at a pet store with his coffee beans. Faced with a variety of cat trees, he felt completely at a loss. The cat trees came in colors like floral red, sky blue, cream, white, golden, yellow. The shopkeeper noticed this strange man standing there for a long time. Seeing Andrei not moving, he found it odd and walked over to say, sir, can I help you with something? No need, I'm just looking. Andrei's tone was indifferent, but the shopkeeper seemed to feel a faint pressure. It was like the feeling he had when, as an office worker, he faced his boss reprimand. Maybe I should let Coffee Bean choose. Andrei set Coffee Bean down. The cat spun around a few times, spotted a cream-white cat tree, jumped directly onto it, and curled up into a ball. Andrei called the shopkeeper over and asked, how much is this? $20, sir. All right. Do you have a bag? A paper bag would be best. I'm not used to plastic ones. All right, that will be an extra $1. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Andrei walked out the door and was about to open his car door when he looked at his hands and realized Coffee Bean was gone. He thought it over. Coffee Bean was very obedient. It wouldn't run off on its own. And he hadn't been anywhere else, just lingered in the pet shop for a while. He returned to the pet store. Excuse me, have you seen my cat? There he is, curled up inside a small fish tank. I tried to get him out, but he absolutely refuses to come out. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble. Seeing Andrei approach, Coffee Bean no longer stayed curled up inside the tank. With a single leap, it jumped out of the fish tank, landing softly on the cream-white floor with its padded paws. Sir, your cat is very beautiful, the shopkeeper said. Coffee Bean's ears twitched towards the shopkeeper. Yes, I think he's adorable too. Andrei gave a rare smile. This cat is quite intelligent. The shopkeeper chuckled. No, he just thinks your flattery is vulgar. Perhaps he's heard it too much. Andrei said, holding his cat, pausing slightly at the door. The shopkeeper. The night was dotted with lights like tiny beans. The streets were quiet after the light rain. This wasn't China. The public order wasn't as good. By day it was a playground, by night it was an arena. New York at night was a chaos and unease you could never imagine. It was best not to wander the streets at night, or you might turn a corner and find a dark hollow gun barrel pressed against your head. In a bar amid the dazzling lights and clamor, Sandman drank alone. These past few days he had figured out his physical condition. Something about his body had changed. He could actually turn into sand. A few days ago he had secretly gone to see his daughter. He found her adorable, but the court's ruling forbade him from seeing her. Yet that had nothing to do with his love for her. Hello, you look a bit down. Do you have something on your mind? Want to talk about it? An old woman with a thick layer of makeup, so thick it looked like clumps of foundation would fall off if you touched it, walked over, a glass in her hand. I'm fine. Sandman swore by the neighbor Mary that he would never have any improper thoughts about a woman like this. Are you sure you don't need to? The old woman persisted. No, thank you. Suppressing his nausea, Sandman took a sip of his drink, trying to calm himself. How boring. Looking at you, I can tell you're not rich. Which rich guy looks like you? Probably kicked out, huh? Got a daughter? Probably not even raising her right. The last syllable had barely left her lips when a massive fist flew over and struck the old woman squarely in the face. Blood gushed from her nose. The warm nosebleed spattered across the table as her body spun from the force. The old woman was stunned. Holding her nose eyes wide, she pointed at Sandman and screamed, "How dare you hit me?" Everyone in the bar, dancers, partiers, drinkers, singers, even some junkies, stopped what they were doing and stared straight at them. "I hit you because you deserved it. What's the matter? A cheap trick like you dares to flaunt yourself? You should take a look in the mirror and see if you have the goods. Hey, don't you think you're going too far? I think you should have a cup of tea, brother, instead of drowning your sorrows here. They say drinking alone is bad for your health." Spider-Man swung in on his web, but his iconic Redan blue suit was gone, replaced by a pitch-black one that looked somewhat out of place under the warm yellow lights. Andrei replied. He knew Spider-Man was asking about his identity. Of course Spider-Man recognized him. They had already fought once. Andrei's deep voice rang out. Looking over, they saw Andrei's golden-dread figure at the entrance holding his signature steam knife. His entire body emitted a faint red glow. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know that. All you need to know is to stay out of this," Andrei replied. He knew Spider-Man was asking about his identity. Of course Spider-Man recognized him. They had already fought once. "Never know until you try. Don't underestimate me." Spider-Man leaped up. Reaching out, he shot black webbing. Andrei didn't dodge at all. He simply swung his steam knife. A blue blade shot forth. The webbing was instantly torn apart. Spider-Man jumped. He landed on the counter. The blade's momentum didn't diminish, it struck the counter directly. A tearing sound. The counter shattered into pieces. Spider-Man stared gravely at the destroyed counter, flipped over, spun, and leaped. A massive vase flew over. Andrei threw a punch. A crisp shattering sound rang out as shards flew everywhere. A torrent of fragments scattered everywhere. The immense energy propelled the ceramic shards, which struck glasses, pillars, and walls. Glasses exploded on impact. The pillars were covered in scratches of all kinds, and a few shards were even embedded in them. The walls fared no better, bearing marks from all sorts of debris. Spider-Man made a swift turn, then reached out and fired another web shot. Andrei didn't want to get tangled up with him. The system's voice rang out. Mission name: Rescue Sandman. Mission completion: Reward Pandora's box fragment. Suggested time: 2 hours. Drinks were spilled all over the floor and the lights flickered. Andrei spun around and swung his steam knife. A blue light surged forward with overwhelming force. Spider-Man's spider sense screamed a warning. Without a second thought, he pulled over a huge bookshelf to block the attack. The moment the blade aura touched it, the bookshelf disintegrated into pieces of various sizes. Spider-Man was forced to shoot another web, intending to leap away and find a better position to fight. But how could Andrei let him have his way? Another blade aura flipped the table, sending a bright candle crashing to the floor. The floor was already soaked with various high-proof liquors from the earlier fight. The moment they touched, the sparks of fire erupted. Sandman stood to the side, utterly bewildered. "I just hit an old woman, and now you two are about to tear this place down." Andrei asked the system again, "Can I use smoke to confuse Spider-Man?" "No." Andrei looked at Spider-Man and said, "Since you insist on opposing me, then you must pay the price." Then with a flicker of movement, he was right in front of Spider-Man. Andrei threw a massive punch. Spider-Man didn't react in time and was hit, blood spurting from his nose. Spider-Man winced in pain. Since the symbiote had bonded with him, his personality had become much more violent. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he fired a web and swung away. He vanished. Andrei was caught off guard, or rather he hadn't expected Spider-Man to simply disappear like that. But that didn't mean Andrei was out of options. Andrei immediately took out his flute and blew into it. Echolocation. Someone was in the upper left. Andrei pulled out his transformation smoke gun. Using the steam knife for too long was boring. He assembled the smoke gun and smoke sword together, directly loading a full energy cartridge. He pulled the trigger. A rocket-type homing missile shot out. Spider-Man had no idea how Andrei had found him, but he knew he had to act. He was in grave danger. He leaped. But the homing missile had a tracking feature. Spider-Man didn't understand why, but he had to get rid of it immediately. He shot his webbing, leaped, and charged straight towards Andrei. Andrei glanced at Spider-Man, then pushed off with his legs to dodge Spider-Man's tactic. Just then he felt a tightness around him. He couldn't move. Not bad, but it's not enough. Andrei strained and pushed his arms outward. The black webbing was torn apart. The homing missile followed. "If that's the case, I have no choice." A fierce light flashed in Spider-Man's eyes. He leaped and flew straight towards the building's support beam. "Andrei, do you have to be so desperate? I just want to take Sandman away. Time to go." Andrei turned to Sandman and said. Then an explosion roared. A deafening sound echoed through the place. A yellow light filled the entire bar along with debris. Andrei looked around and said, "Seems like things have gotten a bit complicated." Andrei surveyed the surroundings, feeling the destruction was a bit excessive. The rumbling noise almost filled the entire area. Andrei felt nothing, he just found it very noisy. He wondered how Venom was doing. Would With all this heat and fire would it? Mission name Rescue Sandman. Mission status complete. Mission reward Pandora's box fragment. Delivered. Detected excessive items on the host. Would you like to activate the system's hidden space? Activate, Andrei said in his mind. Hidden space activated. Usage instructions have been transmitted to the host's mind. Andrei ignored it. The most important thing now was to rescue Spider-Man because the system had issued another mission rescue Spider-Man. This constant shifting made Andrei very uncomfortable, giving him a feeling that things were beyond his control. Black smoke filled the room, but no one had trouble breathing. In a way, Andrei could no longer be considered a person, and killing no longer felt like the act of a person either. Why did you save me? No reason. Andrei dropped these words and started to leave, then paused and said, if I must give a reason, it's that you still have some use to me worth saving. Andrei leaped. A red figure shot upwards. The scene inside was one of rubble and ruin. Andrei walked in slowly and saw Spider-Man lying there sprawled out like a dead character. What's so defeated already, eh? Andrei taunted. Just then Spider-Man suddenly sprang up and threw a massive punch. Andrei leaned back slightly, then took out his equipment and transformed it into a steam rifle. He quickly loaded a full cartridge and pulled the trigger. Steam shot. XX. A white light appeared and a powerful energy bullet flew out instantly. Boom. A tremendous sound filled the room, which was like a ruin. Spider-Man clutched his head. The strategy seemed to be working. He loaded another cartridge and fired. Light filled the entire ruin, and the rumbling sound drowned out everything around. At that moment, Venom instantly flew out of Spider-Man's body, transforming into a massive black shadow. Andrei watched quietly as the shadow, like thick black ink, threatened to drag him into its darkness. It grew larger and larger, the tendrils of Venom stretching out as if they could grow infinitely, becoming bigger and taller. Its moon-white eyes stared at Andrei as if they could devour him whole. Upon seeing such venom, Andrei knew he must remain calm. In his past life, he had witnessed this symbiote in the movie Spider-Man 3. It left a deep impression on him, not only because of Spider-Man's sleek black suit, but also due to the yearning for power he once felt. But now that sensation was gone. All that remained in Andrei's heart was a sense of nostalgia. Watching the symbiote continuously swell and grow, Andrei felt he had to do something. Spotting a ring of steel pipes nearby, Andrei leaped directly, bending his legs, then springing to land beside them. He scooped up a pipe, his wings propelling him skyward, and then hurled the pipe down. It struck the tiles directly. The pipe quivered slightly, followed by a relentless barrage of pipes flying over each one like the symbiote's most lethal weapon, causing its form to shrink by half. Andrei was still unsatisfied. He attempted to ignite flames, but his hands held no fire. Yet this did not trouble Andrei. With a swift turn, he kicked off the ground and leaped. A blood-red streak of light arced across the sky as Andrei brandished his transformation steam rifle, loading a full bottle. He pulled the trigger. A homing missile shot forth. Still feeling uncertain, Andrei performed a backflip. Before the light projectile reached the symbiote, he struck the steel pipes once more. The crisp clang of metal against metal echoed. Andrei's momentum did not wane. He continued his fierce clatter. It was then that Spider-Man awoke. What's going on? Spider-Man said. If you can figure out why you're here without a stitch of clothing, you might understand what's happening. Andrei spoke calmly, using Evol's original voice, making it impossible for Spider-Man to recognize him as the colleague he envied and resented. So you know? Spider-Man said. I've known all along. I said I know you, but you've never known me. This situation applies now as well. Andrei's hands did not relent. The crisp sounds continued like a beautiful piano melody. So, don't worry, it's Noth. The light projectile flew over, arriving with unmatched speed. Andrei looked at the greatly diminished symbiote, his gaze lowering slightly. Then he suddenly lifted his head and said, Peter, do you know where this came from? You know my name is Peter? Yes. I don't know. It was unclear which question he was answering. It's the dark side of your heart, Andrei said slowly. But it's completely gone now, isn't it? Yes. But what I'm trying to say is you and I are both rivals. Speaking to me like this, do you have ulterior motives? You overthink things. I've never had any interest in you. The reason I taught you a lesson was that you were in my way. Andrei looked at Spider-Man. By the way, have you finished the press release you need for tomorrow? I recall that new guy is more diligent than you. Don't forget what you're supposed to do. How do you know? I just threw it out there and you admitted it yourself. You're such a naive kid. Outside, lightning and thunder began. The sky was ink blue. A bolt struck with a deafening roar, illuminating the opposite wall in stark white. Mission complete. He'll be going now. Please step aside. You're blocking my way. Andrei pushed past Spider-Man. Wait, what's your relationship with Andrei? You'll find out in time. Goodbye, little one. I think we might meet again. Andrei kicked off, vanishing into the boundless night, his entire form swallowed by the darkness. Spider-Man suddenly felt something drip onto his forehead. Wiping it away, he found it was a drop of water. Is it raining on? Another raindrop fell into Spider-Man's palm. He looked at it and murmured softly, "It is indeed raining. Probably a heavy downpour." Back home, Andrei felt he had made a mistake somewhere. As for the exact reason, he couldn't pinpoint it. Could it be that egg? At that moment, Andrei took the symbiote out of his system space. Watching it writhe and churn, he pondered how to deal with it. Burn it? It seemed a pity. Throw it away? That also felt regrettable. It was a question worth pondering. "Andrei, are you there? Mister, Tony invites you to an event, quite a significant one. Do you want to go?" A small robot on a letter repeated Tony's invitation. It was an invitation to attend one of his press conferences. Andrei certainly needed to go, not only because Iron Man owed him a favor, but also because he wanted the smartest man in this Marvel world to do something for him. Andrei glanced at the symbiote, then at the window. He grabbed a coat and headed out. The venue was packed. The chairs were draped in red cloth, and on the tables were dark red wine. Spotless crystal goblets reflected the hall's lights. Andrei sat alone, holding a goblet filled with plain water. "Andrei, I'm sure you can't guess what's about to happen. But I suggest you try. I believe you'll be astonished when I reveal the answer." Tony walked over, holding a glass of red wine. "Did you handle the last matter?" Andrei said. "Handled? That has nothing to do with my question. Please answer my question, sir," Tony said with a serious expression. "Given your situation, especially the venue setup, your earlier suggestion that I buy your company's stock when it's low, and your claim that you could send it soaring, the only thing I can imagine is you revealing your identity as Iron Man." "Oh, damn. How did you guess? Too boring. But that's the truth. Did you buy my company's stock?" "Sorry, no. I'm not interested. God, there are people in this world who don't like dollars. That's absurd. I think you should take the stage instead of commenting on whether I should take your money." "Fine. I used to doubt your sanity. Now I'm certain." Tony shook his head, then nodded, indicating he understood. In another lounge, Agent Phil took out a speech draft and said to Pepper, "Just read this aloud. We'll handle the rest." Pepper took the draft, skimmed it, and placed it on the table. "Isn't this too official? I doubt Tony would like this kind of speech. Also, have you met or contacted that guy in the red armor? We're truly grateful to him. Without him, I think Tony would have been in grave danger. If you do know him, please let us know. We'll offer our sincerest thanks and blessings." Coulson's tone remained unchanged, but he looked up at the ceiling and said, "We don't know either, given the chaos of the situation at the time. And we value freedom. Installing cameras on the streets would be unwise and off-putting. Besides, I believe with Tony's intelligence and tech, he's already hacked into government systems to find that person, hasn't he? Yeah. If you find any leads, please inform us. We'd be most grateful." Just then, Tony walked over, picked up the speech draft, glanced at it, and frowned. "Isn't this too official? And I said I'd stop selling weapons. So what's with this robot? Didn't Obadiah just disappear? What's missing here?" The explanation is this research rarely yields quick results. Isn't it normal for studies to take years or decades? Phil paused briefly, then continued gently. "As for Obadiah, he's still alive. He's vacationing in Bali. But I believe there'll be a plane crash reported in a few days." Tony frowned non-committally, feeling mentally exhausted. Talking to someone like this was more draining than doing research. After all that talk, you only heard what they wanted you to hear. What they didn't want to say, whether in expression, tone, or action, was all fake, yet convincingly real. Tony raised his hand, and Pepper led him to the podium. Colonel Rhodes was already up there, rambling on in a very official tone. Andrei understood. At that moment, he was Colonel Rhodes, not Tony's friend, nor simply Rhodes, just an official U.S. spokesman. After Colonel Rhodes finished his speech, Tony took the stage. Andrei saw clearly. Tony glanced at the speech draft, cast a sidelong look at Phil, then flipped it over to the blank reverse side. So it was just like before. Tony casually placed the draft on the podium. Watching his actions, Phil suddenly had a very bad feeling. "I am Iron Man." The room fell silent. Then, like a drop of cold water into boiling oil, it erupted. Countless flashes flickered, endless questions and shouts intertwined, nearly lifting the roof. One person even poured cold water over his own head to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Phil's signature professional smile vanished. His face became expressionless, his drooping eyelids trying to mask his inner disappointment, but his overall demeanor betrayed his turmoil. Phil lowered his head and spoke into the portable communicator at his collar. "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. The mission has failed. I think we need to start handling the aftermath. Sir, Tony has publicly admitted he is Iron Man in front of many people, including Andrei and a bunch of American journalists, those champions of freedom. I understand. It's not your fault. It's mainly Tony's problem. Haven't you heard of his reputation and legends? Every woman on the cover of fashion magazines spends a night in his bed. That's a fact, not an exaggeration." Nick said flatly. "I am Iron Man." This declaration, propelled by the internet and major media outlets, spread across the world in an instant. Within a remarkably short span of time, countless individuals became aware that the man known to the public as a playboy was in fact Iron Man. Incredible. Online, the video of Iron Man uttering those words amassed over 10 million views in no time at all, and its popularity continued to surge rapidly. The stock market mirrored this frenzy. Many had already lost all reason, driven by greed, snapping up shares of Stark Industries on sight. Society is an interconnected whole where every industry is linked. Consequently, the following phenomena emerged: street vendors near Stark Industries multiplied, hotel rates skyrocketed, street repairs by municipal workers became far more frequent, and even the crime rate in the vicinity increased. All because of the influx of people and the magnitude of the sensation. Yet the glory was Tony's, and the troubles were his as well. All that remained for oneself was a cup of coffee. When Andrei brought out his newly concocted dish, if it could even be called that, the coffee bean vanished in an instant, leaving Andrei utterly alone. System, can you improve my culinary skills? Andrei inquired. This system only provides abilities and equipment, anything else falls outside its scope of service. Then silence ensued. Andrei received a phone call. It was from Kingpin. Andrei knew Kingpin would inevitably call. His identity was likely no longer a secret. His presence at Tony's announcement venue, and perhaps Phil Coulson there too, though Kingpin might not recognize Phil, would fuel his suspicions. Boss, what can I do for you? Who are you? Silence. Who exactly are you? Kingpin pressed on. I am Andrei. I'm asking about your true identity. Kindly answer my question instead of playing riddles and beating around the bush with me. Are you sure? To be precise, I'm a retired Navy SEAL who later joined an intelligence organization. However, I can't disclose its name as it might jeopardize your safety, boss. Now I'm not even certain if I'm still part of it, Andrei added. How much have you concealed from me? Aside from this matter, I've hidden nothing else. I trust you. Unexpectedly, that was the response Andrei received. Did you think I'd fire you? I'm not that foolish. I have another task for you now. Will you take it? I will, Andrei replied simply and decisively. Excellent. I'm sending you to steal something. It concerns a colleague's classmate. You should know him. His name is Harry. His father is a major entrepreneur in New York. Night fell. Andrei stood atop a building gazing at the myriad lights of the city. He felt a sense of haste and restlessness in their glow. With a single leap, Andrei landed directly on the rooftop of the target building. Andrei eschewed any unnecessary flair. With a subtle flick of his finger, a driver materialized in his hand. He placed it against his abdomen, and a mechanical voice rang out: Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution. He shook the driving lever, and a mechanical voice emerged from nowhere. Are you ready? As Andrei's voice faded, a dazzling golden ring materialized around him, instantly enveloping his form. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha. The golden and crimson rings converged into a suit of armor blending gold and red. Cobra form deployed. The gold-red armor emitted a faint crimson glow as Andrei threw a punch. Clang. The massive iron door was instantly dented inward. Another punch followed. The door shattered completely, the gaping hole resembling a ravenous beast with nothing but boundless darkness beneath. Andrei picked up his steam rifle and loaded a bottle. He fired. The explosive roar echoed immediately, and an orange-yellow blaze illuminated the entire stairwell, while red alarm lights began to flash. Andrei grabbed the edges of the breach with both hands, then pried them apart. The tearing screech of metal reverberated through the space, shattering its tranquility. Andrei entered. He had already discerned the layout within. His objective now was to retrieve the serum himself. As for what Kingpin intended to do with it, Andrei paid no heed. Andrei's ears twitched. He detected a dense patter of footsteps. Someone was coming. With a swift shift, he sidestepped and rolled, the sounds drawing ever nearer. Andrei sprang to his feet and pulled the trigger. The mechanical voice of Steam Shot XX rang out from nowhere, and a light bullet shot forth. An explosion erupted. He then drew his steam blade and swung it in a single motion. A crescent-shaped blade projection appeared. A man was cleaved in two at the abdomen, blood gushing forth. Andrei executed another backflip, landing behind his foes, and delivered a punch. A masked man let out a pained shriek and collapsed. Andrei had no time to finish him off. The sound of gunfire rang out. In truth, he was already prepared. He leaped, and a hail of bullets flew past him. The clatter of impacts echoed through the area. Andrei observed his opponents. They were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Their instinct for danger and composed tactics were beyond what any ordinary special forces unit could devise. But reality allowed no further contemplation. His form flickered, then he dashed forward with blinding speed. In a single stride, he arched his legs and leaped, soaring into the air. Drawing his steam blade, he unleashed a crescent slash. The azure blade edge howled. The sound of flesh rending mingled with the faint drip of blood filled the air. Yet many adversaries still remained on the field. Andrei continued his relentless assault with cold precision. Another swing, and a head was severed. The head rolled a few times on the floor before stopping before a soldier. The soldier roared, "You bastard! Die!" Bullets flew. Andrei spun, sidestepping the projectiles, then lunged forward. He raised his steam gun and pulled the trigger. Light bullets soared. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, even staining Andrei's visor. I must end this quickly. With that thought, Andrei spun around swiftly. He retrieved the bottle needed to load his steam rifle, then pulled the trigger. Steam shot. XX. A powerful light bullet shot forth instantly. Yellow flames consumed the entire corridor. White and black smoke billowed everywhere. You're still alive. Andrei approached, finding a man lying on the ground, propping himself up with a steel rod. Crimson blood dripped incessantly from his face. His hair was disheveled and his armor was in worse condition than a beggar's rags, tattered with dark red bloodstains covering his entire body. Are you Bruno? Andrei asked with mild surprise. The man looked up, his face smeared with blood, yet his eyes burned with determination. Yes, I'm Bruno, Bruno replied. Is there a problem? No problem. I just recognize you. Who are you? Hardly anyone knows me anymore. How could you recognize me? Bruno added. If I recognize you, what do you think that implies? Were you on the same team as me? Stay here. I need to handle other matters first. Andrei said, picking up his steam rifle. Then he turned back. It's not right to leave you here like this. They'll hide you first. Things will be settled soon. Andrei spun abruptly, hurling his steam blade. The sound of a body splitting echoed. The steam blade clattered to the floor, the noise crisp. Before attempting a sneak attack, you should first know your place. Andrei didn't even hear a scream before silence fell. He retrieved his steam blade, walked to a table, tore off a tissue, and wiped it clean. He walked quietly, following the route map in his mind until he reached a corridor. He didn't need to think twice. This place was definitely rigged with traps, likely infrared sensors. Arriving here, Andrei suddenly recalled something. A concept from web novels in his past life. Panga's principle of overwhelming force shatters all techniques. That was truly magnificent. A single axe cleaving open a new world, hands tearing apart old rules. Andrei, of course, was nowhere near that powerful. So he raised his steam rifle once more. He loaded a bottle. A powerful light bullet shot forth. Small explosions erupted everywhere, sparks flying, and the lights dimmed instantly. Andrei charged forward, easily clearing the corridor that would be deadly for others. Just as he was about to exit and glimpse the door, a sudden change occurred. An array of gun barrels extended from the front. Andrei stared coldly at them. The black muzzles were all aimed at him. He knew for certain that surveillance cameras were watching. Andrei had no intention of allowing anyone to decipher his abilities and turn them against him. Without a second thought, he leaped, glided through the air, and pulled the trigger. This time a light bullet struck a massive Gatling-like weapon. The sound of an explosion rang out. Then came the clatter of mechanical fragments falling. Andrei performed another backflip, seizing the gap to fire another light bullet. Boom! An explosion erupted. Shrapnel flew everywhere. The belated bullets finally arrived. Andrei leaped, and they struck his armor, sending sparks flying. Yet they proved utterly useless, achieving nothing beyond a few inconsequential clinks. His earlier probing wasn't just for destroying the weapons. It was to locate the hidden cameras. Fortunately, Andrei had spotted many of them. He casually picked up a stone and hurled it at a camera. The camera sparked with electricity and a few faint embers before meeting its demise. The same fate befell the others. But Andrei was running out of time. He knew he had to finish this swiftly. With that resolve, a fierce crimson light blazed in Andrei's eyes. He drew both his steam blade and steam gun, then exerted all his strength. The azure blade edge shot forth at an unstoppable speed, sweeping through every machine in its path. Andrei knew that more mechanical units would keep coming endlessly. He had to stake everything on this single strike. He backflipped to dodge a cannon shell, then lunged diagonally to evade a torrent of bullets. He snatched up his steam rifle, loaded all remaining full bottles into it, and pulled the trigger. A powerful light bullet shot forth. The blade projection and the light bullet collided. A thunderous roar erupted. The shockwave snapped weaker machines in half, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Andrei knew this wasn't enough. He raised his steam rifle once more, loaded it with bottles, and fired another massive light bullet. The already unstable structure collapsed entirely from this blast. Sparks erupted violently, the crackling far more intense than before, with weapons even falling from their mounts. Andrei remembered his mission. He strode past the collapsed mechanisms, which no longer posed any threat. He returned to Bruno, hoisted the man up, then eyed him suspiciously. Are you made of lead? How can you be this heavy? He quickly reached the main entrance and breathed a sigh of relief. However, another problem arose. This door seemed even more impenetrable than the previous ones. Andrei deactivated his transformation, but not before checking his surroundings and destroying every surveillance camera in the vicinity. Then, using the power of the Evol gene, he transformed into Norman Osborn. Taking a deep breath, he approached. A green light swept over him. Access granted. The massive door slowly slid open. Andrei surveyed the laboratory. His first impression was its immense size. His second was that it was extraordinarily vast. He felt no particular reaction to the contents within, but Bruno standing beside him was a different story. From the memories he had inherited, Andrei knew that Bruno was a firearms enthusiast. Just how obsessed was he? Imagine someone who sleeps cuddling a new model rifle. Bruno's eyes gleamed an irrepressible light bursting forth from his gray-blue irises. Do you have a death wish? Andrei asked using the Evol gene's voice. Bruno immediately averted his gaze. Years of ingrained vigilance warned him that if he continued, he would likely meet the same untimely end as his former comrades. Andrei searched for what Kingpin needed, the physical enhancement serum. However, he knew it was merely an incomplete prototype. Andrei speculated on Kingpin's purpose. As a crime lord, Kingpin's clandestine activities were unknown to Andrei, but his knowledge of this serum was peculiar. Could it be? Andrei's expression darkened. You've figured it out. A computerized voice rang out. Yes, I have. Your minds work well enough, but they're misplaced. I think your heads would be better off in my possession. But now I have another idea. How about I take them right now? Andrei's tone was frigid, devoid of any warmth. The projection seemed to tremble as if the coldness in Andrei's voice could pierce through space to reach its true location. Let me guess. Where are you now? Perhaps right here, inside this building, or maybe somewhere I'd never expect. It might be idle chatter, but I know that if I destroy this entire place, where could you possibly be? Andrei's voice grew even more biting, as if it could freeze the very air. Oh, feel free to try if you're prepared for my retaliation. You're courting death. Andrei's voice was glacial, each word enunciated with deliberate force. He let out a sudden, thunderous roar. Glass shattered instantly. The crisp sound echoed throughout the space, creating a deafening clamor. In truth, I know your purpose. For instance, the earlier attrition was part of your plan. First, wear me down, deplete my energy, and diminish my power. Second, you undoubtedly have formidable forces waiting outside. Let me guess, the Hand. How much did you pay them? I must admit your scheme is impressive. You successfully exploited my nature, leveraged your private resources, and perhaps even involved higher-ups, some general perhaps. But have you forgotten? My mission completion rate is 100%. Do you know the secret behind that? A flicker of unease stirred. The projection stared at Andrei and said slowly, what secret? Because the one carrying out the missions is me and no one else, Andrei declared. With a sweep of his steam blade, the projection vanished, its sparks fading into darkness. The real show has only just begun. Under the moonlight, the glass reflected specks of cold light. Bouncing off the glass, the light struck the wall, scattering into shimmering stars. Andrei knew that matters had grown rather troublesome. He had clearly been set up. As for who had orchestrated this, Andrei didn't need a second thought to know it was Kingpin. Motive intelligence means he possessed all the corresponding gains. Yet these reasons were still not sufficient. Perhaps, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a fierce crimson light blazed in Andrei's eyes, and a faint red glow shimmered upon his armor. Gazing at Andrei, who emanated a perilous red radiance, Bruno felt a chill creep into his heart. With a sudden lunge, he slowly raised his transformation gun and cast his eyes skyward. Numerous aircraft filled the sky. Is this all the trickery you have? He pulled the trigger. A gleaming rocket-shaped decoy missile shot forth. A white trail of smoke streaked across the sky, standing out vividly against the ink-black night. The crew aboard the aircraft spotted the incoming decoy missile and opened fire with their machine guns in a frenzied volley. The clash of metal against metal rang out, and brilliant sparks erupted. Yet it was all in vain. The decoy missile hurtled toward the aircraft with an almost unstoppable velocity. The crew members frantically yanked at the control sticks, desperate to evade the ammunition that sent cold sweat dripping down their brows. Then a sight of utter despair unfolded before them. This was a homing missile, the ability from the previous blood mist form. When the rocket full bottle was loaded into the transformation smoke rifle, it launched a rocket-shaped decoy missile with tracking capabilities. Such was the description of the transformation smoke rifle's rocket decoy. Alarm bells clanged in the crew's minds. Abandoning any thought of attacking Andrei, they yanked hard on the control sticks, striving to avert the aircraft's doom. The decoy missile drew closer and closer. There was no way out. A massive shell launched from beneath the aircraft, its orange-red flame gradually brightening as it trailed a long fiery streak, hurtling straight toward Andrei's decoy missile. The decoy missile collided head-on with the fired shell. A thunderous roar echoed across the city's sky, and a brilliant orange-yellow glow illuminated nearly the entire central district. Vast quantities of debris from the explosion were seared red-hot, shattering into fragments that scattered in every direction across the city. Some landed in trash bins, setting them ablaze. Others fell into civilians' homes, igniting the rooms. Still more descended upon the forest, where roaring flames erupted, lighting up the entire area. The crew breathed a sigh of relief, having finally stopped the eerie ammunition that had drenched them in cold sweat. But before they could exhale fully, Andrei's voice rang out. You think that's the end of it? I fired 2 missiles. Make sure you see clearly in your next life. And remember, don't cross me again in your next life. Next time, it'll be double. No, you won't have a next life. Heaven won't accept your filthy souls. The decoy missile slammed into the aircraft. Andrei suddenly summoned a black hole. then emerged from the other side. With a charge, he soared straight into the higher sky. Raindrops like snowflakes pelted the spot where Andrei had stood, dense and relentless. Had he not flown away, though danger was unlikely, the sensation of being struck would be one no one wished to experience. After dodging, Andrei executed a backflip. The aircraft's machine gun fire followed his flight path, sweeping wildly in pursuit. A crimson surge flickered in Andrei's eyes. He summoned another black hole, and another shell came flying. Andrei sidestepped with ease, his gaze still blazing with red light. He pulled the trigger on his transformation steam rifle. Another powerful light bullet shot forth. They had no choice but to fire shells to intercept the decoy missiles. This was what Andrei needed them to do, what he wanted them to do, and what they were forced to do. If they didn't, they would surely die. Andrei charged his form, becoming a crimson meteor. A red afterimage flashed as he hurtled toward the few individuals from before. Revenge must never be delayed, especially against those who seek one's death. The sooner they are dealt with, the better. Delay only increases the danger. At that moment, the two crew members were still shaken. Their parachutes blended into the vast night, barely discernible, but Andrei saw them clearly. He raised his steam blade and swung. A blue blade arc shot forth. A gush of warm blood scattered across the sky, then turned icy cold as the wind swept over it. Andrei threw another punch, striking the other person squarely in the chest. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, as precious as the expensive wine he had drunk last night. Could he have foreseen today's end back then? Andrei had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He murmured, "I said I'd take your life, and so I have." His voice was low, but the one he spoke to could no longer hear anything. "Take care. Others will join you soon. I'm sure you won't be lonely." With that, Andrei leaped, disassembled his transformation steam machine gun, grasped the steam sword, and spun it. Steam change valve. Steam change valve. Steam change valve. A mechanical voice intoned, "Devil steam." A smoke bomb shot forth. It shattered the aircraft's glass with a crisp sound, and a light bullet plunged straight into a crew member's body. Nebula gas entered his body, causing it to swell monstrously, transforming him into a colossal smash. With insufficient space inside the aircraft, the cabin burst apart, ejecting the other person. Andrei swung another blade. Blood rained across the sky. He looked up to see three more aircraft adjusting their angles, terrified by his relentless attacks, maneuvering to avoid disaster. Andrei didn't want to tangle with them, but he had no choice. He drew his transformation steam gun, aimed at one aircraft, and fired. The hollow pitch-black muzzle targeted the plane. Just then a shell came flying. Andrei twisted his body, barely dodging it, only for another shell to hurtle toward him. Caught off guard, Andrei was struck by a shell. He tumbled through the air, struggling to steady himself, but was slammed into a skyscraper. Tables and chairs were shattered by the impact of his body, and bookshelves burst apart, sending books cascading down. Andrei rose, picked up his weapon, and grabbed a nearby book on methods of self-rescue for a struggling author. What kind of book is this? I don't need it. Andrei stood up slowly, dusted himself off, and a faint red glow flickered over his body. The crimson light in his eyes blazed brighter. Without a second thought, he pushed off with his legs and shot forward, dust swirling in his wake. An infrared beam locked onto Andrei. He flipped instantly, and a massive shell whizzed past. A fierce red light flared in Andrei's eyes. He muttered to himself, "What a nuisance. But nuisances must be dealt with. I don't know who you are, and I don't need to know." He sidestepped, dodging another shell, then rolled and dove, combining the steam sword and transformation steam gun into the transformation steam rifle. He pulled the trigger, and a rocket-shaped decoy missile launched. In moments, the ground-based machinery was shattered amid a series of explosions. Andrei turned again, aimed at the aircraft that had ambushed him, and fired two more rocket decoys. The crew was terrified out of their wits. They launched shells from the aircraft, hoping to neutralize Andrei's decoy missiles in midair collisions. But at that instant, a decoy missile pierced the aircraft's tail, and thick black smoke and orange-eared flames erupted from the rear. No choice. They had to bail out. How could Andrei let them have their way? He charged forward and threw a powerful punch. At that moment, a long-awaited hail of bullets rained down. "You think you're so tough? Try." The two men's eyes widened in horror, their expressions twisted. "No. This is impossible. Damn it. Who the hell are you?" They saw the bullets strike Andrei's body, only to spark and bounce off. Andrei said calmly, "I'm not a passing Kamen Rider, I'm your Reaper." Another shell came flying. A thunderous roar filled the air. A mushroom-shaped fireball in the sky turned the surrounding dozens of miles a brilliant yellow. "Finally, he's eliminated." One person breathed a long sigh. "Years from now, I'll still remember this battle, no matter what happens." Another added, "This fight had left him with a profound sense of helplessness." With the appearance of that yellow fireball, the atmosphere in the sky seemed to shift, less oppressive and somber, now filled with a sense of relief. Yet the fireball hadn't faded. Several rocket decoys shot out from within, streaking toward every aircraft. Evasion was utterly impossible. One fireball after another erupted in succession like fireworks during the new year. But while fireworks bring joy, these fireballs brought only despair. With the appearance of that yellow fireball, the atmosphere in the sky seemed to shift, less oppressive and somber, now filled with a sense of relief. Andrei lowered his head, glanced at himself, then at the others. Without a word, he took out the remaining lost full bottles, loaded them into his steam gun, and fired at the survivors. The sound of ammunition entering bodies rang out continuously. Andrei paid it no mind, banked sideways, and seizing the moment fired several more light bullets. The ground-based weapons were wrecked. Components shattered and scattered everywhere. Andrei combined the steam sword and steam gun again, loaded a rocket full bottle. Steam attack. The rocket decoy launched. Explosions thundered one after another as if playing a symphony. Blood stained the sky. I hope I'm not too late, Andrei. Iron Man arrived tardy as ever. No, dear Tony, you're not late at all. The real show is just beginning. I think you know what to do. Andrei spoke in the original voice of the Evol gene. I know what needs to be done. You can go settle your scores now. But keep the impact in check. If things get too big, it won't be easy for me to smooth over. This is New York after all, where even the air is free. Tony reminded him. Andrei looked at Tony. Behind this playboy's facade lay such depth of thought. It seemed he needed to reassess certain people. No, there's one more thing I need to do. Andrei raised his transformation steam rifle, spun it in the air, and pointed at light bullets shot out in all directions. With his exceptional eyesight, keen instincts, and mastery of the scene, every light bullet struck the remaining machinery. Explosions roared incessantly, and dust billowed. At that moment, Andrei's gaze sharpened. He whipped out his transformation steam gun and fired a light bullet. A figure lurking in the shadows instantly turned into a mist of blood. A crimson gleam flashed again in Andrei's eyes, cold and piercing. Another blue blade swept through. Bricks and stone shattered. But every fragment was stained with blood. The very air seemed thick with the scent of blood. Andrei turned once more, switching to his transformation steam gun. A light bullet shot out, trailing a long tail, and hurtled toward a tree. Andrei moved with a blur, arriving beneath the tree. The leaves trembled faintly. He smashed the transformation steam gun down, then struck out with a blade from his hand. Blood splattered everywhere like the rain from a few days ago. Andrei lowered his eyes. At that moment, Iron Man Tony was fighting. Well, to Andrei, those attacks were no different from child's play. My business here is done. Now I need to deal with some lingering issues. So, I believe you can handle the situation from here. Of course, if you can't, I can always step in myself. Hey, buddy. You know what? I really hate what you just said, but it feels strangely familiar. Why is that? Because you're the same kind of person, aren't you, Tony? Proud and arrogant. But I'm different from you. You're a playboy while I remain chaste. All right, you should get going. Don't tell me you've already let this go. Even if you say it, I won't believe you. This matter is concluded. It's time to settle some accounts. Andrei spoke quietly, his tone neither warm nor cold, but Tony could clearly hear the chill within. The dazzling lights and intoxicating atmosphere resembled the flickering lanterns and rippling shadows of the Qinhuai River, a world of extravagance and indulgence that easily ensnared the soul. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of toasts, the crimson wine steadily diminished, swaying with the shifting light. Upon the red carpet, an array of freshly polished shoes gleamed so brightly they could reflect one's image. In the mortal realm, few things rival such splendor. This very place could astonish the heavens themselves. This was a small private banquet, the kind reserved for close friends and trusted confidants. The decor was steeped in opulence, with even the ornamental trees exuding an air of wealth. Andrei did not bother to alter his appearance. There was no need. What he required now was to employ a thunderous approach to intimidate them. However, before that, the coffee beans were already secured in his backpack. Within the backpack, Andrei had designated a special compartment for the coffee beans to ensure its comfort. As he arrived at the venue, a faint wave of nostalgia washed over him. After all, he was somewhat reluctant to confront the present situation, for his former body had once been indebted to their kindness. This was a place of immense luxury, one that could easily captivate the senses. As Andrei arrived, a man approached holding a letter and walked directly toward him. Andrei recognized this man. He was a former bodyguard whom Kingpin had trusted deeply. He stopped about half a meter away from Andrei and said, "Andrei, this is a letter from the boss. He knew you would come today and instructed me to wait here for you. He is now waiting in his room. This is his personal letter. You may read it." His words were neither servile nor arrogant, yet they carried sufficient respect. Andrei was, of course, well aware of his own fearsome reputation. The underworld of New York called him the Reaper of the Night, a harvester of lives. Andrei nodded at the bodyguard named Brown, but his gaze, still tinged with a crimson light, caused even this battle-hardened guard to tremble, as if he could barely stand, yearning to flee. Yet he could not. The task assigned by his boss remained unfinished. This was not Andrei's fault. Every day he was either assassinating someone or en route to an assassination, a trail of bloodshed that left a faint lingering scent of gore upon him. Though Andrei always bathed twice after completing a mission, he had evidently failed to erase that trace. The warm yellow lights lining the corridor seemed to need the chill of Andrei's gaze to calm themselves. Thus Andrei remained silent, his blood-red eyes fixed straight ahead, sending a shiver down Brown's spine. It felt like a rabbit confronting a wolf, or perhaps he was but a solitary battered boat on the edge of a storm. It might capsize at any moment. Andrei entered a small but well-arranged room opposite the entrance of which hung a painting of the creation. This seemed vaguely familiar. It was a prop from the scene where Ultraman Tiga gained humanity's light while battling the second-generation Kiri Yellow people. But I am not Tiga, yet I am far stronger than him. Andrei did not know why such a thought crossed his mind. Lifting his head, he saw Kingpin's expression and realized the man was already staring at him. "Do you wish to ask for an answer?" Kingpin inquired proactively. "Yes," Andrei replied succinctly. "It was not my idea, nor was I capable of executing it. I am unaware of the specifics. I apologize for this matter. If apologies were of any use, what would be the purpose of my coming here? Just to receive a flimsy apology?" "Don't think so highly of me," Andrei said calmly. His voice was steady, but the crimson light in his eyes seemed ready to overflow. Andrei now fully understood how Iron Man felt when he learned that Natasha was a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. "No, my good friend, that is not what I meant. I believe none of us wished for this to happen. Andrei, you know you are my most capable subordinate. I have never doubted this in my heart. Moreover, what benefit would such an act bring me? Losing you would mean losing a part of my strength. How could that be advantageous?" Kingpin said with a smile. Andrei was fully aware of the dynamics. Kingpin would not do such a thing. First, Andrei had a great debt of gratitude from him for saving his son. Second, the unspoken rules of the underworld dictated no reason to move against him without betrayal. Third, and most crucially, Andrei knew Kingpin lacked the confidence to defeat him. Strength was the sole reason Kingpin would not act against him. Morality, power, and other concerns were but fleeting clouds to Andrei. "So you say you don't know the specifics, but you must have a general idea." "Boss, I believe as the party involved, I have the right to know, and you have the duty to inform me." Andrei lifted his head, his blood-red eyes fixed directly on Kingpin. For the first time, Kingpin felt the pressure, a pressure born of strength and aura. But Kingpin remained composed. His years in the underworld had forged an extraordinary calm, and such pressure did not unsettle him. "I apologize, but I have no information or reason to share with you. This is my fault, and I ask for your understanding," Kingpin said. "No, you do know, and you must have met that person. I know it. Someone from the Department of Defense, isn't it? Boss, you were not like this before, were you? I think you have your unavoidable difficulties." But Andrei cleared his throat and continued, "Your difficulties are not mine, and your dilemma is no excuse for my forgiveness. You know this well from my years as an assassin under your command. So, boss, what do you think should be done?" Andrei's gaze pressed relentlessly while Kingpin's eyes wavered and avoided. Kingpin grew somewhat irritated. Why this torment? They were both men of the underworld. How could it come to this? Why not go after that person instead of coming to me? I could assign some of my men to you as... Before Kingpin could finish, Andrei raised a hand to interrupt him. "With all due respect, Mr. Kingpin, perhaps you still don't fully understand me. You know I've never liked crowds or having many subordinates. I despise dead weight, even if they are elites in your eyes. They are not in mine. Today I only want one person from you. I believe you can agree." A hint of crimson light leaked from Andrei's eyes. Kingpin saw it clearly. This was a sign of Andrei's anger, and great anger at that. Andrei remembered vividly the state he was in when he saved Kingpin's daughter. The same sign had appeared. That day the entire Brooklyn underworld was like birds startled by a bough, fearing to set foot in that place. "You should have noticed it long ago, from the moment you started acquiring new weapons," Andrei said calmly. "Don't you find the recent weapons unusually refined? Don't you think the supply channels have been oddly smooth lately? Perhaps you noticed, but you didn't tell me. Don't tell me it's my imagination. I'm not that old yet. When it comes to weapons, I think I might know a bit more. Why didn't you pay attention?" And Andrei turned around, continuing, "Why haven't you noticed the increasing number of such weapons? Don't tell me it's your subordinates' oversight. It is naturally my fault." Kingpin said, taking out a cigarette and lighting it slowly. The smoke curled and rose, twisting in the air before gradually fading, making a final struggle to merge with the atmosphere. Yet the pungent odor lingered. The scene fell silent. After a moment, Kingpin put down the cigarette and extinguished it in the ashtray. "What are the conditions?" "I only want one person." "You know who?" Andrei said, staring at Kingpin. Kingpin was first puzzled, then his face darkened visibly as he realized who Andrei wanted. "No, that is absolutely impossible. I will never give him to you." Kingpin finally released his pent-up fury. How could he give that person to Andrei? That was the bottom line. "Are you sure?" Andrei looked at Kingpin. "As far as I know, if a matter can't be resolved, it's because of money. If it still can't be resolved, then more money is needed." "Is that so?" Andrei smiled. "But this isn't about money now. For instance, why are you in such a state?" "That is quite puzzling. I believe it must come from an opponent you dare not provoke. Andrei added. Nonsense. Kingpin rose abruptly, grabbing his cane and smashing it down hard. Though Kingpin was built like a pig, Andrei knew that bulk was pure muscle. Andrei leaped flying forward and threw a punch. The cane shattered instantly. Just then a card flew through the air. Andrei leaned back, then sprang up with a jump. A playing card embedded itself diagonally into the floor, sinking 3 inches deep. A figure emerged from the shadows, a blue and white form with a circle on its forehead and a calm gaze. This was Bullseye, Kingpin's bodyguard. Andrei knew him because before arriving in this world, he had always thought Bullseye's killing style was remarkably cool. A single card could take a life, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Andrei looked at the card and said to Kingpin, I knew he was nearby. Perhaps you also know my true identity. That might be why you did this. I understand, but I do not accept it. Andrei moved his fingers slightly, and a driver appeared in his hand out of thin air. He placed it on his abdomen as a mechanical voice sounded Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution. He shook the drive lever and a mechanical voice emerged. Are you ready? Henshin. As Andrei's voice faded, golden dazzling rings appeared around him, instantly enveloping his form. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha. The golden and red rings merged into a suit of armor interwoven with gold and crimson. Cobra form deployed. Are you ready? Andrei turned to look at Kingpin. You shouldn't be shocked, just a little surprised. Yes, I learned about it half an hour ago. Someone told me. Kingpin said coldly, gazing at the golden crimson figure before him. So, do I need to do this myself? Let me tell you, Daredevil couldn't beat me, and neither can he. Let me guess. This person is called Bullseye, isn't he? Indeed. I don't know how you got your intel, but you are very clever. However, surrendering is not my habit, nor is it the reason I have attained such status over the years. Another playing card flew through the air. Andrei executed a backflip, spreading his wings, then spun around. Seizing the moment, he reached out and snatched the card, hurling it back. It flew even faster. Bullseye's eyes sharpened, and he sidestepped. But the card flew a short distance before eerily curving back. Bullseye watched, his gaze calm. It had to be. He performed a backflip, drew a gun, extended it, and pulled the trigger. Amidst the dissipating white smoke, the playing card shattered into fragments. Only then did the gunshot ring out. Bullseye produced 3 more cards and hurled them. Then he dashed, flipped, leaped into the air, and sent 2 more cards flying. Andrei remained unfazed, simply turning and extending his left hand to catch them. He clenched his fingers, his gaze fierce, and flung them out. The cards streaked through the air like lightning, instantly slicing Bullseye's incoming cards in half. The cards fluttered down softly, splitting from 2 to 4, then 4 to 8, scattering like snowflakes. The cards Andrei had thrown flew a short distance before falling weakly. But there was one more. Bullseye lunged, sliding across the floor, but the card's speed exceeded his expectations. He had barely slid a meter when the card flew straight at him. The sound of paper cutting through flesh rang out. Blood spurted. Bullseye rose, drawing his weapon, his gaze devoid of any emotion, and flung 2 more cards. Yet the whistling of the cards was not as swift as before, seeming to lack force. Do you still wish to continue? I don't think it's necessary. Andrei spoke in the Evol genetic voice, then turned to look at Kingpin. I don't want things to become unpleasant. Chiefly, I don't think you've made any grave mistake. Just give him to me, and I will not pursue the rest. Kingpin took out a new cane and surveyed his office, glancing around. Kingpin knew this was Andrei offering him a way out, yet it filled him with deep reluctance. On one hand, he lacked the strength to resist. On the other, Andrei was once his subordinate. He slumped down into his seat, the white light flickering overhead. The sky was an ink blue, the stars like scattered beans, and the moon was hidden within the blue-tinted clouds. In Andrei's mind, the long-overdue voice of the system finally resounded. Mission name: Save Spider-Man. Mission status: Completed mission. Reward: Pandora's box fragment, already placed in system space. This system space could be accessed simply by entering a meditative state through his own will, meaning he could enter it whenever he wished. Andrei mused that he should examine his template. He transformed using the evolution driver, but he found its design somewhat displeasing and felt it needed to be more aesthetically appealing. System: Can the driver be customized? Andrei asked. All interpretation rights belong to the system. Also, please refrain from indulging in life's pleasures before your great undertaking is accomplished. Then there was silence. Andrei looked at his driver, finding it indescribably strange. At that moment, the cat did not meow softly. Andrei knew it was because he had fought too fiercely, causing Coffee Bean to feel somewhat akin to a person suffering from motion sickness. The entire cat was listless like a lump of feline dough. Bullseye. Andrei turned to look at Bullseye, who stood like a statue, and continued, Do you think I am despicable? There was no response. Andrei chuckled to himself. He lowered his head to glance at his driver, then looked at Bullseye before him. Stepping forward, he patted Bullseye's shoulder, and the dark red Evol gene flowed from Andrei's palm into Bullseye's body. Withdrawing his hand, Andrei said, Even if you are dissatisfied, there is nothing you can do. Your boss has already given you to me like a piece of merchandise. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. By the way, let me tell you something you cannot escape. Do you believe that even if you go to the ends of the earth, I can still catch up to you? Still no response. By the way, there is something I need you to know. I plan to establish an organization similar to SHIELD, but with a small number of people, perhaps around 10 for now. Are you interested? Of course, even if you aren't interested, it doesn't matter. You already belong to me. I am your boss, your leader, and you must obey. Let's call this organization Dark Faust, Andrei said. Andrei looked at the venom in his hand and felt there was no need to let it remain in someone else's embrace. As for Eddie, it was better to let him quietly live as a minor company employee, spending his life in peace. An ordinary life suited him perfectly. The fighting and killing were better left to himself. Andrei opened the container and venom, as if by a tacit understanding, flowed like a small stream onto his palm, up his arm, around his neck, and across his body. It felt cool and very pleasant. Soon his entire body was covered in black venom. Andrei took out his transformation device. With a slight flick of his finger, a driver materialized in his hand, and he placed it directly on his abdomen. At the same time, a mechanical voice rang out, Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution. Shaking the drive lever, a mechanical voice appeared out of nowhere. Are you ready? Henshin. As Andrei's voice fell, a dazzling golden ring appeared before and behind him, instantly enveloping his form. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha. The golden and red rings directly evolved into a suit of armor interwoven with gold and red. At this moment, Venom seemed to sense the terror of life and death and immediately tried to retreat. Having just enjoyed the cool, unique sensation of venom, how could Andrei allow it to recede? A red light flashed in his eyes, and he directly took the Pandora's box fragment from the system space and placed it on Venom. Venom's retreat immediately stopped, and it slowly crawled back onto Andrei's body. A layer of black also stained the armor. Andrei looked at his suit. The red had become deeper, turning into a blood red, while the gold had transformed into a dark gold. Andrei actually felt that his previous armor was better. With a thought, Venom obediently retracted into his body, just like his cat Coffee Bean. Andrei knew that Venom was terrified. The image of himself, or rather the Evol gene, destroying the planet Mars was sealed within the Pandora's box, a sight beyond Venom's imagination. Andrei knew that Venom was actually created by Null, but he felt there was no need to dwell on that now. He played with his cat Coffee Bean for a while. Having been transformed by Venom, Andrei's face became even more chiseled, as sharp as a sword. When he drew a blade, a cold light gleamed in all directions. Andrei stroked his Coffee Bean and noticed that he seemed to have gained weight. As he petted him, the cat let out a few soft meows. He must be tired, Andrei thought. Bullseye, have you made up your mind? Andrei entered, his blood-red eyes fixed on Bullseye across from him. Bullseye lowered his arms, which had been crossed over his chest, and knelt on one knee before Andrei, saying, "Yes, boss, I've thought it through." Andrei revealed a smile, but in Bullseye's eyes it seemed terrifying. His blood-red eyes appeared as if they were formed from congealed blood. Let me make this clear. In this organization, if you think I will gladly accept others' opinions, that is impossible. I believe you should know that. However, it's not that suggestions cannot be made. For instance, you can collect opinions and bring them to me. As the first to pledge allegiance, I can grant you this authority. But it is only for you, no one else. I don't want it to come to the point where I ask you all to do something and then am met with a flood of talk and a pile of so-called suggestions. I detest that. If that happens, I might become very displeased. Andrei's eyes emitted a red glow, exuding an intense pressure. Bullseye's eyes sharpened, and he lowered his head further, saying, "Yes, boss." Andrei was very satisfied with the current situation. The reason he needed to build an organization was that he felt a strong sense of unease. When facing certain people in America, SHIELD, and even the Avengers that would appear later, he would find it very difficult to handle them alone. Going against multiple opponents was indeed quite exhausting, especially when the difference in strength was not significant. Just then a knock came from outside the door. Andrei walked over and opened it, revealing a face that seemed to perpetually wear a professional smile. It was him again. "Phil Coulson, our esteemed community administrator, is there anything we can do for you? By the way, did you catch that thief last time? Why haven't I heard any related news? Could it be that you didn't catch him? Oh, God, this is simply too absurd and frightening. Is this what you call attentive service and an unparalleled housekeeping experience? Forgive me for saying so, old sir, but I think we need to switch housekeeping companies. I believe it's necessary to join with the neighboring clients to file a complaint. Perhaps then that thief will turn himself into your company. Who knows, there might even be some unexpected discoveries. Isn't that right, Mr. Phil?" Andrei held Coffee Bean in his arms, not even looking at Phil as he spoke. "Well, this is indeed our fault. We offer our sincerest apologies. Now we need to assess the losses of the affected clients so we can make appropriate compensation and improve our protective measures and service quality. Wouldn't that be better? Perhaps your cat named Coffee Bean, right? A nice name. He might become even happier and his fur might look even better. Maybe this could even make thieves flee in terror at the mere mention of our company. Phil Coulson's professional smile seemed permanently glued to his face. This irritated Andrei. Are you made of wood, or what? Andrei glanced at Coffee Bean, patted his little head, and said, "All right, come in." Phil Coulson was stunned. He hadn't expected Andrei to agree so easily. This house had long been under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance, and especially after recent events the level of attention had risen sharply. For instance, the style of the house, its unique character, its owner, and pavilions, terraces, and waterside kiosks, a new scene at every step, deep trees and spiritual herbs, and occasionally a koi fish surfacing in the lake. If one ignored the fact that the owner was a man who had killed countless people, Phil Coulson would have considered retiring here. "Do you like it here?" Andrei asked. "If I had a house like this, I would resign immediately and go home. The scenery here is beautiful. I like it very much." Phil smiled professionally. "Yes, it is indeed beautiful. But civilization is always bullied by barbarism, always conquered by it. There's a museum around here with similar architecture. However, that one is different from mine. That is Hui-style architecture, this is Suzhou style. Both are very beautiful, a harmony of heaven and man. Civilization and barbarism share common aesthetics. Civilization also evolved from barbarism," Phil expressed his view. "So that's the reason for robbery. Civilization is not necessarily barbaric, but barbarism can pretend to be civilized. Because barbaric civilization looks magnificent, but strip away the suit, and it's still covered in body hair," Andrei added. "I understand," Phil said silently, noting a character trait in his mind: profound knowledge of Eastern culture. In truth, this was nonsense, because in his past life Andrei had only read a few books on ancient Chinese architecture, which happened to include Suzhou-style buildings. After all, Suzhou-style architecture was the culmination of classical Chinese architecture. Arriving at a courtyard, Andrei said to Phil, "What's the matter?" "Well, you should already know my identity. I won't say more about that. We would like to invite you to participate in the relevant." "No, I'm used to it. I don't see the point. Besides, what are the benefits of joining?" "I'm very curious," Andrei said noncommittally. "We are." "Skip the introduction. Let's get to the real reason you're here." Andrei waved his hand. Phil hadn't expected Andrei to be so direct. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "After research, we have decided to form an alliance to ensure the safety of the entire planet." "Sorry, I'm not interested in that. Also, there's another question: who will lead this alliance?" "I think I need to consider this carefully to avoid a situation like yesterday's." "That situation won't happen. And we think Tony is impossible. I won't accept his leadership. I can't even accept his playboy personality." "Please leave," Andrei said. "Please don't jump to conclusions, Mr. Andrei." "No, I think I've made myself very clear. I have no such plans nor any other intentions. I simply cannot muster any interest in your suggestion. I hope you can leave." Andrei's mind turned, and he added, "Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Phil. But now I think you can go. Thank you for coming, and I wish you a safe journey." Phil still wore his professional smile as he left, but there was a hint of disappointment in his heart. "This Andrei." Phil dialed Nick's number, and when the call connected, he said, "I regret to inform you, Director Nick, my mission has failed. It seems Andrei is not keen on joining the Avengers. I don't think we need to waste any more time." "I expected as much. A proud and self-respecting man like him would never accept being led by others. He would rather lead. By the way, based on previous assessments, your conclusion was that he is a ruthless man." "Correct. Then why does he keep a cat?" "Because he is aloof." "Exactly. Because of his aloofness, asking him directly is absolutely out of the question. His pride and self-respect will never allow him to accept your suggestion to join us. That is absolutely impossible. He is too proud. Proud of his abilities, his character, even his knowledge. There's no need to wait for his reply. He will only join us on his own terms. We will not beg him to come. Moreover, it is absolutely certain that he will never join us after a crushing defeat. We can only help him within our means. He is ruthless, but he has his own bottom line and principles. That makes him better than some others." Nick set his tone flat. "Yes, Director. I know what to do now." Phil hung up the phone, paused in his steps, and looked back at the quaint and elegant courtyard-like house, offering a slight smile. At that moment, Andrei inside the room had no interest in guessing their thoughts, nor did he have the time. For Andrei, the importance of his cat Coffee Bean far outweighed their affairs. Having played enough, he entered a room where a person was lying almost entirely wrapped in bandages like a mummy. As dusk began to settle in the west, the faint evening glow was whisked away by the night breeze, leaving behind a sky dotted with stars. The slanted sun streamed through the window into the room, casting diagonal shadows that added a unique charm. Lying on the bed, Bruno looked at the familiar yet strange figure before him, doubting whether he was seeing things correctly. While Bruno could accept the change in appearance, the shift in aura was something he found difficult to accept. It was a natural sense of oppression akin to a rabbit facing a fierce, hungry wolf. Even without any tangible feeling, the instinctual awareness of strength and danger was unmistakable to Bruno. Bruno had escaped many dangers relying on this instinct, but this time, he felt there would be no danger for the person before him, though unfamiliar, was still his trusty comrade and friend. Bruno revealed the truth to Andrei, saying, "After you initially declined the gene experiment, you left first, and I haven't heard from you since. After you left the SEALs, we felt there was no point in staying, so one by one we all withdrew. Now many people have gone to the Middle East, and you are the only one still here in America." Bruno disclosed the situation to Andrei. "You really are relentless." A dangerous aura flickered across Andrei's face with a red glimmer in his eyes. This was a matter from the past life of this body, a mysterious operation where a previous team had entered and never returned, and now it was their turn. This felt increasingly wrong. Now Andrei understood that the person from before was Ross, someone he despised even before arriving in this world more than Captain America. The specific reasons could be seen from the Civil War. This was also why Andrei chose to help Tony. As for Captain America, he was probably still in slumber beneath the ice. At this moment, Bruno felt a chill reminiscent of his experience in the Arctic. No, it was even colder, a blend of psychological and physical coldness, as if it were the depths of winter. "Bruno, I just formed a group. Would you like to join?" Andrei said, his tone neither warm nor cold. This decision was made after careful consideration, as Andrei felt a stronger connection to Bruno than to others. After all, they had fought together in this body, relying on each other through thick and thin. If Bruno faced any issues, Andrei believed he would have arrived in this world earlier. For instance, on a battlefield in the Middle East, Andrei had carried the injured Bruno back to camp, or when they ventured into a perilous situation, Andrei personally hunted for Bruno. The battlefield was always brutal, yet one could witness some beautiful things, such as pure friendship, red camaraderie amidst the artillery fire. "What's the specific situation?" Bruno asked. "It's just an ordinary organization. I think having around 10 people is sufficient. There's no need to bring in too many. Quality is more valuable than quantity. No matter how many there are, if their strength is lacking, they are nothing more than cannon fodder. My principle has always been elitism. I absolutely do not want those who are mediocre and incapable," Andrei stated. "What capabilities do I have? I also consider myself an ordinary person compared to you, Andrei." Bruno forced a bitter smile, but his expression twisted slightly due to the assent. "If I say you have capabilities, you certainly have them. Ability is not something one can perceive in oneself. It is something others can see. What one sees is merely their own perception. What do you think?" "Bruno." Andrei gazed at him with his blood-red eyes. "All right," Bruno replied readily. "How does it feel?" Andrei had never said such things to others. This was a rare occurrence, only in front of Bruno. "It feels fine, but my skin can't breathe." Bruno, looking at his body wrapped in bandages, managed to make a joke. "That's fine. By the way, do you remember what happened earlier?" "What do you want to do?" "There's an ancient saying in Huaxia, a gentleman avenges himself 10 years is not too late, but I can't wait a single day. I believe things must be resolved quickly. We absolutely cannot leave any future troubles. Leaving it behind is like having a time bomb. I've always hated heroism. No matter the circumstances or how great the advantage, one must never overlook any potential hazard, no matter how small, and it must be eliminated. Of course, this score must be settled, whether for you or for my comrades and fellow soldiers." However, the actual situation was as follows: system task, empathetic connection system, reward came in rider, mad road driver, Evol driver, suggested time, half a month, so it was like this. This does not mean being completely heartless. Rather, it is a great opportunity to unite hearts and build goodwill. "Have you developed the device for that crimson armor yet?" Ross was roaring. "We are not clear about the molecular structure of this material and its elemental expression. At that time, we secretly used detectors to analyze the metal components inside, hoping to obtain relevant data and clues. However, the situation was very strange." "What's strange about it?" "Because although it looks like metal, the analysis shows otherwise." As he spoke, a researcher in a white lab coat approached holding a form. Ross glanced at it, his expression growing increasingly grim until he ultimately threw the research report to the ground, directly addressing the researcher. "What are you all doing? Can't you even research an armor? What happened to all the funding? You can't even analyze the most basic molecular structure, not even determine if it's metal or not. What is going on? Are you all just slacking off here? And even so, why haven't I reaped the benefits? Why haven't I seen a single fish? I'm giving you a deadline. If you haven't made any breakthroughs by then, I fear my temperament may not be so pleasant, especially with others watching me. At that time, you will naturally understand my predicament. Don't come to me with excuses later. I don't want to hear them and don't have the energy or time to listen." Ross was nearly hysterical, his face twisted in rage. The past few days had been exceedingly frustrating. The super soldier research had made no progress, and Connor was nowhere to be found. He even missed his chance to park and overslept. Recently things had been terrible. The earlier super soldier research had led to some doubts about Ross, with some people preparing to abandon him, which left him feeling anxious. Coincidentally, at this time Kamen Rider Evol appeared. Although Ross didn't know that the guy in the crimson armor was named, that it didn't stop him from focusing his attention on the Kamen Rider. Moreover, Ross was astonished to find that this armor seemed to utilize technology and could seemingly control it, or else he couldn't explain how transformation was possible. Compared to the dangers of conducting super soldier experiments using gamma rays, Ross felt this uncontrollable technology was far more alluring, as technology is easier to manage, while human reactions are hard to predict, especially with such dangerously extreme gamma rays. Ross was instantly captivated. He immediately submitted a top-secret document aimed at researching Kamen Rider. In this document, Ross earnestly articulated the various flaws, drawbacks, and reasons against supergene soldiers, even mentioning the concept of freedom. However, when he first proposed the super soldier research, he stood from the perspective of the entire United States, passionately arguing for the importance and strategic significance of super soldiers for the free nation of America, claiming he could sacrifice a small portion of people's freedom for the greater good. In other words, he was willing to bear the bad reputation. Of course, bearing a bad reputation required corresponding compensation, which is why he received a substantial research grant at that time. To that end, Ross worked day and night tirelessly observing the progress of super soldier research. However, recently Ross had become somewhat indifferent to this. The appearance of Kamen Rider Evol made him feel he had found the doorway to a new world, as if he could see the torrents of money flowing toward him. At this moment, a nearby researcher poked Ross and asked, "General, did you hear me clearly?" "What did I hear clearly?" Ross looked bewildered, having no idea that the guy had already spoken. However, good manners prompted him to cough twice before continuing. "It seems you might not have been detailed enough. Could you repeat that? I'd like to understand the benefits in detail to make a more accurate judgment." Indeed, if the politicians here could have a skin as thick as their faces, they could have eaten the toad they had just dissected. So it goes. We think there's no need to study the armor. Instead, we should examine his genes. Why is he so powerful? I believe it's not just the armor. A more significant factor lies within the genetic makeup of his body. Imagine who can function in high altitudes without oxygen, who can hear the sniper's voice from such a distance. Therefore, based on my perspective and analysis, we should study his genes. Where is his blood sample? General, it's still with him. His armor is too hard for us to collect samples. Does it have to be blood? Not necessarily, it's just that blood tests tend to be more accurate. Plus, blood contains genetic samples, perhaps we can. Ross fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Then Ross suddenly smiled, lightly patting the researcher on the shoulder, saying, "Very good, very good. This way we can form our own force, create soldiers that can play a vital role on the battlefield. I believe they will all experience the taste of freedom. This was a feeling one could easily become enamored with you. I believe we can place them in the light of freedom, and the starry sky will be beautiful too. The air of freedom is delightful indeed." Borrowing a phrase from Lin Hayen's novel, it was uncertain whether the trees were receding or the carriage was advancing. At this moment, Andrei was riding his motorcycle, speeding along this straight road. The sunlight was perfect and Andrei was in the prime of his youth. The gentle sea breeze softly rustled the leaves on both sides of the road, producing a whispering sound. The sea surface shimmered with rippling light, seagulls soared, and dolphins leaped in competition. The soft wind caressed Andrei's face, his dark red hair flowing backward in the ocean breeze. The motorcycle roared loudly, but the person behind on the road was in a less cheerful mood. A man driving a convertible rolled down his window, leaned out, and said to Andrei, "Brother, where did you buy this bike? It's absolutely stunning. Bro, please, you must tell me where to get this bike, and I'll reward you handsomely." Andrei turned his head and said to the man, "Sorry, this is a bike I modified myself. It's not sold anywhere else." "Oh, damn. Brother, I truly envy your skillful hands. You seem to be heading the same way as me, are you? Are you also going to see a hammer that fell from the sky?" A hammer from the sky? Wasn't that Thor's hammer? According to the previous storyline, Thor was punished by the All-Father Odin for his recklessness and sent to Midgard Earth to reflect for a time. During this period, he couldn't use his divine power or lift his Mjolnir. Andrei knew that Thor certainly couldn't lift his Mjolnir, and he might also meet a group of very lovely friends. Then those friends would encounter his equally muscle-brained friends from Asgard. This whole affair could only be described with two words: holy crap. When Andrei had watched it back, then he could barely hold onto his popcorn. Speaking of which, Andrei actually liked Thor a bit. He was like a simpleton, very easy to fool. To Andrei, he felt like a child yet to be enlightened with his own innocence and purity. Compared to his brother Loki, Andrei's impression of Loki came from those two unique, foolish, hilarious, and somewhat strange horns. Andrei simply couldn't understand what those two horns were for. As weapons, they seemed somewhat unsuitable. As decorations, why did they look so laughable? Or was there some other cliché story or plot? Didn't he think those two horns on his head were utterly ridiculous? Of course it is, Andrei said, not wanting to say more. I heard that many people have already gone to see that hammer over there, and it said it will be cordoned off soon. I think we'd better hurry over, or we might miss it. By the way, hey, race my card. Brother, please accept my card. I hope to get a motorcycle as cool as this. A business card was handed over. Andrei took it and saw elegant script, bold strokes, and gilded letters perfectly matching the status his car represented. But he was destined never to get the motorcycle. Andrei had designed it through the system inspired by the cool motorcycles from Kamen Rider and the color scheme of Andrei's own armor. This was Andrei's personal exclusive, not to be shared with anyone else. On this point, Andrei had his own stubbornness, like revenge best served cold, deeply etched into his mind. Fortunately, he only liked mecha types and cars, and his brands were already limited to a few. At this moment, Andrei's attire was like this: a red-black motorcycle helmet, a redan-black interwoven motorcycle suit, and a pair of white sneakers. Andrei took off his helmet, revealing his blood-red eyes. He glanced at the card. Lewis. A good name, but it carried a hint of British style. Andrei looked at Lewis. Reading the questioning expression on Andrei's face, Lewis smiled and said, I came from Britain. I've never hidden that. But for me, American food is much better than British food. Only when you come to America do you truly experience the joy of cuisine. Andrei looked skeptical but quickly relaxed and said to Lewis with a smile, I've long heard of British cuisine's reputation. I had some doubts before, but now it seems I might have misunderstood. I recall a dish with a very appealing name called stargazy pie. What do you think of it? Oh, God spare me. I guarantee it's the worst dish in the world, absolutely, without a doubt. The hopeless fish heads gazing up at the brilliant sky are just as terrible as those who praise it. I simply can't understand why some people are so crazy about it. God, I have a relative who absolutely loves this dish. Good heavens. God spare me. Andrei suddenly said, May I ask what relation this relative is to you? I think I might be able to help if you're willing to tell me. Haha, you're really kind. I really like your personality. Well, he's my uncle, about 50-something. I still remember it clearly 1 week ago this afternoon. My uncle recommended it to me. It was truly an unforgettable afternoon. I'm sure that even years later, recalling this event, he'll still remember it vividly and never forget. A hint of a smile appeared on Andrei's face as he looked at Lewis and slowly said, Indeed. I also think such a life is one that's hard for us to forget. Oh, we should cherish it. The sea breeze blew gently, stirring the hair at their temples. Andrei's dark red hair shimmered faintly under the sunlight. His blood-red eyes were in the shadows, hard to discern clearly. It's getting late. We should head over to see where the hammer fell. I'm curious what kind of hammer could be like that. Logically, after friction and heating through the atmosphere, shouldn't that hammer still be intact? What do you think, Lewis? Indeed, but there are always inexplicable things in life, aren't there? Indeed, there are many inexplicable things, and various explanations arise. But I think it's necessary to say that what is inexplicable isn't necessarily miraculous, it's just a part we haven't seen. The realm that science cannot touch might be called theology. Andrei said slowly. Hey, you've said too much. That's true. Enough talk, let's go see the hammer sent from the heavens. A roar sounded, and the red car grew distant. As it passed Andrei, the wind from the car lifted his hair, and sunlight reflected onto Andrei's face. His blood-red eyes became even redder under the sunlight, like freshly spilled blood. For no reason, Lewis felt a hint of chill. He looked up at the sky, at the drifting white clouds, then turned to look at Andrei, who was gradually receding. He waved. Andrei returned the gesture. But who knew what meaning the gesture carried? Andrei executed a perfect backflip, slung his backpack over his shoulders, placed his hands on the motorcycle handles, gave a slight twist, and the red handlebars moved slightly, emitting a roar from the fuel pipe. He sped away. Ahead was an extended off-road vehicle. Andrei gunned the throttle and executed a drift. Long tire marks were left on the road. With a turn, the bike was nearly at a 20-degree angle to the ground. Andrei's motorcycle suit and helmet gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Andrei controlled the handles with both hands, twisted again, and made another turn. The sea breeze rushed in, blowing his dark red hair straight back, making Andrei look incredibly cool. Just then a voice came through. Kid, are you driving so fast alone? Do you even have a driver's license? Andrei looked back. At that moment, a truck loaded with steel pipes rushed straight toward his motorcycle. Andrei's eyes sharpened. He gripped the handles tightly and made a sharp turn. The screeching sound of tires against the ground suddenly erupted. Screech. Black tracks were clearly visible. Andrei pushed forward with both hands, using the strength of his arms to lean his body forward. At the same time, he pressed his calves and thighs together. His entire body hovered 10 centimeters above the motorcycle. Then he released his legs, pushed them against the motorcycle body, and with a sudden force leaped into the air. Then he spun. With a graceful flip, he landed steadily on the rock wall by the roadside, where withered grass swayed slightly. The vehicle was tilting. A loud screeching sound filled the area, sparks flying continuously. The steel pipes poured out. Sharp, loud crashing and rolling sounds echoed across the sky. Then Andrei saw the truck's pipes tumbling down. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the extended off-road vehicle was about to be crushed. How could Andrei let that guy be crushed under the vehicle? Andrei knew this person was Thor's girlfriend. If that simpleton Thor knew that his actions had caused the death of his future girlfriend, Andrei couldn't guarantee Thor wouldn't go mad, even if his thought process was a bit off, probably, because all his muscles were in his brain. Andrei had no time to think nor the time to dwell on it. He moved his fingers slightly, and a driver appeared in his hand out of thin air. He placed it on his abdomen, and a mechanical voice sounded Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution. He shook the drive lever, and a mechanical voice appeared out of nowhere. Are you ready? Henshin. As Andrei's voice faded, golden dazzling rings appeared around him instantly, enveloping his form. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha. The golden and red rings directly transformed into a golden-dread interwoven armor. Cobra form deployed. Andrei dived straight down to the car, catching it with both hands. His legs hit the ground, and as the train pressed down fiercely, they were driven into the road, but he managed to hold the train back. Andrei exerted himself once more with a powerful shove. The truck was lifted directly, and he spoke in his Evol genetic voice. Do you all enjoy hiding inside vehicles so much? This was directed at Thor's future boyfriend. By the way, is there any issue with that little guy riding the flashy motorcycle? The girl's face was filled with anxiety. Why was I being called a little guy? I'm in my 20s after all. You have time to worry about others and that little fellow, but not about your own situation. At that moment, Andrei was still bracing against the train. Suddenly, the truck jolted again. Can you just leave already? Andrei roared, snapping them out of their shock. Finally, they left. Or rather, they were driven out of the vehicle by Andrei's furious shout. Seeing them exit, Andrei's eyes sharpened, and he mustered all his strength to push again. The truck was lifted once more. Andrei kicked off with his legs, then transformed his wings, spiraling upward as he drew his transformation smoke gun. Aiming at the truck, he pulled the trigger. The sound effect steam shot XX rang out, and a powerful energy bullet was fired. A brilliant orange light flashed, and Andrei flapped his wings again, drawing his steam blade. A single slash across the sky. The blade's azure-white light arced through the air, flying toward the truck at an almost unstoppable speed. With a tearing sound, the truck was cleaved in two. Andrei flashed another azure-white light. Another slash. The steel pipes were all severed, and then he suddenly flipped and spun, summoning a black hole to vanish. Target has disappeared. Please respond if you hear this. Are you looking for me? Andrei's voice echoed eerily from behind. Without a word, the man pulled a grenade. Andrei had anticipated it, flapping his wings to dodge. A thunderous explosion erupted. Andrei even saw a few medium-sized stones flung away. Occasionally, a limb or two fell from the sky, charred black, like charcoal. Andrei spun again, and a bullet grazed his shoulder. Sparks flew. He drew his steam gun and loaded a canister. The dark muzzle pointed 30 degrees southeast. He pulled the trigger, and the sound of steam shot XX rang out. A powerful energy bullet shot forth. An explosion sounded without even a scream. The hidden sniper became part of nature, nourishing the grass around. Andrei spun in the air again, lowered his gaze to the ground, and raised his steam gun once more. Steam shot XX. A tree suddenly swayed without wind, and a man dropped from it. Andrei showed no mercy, firing a powerful energy bullet. Boom. An orange sphere of light blazed, sparks flying everywhere. Andrei paused his actions, quietly observing the scene below. A gentle breeze from the mountaintop fanned the scattered flames, growing them larger and larger until thick white smoke billowed ever farther. He flapped his wings to fly away when suddenly a change occurred. An energy bullet flew straight toward him, the black dot expanding rapidly. Andrei's eyes blazed with crimson light, and he loaded the Cobra evolution canister with the fastest hand speed he had in this world. He pulled the trigger, and the dangerous, crisp mechanical sound of Elec's steam echoed. A curved energy bullet shot out swiftly. Andrei continued flapping his wings, drawing his steam blade. With a sidelong glance, he wiped the blade with his hand, gripped the hilt tightly, and roared, "Die!" The blade, nearly as white as a crescent moon, slashed forth. It was as if all the moon's whiteness was condensed into that single strike. A peak of lunar radiance and a peak of power. The two forces collided heat-in. A massive explosion resounded in the air. An orange-red sphere of light rolled with black streaks churning within. Andrei spun again, but slightly slower, loaded a canister, and aimed at a spot, pulling the trigger. Steam shot. The mechanical sound of XX rang out. The energy bullet flew. The distant sparrow-like flying surveillance drone was destroyed instantly. Scattered parts trailed black smoke as they fell into the sea, splashing small droplets. Andrei didn't retreat. He gazed at the sea surface and drew his steam blade. A single slash across the sky. This slash consumed nearly 80% of his remaining energy. The majestic power surged forth through the cyan-white blade edge. Seagulls and seabirds flying in the sky seemed to sense boundless terror crying out and fleeing. The sea surface was silent with no breeze stirring. Suddenly the sea erupted like crystal. Water droplets in the air reflected the sun's dazzling light as the surface parted like a sail. Then a tremendous roar followed, and the blue sea exploded instantly. Waves surged sky-high. A yellow fireball ignited at the seabed, and the immense shockwave made the sea tremble. Fire erupted. This slash from Andrei struck directly into the fuel tank, and then fire burst forth. At the ocean floor, the massive fireball cooked some panicked little fish, even creating a vacuum zone as seawater rushed in. Andrei coldly watched the exploding submersible from the sky, then suddenly spun using the momentum to draw his transformation steam rifle steam shot. XX. A powerful energy bullet shot out. Did you think I wouldn't know where you were? Andrei turned his head looking down as an orange fireball surged up from the seabed. The massive shockwave shook the water's surface, then yellow and blue water droplets shot into the sky. Andrei also saw a huge column of water rise, countless droplets in the sky reflecting sunlight into points of starlight. Then blackened parts flew up from the sea. Andrei spun again, moving to a distance, and saw the car belching thick black smoke. At that moment, a sense of unease crept over him. He dived straight down, ignoring the girl's startled expression, and scooped her up. Then came a thunderous roar. The deafening sound made Andrei's ears ache, but he paid no heed, leaping far away. Steel pipes were blown into the air, and a pipe grazed his face as he glanced back. Andrei veered again, skimming through the clouds. He spoke in his Evol genetic voice. You can get down now. Huh. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate your help. Hey, race my card. She fumbled around, but found nothing. The situation grew awkward. But the girl laughed heartily, unembarrassed. My name is Bailing. Bailing. Something fell off. I see, Andrei replied flatly. If you ever need help, though I doubt you will. I think it's still possible, Bailing said. Andrei took the slip of paper with a long string of numbers from Bailing, then performed a backflip, disappearing into the mountains. But the matter wasn't over. Andrei went into the mountains because he knew someone was there. The crimson light in Andrei's eyes now blazed fiercely, radiating murderous intent. Even someone with decent eyesight 50 meters away could clearly see that red glow. Andrei spotted a house, landed directly, walked to the door, and seeing it shut, he threw a punch. The wooden exterior shattered and flew apart, revealing a gleaming silver metal door. Andrei threw another punch. Thud. The heavy metal door caved in. Andrei threw yet another punch. Thud. A crack appeared like a scar. Andrei drew his transformation steam gun, pulled the trigger, and a powerful energy bullet shot out. With a thunderous roar, the door was blasted into a huge hole, and Andrei threw another punch. Bang! The whole thing exploded, fragments flying everywhere. Andrei stepped forward slowly into the room. Were you waiting for me? You knew all along, said the person sitting inside. It was Louis. You're bold, but you seem to have overlooked one thing. Why did you leave that metal in your car? Andrei said. It's unwise to explain things to an enemy, Louis replied. Andrei suddenly smiled, pointing at Louis. When the gap in power reaches a certain level, all schemes and tricks are meaningless. Do you think I don't know your plan, eh? First you came out to draw my attention, and then a car accident happened. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? You planned it, didn't you? Then you used suspicion to lure me here, leaving clues that were neither too obvious nor too subtle along the way. That's it, isn't it? Andrei said. Louis gave a bitter smile. You've thought of everything, haven't you, Andrei? Truly a psychologist. Andrei suddenly did a backflip, and without transforming, he drew his transformation steam gun, firing a powerful energy bullet to destroy a camera. Quite the schemer, Andrei said to Louis. But you could also say you're digging your own grave. Suddenly Andrei's face darkened. What have you done? Louis' bitter expression vanished, replaced by hearty laughter. He pointed at Andrei. You're too arrogant. That's your fatal flaw. Are you ready to face your fate? Fate. I've never believed in fate. If fate exists, it's yours. From the moment I came, your fate was sealed. You're destined to die by my hand. No matter when, no matter where. Andrei aimed the dark muzzle of his transformation steam gun at Louis. Louis suddenly felt a sense of dread. What do you mean? Andrei replied. You're too arrogant. That's your fatal flaw. Are you ready to face your fate? Fate. I've never believed in fate. If fate exists, it's yours. From the moment I came, your fate was sealed. You're destined to die by my hand. Don't you understand me yet? Andrei said with a smile, though the crimson light in his eyes flickered uncontrollably. You mean? Louis stammered, his body trembling involuntarily. Have you forgotten my specialty? Andrei laughed heartily. Did you think I'd be so easily fooled by you? How naive you are. Did you believe your exploitation of my pride would lead me into your trap? Did you think such a petty trick could lure me here so readily? You've studied my character and behavior thoroughly. I'll grant you that. I am indeed proud, but that pride stems from my own worth, my own methods, and my own dignity. What do you possess? Those crude, inferior schemes. Did you imagine I was unaware of your plan? Enough. Andrei continued his raucous laughter, his eyes sharpening as he sneered. Did you think you knew me so well? Did you believe every move I make could be anticipated by you? I must say your confidence is so staggering it borders on absurdity. Huh, let me tell you I knew from the very start. Why would you approach me out of nowhere? Why would my instincts remain silent as you chatted and laughed with me? I refused to believe it was born of some natural trust. Then you left, and the accident came. Don't tell me you had no hand in that. Even if you didn't, I wouldn't accept it. Once my suspicion was aroused, that was enough. I need no evidence. Andrei roared as his transformation steam gun materialized in his hand, pointed at Louis, his eyes narrowing. What else do you have to say? Nothing, Louis replied. I only want to know how you obtained such concrete proof. It's all in my mind. I never believe in mere coincidences. Behind every coincidence lies necessity, like finding sand in your rice, yet you keep eating. Andrei said, his finger resting on the trigger. Huh, I don't believe you're that kind of person, nor do I doubt you have your reasons. So, I think you're bluffing. Huh, you're scared. Scared to speak the truth, scared of being discovered. Louis exclaimed, his tone verging on madness. Me? Scared? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Andrei's eyes glowed crimson, the light almost spilling forth. Would I be afraid? I'll admit your petty provocation works. Do you think I don't know what you're plotting? You're wrong. I know it all. You're trying to bait me, still exploiting my pride. So what if I'm proud? So what? They'll tell you, you've won. You're truly skilled at manipulating others' strengths and weaknesses. Honestly, I admire you a little. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. I've known about you since the very first battle. I knew you were lurking in the shadows, observing, plotting. But that's not why I'm here now. The reason is that you've offended me. You used my own pride to trap me. You designed a scheme around the very pride I hold dear. Huh, not bad. Very, very good. At that moment, Andrei swung his transformation steam gun, the dark muzzle aimed at what seemed like empty space. Steam shot. A sound erupted from nowhere. A powerful light bullet shot forth. An explosion rang out. Mechanical parts rained down like hail. Andrei retracted his steam gun, drew his steam sword, and held it directly before Louis' nose. Are these little tricks of any use? Huh. How can you tell if they're useless now? How do you know? I'm telling you, Andrei, your pride is your fatal flaw. I came here alone today. Didn't that raise any suspicion? I've won. I tell you, this scheme is mine. I've won. Are you certain? Andrei leaned in close to Louis' face, the crimson light in his eyes nearly staining Louis' features blood red. I admit I walked into your trap willingly, but that doesn't mean I fell for it. Aren't you quite capable? Tell me, where does your confidence come from? Who, or what arrangement, gives you such assurance? I'm warning you, don't be so presumptuous. You tried to use my assumptions to lure me into your own guesses. I must say you're a genius. But judging by your demeanor, this wasn't your idea, was it? Tell me who's behind you. That medal you deliberately revealed. Don't think I don't recognize it. Because I have one too. Andrei's voice boomed. You don't have to speak. I'll investigate myself. And when I do, I can't guarantee what'll do. Don't assume a proud man has noble boundaries. Unless this falls within them, there won't be much trouble. At that moment, Louis was genuinely terrified. The word fear consumed his mind entirely. His eyes grew vacant as he muttered, Why did you still come here? Why come? Andrei's gaze hardened, his blood-red eyes boring into Louis' dull ones. Because I wanted to confirm who you really are. I wanted to identify your organization. Now I can be sure. Don't you think you're naive? A scheme built on strength is the only true strategy. Anything else is just a castle in the air, a mirage. Well said. So now that I have the strength, can I declare this scheme a success? Louis suddenly flashed a sinister smile, no longer the vacant fool of a moment ago. Sorry, but your strength means nothing to me. What you consider powerful is not what I consider powerful. Thank you for the performance. Still, I'll let you watch this battle to give you a true understanding of power rather than your self-delusion. Andrei spoke. In one fluid motion, he executed a backflip, spun around, and pulled the trigger. Steam shot. A powerful light bullet shot forth. Then with a flicker of movement, he vanished behind a pillar and cried out, Alex, steam. An explosion roared. A bullet whizzed past. Andrei's eyes sharpened as he twisted his body, dodging it with swift precision. You people are simply. Andrei's fingers twitched, and a driver materialized in his hand. He placed it against his abdomen as a mechanical voice rang out, Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution. He shook the activation lever and a mechanical voice echoed. Are you ready? Henshin. The moment Andrei's voice fell, golden dazzling rings appeared before and behind him, enveloping his form instantly. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha. Golden and crimson rings fused into a suit of armor, blending gold and red. Cobra form deployed. Andrei leaped and swung his blade in one motion. A blue blade of energy shot forth. Whoosh. Half the ceiling was sheared off, the machinery within shattered, some sparking, others split, and two still more shrouded in black smoke. Andrei strode back to Louis, fixing him with the Evol Cobra head. I must say you've schemed endlessly, but your cleverness has been your undoing. But I have one question. How did you come up with the plan to plant explosives under your seat waiting for me to let my guard down so you could blow me to kingdom come? Don't you find it laughable? Andrei's tone was calm as if none of this concerned him. But that very calmness filled Louis with boundless terror, as if facing a great demon. Andrei hoisted Louis up and tossed him aside. Rubbing his wrist, he lifted the still warm cushion to reveal a small device beneath. Did you think I'd find this troublesome? Andrei turned his golden crimson head toward Louis. No response. Have you ever heard of overwhelming force defeating all subtlety? Andrei suddenly uttered. Louis sprang to his feet, panicked. No, you can't. You can't do this. You have no martial honor. Andrei grabbed Louis as he tried to flee. There's no such thing as a lack of honor here. Honor exists only when strength is roughly equal. But now the gap between us is too vast. He hurled Louis out the window, then picked up the device and flung it after him, colliding with Louis in midair. Then came another powerful light bullet. Trailing a long tail, it slammed into the explosives. The sky shuddered, a deafening roar echoing through the air. Andrei heard a cry. I still win, Andrei. I still win. I'm telling you, Andrei, you've lost, and you don't even know how. You've absolutely lost. But I take no joy in this. I'm sure you'll join me in hell. I'm just a little ahead. They'll wait for you there, Andrei. Bring snacks when you come. Hail Hydra. Hail the great organization. I have fulfilled my duty. The voice was instantly swallowed by the blast. Andrei felt a wave of hot air brush past his face. He looked into the distance, then back at the house. It seemed newly built. Stepping outside, he noticed the foundation looked very fresh. Andrei crouched, touched the soil, surveyed the terrain, and suddenly smiled. So that's it. The valley was silent. Oh, don't you find it strange? This place is so serene, so beautiful. Why aren't there any birds chirping away? I've heard that beasts have a natural instinct for danger. I never believed it before, but now I'm starting to. Andrei touched the brick wall, then turned to look at a tree ahead. He lowered his head. Why is this soil so fresh? So it's you. Why don't you come out? I can see your tail. Andrei spoke. The ground suddenly trembled violently. Dirt erupted into the air. Turbid waves surged into the sky. The sun and stars hid their radiance, and mountains veiled their forms. Such was the scene. The entire foundation of the house shifted. The building collapsed, revealing a hand. A pair of hands formed from yellow sand struck at Andrei with immense force. Andrei instantly manifested a pair of wings, kicked off the ground fiercely, and shot straight into the clouds. Boom. A massive palm print was left on the ground, so deep it could serve as a washbasin for a newborn child. Then a creaking sound arose as the small house was violently toppled. The noise grew louder, and dust billowed everywhere. Andrei knew he could not stop it, and was pondering a countermeasure. At that moment, startled birds fluttered away in panic, their feathers falling continuously. Andrei used a black hole to dodge, emerging from another side, his transformation steam gun in hand, and fired a shot. Epilogue steam. A curved light bullet shot forth. The projectile struck the sand figure, and Andrei sidestepped, firing another light bullet. Boom. The sound was tremendous, but the effect was minimal. Andrei had not expected his attack to achieve much, only hoping for a miracle. But no miracle came. Andrei realized that miracles belonged only to righteous protagonists with their halo. As a villain, he could rely only on his own strength to crush his foes. Andrei's eyes sharpened as a fist dozens of times larger than a sandbag flew toward him. He sidestepped only for another fist to swing from the other side. Andrei dodged hastily, but the fist struck him. A dull thud sounded. Andrei was sent flying backward by the heavy blow, crashing into a dense forest. One tree snapped, then another, and another. After about 10 trees, Andrei finally halted. His boat's relentless collision gripped his transformation steam gun and surged skyward. With a bang, branches were shattered, flew into the air, and fell helplessly. Andrei did not glance back. His only thought was that he should not have killed Louis so swiftly. He should have made him savor the hospitality he deserved. Andrei charged again. By now the sand figure had revealed most of its form. Andrei loaded a bottle. He pulled the trigger and fired. The light bullet struck the sand figure's head, blasting away most of its dusky yellow cranium. Andrei pressed on, swinging another fist. With unstoppable speed, he aimed at the remaining half of the head. The sand figure roared. This golden-armored fool was utterly reckless. Let him taste the Sandman's fist. Fists clashed directly, but Andrei's form flickered, dodging the sand figure's devastating punch. Andrei was not foolish enough to meet force with force. Though his armor would not shatter, he wanted to avoid any repairs. Despite having the system's repair function, Andrei found it troublesome. Moreover, his first set of armor had served him well in countless battles, feeling familiar and reliable. Andrei flickered and appeared behind the sand figure. He knew that while the sand figure possessed immense strength and formidable defense, it had a glaring flaw: lack of agility. This was evident from how Andrei had dominated the fight from the start. He spun again, contemplating his next move, but another fist flew toward him. Andrei halted abruptly, raised his transformation steam gun, and pulled the trigger. Epilogue steam. A light bullet shot forth. The sand fist burst apart once more. The sand figure roared and threw another punch. Andrei soared into the sky. Suddenly 5 aircraft appeared in the sky. Without hesitation, Andrei drew his steam sword, assembling it into a transformation steam rifle. He loaded a Cobra evolution bottle and pulled the trigger. A powerful light bullet streaked after the aircraft. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted. But Andrei saw no one parachuting. This meant the fighters were drones. Who else would deploy combat drones? Undoubtedly, it was that detestable general. This infuriated Andrei, and a crimson glow blazed in his eyes. He yearned to tear the mastermind apart truly piece by piece. He wanted to slash with his steam sword stroke after stroke. But now was not the time. Andrei sidestepped to evade several shells, then a plan struck him. He leaped, landed with a short sprint, and charged toward the sand figure, which was regrouping for another bout. Andrei drew his steam blade. A single horizontal slash. A crescent white, dazzling blade light flew forth. The sand figure tried to show off, reaching out to catch the blade light, believing he could seize it and turn it back on Andrei. Then Andrei watched as his blade light pierced the sand figure's arm and hurtled toward its head. If struck, the sand figure would be gravely wounded if not killed. So it hastily twisted its head to dodge. But how could it? Andrei's strike was honed to perfection, the crescent white, bringing only chilling cold, not warmth. Sand flew dozens of meters into the air. The sand figure had a third of its forearm and shoulder sliced off. The sand figure was enraged, utterly enraged. When had mere nobodies dared to bully it? It clearly saw itself as a god above all. Andrei paid no heed and charged again. Sounds pursued him from behind. Just as he neared the sand figure, Andrei flapped his wings and swung his blade horizontally. Using the recoil, Andrei halted, turned, and flew off. The sand figure sensed something amiss. Seeing the trailing shells with long black tails behind Andrei, it understood. With a furious roar, it hurled a massive yellow fist. A tremendous explosion resounded. Andrei spun again, transforming his steam gun into a steam rifle. He loaded bottles fully, pulled the trigger, firing a homing light bullet. Andrei leaped and roared, "You can go meet your god." Then in midair, he swung his control lever. The sound, "Ready, go." Evoltic finish chow rang out. Faint starlight shimmered dreamlike and beautiful, but behind the beauty lay extreme coldness. Andrei raised his right foot, and a constellation-shaped energy mass gathered. The Voltic finish. The stars blazed brilliantly. Andrei kicked forward. The sand figure's arm exploded, fragments of fists and limbs scattering as yellow sand. Andrei relentlessly concentrated starlight on his right hand and punched toward the sand figure. Racked with pain, the sand figure's ferocity was aroused. It did not dodge, but raised its remaining arm, eyes gleaming with malice, and charged with all its might. Squelch. Starlight scattered, sand flew far. Andrei suddenly smiled. "You lose." He activated the black hole skill to evade the shells. The trailing shells flew in. A massive explosion erupted. Andrei clutched his head as the venom within him stirred violently from the deafening noise. Andrei felt black tentacles trying to burst from his body, but the armor was too tough. Sensing the venom's change, a fierce glint shone in Andrei's eyes. He had to end this quickly, and that creature must die. "Those who block my path, either you die or I died." Andrei thought darkly, a faint red glow emanating from his body as he spun. The dark muzzle of the transformation steam rifle aimed at the battered sand figure. Using 80% of his remaining energy bottles, the sound, "Epilogue steam," rang out. Red light seemed to seep from Andrei's eyes as he shouted, "Epilogue steam." Soaring into the sky, a dazzling light bullet shot forth with unstoppable speed and boundless killing intent. Though battered and struggling to recover, the sand figure was spurred by the extreme crisis. It turned, gathered scattered sand, and threw a punch, a direct clash. A blinding light engulfed the entire area, turning it into a vast whiteness, as if entering a white subspace of absolute stillness. But the stillness lasted only an instant. The next moment, a colossal explosion thundered. The entire area turned orange-yellow. The shockwave snapped trees on the slope, exposing jagged stumps. Massive dust clouds rose, forming a small mushroom cloud under the airflow. Andrei panted heavily, leaning on a piece of wood embedded in the soil. A fist flew toward him. Andrei was nearly spent, but he grinned savagely. "You think you can kill me? Wait another 500 years. Then another roar sounded as 2 shells struck. Previously insignificant, they now became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Sand flew, mingled with shards of glass. Finally, it was nearing its end. Leaves rustled as Andrei suddenly narrowed his eyes and sidestepped, watching a figure emerge from the shadows. "Are you the mastermind?" Andrei stared at the silhouette stepping out of the darkness. The figure leaned on a gentleman's cane, a pristine white bow tied beneath his red collar, and adjusted his glasses before replying, "Indeed, it is I." "Are you from Hydra?" Andrei pressed. Without changing his expression, the impeccably dressed man said, everything lies in your heart. It is, and it isn't, but one day you will know. No, my ass. Can't you speak plainly? What the hell are you babbling about? Do you expect the heavens to answer your questions? The heavens are busy, you know. Andrei looked at this insufferably pretentious fellow. What do you want? Mr. Andrei, if our investigation hasn't misled us, I might say this: our organization is in dire need of a talent like you. You are the one we seek. We sincerely invite you to join us. Still playing riddles at a time like this? Andrei suddenly asked, who the hell are you? Just an ordinary person. The man's tone was remarkably calm. Let's call him Calm Guy. Andrei suddenly smiled and crooked his finger at him. What makes you so sure he'll join you? Calm Guy replied with confidence, because you have no choice but to side with us. So where does that confidence come from? Did Liang Jingru give it to you? Andrei said. My confidence comes simply from knowing your weakness. Calm Guy smiled. Don't you find something off? Andrei said, curling his finger. A gentle breeze stirred. You should never ever have let me see that medal, Andrei said, lifting his head. A decent scheme, but do you really think I'm that kind of person? What do you mean? Though slightly puzzled, Calm Guy remained composed, certain Andrei had no way out. If he delivered him to the higher-ups, he could. That medal is no ordinary thing. A symbol of honor, isn't it? But look at it. Don't you find it strange? See those stripes on the Star-Spangled Banner? Below the second one, there's a tiny flaw. Notice it. Andrei said, his smile unwavering. Impossible. Calm Guy exclaimed, though his face remained calm. Your eyesight can't be that good. I swear you're lying. You couldn't possibly know. But haven't you already given the answer? Whether it's true or false no longer matters. What matters now is what you're going to do. Andrei detransformed, but the venom surged out instantly, slowly enveloping Andrei's body. A dark radiance flickered, and within moon-white eyes glimmered a faint red. Fangs filled the mouth. His form exuded explosive danger utterly alien to this world. You? Calm Guy was terrified, pointing a trembling finger at Andrei. You? How do you still have this form? But then he turned and laughed, saying, I was just messing with you. Did you think our boss didn't know? You mean he did it on purpose? Andrei frowned. If he could. What do you think? Calm Guy said smugly. So everything before was a setup. Louis, the medal, your appearance. All to lure me out. Andrei's voice was hoarse, spoken directly through the symbiote. Correct, Calm Guy said with extreme composure. But what if I told you this was all my plan? Would you believe it? Andrei said. Impossible. Calm Guy's face radiated absolute confidence. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A bomb flew in from the sky. Andrei shot a black web, but awkwardly found nothing to stick to. Without hesitation, Andrei made a swift leap, spun, and agilely landed on a rock. An explosion roared. The symbiote reacted violently. Andrei drew his steam blade, and without a second thought, slashed his own hand. Crimson blood spurted forth. The symbiote greedily drank Andrei's blood, then howled at the sky. Its crescent moon-white eyes fixed on the source of the shell. It leaped over 10 meters, shot black webs to seal an inconspicuous cave entrance, and then punched out. Clang. The collision of fist and metal was dull and brief. Andrei had no idea why his blood enhanced the symbiote's resistance to fire and noise. In short, it made the symbiote more resilient against them. What was going on? Andrei didn't want to know, at least not now, because he had to deal with the immediate threat. He shot a web, stuck it to a rock, and pushed off. Dust flew. Then, using his wrist strength, he adjusted his center of gravity and spun. A full rotation sent him soaring into the sky. He straightened his right leg, bent his left back, and delivered an ordinary man's version of a knight's kick. With a crisp thud, Andrei's flying kick shattered the plane's glass. Inside the aircraft, Andrei roared, shot a web, snagged a pilot, the co-pilot, and spun him out. The pilot became a stunning streak across the sky, briefly caressing the clouds before shrinking to a speck. Andrei leaped again. Wings materialized from his shoulder blades. He thrust them wide and surged forward, charging straight at the man. Andrei knew he had to eliminate all traces. If they learned of the symbiote, they would reassess him, and his troubles would multiply. Trouble is called trouble not because it threatens you, but because it wastes your time and prevents you from completing your mission. Andrei wanted as little trouble as possible. He was someone who disliked trouble, but the system seemed to love thrusting him into it. Andrei flew to the man. The parachute was made of the latest American stealth material, capable of changing color with the environment. But it was useless against Andrei. You were there, and you stayed there. Just because you turned into a chameleon didn't mean you'd disappear. Andrei drew his dagger. In the cold glint, he slashed. The parachute tore, but the man below drew a pistol and fired at Andrei. Andrei was already furious that this bastard had caused him trouble instead of falling to his death. How could he let him succeed? He spun and slashed with his blade. The blue blade was slightly dulled, but more than enough for this material. Andrei clearly had no intention of giving him any chance. A tearing sound rang out. The parachute became a pile of rags. As the man plummeted, Andrei prepared to leave, but a bullet struck his shoulder blade, right where the wing connected. Andrei touched his wing, glanced at the falling man. His moon-white eyes flickered red. He looked again at the descending figure. His fangs twitched. "You're interesting." He flapped his wings and flew straight toward the man. The man was hurtling downward. Clouds sliced across his face like blades, soon turning it red. Andrei said to him, "If it hurts, just scream. What's the point of bottling it up? You're just a tight-lipped fool." "Shut up. Dying for the organization is my glory." The man turned and glared at Andrei. "What glory is that? A pawn in life, a handful of dust and death. Where's the glory?" Andrei said, arms crossed. "Dying for the organization is my glory," the man said defiantly. "Then will anyone remember you after you're gone?" Andrei asked. "Those who remember me will like the organization." "Huh. An organization will always use any means for profit and abandon anyone for a goal. Do you really think otherwise? You can shed your last drop of blood for it, but it will never look after you for its own interests and goals. I guarantee that, and I'm sure you think so too," Andrei said calmly. He flapped his wings, grabbed the man, spun, dodged a shell, and banked again. He landed beneath a tree, folded his wings, and threw the man to the ground. Caught off guard, the man fell flat on his face, as inglorious as a daily faceplant. Suddenly Andrei pointed ahead and said to you, "I can imagine you're reading this on your phone right now, probably late at night with the charger plugged in." Then he turned to the man. "Isn't that right, Andy?" Andy scrambled up, panting, but his voice trembled with shock. "How did you know about me reading novels in high school class? And my name? How do you know it?" At that moment Andy felt as if Andrei were his high school homeroom teacher, the one who'd silently appear at the window watching you play on your phone without a sound. "Because that medal, I made that mark deliberately. It was a gift for my best friend. Do you know who I am now?" Andrei changed his voice and the symbiote receded from his face, revealing chiseled features and crimson eyes. "You are." Andy's pupils contracted. "You're Andrei." Andy's voice trembled slightly. "Am I not?" Andrei smiled faintly, then added, "It's not time yet." A flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and his wings materialized instantly. He flew far away, only to return a second later. "Take this ITLL, make it easier for me to find you. Otherwise finding you would be troublesome, though it's quite easy for me." After walking a distance, Andrei turned back and pointed a finger, "Remember." With a push of his legs, his face was instantly covered in venom, fangs bared, and his dark red hair swept back by the wind as his figure shot straight into the sky. Andy's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Above the clouds, the remaining crew members were gasping for air. The series of events had terrified them. Both the sheer destruction and the brutal carnage were a tremendous test of their psyche. Then, with a glimmer of relief and schadenfreude in their eyes, they saw Andrei swiftly returning. "Crew members. Crew member A, why is he back? Crew member B, God, he's no angel, but we're certainly not devils. May he go to hell. Crew member C, I pray for a transparent star to strike him fiercely." For those present, Andrei was defined by his brutal strikes, his blood-red eyes, and his wildly flowing hair. Now he was back. Fuck. Why is he back again? He comes bearing the hell of death, harvesting our souls like delicious morsels. He is the incarnation of Satan in the underworld, Satan's emissary on earth, the nightmare of our lives. Fire the cannons and blast him to hell. Let's finish him. A fierce cannonball shot forth, trailing a long black tail. With another spin, Andrei dodged, but his movements faltered slightly, his strength waning, stumbling in midair as an enemy cannonball came straight at him. Almost by instinct, or perhaps the Venom's innate fear, Andrei leaped. As his entire form soared high, the cannonball slipped right under his feet. A mischievous urge took Andrei. He stepped forward, soaring into the sky, then flipping forward. Like a brilliant meteor or a dandelion dancing in the wind, he dove downward again. The crew members were almost petrified with terror. From the fear of Andrei's arrival, to the relief of his departure, to the panic of his return, to the hope of nearly hitting him, to the dazzling, yet deadly meteor-like figure. Perhaps they now wished a meteor would strike them directly, annihilating them in an instant, turning them into dust in the sky, rather than enduring this torment of alternating hot and cold. But Andrei simply swung his fist with unmatched speed. Entering the cockpit, he delivered another massive punch, and the pilot fell to the ground. Then Andrei yanked out the control stick. Sparks flew everywhere. Those nearby tried to stop him, but it was too late, and Andrei wouldn't give them a chance. He sidestepped to dodge a bullet, then conjured a steam sword and slashed fiercely. Blood splattered, staining the entire cockpit. Andrei lunged forward again, straight into the heart, perfectly aimed. The man's gun-raising motion froze. His terrified eyes glanced at Andrei, then his hand dropped limply. He had gone to meet his lord. Andrei looked back at the other man, who immediately jumped out of the plane without a word. Andrei glanced down and spotted a parachute pack. Did that guy jump without a parachute? Andrei shook his head, spread his wings, and pursued the remaining planes. A fist soared, a thunderous roar. A plane turned into a brilliant fireball in midair. Within the orange flames, the black smoke seemed inconspicuous. Andrei hovered midair, gazing at the remaining planes without any emotion. He swung his blade horizontally. Then he charged forward again. The survivors were utterly terrified, abandoning their cannons to parachute out, and a few even swore allegiance to him. Andrei, of course, had no intention of accepting their loyalty. To him, there were only three types of people: those he could use, those he couldn't, and those he trusted. For Andrei, the last type was the rarest, both in the past and now. Watching the remaining planes slowly fall and the parachutists, Andrei swung his blade with minimal effort, sending out a single slash. He didn't bother to look. Those people had lost their will to fight, their spirit broken. Indeed, some are alive yet dead, some are dead yet alive. But here Andrei felt he was the only living soul. The sunlight blazed and Andrei felt irritated. He checked Andy's location and found it strange. He was heading toward his own home. His expression darkened and he flew over directly. There he saw Andy staring in the direction of his home. What's going on? Andrei's gaze was as sharp as the dead of winter. Nothing. I've actually known for a long time that you're Andrei, and Andrei is the owner of that armor, Andy said, looking at Andrei, whose mouth was full of fangs. Andrei retracted the venom, his blood-red eyes fixed on Andy. Is this your scheme? My scheme? I don't want to stay in that place anymore. I've thought about it for a long time, but I never had the chance. Today I saw it. How did I know? Because I know you too well. When you served in the special forces, I knew you planned before acting. Seemingly bold, but actually meticulous, appearing silent, but well-versed in knowledge. And I also know you've always loved Eastern architecture. Whether it's your equipment or other things, they all share that trait. So today I came. Andy said. It seems your superior hasn't liked you for a long time. Andrei suddenly laughed. Indeed, it's been a long time. So I came. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Andrei said. Don't tell me about your superior. With your mind and tricks head, probably help you count the money after you sold him out. By the way, that metal idea was yours, right? I knew it was your handiwork when I saw it. You always love playing with these things. Truly a little inventor. Andrei said with a smile. By now the venom had fully receded, making Andrei's blood-red eyes and dark red hair even more prominent. What's with your hair and eyes? A family trait. Andy immediately fell silent. In America, asking about someone's family issues is highly impolite, even among the closest friends. You've escaped your troubles, but where will you go now, eh? Andrei said. Cut it out. You founded an organization, haven't you? I'm joining. Don't give me that I didn't. Don't think that nonsense. I won't believe a word. Andrei shook his head. Really, nothing escapes you. But there are conditions. Like, what abilities or unique traits do you have? I'm just a computer guy. What special skills do I have? Andy said. Andrei paused, then burst into laughter. That was an old joke. Once Andy had asked a new recruit, what are you good at? The recruit replied, I'm just here because my mom sent me. The long night stretches on. You begin your watch from now, while I start typing from dawn. Stars like jade, beauties like rainbows. When the down and out woke up, the sun was already high. Yesterday's events flickered through Andrei's mind like shadows. The moon was like a hook. Andrei arrived at Andy's place, which happened to be near his own home. The house was small but elegantly decorated. Don't tell me you hacked this house. Andrei said. No, I just tricked my way into it. Andy replied without looking up. By the way, do you still have that medal? Andy added. Of course. Andrei said, pulling out the medal he always carried. Then it's confirmed. You're definitely Andrei. No one knows the meaning and craftsmanship of this medal better than I do. Andy patted his chest. I heard a certain town had a visitor from the sky, a hammer. Do you know about it? Andrei asked, feigning ignorance. Of course I do. But it's too late to go now. The government has cordoned off the area and security is tight. Without proper credentials or connections, you can't get in. Andy said without raising his head. Any good ideas? Andrei asked. He knew this guy definitely had methods and plenty of them. Can't you just use brute force to overcome everything? Why bother using your brain when you can act? Isn't that asking for trouble? Andy said. If I had that kind of power now, you'd probably be ashes. Andrei replied. The clear night was dustless, the moonlight like silver. Half-hidden clouds veiled the bright moon as Andrei arrived at that small town. Bathed in silver moonlight, the town was exceptionally peaceful and serene, with tree shadows swaying in the gentle evening breeze. Are you done? Andrei said. Done. Breaking through firewalls and exploiting system vulnerabilities in their government network. There's no such thing as an absolutely secure system in my eyes. How did they think giving me a superficial system would fool me? They really underestimated me. Every action has its reason, every event its source. They think themselves clever, but they're like frogs at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the sky. Andy said. Andrei suddenly felt his own skills needed improvement, especially in the art of showing off. Giving Andy a deep look, Andrei suppressed the urge to hand him the Cayman Rider Mad Roga Driver. This guy still lacked the harsh lessons of society, though otherwise he wouldn't understand the meaning of tough love. Pressing the red button, the entire system opened up directly, the interface appearing quite tidy. Did you set this up? Andrei asked, pointing at the screen. Who else but me? Andy declared. Let's go in, Andrei said. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if devoid of life. In this quiet darkness, even the light seemed to be swallowed. Andrei walked in absolute silence. In a real situation like this, it was nothing like in a television drama. You couldn't possibly walk and look around for anyone coming at the same time. That was a grave mistake. You could only fix your gaze upon the ground. Andrei didn't want to invite trouble, and Andy's presence gave him a perfect excuse to coast to victory. For instance, there was no need for him to rely on his own limited knowledge of computers to crack their sophisticated firewalls. Ever since he had been repeatedly schemed against, Andrei knew he needed to form a small team to counter the various threats that were bound to arise, be it the Skrulls, a civil war, or the chairman of the Population Control Committee and his subordinates. The most pressing matter now was to familiarize himself with his own power. As the true form of the Martian destroyer, he was currently somewhat unfamiliar with his own abilities, or rather not entirely accustomed to the armor components on various parts of his body. Just then the great door slowly slid open, yet at that very moment the alarm suddenly blared. Without a second word, Andrei transformed. He placed his fingers on his abdomen, gave a slight twitch, and a driver materialized in his hand. He set it directly on his stomach as a mechanical voice rang out. Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution. He shook the drive lever, and a mechanical voice sounded out of nowhere. Are you ready? Henshin. As Andrei's voice faded, a dazzling golden ring appeared before and behind him, instantly enveloping his form. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha. The golden and crimson rings melded directly into armor of intertwined gold and red. The Cobra form made its entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Andy, spread his wings, and took flight with a single flap. The rooftop was smashed into a gaping hole. Andrei, not slowing his momentum, raised his transformation steam rifle and fired a single powerful beam of light. The explosion tore a massive hole straight through the quarantine zone's roof. Clutching Andy, Andrei said directly, "We've been discovered. We need to evacuate now. Keep yourself steady." Andy knew this was just Andrei's nature, so he replied, "Whatever you say." Then spinning around, he aimed his steam gun at himself, and Andy sprang a cloud of gray smoke. When the smoke cleared, Andrei and Andy had transformed into unrecognizable people. "It's fine now. Even if you act up, no one will recognize you." Executing another turn, the system's voice chimed in. System quest: deliver Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, to the god of thunder. System reward: pending recommended time limit 1 week. Andrei paid the system's task no heed whatsoever. He simply dropped Andy off at a spot and said to him, "Remember to take the gadget I gave you when you leave." Then he directly drew his steam blade. A single horizontal slash. A brilliant radiant blade light burst forth. The building was instantly destroyed by the blade's energy. A massive amount of structural components were rent asunder by the immense force. Andrei spun his body, unleashing another crescent-shaped blade light. The remaining buildings were cleaved cleanly in two. The cut was as neat as slicing through tofu. At that moment, Andrei was puzzled. How am I supposed to lift Mjolnir? Andrei recalled that aside from Thor, it seemed only Captain America could lift Mjolnir. Could he truly lift it himself? Andrei couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. However, reality left him no time for further contemplation. He lunged forward again, curved his arms, and swung his blade. With one clean stroke, he cleaved a figure in two. Andrei continued his spin, drew his transformation steam gun, and pulled the trigger. Epilogue steam. A beam of light shot forth. Blood splattered everywhere. Andrei felt the need for a swift resolution. He raised his transformation steam rifle, kicked off the ground, and soared 50 meters into the sky. Aiming the rifle, he pulled the trigger. Rocket-propelled homing missiles launched one after another. Andrei spun in the air, his golden crimson form flashing, landing atop the ruins. He drew his signature weapon machine gun finish. He slapped his driver, then loaded the Gatling full bottle and Rider Evolution bottle in reverse. He shook his control lever, and a cold mechanical voice echoed out of nowhere. "Ready, go." Machine gun finish. The Hawk Gatlinger materialized directly in his hand as he activated Vortex Break. At that moment, Andrei's form flickered as he dodged a bullet. He rotated the magazine of the Hawk Gatlinger 10 times. A golden radiance blazed across the sky, appearing exceptionally brilliant and reassuring in the dark, starry night. Yet beneath this light lay infinite murderous intent and cold indifference. Golden hawk-shaped energy bullets were fired directly. Every single bullet precisely targeted all remaining personnel. Gazing at the figures below, Andrei, with the aid of his EVO twin eye Cobra visual sensor, instantly detected the movement reactions of those lurking in the shadows and amidst the rubble. It could also analyze airborne chemicals to track the enemy's trail. Andrei still didn't have a thorough understanding of each component of his armor. Everything was still a process of exploration. A tremendous roar echoed through the area. An orange blaze flared brilliantly, illuminating the faces of everyone present. A smirk curled at the corner of Andrei's mouth. Then, with a flash of his form, he stood before Mjolnir. The hammer lay quietly upon the sand, its metallic luster glinting faintly in the dim light of the sparks. "System, do you have any method?" Andrei asked directly. "This is a matter for the host yourself." Do not shift the blame onto the system. If you will it, then it shall be so. The system is with you. Having said this, it fell silent. The red light in Andrei's eyes flickered. The crimson glow on his body pulsed erratically. He cast a cold glance at Mjolnir. Just then his Evio twin iCobra visual sensor transmitted an alert regarding some distant reactions. Turning his head, he saw Thor approaching, a man with blonde hair, a simple face, and a scruffy beard looking somewhat dejected. Just then Andy walked over. Andrei had sensed the guy earlier during the fight, frozen motionless in a tree, probably scared out of his wits. In truth, after mastering the abilities of his Evio twin iCobra visual sensor, Andrei felt there was no real need to plant a tracker on the guy. But not doing so left him feeling oddly unsettled. Andrei turned to Thor and said, "So you're the Thor from Norse mythology." Hearing this, Thor said, "I thank you, Armored One, for knowing that I am Thor, the god of thunder. I've told countless people I am the god of thunder, but not a single soul believes me. And my dear brother is nowhere to be found. Is that your focus here? Don't you care about your little hammer?" Andrei looked at Thor, then turned to glance at the approaching Andy. Andy said to Andrei, "This guy is the god of thunder. Why does he look so pathetic? He lost his hammer, of course. He can't lift it anymore. What else could it be? If you're really Thor, I think you should be able to lift this hammer. If you can't, then you're a fake," Andrei said, a hint of twisted amusement creeping into his voice. Thor slumped, sighed, and said in a mournful tone, "I can't lift it anymore. I've tried so many times. My father banished me to Midgard because of my mistakes. My powers are sealed now. I have nothing left but this raw strength. But I believe my brother will come to help me reclaim my hammer." "I have no doubt about that," Thor said. "So you admit you can't lift it?" Andrei eyed him suspiciously. "You're the god of thunder, not the god of hammers." Andrei suddenly recalled a line Thor's father had said to him in a movie he'd seen before. "Do you think I can lift it, eh?" Andrei added. "Impossible. I absolutely refuse to believe that." Thor shook his head repeatedly, then widened his eyes. "You want to lift Mjolnir? That's preposterous. Absolutely impossible." "I think so too, but I feel I have to try. Because if you don't try, you'll always fail. But if you try, there might still be hope. I never give up easily, even when I know there may be no hope at all. But I will still try, still act. This isn't about anything else, it's my principle," Andrei said, the red light in his eyes flickering. At that moment, Thor felt that this man in the strange iron armor somehow seemed to stand a bit taller. Andrei walked slowly to Mjolnir, his eyes lowered upon the hammer. He placed his hand on its handle, his gaze sharpening. The metal of his gauntlets creaked, and the red light in his eyes pulsed incessantly. It didn't budge. He strained harder. Mjolnir shifted ever so slightly. Andrei exerted more force, then with a sudden mighty heave he roared, "Get the hell up!" As if by divine inspiration, the energy from the Armilla reactor chest was directly converted into immense destructive power channeled straight into his arm. For a single instant his golden fingers blazed with intense light, and the blue on the back of his hand also shimmered brilliantly. The golden and blue radiance played across the faces of Andy and Thor, their expressions differing, but both growing increasingly incredulous. Mjolnir was gradually lifted in Andrei's hand, but his legs sank deeper and deeper into the ground. The earth cracked, stones shattered, and dust flew. Andrei roared once more, "I refuse to be bested by you. You are but an inanimate object. Rise." It obeyed the command. Thunder roared, and a pale, blinding light flashed continuously in the sky, streaming through the gaps in the clouds like the afterimage of a deity. The expression of utter astonishment was now spreading across Andy and Thor's faces, growing ever more pronounced. "Brother, you have lifted Mjolnir. This is simply incredible," Thor exclaimed, gazing in admiration at Andrei, who had indeed raised his beloved hammer. Asgard revered the strong. Only the mighty earned respect within its halls, for the powerful forever admired those mightier than themselves. "I extend a sincere invitation to you, inviting you to Asgard to meet my father so he may witness that Midgard still harbors a warrior capable of lifting Mjolnir," Thor said. In truth, they had only just met. "Oh, then it's settled. But I need a few days. Entering Asgard requires some preparation. Do you think your divine power has returned? Do you believe your father has forgiven you? He won't let you return until your power is restored. Give it a few days." Andrei said, speaking the plain truth. "Madam, are you certain he is the Thor from the myths?" a woman inquired. Noticing Andrei's puzzled look, she quickly added, "My name is Jane." "You don't believe me," Andrei said. "Ever since we met him, he's been claiming to be the god of thunder, saying he was banished by his father to Midgard, that's Earth, to atone. It's been dreadful," Jane remarked. Andrei glanced at Jane, recalling from the first Thor movie that after her equipment and data were confiscated, Thor had stormed the camp at night to try lifting Mjolnir, only to fail embarrassingly. The very next day, the destroyer had arrived. Thor, after sacrificing himself to destroy it, had returned to Asgard, ending his 3-day exile, or rather his banishment. Just then the system's voice chimed in. "System mission lift Mjolnir, mission status completed. System reward randomly selecting. Congratulations, host has obtained the Kamen Rider build driver and Hazard trigger." "Isn't this the Kamen Rider build driver?" Andrei asked the system. Doesn't it require 3 people to transform? This device can be used for a solo transformation, the system's mechanical voice replied. Why? Andrei asked. All rights of interpretation belong to the system said coldly. A flash of red light flickered in Andrei's eyes before he fell silent, gazing at the build driver and hazard trigger within the system space. It was time to prepare his own forces. A red glint returned to Andrei's eyes as he addressed, Thor, don't you want to stay on Earth a little longer? I think it would allow you to witness the world's suffering and realize that not everything is as it seems. Besides, isn't the lady behind you quite charming? Wouldn't you stay a day or 2 for her sake? And honestly, are you sure your father will let you return? Andrei knew full well that Thor would be back in 3 days. Agreed. As a prince of Asgard, I must care for my people, Thor declared, though his gaze remained fixed on Jane. He conveniently ignored Andrei's other remarks. How Andrei knew of Asgard's existence, or that he was indeed Thor the god of thunder. A man of pure brawn was indeed easy to fool. A sudden thought struck Andrei, and he turned to Thor. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. The divine realm of Asgard was ethereal, bathed in golden light. Odin, leaning on his sword Gungnir, gazed into the vast starry expanse, his tone tinged with melancholy. Heimdall, I have been feeling unwell lately. By the way, how is Thor? Any news? After his failed attempt to lift Mjolnir, Thor made some good friends on Earth, Midgard, and they have since left that place. Heimdall reported. Odin's gaze seemed to pierce through layers of clouds, his voice profound. I hope this experience teaches him that a king's rule cannot rely solely on violence and brute force. It requires diplomacy to maintain stability across the 9 realms. Humans excel at this approach. I see them thriving and developing. That is why I sent Thor to Midgard, so he might understand my intentions. My king, if others learn that Thor has lost his powers and been banished to Midgard, certain forces, like the Frost Giants, will surely seize the opportunity. Heimdall said with concern. I am well aware of that. Odin's voice grew heavy, his remaining eye drooping. But time is short. I wish to give him more time to grow to shoulder the burden. Yet now I cannot say how long I can hold on. I have no choice, Heimdall. Is it because of Earth? Heimdall asked. Indeed. A most intriguing little fellow has appeared on Earth, as you know. But the situation is dire. Odin said. Could it be the disturbance of the ether? Heimdall immediately speculated. Heimdall was well aware of the ether's restlessness. Ever since the armored figure appeared on Earth, the ether had been in constant turmoil, and despite his best efforts, he could not pacify it. My king, you mean? Heimdall began. No, he has no connection to the ether, but I believe he knows much. If my guess is correct, he may even foresee the future. That is why he has my attention, Odin said, gazing into the distant radiant stars. I hope he can aid Thor. That is why I tampered with Mjolnir. He is proud, yet principled, resourceful. Thor will be safe with him. And I sense no malice from him toward Thor. Only a certain interest, not of that kind. I believe he can help Thor grow. Most of my power is now devoted to guarding Helheim, leaving little to protect Asgard. Thor is still young and needs to mature. With the ether in turmoil, the dark elves have grown restless, threatening a resurgence. Should they come, Thor must step up. He must grow quickly. Odin said. Heimdall's expression grew solemn. I shall obey the All-Father's command and keep a close watch on Thor. Heimdall, keep an eye on the Frost Giants. Thor's coronation was interrupted by them. I raided their realm, slaying many. Laufey will not let this rest. I will monitor the Frost Giants constantly, All-Father, Heimdall said with a deep bow. Odin turned once more to the distant starfield where twinkling lights shimmered like a fairy's tears, elusive and indistinct. I hope there is still time, Odin muttered, looking at the stars. He then took the reins of his 8-legged steed, raised Gungnir, and flew into the distance. Heimdall stood like a gilded stone statue, his sword resting between his legs, his gaze sweeping across the far-off, brilliant starfield. So he refuses. Nick held a cup of tea. Chinese tea, not his usual coffee. Indeed, he has no expectations of us. He seems aware of our internal issues, which are considerable. His reluctance is understandable. Phil said. Did he discover something? Nick asked. He likely detected their presence, though how remains unknown. From his demeanor and words, he clearly has no intention of elaborating. Under these circumstances, Director, what do you make of it? Phil said. Nick chuckled wryly and took a sip of tea. What else could it be? Our organization is impure. A large forest harbors all kinds of birds. I even wonder what we truly are, ourselves or our shadow. Director, you knew. Phil said. Knowing is one thing, eradicating is another. It only adds to the burden. For me, it's still useful to have a disciplined organization handle some tasks. It's not about sides, it's about utility, Nick said. Did they cause a ruckus in that town? And there's a Thor, the god of thunder. Is that true? Indeed. And I heard Andrei lifted Mjolnir. In comparison, I think that self-proclaimed god of thunder is a fake, or perhaps a god of hammers, Phil remarked. He's got a hammer, all right, Nick said deadpan. Let them be. Maybe something interesting will come of it. Just make the necessary preparations and keep casualties low. ITLL make cleanup easier. Nick said, one more thing, director. What is it? The head of the cyber division complained about their workload and requested more staff. No additional funding needed. They prioritize personnel, but funding is also required. However, from what I've observed, their desire for manpower outweighs their need for funds. Andrei arrived at Tony's laboratory where Tony was engrossed in his research. Tony, I have something that requires your assistance. Are you not seeing that I am busy? By the way, your armor is quite impressive. If you feel unsatisfied with your work, you can come to my company. I believe my compensation is better than that damned SHIELD. For instance, you could come work as my bodyguard. I can guarantee that the young models featured in Time magazine will surely enjoy your comfort every day in your bed. For them, money might be more attractive than that, but of course if both are good, they would have no resistance. Of course, if you prefer men, forget I said anything. Andrei cut straight to the point. Can you optimize genes? No. Speaking of which, you still owe me 2 lives. Would you like to express something? Andrei said directly. Sure. But what is it that requires you to come see me? Can it be sent directly? Oh, I forgot, gene modifications usually involve living beings. Tony immediately changed his tune. It's this, Andrei said as he took out a small glass vial and directly addressed Tony. I need you to study this living organism and hope to eliminate its weakness. Can you do it? What kind of question is that? There is nothing in this entire America that I cannot accomplish. Come back tomorrow, and I can assure you it will be ready by then. Moreover, you'd better come in the morning. I'm afraid my speed may be too fast for you to handle. Tony took the vial and placed it on the experimental table to begin his research. On the terrace of the Celestial Palace, the vast and distant starry realm sparkled like flickering fireflies weaving distant dreams. However, beneath this beautiful scene and dreamlike illusion lay a pair of destructive horns that marred its beauty. The pale-skinned tall Prince Loki of Asgard gazed at Bifrost, which seemed to be at a far distance. However, before him was a water mirror that appeared to be non-existent. The water mirror reflected Bifrost's image, and Loki's voice would emanate from there. A gentle voice arose. Loki, I taught you magic not for eavesdropping on conversations between your father and brother. This is something you need to understand. The ripples in the water mirror subtly stirred, and waves spread like fireworks. Loki momentarily froze and turned to see his mother Frigga. Mother, Loki called out, holding a deep respect and affection for her. Frigga dissipated the magic from her hand and said to Loki, Loki, I taught you magic not to use it for eavesdropping on your father. Loki hurriedly explained, No, mother, I was eavesdropping just to know when my brother Thor would return. You also know, mother, after Thor was banished to Midgard, he lost his divine power and cannot lift Mjolnir. I am very worried about him, so I eavesdropped on father's conversation. Please forgive me. Frigga smiled gently and said, It is wonderful that you have such a heart. Now that the frost giants and dark elves are stirring, I am glad you have such concern. She gently stroked Loki's face and said, You are brothers. I hope you can work together to resist them, can you? Loki looked at his mother's face, holding her hand in return, feeling a hint of warmth, and said, I will. I will resist with Thor and not allow them to take an inch of Asgard's territory. Frigga's face blossomed with a gentle smile, and Loki mirrored it. Frigga looked at Loki, nodded with a smile, and then left. However, after Frigga left, the warm smile on Loki's face vanished, replaced by an expression that suggested everyone owes him 5 million. He muttered to himself, I can protect Asgard alone. I don't need that foolish brother to protect me. I don't need him. As night fell like a curtain over the earth, the sea waves were silent. A spaceship as usual flew into the towering mountains and then quietly returned. The night shadows were heavy. This spaceship was very strange, yet no one doubted it. From beginning to end, neither Heimdall nor any of the patrolling soldiers had noticed such a suspicious ship as if it had never existed. Snow and ice were perennial, as if they were part of this place, a natural part. A vast expanse of white, nothing but white, made it hard to discern. The pure white expanse was truly clean. This was the situation in Jotunheim. The frost giant Laufey had met with the mysterious information broker he had collaborated with many times. Laufey was quite satisfied with this information broker. The last time this broker provided information led him to Odin's treasure vault. Although it was later obliterated, at least he had touched it, which was much better than before. This time the mysterious information broker directly informed him that Thor had lost his powers and was banished to Midgard. Upon hearing this news, Laufey burst into laughter, having no doubts about the broker's words. Many previous pieces of information were genuine, and this time Laufey's understanding matched what the broker provided. After paying a hefty price in cold iron, Laufey glanced at the departing figure and revealed a mocking smile. Odin, it seems your internal matters are not as solid as you thought. Your son has just lost his divine power, and someone within wants him dead. This is truly amusing. Then Laufey turned, his eyes filled with flames of hatred. With a forceful grip, the frost in his hand crackled as he shouted toward the ice palace behind him, Immediately send a team to Midgard to investigate the situation, confirm whether Thor is there and whether he has lost his divine power, then test whether the items provided by that Asgard trader can fool Heimdall's eyes. If it works, I believe we can sell it for some money and trade back for something. After so many years, Laufey would certainly not completely trust the information provided by the broker. He was not foolish enough to send an elite team directly, but would send a regular squad instead. If it's fake, no problem, it's just a loss of a regular squad, which is inconsequential for Laufey. If it's real, then they could capture Thor. For a Thor without divine power, Laufey believed they could capture him and exchange him for the Frost Giant's treasure, the Frost Box. In the small town at night, with stars twinkling. After giving Tony the task, Andrei felt that Tony had become his tool and arrived at the desolate little town, which could barely be called a town. Andrei entered a small diner featuring the typical American country setting with an old television playing Michael Jackson's songs and dances, while the people inside were indulged in revelry. Thor also arrived there for the first time. He found the beer here so delicious that he lingered, but just as he was about to indulge, his gaze suddenly turned fierce, like a hungry wolf spotting a little rabbit. Although currently Thor might be the little rabbit, this did not change anything for him. Thor, what's going on? Enemies are coming. The warriors of Asgard need to go to the battlefield. Going to battle is the honor and ideal of every Asgard warrior. Then let's go. To not reciprocate is impolite. Since they have brought gifts, it wouldn't be a good friendship to refuse. Thor, are you going? A red glow flickered in Andrei's eyes. I'm not sure, but I feel it's dangerous. My divine power hasn't recovered, and my hammer is also. You are the god of thunder, not the god of the hammer. Andrei picked up a flashlight and shone it at the door. Outside lay small stones, withered grass, and various snack wrappers. There was also cold blue frost shimmering with a chilling light on the dry ground. Thor's eyes narrowed as he rushed over, squatted down, picked up the blue frost with his hand, and crushed it with a squeeze. Is this left by your enemies? Yes, they are frost giants. Under my father's suppression, they are in a dire state. They are our sworn enemies. Oh, why have they come here? Could it be that their treasure, the Frost Box, is here? Thor's last words were spoken softly, but Andrei heard them clearly. Don't you understand? It was your adorable, obedient brother who did this. The frost giants are his handiwork. Think about your situation, don't you get it? Forget it that this guy only has muscles in his brain. Andrei's eyes narrowed, and he jumped and flipped. The blue frost directly left a large pit where it had been exuding wisps of cold air. Andrei leaped into the small forest without a second thought. He made a slight movement with his fingers, and a device appeared out of nowhere in his hand, placing it on his abdomen, while a mechanical voice sounded, Evol driver. Cobra. Cobra. Rider system. Rider system. Evolution. Shaking the driver handle, a mechanical voice appeared. Are you ready? Henshin. Just as Andrei's voice fell, dazzling golden rings appeared around him, instantly wrapping his form. Cobra. 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 Fuahahaha. The golden and red rings transformed into a crimson armor. Cobra form debut. He swung the steam blade in his hand. The blue blade light shone, and with a sound the ice blue head of the frost giant fell to the ground. Andrei jumped again, manifesting wings, spinning, and unleashed another blade light directly toward a target. A row of trees was directly severed in half, collapsing like fallen stones. The blade gleamed. A single horizontal slash tore through the air. Andrei leaped again. Ever since he had raised Mjolnir, his body had undergone subtle changes he himself could not quite articulate. A brilliant radiant blade light swept horizontally through the air. A wet thud. The frost giant's head soared into the sky. With another flash of his blade, Andrei sliced a gash through the mouth of the airborne head. Its steel-like teeth shattered from the blade's edge, crystal shards scattering into the air. Thor and the others were dumbfounded. Yet unlike the rest, Thor found the man's armor quite stylish, though he still believed his own was superior. Thinking of his own armor, Thor could not suppress a pang of sorrow. Andrei, of course, paid no heed to Thor's melancholy. His sole focus now was on defeating the frost giants, driven of course by the system. These frost giants were merely an appetizer. Andrei knew that Loki would soon send the destroyer guardian of Odin's vault to Earth. That would be another fierce battle. For now, Andrei needed only to continue consolidating his strength. Andrei surveyed the remaining 5 or 6 frost giants, their ice-blue bodies and glowing azure eyes fixed upon him. His gaze hardened. He drew his steam smoke gun. Steam shot. XX. A powerful light bullet flew forth, trailing a cloud of smoke. Andrei spun, and another mechanical voice rang out, Elix steam. A trajectory light bullet shot out. An explosion roared. The frost giant dodged, then spotted the golden-haired Thor and sneered. It seems the great Thor has truly lost his power. A sense of dread washed over Thor. He shouted to Jane, get out of here. Run. Too late. The frost giant raised its ice-blue fist and slammed it down. In the nick of time, Thor dashed forward and met the frost giant's blow with his own fist. The frost giant stumbled back, but its eyes gleamed with fierce excitement. It seems you have truly lost your power, Thor. Thor then prepared to face our wrath. Another fist came, and an ice-blue blade of frost shot towards Thor. Thor struck back with his fist blocking the frost giant's icy blade. Then he raised his leg and delivered a kick landing squarely on the frost giant's kidney. Thor felt a biting cold in his foot. In his former glory, such a strike would have shattered the giant. Sensing Thor's diminished strength, the frost giant grinned wider. You've regressed, dear Thor. Our beloved thunder god. Once you could have reduced me to dust with a single blow of your hammer. Then Thor felt a shadow loom larger above him. Thor knew it was bad. At that moment, a powerful light bullet flew and striking the frost giant's arm directly. Shards of ice scattered everywhere. Thor's companions were stunned. What kind of sorcery was this? Darcy and Jane in particular stared at the massive footprint the frost giant had left on the ground, surrounded by a lattice of ice-blue crystals. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, Darcy would have thought it was a scene from a sci-fi movie. She even pinched her thigh hard to confirm she was awake, but that only deepened her confusion and disbelief. Who told you that? Thor bellowed. Worry about your own situation first. The frost giant raised its hands, gathering energy. A deep blue frost coalesced in its palms, taking shape. In moments, a half-meter-long azure ice blade materialized in its grip. With a sudden forward lunge, the ice-blue blade whistled through the air, a faint white mist forming around its edge. A single swing. A sonic boom tore through the air as a massive shockwave kicked up crystal-like ice shards from the ground. The shopkeeper was hurled into the air by the blast and slammed against the wall. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground. Teeth clattered onto the floor. Then he fell silent, unmoving. The mechanical voice of Alex Steam sounded. Andrei charged forward, his wings spreading behind him as a curved light bullet shot out. He spun, drawing his steam blade. Leaping into the air, he unleashed a brilliant cascading blade light. The frost giant roared, raising its left arm elbow out to block. The sound of shattering ice filled the air. The frost giant's roar turned into a howl of pain. Shards of ice fell through the air, glinting coldly under the moonlight. Andrei charged, his blade swinging, aiming to take the frost giant's life. But the other frost giants would not allow it. Another frost giant roared, its ice blade sweeping out. A blue blade light clashed against Andrei's. A violent explosion erupted. The two azure energies collided, the immense shockwave causing Darcy and Jane's ears to ring and their hair to fly back. Andrei dodged as an ice blade whizzed past him. His long blade held firm, he shouted, "How dare you!" He charged again, his blade aimed directly at the forehead of the treacherous frost giant, determined to claim its head. Another ice-blue blade light blocked his path, but Andrei was in a bloodlust. Nothing would stop him now. He raised his left hand, his momentum unchecked. Vortex break. The Hawk Gatlinger appeared. He sheathed the steam blade, loaded the Gatling full bottle and Rider Evolution bottle into the Hawk Gatlinger, and rapidly cranked the lever 10 times. Full bullet. The sound effect echoed out of nowhere. Andrei flipped, and a golden hawk-shaped light bullet shot forth. Several hawk-shaped light bullets zipped through the air. One struck another frost giant in the abdomen, exploding with a thunderous roar, shattering it into fragments. Another bullet hit a frost giant square in the head. The immense energy turned its skull into glass-like shards. The onlookers had never seen such an attack. Yet the frost giant, despite its name, let out a furious roar, its ice fist glowing dimly as it lunged forward with a punch. The frost giant's fist shattered. It roared in agony. Beyond the pain, the humiliation of having its fist crushed was unbearable. It raised its other fist, but Andrei would not let it. He drew his steam blade again and swung. He aimed for the frost giant's neck. The frost giant scrambled to protect its neck, but it was too late. The sound of ice being violently shattered echoed in the quiet air, followed by a cascade of ice fragments that glittered like stars in the night sky. The frost giant's red eyes widened in disbelief. The crimson light in them slowly faded, and it crashed to the ground, leaving behind a pool of pale blue crystals. Andrei didn't spare it a glance. He raised his steam blade again, charging forward, the tip aimed directly at the frost giant that had ambushed him earlier. Die, he bellowed, his form blurring as he shot forward, his blade pointed straight at the frost giant's forehead. Don't get too cocky. Fury burned in the frost giant's heart. Not only had it failed to disrupt Thor's movements and complete its mission, but this insignificant insect, Andrei, was obstructing it, and miraculously succeeding. Its eyes blazed with rage. It swung its ice blade with all its might. The cold light and the blue light clashed. Clang! The ice blade shattered. The frost giant howled, and another ice blade came flying at Andrei. Andrei spun, dodging, and drew his steam gun. The dark muzzle aimed at the frost giant. He pulled the trigger. The sound of steam shot, XX, rang out, and a curved light bullet flew forth. Weary from the battle, the frost giant's movements were sluggish. It hurriedly raised its elbow to block. With a roar, it deflected the light bullet. Andrei, unfazed, drew his steam blade. A single horizontal slash sent a blue blade light the color of their bodies racing forward. But the frost giant felt only a bone-chilling cold. the cold of killing intent. You think you can finish me? The frost giant roared, the red light in its eyes blazing like rubies. Then it charged swift as lightning. What's there to fear? My weapon is ready. Andrei roared, drawing the hawk gatlinger and loading the bottles. Full bullet. With lightning speed, he fired the hawk-shaped light bullet. A deafening explosion. A massive orange mushroom cloud erupted, illuminating the faces of everyone present. Andrei's eyes narrowed. He saw the frost giant engulfed in flames, ice, and fire, forming a bizarre pattern on its body, the two elements converging unnaturally. Today, either you die, or I do. The frost giant hurled an ice blade. Besides the blue crystals, a trace of flame flickered on it. Andrei said nothing but spun his lever. Ready, go. Evoltic finish. Ciao. Starlight shimmered. A disc-shaped energy of the astrolabe's power gathered around his right foot. He executed a rider kick. Starlight blazed like scattered diamonds, but more mysterious, more awe-inspiring. Like the galaxy within one's eyes, brilliant and magnificent. Die. The rider kick seemed to condense. Everyone held their breath. The dark figure in the air moved with demonic grace, yet radiated immense power, as if the very air around it had solidified. A wet, tearing sound. How is the situation on your end? Said the bald director from the other end of the line. We've moved in all the equipment. Infrared sensors, data collectors, recording devices, everything. For this battle, I believe it's necessary for us to gather intelligence on Andrei. Phil said. The psychological research department believed they needed a comprehensive understanding of Andrei's daily life habits and personality. But the bald director vetoed that idea. He remembered all too well what happened during the first probe, and he had no desire for a repeat. No need. However, we should assist him when necessary. After all, offering help in times of need is more meaningful than adding to his success. Nick said, Director, do you need me to go? Clint asked from the side. No. Only intervene when he's in grave danger. Nick said, What else do you want? Andrei's cold voice rang out. He was tired of dragging things out. As the inheritor of the Evol gene, Andrei knew he must use overwhelming force to intimidate them. Stop bluffing. If you have the guts, kill us all, the remaining frost giant shouted defiantly. As you wish. Andrei drew his steam blade and swung it, unleashing a majestic arc of light. The frost giant blocked, but another giant suddenly lunged forward with an icy sword. An icy blue energy shot forth. Andrei didn't dodge, his eyes flashed crimson, and he threw a punch. The blue energy shattered into fragments like scattered stars in the Milky Way. Andrei threw another punch. Clang. It didn't strike the frost giant's abdomen, but collided with another giant's spiked club. Strange blue sparks flew. Andrei's eyes narrowed as he roared. You've got guts, but it's not enough. With his left hand extended, the falcon gatling emerged. Its wings flapped as it soared into the sky, spinning its magazine 10 times. A mechanical voice rang out, full bullet. The falcon gatling fired falcon-shaped light bullets. The intense radiance illuminated the frost giant's blue body, nearly turning it yellow. The giant let out a wolf-like howl, summoning all its strength for a desperate final stand. Since that's your choice, I'll grant it. Andrei roared. He charged again with his steam blade. The blue blade light and yellow falcon bullets intertwined, blazing brilliantly. A massive shockwave shook the pale blue frost from the ground, overturning tables, chairs, and various furniture with a thunderous explosion. The cold shockwave turned a bottle of cola on the table into frozen cola. A clever move, but useless. Die. Andrei gripped his steam sword tightly, its blade gleaming with eerie yellow light. He charged the sword tip aimed at the frost giant's brow. An intense aura of death enveloped the frost giant. Suddenly, another ice blade swept in. Andrei twisted his body slightly, the sword tip still seeking the giant's brow. A sound like shattering ice and glass intertwined. Andrei twisted his steam sword, and a hole appeared in the giant's brow. It seemed bottomless, yet was right before his eyes. Andrei pulled back his sword, and the giant fell. But Andrei instantly retreated, landing atop another giant's head. He grabbed its skull fiercely. The frost giant roared, Do you dare? It swung its spiked club at Andrei's arm. How could Andrei let it succeed? He blocked with his left arm. Bright yellow sparks flew. Andrei flung his hand, and with a bang, the club was sent flying, landing on a distant tree that instantly turned icy blue. Andrei's form flickered. In an instant, he was atop the frost giant's head, lifting the entire creature. The frost giant trembled uncontrollably. Andrei spun halfway and hurled it away. The massive icy blue figure shot through the air. A thunderous crash followed as the frost giant shattered, scattering countless icy blue fragments under the moonlight. Enough! Andrei roared again. His form flickered as his wings vibrated rapidly like a hummingbird's, carrying him into the distance. What's your deal, eh? Andrei hovered above Phil's group, addressing them directly. Phil felt a bone-chilling cold, as if the very air had frozen. Don't misunderstand. We were just passing by. Even a passing Kamen rider wouldn't be spared. Andrei's blade swept past, leaving a long gash before Phil. Though only 2 meters away, it seemed an insurmountable chasm. Phil fell silent. Tell me, in this land of freedom someone dares to pry into a citizen's privacy and conduct ludicrous investigations. Should I have my lawyer handle the troubles I'm facing? Of course, if my lawyer or I meet an untimely end, I'd consider it an honor in this nation, where even the air is free and the moon is rounder. I'm proud of it. Even the seasoned agents couldn't help but blush at the sarcasm. Andrei could clearly hear their hearts pounding within their chests. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Please enlighten me, Andrei said coolly. We mean no harm. I'm simply fulfilling my duty and responsibility. It's my work, my mission, and my honor. This isn't about right or wrong. You have your stance, and I have my responsibilities. Conflicts are inevitable, which I regret. Phil said earnestly. Andrei glanced at him, sneering inwardly. This man places himself on a moral high ground with a few words, flawless though it may be. But your duty and mission are no excuse to interfere with me. Well said, Phil Coulson. Truly bold. I must commend your wit and courage, but this matter won't end so smoothly. I'm sure your director is already aware of the situation. Prepare 100 kilograms of vibranium. As for you, you're not leaving now. I think you'd all be perfect for a tea party at my place. By the way, I just happen to have some tea imported from the Dragon Kingdom. Some of you might like it, others might not. But that doesn't matter. It's not about what you think, but it's about what I think. I hope you all understand. And of course you must accept it. There's no room for negotiation. Let's go, free people. Your free air and moon urge you to move. The chill in Andrei's voice felt like a weight crushing them. Only now did they realize how absurd their decision had been. Don't worry. Nothing will happen on the way. In this country, car accidents are free, robberies are free, and carnal affairs are free. But the excitement belongs to others. Tea requires quiet, not boisterous freedom. Do you understand? These words cut off all escape routes. Phil knew this was Andrei's final warning, to keep them in line. They had already pushed Andrei's tolerance to its limit. And indeed, Andrei was tempted to kill them all like parasites he couldn't shake off. Andrei felt he had been too lenient, letting them think he was easy prey. Have some tea, freshly brewed. The temperature is just right. Andrei set down the tea. The group's faces fell as they saw the delicate blue and white porcelain cups and the Huizhou de Hongpo tea leaves. But the real shock was the long silken white steam rising from the cups. Was this what he called just right? Does your conscience not ache? I've added red goji berries, a magical fruit from the east. I'm sure it won't disappoint. In Huaxia we believe in eating and drinking while it's hot. Those who know me understand my passion for Chinese culture. So drink up while it's hot, yes. Don't be shy. I'll drink first. Those who wish to drink do so, those who don't drink anyway. I told you it's not about your willingness, it's about mine. He downed it in one gulp. Oh, I forgot to mention. There will be small dishes later, oysters, leeks, and vitamin C drinks. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. The tea was fragrant and slightly bitter. Andrei didn't find it hot, but the others certainly did. Just then Coffee Bean arrived, leaping gracefully onto Andrei's lap and settling into a cat loaf position. Excuse me, is there a restroom? Someone asked after a while. Sorry, no. The restrooms here are for humans. There's only a cat litter box, but Coffee Bean has hygiene standards. Surely you wouldn't compete with a cat for the bathroom. So feel free to make your own arrangements. Andrei's extremely insulting words infuriated the group, yet they were powerless as none dared to predict what Andrei might do next. What's the matter? Does the tea not suit your taste? Or is it that my brewing skills are lacking? Andrei wore a smile that seemed utterly harmless. No, I find it quite pleasant. Allow me to drink to your health first as a token of gratitude. With that, Phil downed his cup in one gulp. Andrei then turned his gaze to the others. Everyone swallowed hard, their Adam's apples bobbing, and without waiting for Andrei to speak, they grabbed their cups. How could it be so scalding hot? Yet neither shock nor anger could be shown. Their faces were masks of feigned politeness. Had one not known their true nature, it would have seemed like a gathering of young friends discussing trivial pleasures. May I ask your name? Andrei set down his untouched teacup and pointed at a man. Are you addressing me? A robust man, somewhat startled, pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Yes, you. Andrei fixed his gaze on him. My name is Grant Ward, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., said a man with a short-trimmed beard. You need not drink, but after the others pay their ransom you shall remain. Rest assured I harbor no ill intentions toward you. I am merely intrigued. After all, you may prove more useful than the rest. Mere gluttons who use the name of freedom to shackle it, are you not? Andrei regarded him with a playful glint in his eyes. If Andrei's memory served him correctly, this Ward was a level 7 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, while Phil Coulson was a level 9 agent, and he was the adopted son of John Garrett. To Andrei, this man held immense potential value. What he valued was not Ward himself, but loyalty above all else. Andrei's interest lay in what Ward represented and the Hydra organization behind him. Is something wrong? Andrei asked, noticing Ward's contemplative silence. Ward sensed the lethal intent beneath the calm words. As a professional assassin, he could not miss the danger. He quickly replied, "No problem, Mr. Andrei. I can stay. Have you all finished your tea? You may leave." For Andrei had sensed the arrival of Nick's people. "Mr. Ward, would you be so kind as to bring the vibranium inside?" This statement implied that everyone else could depart. "How are you all faring?" Phil asked, a red blister faintly visible at the corner of his mouth. "What else can we do? We've gained a few blisters, nothing more. But I suspect our director will be furious. Our already scant supply of vibranium is growing even scarcer." An extra remarked, "I'm not so sure. There might be more to this story. Don't you think?" Phil's face shone with intelligence, and in that moment it felt as if the sun had pierced the clouds. Then a calm man stepped forward and said, "We need to stay composed. What qualifies Andrei to challenge us? H-I-E-L-D. In my view, our director could crush him with a single finger." The others exchanged odd glances, especially Phil. Had they not witnessed Andrei capturing their director and forcing him to hand over vibranium? Given the current situation, how could he still utter such words? Was he implying that their director had too much vibranium to spare? Phil coughed twice and said, "Our primary task now is to report the situation to our director and inform him of what has transpired. We must proceed with caution." "Drink your tea." Andrei gestured for Ward to consume the cup before him. Ward picked up the cup, observing the tea leaves settled at the bottom. The pale yellow-green liquid made him appear hesitant. He raised the cup, exchanged a glance with Andrei, and downed it all in one gulp. Did he think this was beer? Was this man truly as uncouth as those who guzzle 1992 Screaming Eagle Cabernet and 1907 Champagne Piper Heidsieck Shipwrecked as if they were mere sodas? Surely not. He was a high Evol Hydra agent, a debonair figure. He was only slightly less handsome than himself. "Mr. Ward, do you know why I kept you behind?" Andrei smiled, but the expression paired with his dark red hair and blood-red eyes was somewhat eerie. At least that was Ward's perception. It was a pity Andrei had such an inexplicable confidence in his smile. If he knew Ward's thoughts, the man before him might not remain so charming. Ward smiled without a word. Andrei took another sip of tea, set down the cup, and said, "I suspect you've discovered one of my secrets. As expected of a level 7 agent. But it matters little. I hear your superior is John Garrett." Andrei inquired. "How do you know that?" Ward's voice betrayed his surprise. "Don't be alarmed, Comrade Ward. Calm down, will you? Let me guess again. You belong to a certain organization, don't you?" Andrei's face bore a mysterious, genial smile. "Don't be shocked. I studied psychology. Let me analyze this to infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D. And attain such a position. Your organization must be highly secretive. And it reminds me of a saying, cut off one head, two more shall take its place. Quite fitting, isn't it? John Garrett's adopted son, S-H-I-E-L-D. Level 7 agent, Hydra agent Ward." When Andrei uttered those words, Ward leaped to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead, as if ready to lunge and beat Andrei to a pulp. "Relax, Mr. Ward. You should be grateful that I'm speaking with you rather than preparing to deal with you. For me, it's merely a matter of your choice, active or passive. And this is my territory. I won't allow you to run rampant. Consider this, I know those who left are already reporting to their superiors. Your organization will likely learn the details soon enough, but that poses no great difficulty for me. Understand? What do you want?" "I wish to meet your adoptive father, Mr. John Garrett." Ward let out a long breath and replied, "Agreed. The location is here at this same time tomorrow. However, during this interval, I must ask you to endure some inconvenience, Mr. Ward. You may protest, but it will be futile. That will be all. You may stay in this room tonight. The door to the left leads to a bedroom, and your evening meal will be delivered." Meow. Coffee Bean appeared, rubbing against Andrei's leg. Andrei scooped up the cat. "Stay put and don't entertain any foolish notions. Though there are no cameras or devices here, I expect no trouble." Andrei cast a glance at Ward. At that moment, Ward looked up and met those blood-red eyes filled with boundless terror like a sea of blood. The moon hung like a hook, casting shadows over a lonely courtyard. Ward might not have read such a poem, but its words perfectly captured his current state of mind. As the saying goes, cut it will not break, sorted it becomes tangled. Such is the sorrow of parting, a taste beyond compare. Such was his plight. Yet this was not Ward's nature. He would never resign himself to fate. He was not. Nor was he as a sacred Hydra agent, nor was his organization. Ward immediately rose, walking on tiptoes with his heels touching the ground to minimize noise. He pressed his ear to the wall, confirming no one was there, then listened to the floor, still empty. Taking a deep breath, the silvery moonlight slanted into the room, illuminating a wooden desk. A blue and white porcelain vase reflected the soft glow. Ward leaped, vaulting out the window. Sweat glistened on his muscular frame. The moonlight scattered over his chiseled rock-like muscles, casting an ethereal sheen. Just as he was about to hit the ground outside the window, Ward braced himself with both hands. His body paused briefly, then he leaned forward, landing on his back. He cushioned the fall with his hands to protect his spine. Crouching low, he crept forward. Ahead lay a cluster of emerald bamboo shimmering under the moon like Su Dongpo's verse. The courtyard below is as clear as water. Ward had no time to appreciate the beauty. He pressed on until he spotted a pavilion with a figure inside. His body tensed instantly. Without a second thought, Ward sprinted forward, leaped, and grabbed the man's shoulder, twisting it with force. A bone cracked as Ward dislocated the man's collarbone using sheer strength. He then jumped again, delivering a downward punch aimed at the skull. The angle targeted the most vulnerable spot for fracturing. As the blow neared, the man leaned back and twisted sideways, executing a near-impossible maneuver, then swung his left arm upward. He grabbed Ward's hand. Ward panicked, but unrepentant, kicked out again, aiming for the man's most sensitive area. Caught off guard, the man mid-triumph took the hit. A sensation akin to a roller coaster ride, unforgettable. Even a century later, when Ward recalled this moment, he might still feel a phantom ache in his groin. His complexion changed from blue to white, then from white to blue again, followed by a transition to red, and finally evolved into a purplish hue, ultimately turning into a color reminiscent of pig liver. His face resembled that of pig liver, sweat pouring down like rain, yet he could not rise from the ground. "Who are you?" Ward's voice trembled slightly. "You don't look well. Have you done something you shouldn't have?" the man remarked. "Who exactly are you?" Ward shouted with one hand covering a certain area. "You don't recognize me anymore." The person's voice suddenly changed, revealing it to be the voice of the Evol gene. "You really are forgetting so quickly. I told you not to make any more small moves, yet you didn't listen. What was the point of it all? You received some minor injuries which are insignificant to you, but next time it won't be so simple, understand. It might be something you can't accept," Andrei said. The cold moonlight slanted across Andrei's chiseled face, the lashes on his eyes casting shadows over his blood-red eyes, making it difficult to see through. However, Ward felt an extreme sense of danger reminiscent of the time he spent before being taken in by Gatler. "Don't panic. Since you enjoy making small moves so much, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. I believe I may have a way to keep you around." Ward's face was as grim as water. Andrei left directly. Back in his room, Andrei looked at Ward, who was confined within the room, unable to hold back his sigh. In truth, Ward had no real stance. The reason he joined the Hydra organization and followed it through thick and thin was likely due to Baron Gatler. After all, it was a matter of saving his life and raising him. Moreover, according to the later plot, Andrei vaguely remembered that after the storyline involving the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Agent 33 was accidentally killed by him, leading to S.H.I.E.L.D. eliminating most of Hydra's high-ranking commanders. Ward then reorganized the remaining young elite of Hydra, allowing the organization to be reborn. Later, things became quite dramatic due to the detestable screenwriter. Ward was hunted down by Phil Coulson after killing his lover Rosalind Price, and was subsequently killed by Coulson. The drama escalated further as he was infected by Hive after his death, becoming one with Hive. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 4, an incredibly dramatic plot unfolded where Agent Hand brought Ward out of prison and revealed his good side, making him S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ace agent, deeply connected with the Patriot. He later infiltrated Hydra and fell in love with Daisy, but even after discovering her identity, he willingly held off numerous enemies to protect her. It was a disgrace both mentally and physically, and an insult to the viewer's intelligence. "Tony, are you done yet?" Andrei entered Tony's laboratory. "What the hell is this you've given me? Don't tell me this isn't from Earth." As soon as Andrei stepped in, he heard Tony shouting. "I don't even know who was so confident to tell me it could be done in a day. I came today, and I came early. So have you taken care of my matters?" "Of course it's done. For me it's nothing but a casual task. Your work was just a bit more challenging, but I had no difficulties and got it done." Andrei looked over, feeling that in that moment the glow on Tony's face was becoming increasingly glaring and blurred. In a daze, Andrei felt as if Tony's eyes, nose, and mouth had transformed into the words, "You should praise me quickly." Andrei no longer wanted to see Tony's unpleasant face, feeling as if the whole world needed to revolve around him, as if he were the center of the universe. However, in a certain sense, Tony might indeed be the center of this world. "It's ready." Tony casually tossed a bottle over. As Andrei caught it, a chilling sensation greeted him, containing surging venom. Andrei had all the venom in his body sent to Tony for modification. "Not bad, I'm leaving now. Also remember that you owe me a life." Andrei smiled faintly and said to Tony, "Damn it, just hurry up and leave." As soon as Andrei stepped in, he heard Tony shouting. "I don't even know who was so confident to tell me it could be done in a day." "Yes, that's correct. I want that person." "No, that's impossible, sir. With all due respect, you don't have that kind of strength." A dazzling golden ring appeared around Andrei, instantly enveloping his figure. "Is this acceptable?" "Dear Mr. Gatler, At that moment, Gatler felt overwhelmed, especially with the aura emanating from the blood-red armor, which made it hard for him to breathe. His heart was filled with shock at how powerful this person was. You should have long known my true identity. Since that's the case, why harbor any illusions? Do you want me to personally clarify the issue of Ward's allegiance? Do you want to think about it? Although I won't agree. Gatler fell silent. Indeed, Ward was very important to him, but for Gatler a piece on the chessboard could be omitted or sacrificed. For the sake of the great organization, anything could be abandoned. After a moment of silence, Gatler said, "Okay, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Cooperation. To call a one-sided grant cooperation. Are you feeling unwell? Before leaving, Andrei said to Gatler, who had already stepped out with one foot, "Was that tea good? By the way, you might see me again in the future, but I don't know what that will be like. Goodbye, Mr. Gatler, I hope you have a pleasant life." Gatler almost fell to the ground. "Can't you be any less shameless?" Andrei looked at the venom in the bottle, chuckled, and directly uncapped it. The ink-like venom surged out instantly, countless tendrils crawling up Andrei's arms and spreading across his body, the cold sensation washing over him. In no time his body was covered in black venom, his pale eyes flickering with red light, and his mouth filled with fangs like a beast. "Perhaps I should retreat." Andrei looked at himself in the mirror. With a thought, the venom retreated like a tide, revealing Andrei's wild, yet well-proportioned physique. Looking down, he couldn't help but blush. Could it be that the venom would corrode clothing? At that moment, Coffee Bean entered. Upon seeing that thing, it excitedly ran over and leapt up, its paws landing fortuitously on that sensitive spot. Andrei looked down at Coffee Bean, who obediently mewed a few times. "Andrei." The warm yellow light flickered in the bathroom. Andrei was taking a shower, not because he wanted to, but due to a certain cat's influence. Coffee Bean lay pitifully in the bathtub, occasionally poking its pristine legs out, trying to escape. How could Andrei let it have its way? He picked up the jasmine-scented soap and gave Coffee Bean a bath. Although he bathed it every day, today was different. Today's events brought out Andrei's hidden obsession with cleanliness spiraling out of control. "Aren't you coming?" Andrei said, holding a white towel, rubbing his head while addressing the one who had already been betrayed by his adoptive father. "Impossible," Ward growled, but his tone was filled with despair. "How about I give you a choice?" Andrei tossed the towel aside and stepped forward, patting Ward's shoulder while the Evol genes smoothly settled within Ward's body. "What choice?" Ward looked up. "I will give you power. Now I will also let you go. You can look for them and see what attitude they have toward you. Here, take it." Andrei pulled out a transformation device from the system space, specifically the Kamen Rider Evol driver, but it was certainly not the one Andrei would use himself. It was a replica. In simple terms, this driver was used to transform into Kamen Rider Madrogue. Ward looked at the driver, then back at Andrei. "How do I use it?" "It's simple. You just place your hand on the driver and you'll know," Andrei said with a smile. As soon as he placed his hand on it, his mind felt like it had experienced 10 storms at once. The sheer volume of information made Ward feel like a small boat drifting in a storm, leading to an immediate headache. He covered his head, as it seems almost all traversers do this, letting out a series of beast-like roars. Off. Finally, he let out a massive roar, kneeling directly before Andrei. "There's no need to do this now," Andrei said slowly. "What exactly do you want to do?" Ward suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. "It's nothing. I just think you're suitable. If you don't want it, you can take it back. I don't mind giving someone else a chance. Of course, if that person comes to catch you while wearing this armor, don't blame me," Andrei said with a smile. "What are your conditions?" Ward asked. "No conditions. I just think you're a perfect fit for me, or rather I admire your abilities. My current faction lacks personnel, and I warmly welcome you to join." Andrei certainly wouldn't mention that he needed to deal with SHIELD. Right now, expanding his strength was the most important thing. Ward was precisely the person he had his eyes on, loyal, experienced, and most importantly, not as handsome as he was. "Ahem. You want me to join the organization you've created?" Ward asked. "Exactly," Andrei candidly admitted. Ward looked at Andrei with a complicated expression and finally placed the driver on himself, saying to Andrei, "Thank you." "Thank you." Watching Ward leave, Andrei smiled and turned back. Coffee Bean still needed to be fed. "Is this my mission?" Ward looked at the order in his hand, feeling a sense of absurdity in that moment. The situation was this: after Ward returned to Garrett, Garrett uttered a single pretentious line. "What is past is past. What is future lies ahead. We only have the present." Thus Ward now stood here, just as Garrett had said. Your future is about to be reversed here. If Andrei had heard that, he would have slapped him without hesitation. What did he mean by future reversed here? Why don't you just fly to the sky? Do you actually know what will happen in the future? You're spinning such wild tales that even the oxen in the sky would fall. In truth, Ward knew his foster father was just stringing him along, but it didn't matter. He would carry out the mission regardless, with no room for argument. Obeying orders was the creed of Hydra and its highest principle. Today's task involved meddling within General Ross' secret base, exposing their affairs to the public, and gleaning intelligence favorable to Hydra. Such missions had been executed countless times before. This was just another routine one. The streets were bustling with people, hawkers' cries, playful shouts, and car horns intertwining into a chaotic symphony. Ward stepped out of the car dressed in casual attire, a light gray-blue leisure suit, a sports watch on his wrist, a sports water bottle in hand, loose black track pants, and a pair of sneakers bearing an obscure logo. Ward touched the driver at his waist. Its texture was strange, seemingly plastic, but much heavier. It felt like metal, yet showed no metallic reaction. In his hand, it carried a faint chill. Last night, Ward had slept holding the driver, as if enchanted by its power. He couldn't resist it, especially after sensing the strength within, becoming so spellbound that clutching it while sleeping seemed hardly unusual. Today his target was Samuel Stearns. According to intelligence from his foster father, Stearns was neither at school nor at home. His phone was off and emails went unanswered. According to the intel, the military had likely taken control of Stearns. Following a massive disturbance at Stearns' lab, the military had dispatched a unit to seize the facility, barring students from entering the school. They couldn't enter, but that didn't mean I couldn't. With a calm expression, Ward followed two straggling soldiers. From their demeanor, he knew exactly why they had just emerged from the shadowy alley, faint smiles lingering on their faces. Unable to control that urge, they were men lost to certain indulgences. Ward thought to himself, feeling a slight stir within. Ward quickened his pace, maintaining a distance that kept him unnoticed, yet in pursuit. They entered a restaurant for a meal, and Ward followed immediately, ordering a plate of spaghetti. The restaurant's music was soothing and pleasant, capable of calming the mind, but Ward paid it no heed. It was like wind brushing past his ears. The spaghetti arrived, and Andrei buried himself in eating, though his gaze never left the two men. Soon another person entered, a beautiful woman followed by a waiter in a suit carrying a fruitcake. Ward's eyes sharpened. This was a mistake on his part. He lowered his head and ate his spaghetti in silence. Just then laughter erupted again, and the two men settled their bill before dragging the woman out the door. Ward followed closely. They arrived at a hotel. He understood. With a cold smirk, he entered and booked a room 2 doors away from theirs. Ward retrieved his gear, changed into a police uniform, patted himself in front of the mirror, and strode out with an air of confidence. A knock echoed, but there was no response. Ward knew exactly what was happening inside, and kicked the door open with one powerful blow. With a thunderous crash, the door collapsed under his forceful kick. Ward aimed his pistol at those inside and declared, "Gentlemen, ladies, hands up." "Get lost," came an enraged roar from within, devoid of any shame. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A man stared in disbelief at the bloodied hole in his chest before crumpling to the ground. "Can you shut up now, eh?" Ward said. "Take off your clothes." Ward commanded, and then witnessed a scene that made him blush. The woman who had just dressed froze for a moment before slowly undressing again. Another burst of gunfire, and Ward aimed at the remaining man. "Strip, turn around, face the wall, and put your hands on your head." In that instant of turning, the man suddenly leaped and pivoted sideways. Ward fired a shot. A hole appeared in the wall. Ward discarded his pistol and lunged forward like a tiger. The man, now enraged, thought, "Why is a cop coming after me?" He threw a right hook straight at Ward's face. Ward sidestepped, ducked low, and executed a monkey catching the moon move. The man's eyes narrowed as he leaped to evade. Ward then hurled a dagger from his belt, a flash of cold steel. It flew straight for the man's heart. He grabbed a bedside table to block it. A dull thud echoed as the blade sank deep into the wood. The man hurled the table at Ward. Ward leaped again, throwing a right punch. The man caught it with both hands, but Ward's immense force drove him backward step by step. Ward followed up with a powerful axe kick. Caught off guard, the man hastily blocked with his arms, catching Ward's legs, only for Ward to land another punch. It struck the man's eye socket, giving him a black eye. "Fuck, you're asking for death." With a furious roar, the man grabbed a nearby board and swung it. Ward didn't dodge. He punched straight through it. Bang! Wood chips flew everywhere. Ward seized a large pillow and tore it open with a ripping sound. White feathers scattered as he flung them into the air. Amidst the swirling down, Ward seized the moment and punched the man square in the nose. Pressing his advantage, he drew a gleaming dagger and stabbed fiercely. It struck the heart. The man struggled desperately, but Ward clamped a hand over his mouth and elbowed him until his jaw dislocated. The fierce resistance faded. "Am I dying?" Darkness thickened, then a boundless tide of blood surged. This was Ward orchestrating a robbery-turned-murder scene. Without a second thought, Ward collected all identification items from the drawers and the man's body, then stripped him of his clothes. With a single bound, he leaped from the window to a neighboring residential window, shattering the glass. The unsuspecting occupants were struck by falling shards. Andrei pushed off with his hands, spun, and fled. He kicked open a door where a naked man and woman lay in bed. Ward fired 2 shots and sprinted out. With a leap, he landed on the street. In truth, it wasn't an escape. He had a plan. Ward sprinted, making a sharp turn, while the pursuer behind him gave relentless chase, rage clouding his mind. If one word could describe the man's state, it would be fury. Pure, unadulterated fury. Rounding another corner into a narrow alley, Ward made a sharp turn and spotted a gleaming mirror. He charged straight through it. Glass shattered with a crisp sound, tiny fragments glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. Ward entered. It was a clothing store. Ward slipped inside, and the man followed. Seeing this, Ward dodged swiftly. With a sudden pounce catching him off guard, Ward tackled the man and punched him square in the face. Blood splattered. But the man, now nearly berserk, ignored the blood streaming down his face. He lunged forward and bit down on Ward's finger. Ward cursed, "Fuck," and threw another punch. Simultaneously, he grabbed a garment, without thinking pressed it over the man's face and smothered him with all his might. A kick landed on Ward, but he was now consumed by fury, indifferent to the pain. He let the blow connect and drove his fist into the man's skull. Like a blur of wind, Ward rained down punch after punch, ignoring the pain in his fingers. Each blow formed a hazy streak in the air, indistinct and relentless. Gradually, the sounds weakened, the struggle faded. Ward, in a savage frenzy, let out a guttural roar like a beast and slammed a heavy fist onto the man's head. Like a stone cracking a jar, shattering, crimson blood gushed forth like water from a broken vessel. Ward punched again and again. The garment grew sodden and limp, soaked in scarlet. Ward's face was spattered with blood like scattered chrysanthemum petals. The garment was now soft and wet, drenched in crimson blood. Ward's face bore splattered droplets like petals of a chrysanthemum. Ward was panting heavily, his breath coming in ragged gasps. By now the shoppers in the mall had all been frightened away. At that moment a figure walked in and said, "Ward, is that you?" "Who are you?" Ward demanded. "Have you forgotten your own foster father?" Garrett emerged from the shadows, gazing at the Ward before him. Ward's face was now twisted with anguish. He roared at Garrett, "Why did you do this? Tell me." His voice was laced not only with fury but also with sorrow and even a hint of grievance. "I did it for our organization. For the organization, we must sacrifice everything. We must lead by example. But now the one leading by example is me. It's not just you, each of us must do this. I know you're heartbroken, but our great ideal requires the joint efforts of us all. But why haven't I seen your efforts?" "Because love." "Enough." Ward bellowed, the blackish red bloodstains on his face flaking off. Ward threw a hook punch with his right hand. Garrett paused for a moment, then countered with a fist of his own. Their fists clashed, and Garrett swung his left fist upward. Ward's eye sharpened. He sidestepped to dodge, then catching Garrett off guard, delivered a swift kick. Garrett twisted his body, blocking with his arm to evade Ward's attack, then lashed out with a powerful leg strike. The blow landed squarely on Ward's shoulder. Ward spun around abruptly, using both hands to shove hard, flipping Garrett's leg aside. How could Garrett let Ward have his way? He flipped over, leaped into the air, and brought a fist crashing down from above. Ward stepped back, dodging the punch, but another leg strike came hurtling toward him. He raised his arms to block, but Garrett's strength was immense. Exhausted from the earlier fight, Ward was faltering. A fist slammed into him. A dull thud echoed. Ward doubled over, clutching his stomach. The blow had clearly wounded him. "Did you think I never trained?" Garrett flexed his hands and threw another punch. Ward dodged, but another fist came flying at him. Ward was knocked to the ground by a single punch, sprawled on the floor, clearly battered. He sprang up, grabbed a nearby piece of clothing, and hurled it. Garrett, however, used another high-tech device to sweep away everything Ward threw at him. Ward's face hardened, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. He took a quick step, leaped, snatched a large vase, and flung it with all his might. Garrett strode forward, a man of few words in action, but many in speech. He looked down at Ward and said, "Ward, why have you lost faith in the organization?" "Silence. And not talking won't help. Let me tell you, the organization has expelled you. That means you'll face endless pursuit. Or you could return to the organization for reconditioning, forget those unpleasant memories. Then we'd all get what we want, wouldn't we? After all, we're father and son. This is awkward for both of us. Can't we both take a step back?" "Step back? Step back to where?" "I've never had any intention of stepping back. From a lowly agent to this position, I've never retreated. Not in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future." Ward roared with a grim smile. "What else do you plan to do?" At that moment, Garrett sensed something was wrong. Looking at Ward, he felt he might have made a terrible mistake, a sudden fear of life and death gripping his heart. Ward's fingers twitched slightly. He pulled out his Evol driver and placed it against his abdomen. The golden belt wrapped around his waist. The bat full bottle and engine full bottle materialized in his hands. Bat. Engine. Evol match. Are you ready? Bat engine. Fuh-huh. Dark red and purple gas erupted from nowhere. Behind him, spider-like arms expanded, growing denser and denser. Veins bulged on Ward's face, his eyes wild with madness. He pulled the lever, and the red driver emitted a faint gleam. Then the massive spiral-like arms contracted abruptly, forming a sphere that enveloped Ward's body. Purple and red smoke enshrouded Ward. He let out a roar, more a scream of agony than a battle cry. Ugh. Oh. The smoke billowed an entire cloud of it, radiating an ominous, unsettling aura. A figure slowly emerged from the haze. The smoke dissipated. A figure stepped out with eyes like Venom's, but purple. His body was a weave of purple, white, and black. You? Garrett was utterly transformed, his eyes wide as saucers. I'm honored to have joined a new organization called Dark Faust. We need someone to commemorate this moment. I think you'd be honored. Are you willing? Ward flexed his hand, and without waiting for an answer leaped and threw a punch. Garrett had no time to react. Ward's fist sent him flying like a cannonball. Mad Rogue, the embodiment of madness and rogue in English. This 43. Using merely a tenth of his 43. 5-ton strength, Ward blasted Garrett like a projectile, leaving him utterly defenseless. Garrett's body smashed through countless objects. He finally stopped against a wall, blood trickling from his mouth. He said to Ward, "How dare you?" "How dare I not?" Ward loaded the pirate full bottle and night evolution bottle. Full charge. Pirate train. Depart. A mechanical voice rang out. The pirate train appeared as the driver's lever turned. Ward leaped, drawing the bow like a full moon. A cyan halo shimmered like the aurora, bathing the entire mall in its glow. Release. The cyan train shot forward, charging at Garrett with terrifying force and deadly intent. As the cyan train drew nearer, Garrett's eyes grew stern. He rolled over, pulled out his latest firearm, and fired at the train. But it was useless. The train, once the size of a window, grew to the scale of a mountain. Garrett roared, "You ungrateful bastard. I raised you for so long, and this is how you repay me. You treacherous wolf. I was blind. Curse you. Enough. Spare me your impotent barking." Ward summoned a steam sword. With a single horizontal slash, a cyan blade accompanied by the cyan train hurtled toward Garrett's neck. Yet just 10 centimeters from Garrett, the blade veered off, striking upward into the air above him. Suddenly, a crescent of moon-white blade light burst forth. The cyan train and the blade light shattered into pieces. The deafening roar made Garrett's ears ring. He lay on the ground, ready to die, blood streaming from his lips. Not a bad idea. Andrei emerged from a black hole. His golden-haired figure made Ward's eyes narrow. He braced himself, every muscle tensed. "They'll give you a chance, if you can take it. Take off your armor and fight me directly. They'll grant you a dignified defeat, though you're sure to lose. One question, what's your name?" "Andrei. I meant your armor's name." "Kamen Rider, Evol." A fist came flying. Andrei opened a black hole and dodged. Ward's punch hit nothing but air. Losing his balance, he crashed into a bookshelf. Books tumbled down. A quick glance revealed titles like "What books should you read for online literature writing? A guide to masterpieces of online literature. The Masters My Decade with Online Writers. Don't say you know how to write online fiction. On Protracted War. Don't be angry. The Heart Sutra. Lousy. Daily Care for Lumbar Disc Herniation. Rehabilitation Guide for Cervical Spondylosis. Notes on Curing Depression. Say goodbye to insomnia. Lower your blood pressure. To Live. The Rebirth Mantra. Isn't this the 3 stages of web novels? Judging by his surroundings, this guy might be a full-time writer. Ward sighed inwardly. Writing web novels kills you faster than my reckless antics. At that moment, Andrei appeared behind him again with a punch. Ward was sent crashing to the floor. Andrei sneered. "And you think you can play tough here? Remember, I gave you all your power. I could crush you right now, believe it or not." Ward remained silent. "Don't talk big. How can you say that?" Ward retorted. He meant that Andrei hadn't even taken off his armor. The result would be the same. There's no suspense. Since you've given yourself false hope, I think you'll shatter it. You knew I would do this all along. Isn't that right, Kamen Rider Evol? Or rather, Mr. Andrei? The answers were already in your heart. I merely turned your suspicions into reality. Didn't you already guess as much? Andrei glanced at Gath, then delivered a direct punch to Gathler's temple. Gathler's eyes widened, and his head slumped weakly, falling into unconsciousness. The surplus is gone. What do you think? Satisfied? Andrei clapped his hands, produced a handkerchief to wipe them, then tossed it into the trash. Does the previous promise still hold? Ward said. Of course it does. You are no longer Ward. I am not a Hydra agent, nor am I from S.H.I.E.L.D. From now on, you belong solely to Dark Faust. How about that? You can choose a name for yourself. How about it? Andrei fixed his blood-red eyes on Ward, a slight predatory smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ward swallowed hard, lowering his head. Suddenly a fist flew towards him, but Andrei caught it with a fierce grip. He seized it with both hands and slammed it hard to the ground. Dust and rubble flew everywhere. Andrei threw another punch, striking Ward's abdomen, followed by a kick that sent him flying. The shopping mall descended into further chaos. A black hole tore through, and another fist crashed into Ward. Bricks and stones scattered everywhere. How is it? Still daring. Ward struggled to his feet, his face covered in blood. He said to Andrei, "That was repayment for Gaffler's upbringing. Now this is a true duel." Ward's fingers moved slightly. He produced his Evol driver and placed it against his abdomen, the golden belt wrapped around him. The bat full bottle and engine full bottle materialized in his hands. Bat. Engine. Evol match. Are you ready? Bat engine. Fuh-huh. Don't you think this is meaningless? Only what I think matters, not what you think. Ward charged forward, throwing a punch. Andrei met it with his own fist. A figure streaked with black, white, and purple was sent hurtling back. As Ward tried to rise, Andrei vanished and reappeared, landing a punch with immense force. Ward felt as if a massive boulder had smashed into his body. Ward was tossed through the air like a meteor, flailing in the wind like a leaf. And yet Andrei vanished again, only to reappear with another punch. "You fell for it," Ward roared, halting his flight midair. He executed a backflip and loaded the pirate full bottle and rider Evol bottle. "Full charge. Pirate train. All aboard," a mechanical voice announced. The pirate train materialized as the driver's lever turned. Ward leaped onto it. He drew his bow like a full moon. A cyan radiance enveloped the area. Andrei's eyes sharpened as he produced his own bottles, loading the Gatling full bottle and rider Evol bottle. He turned the driver's lever, spinning it. The mechanical sound effect chimed. "Ready, go." Gatling finish. Eagle Gatlinger materialized. It activated vortex brake. 10 rotations. Golden Eagle Gatling bullets shot forth, colliding directly with the massive cyan train in a tremendous explosion. Boom. Dust and debris flew high. Clothes and shoes were blasted outwards by the immense energy. Orangered flames erupted everywhere. It worked. Before he could finish the word, a searing pain struck him. He saw Andrei's hand, glowing blue, embedded in his abdomen. Andrei followed up with another kick. Ward rolled away like a ball, crashing into a large piece of rubble. Yellow sparks flew. "How is it?" Andrei's cold voice rang out. "No, how is it? Rest assured, I'm growing curious about you. You've truly perfected the role of a loyal dog." Andrei looked at Ward, reminded of the original Kamen Rider Madrogue from the Tokusatsu series, who had endured humiliation to avenge the Namba Heavy Industries president. Andrei admired such people, but that didn't mean he could tolerate them, especially in this situation. "One last time, will you join?" It was no longer a question, but a warning. "What happens if I don't?" Ward's voice trembled slightly. "Nothing much. You won't die, but have you heard the phrase, a fate worse than death? You can certainly refuse, but your family, friends, everyone connected to you, including your foster father." Andrei trailed off, glancing towards Gaffler. Ward's clenched fist tightened even further. "Oh, and one more thing. A fate worse than death is a continuous state here. As long as you're here, as long as you're alive, you'll taste every kind of suffering. Don't think I won't do it. In my eyes, only the strong get to make the rules. The weak must accept them. Unfortunately, you are weak. Have you decided to accept the rules I've set? It seems there's nothing left to think about," Andrei said, sitting on a rock. Ward's fists unclenched. He knelt on one knee and said, "I am willing." "Very well." A fist flew out, hitting Ward so hard he saw stars and collapsed to the ground. "This is punishment for your earlier actions." Andrei dragged Ward into the black hole, then looked at the unconscious Gaffler. "If you weren't still useful, you'd already be ashes." Andrei understood clearly that people like Ward needed to repay their debts. For Ward, loyalty wasn't about ideology, it was about repaying kindness. He had a chivalrous streak. But he was no great hero who lived for the people. "How is it? Feeling lighter, free of guilt or shame?" "Yes, it's gone. But the pain is intense. Boss, please allow me to go buy some painkillers," Ward said. Andrei naturally agreed, but after a moment's thought he added, "Be careful. There are many eyes on us right now." As Ward crossed the threshold, Bruno walked in and said, "Andrei, should I tail him?" Andrei turned back, looked at Bruno's earnest face, then shook his head. Gazing at the distant skyscrapers, he said, "They think they know everything, that everything is under control. They don't realize they are the clowns. Let them have their fun for a few days. We'll crush their last hope when the time comes." Ward spotted a man in very casual clothes, a face that would blend into any crowd, easily overlooked. Ward spoke, "Are you ready?" "We are ready." The reply was terse, like complaints about an author writing short chapters. But such brevity seemed incurable, only treatable by readers' support and votes. The important thing was that brevity wasn't fatal, it remained stubbornly brief. "What are you two discussing? Care to share?" Andrei's voice suddenly rang out. The man shuddered in shock, stood up, and slammed the table. "You betrayed me." The man opposite him spat, his eyes burning with a fury that could have incinerated the traitorous Ward on the spot. He also cursed his own lack of caution. He had trusted Ward so easily. In truth, if Andrei were there, he could have explained it as a psychological effect, the grasping at straws phenomenon. When people are in crisis, they desperately cling to any lifeline. That was the situation. Andrei emerged from the black hole. Ward retreated slowly as Andrei stepped forward. "Dear Jimit White, I think we can have a friendly chat now." Do whatever you want, but do not fix your ugly, disgusting, nauseating gaze on my man. That is my bottom line. Understand? Andrei. That. Jimit stammered, his words slurred. Cold sweat had drenched his face. Jimit swore that the cold sweat he shed today exceeded the total of the past several years. No need to explain. Nothing you say will matter now. Just tell me how you want me to deal with you. Jimit let out a bitter laugh, pointing at Andrei. Did you plan this all along? You knew from the moment I had my men make that call, didn't you? From Tony, from Phil, every move you made. You knew what I was planning, what my goal was. You knew my purpose from the very beginning, didn't you? Of course not. I'm no prophet. Do you think I tell you? You were just too careless. But in his mind, Andrei thought he was a villain, and he should remember the rule that villains die from talking too much, a lesson summarized by countless predecessors. It was always wise to be cautious. I believe you've made your decision. I respect your choice. Andrei turned to Ward and said, if he can't do it himself, you can finish him. Him? A traitor dares to judge me. Don't insult me. Jimit pulled out a pistol and shot himself in the head. Ward walked over to confirm his death. His expression was troubled. What's wrong? Andrei asked. His pistol is a Walther PPK. The same model the Führer used to kill himself. It is said that when the first ray of morning sunlight streams into the room, it is the best time for a morning run. However, this theorem is a false one for Coffee Bean because the window in Coffee Bean's room faces west. So when Andrei returned to Coffee Bean's room, he would always find Coffee Bean meowing, and at such times cat food was usually served. Andrei sat on the stool surveying his inventory, which consisted of the following items. Pandora's box fragments 6. Equipment Eagle Gatling smoke, sword smoke gun. Skills 1 of Voltic finish. Rider kick. 2 steam shot. Fires a curved trajectory energy bullet. 3 vortex break. Fires a volley of eagle-shaped energy bullets. Form Cayman Rider Evol Cobra Form I. System prompt collect all Pandora's box fragments to upgrade the system. Details will be revealed after the upgrade. Ward, you should break away from S. H. I. E. L. D. And also from Hydra, Andrei said. Yes, I'll handle it immediately. Ward said. No need, I'll make a call to Coulson later. You still have a mission now. You need to keep an eye on a man named Stern. Sir, General Ross now requires us to provide him with intelligence regarding Bruce Banner, and he also demands 10 doses of the Infinity Formula. Deputy Commander Hill's dialogue box appeared on the side. Doesn't his super soldier program already have a successful test subject? And according to current intelligence, hasn't that guy already shifted his focus to Cayman Rider Evol, aka Andrei? Why does he still need those defective products? Well, sir, his so-called test subject has been crippled by Bruce Banner. That guy is now lying in bed like a corpse covered in fractures. Clearly no match for Banner. Based on my analysis, he likely wants the formula to temporarily enhance his test subject's strength to suppress Banner, hoping to achieve his goal of countering the Hulk. Deputy Hill added to Nick, Sir General Ross' decision has already received support from the Department of Defense, the FBI, and other intelligence agencies. Do we need to? Before Hill could finish, Nick said, give him 3 doses, and that's it. Also, we should minimize our involvement in military affairs. After all, if we do this, who knows how many people will lose sleep over it. Yes, sir. And one more thing. Nick looked at Deputy Hill and said, we must find out why Banner is taking such a huge risk to go to New York. This matter must be clarified. Yes. As the dialogue box dissolved into countless blue particles, Nick closed his one good eye. He was truly exhausted. One thing after another had been happening lately. The moonlight was like water shining into Nick's private office and also illuminating every road in New York. The roads were silent. However, this quietude provided by the moonlight was instantly shattered by the sound of a car that seemed to have been battered through 18 hands and ravaged by the 18 dragon subduing palms. The car wobbled along, just as some comedian once said he drove a beat-up car, where everything rattled except the horn. It was a pickup truck, but its appearance made it impossible to imagine it as such. It was more fitting to call it a pile of moving scrap metal. Inside the car was a scruffy middle-aged man, clearly Banner, with a baseball cap pulled low over his head. In the passenger seat sat his girlfriend Betty Ross. Betty looked at Banner and said, Bruce, is it really appropriate to go to New York, into the central area of Manhattan? Isn't that too dangerous? The danger belongs only to me. Bruce chuckled self-deprecatingly, then pulled down his baseball cap and comforted Betty. I've been in secret contact with Mr. Blue these past few days. He says he's developed an antidote for gamma radiation and he's agreed to administer it to me. Today I'm going to get the antidote and he'll be free from this life. I have to try no matter what. Seeing Betty still worried, Banner smiled, stroked her hair, and said, there's no danger. The big guy inside me will protect me too. Betty desperately wanted to stop Banner from undertaking such a mad experiment, but she had no reason to. Betty had personally witnessed Banner transform into the Hulk at Culver University. She also knew why Banner had disappeared for 5 years. Any stimulation, any excessive action, even moments of intimacy, could trigger the monitoring wristband to sound an alarm. These past few days they had avoided discussing any other topics, not even the future. The creature inside Banner had been a constant headache for him. For instance, no intimacy. Was he supposed to have a purely spiritual romance? No excitement allowed. Could he just live out his days quietly in some desolate place? Banner didn't think he could do such a thing. Even without these problems, the big guy inside him was his original sin. With him, military personnel would keep coming and Betty's father would bring endless trouble. Thinking about this, Banner made the sign of the cross over his chest, looked up at the starless ink blue sky, and whispered, "May the Lord bless us. Amen." Then he turned to Betty. Under the bright moonlight, he released his grip on the steering wheel and took her hands in his, saying, "Don't worry about me, Betty. I will definitely make the big guy inside me disappear. Trust me, Emma, I trust you." Then came the cliched emotional movie scene where their eyes held galaxies and stars, their brows shimmered with brilliance. His smile toppled cities, hers crumbled the heavens, and they embraced tightly, as if the world had lost all color. Distant stars across 10,000 miles, faint moonlight 1,000 fathoms deep. Then another sentimental image, a dim street lamp flickering with faint light. Beneath it a few moths fluttered. In the brightly lit place a gentle evening breeze blew. Andrei continued running down the street. Now he could easily jog over 10 miles with only slight breathlessness. If it were like before, lying in bed during breaks, preferring to lie rather than sit and sit rather than stand, he would have been lucky not to be carried back. Andrei recalled something else. During his high school entrance exams, he had failed the long-distance run because of this very reason, ranking near the bottom of the class. "Bruno, how's your body?" Andrei said. He trusted his old comrade Bruno to some extent, but he still hesitated to give him the Cayman Rider build driver. On one hand, he felt Bruno's body wasn't ready. On the other, he was always cautious with those who might stand against him. As for Ward, Andrei had absolute confidence in dealing with him. After all, the Evol gene was implanted in Ward. Andrei could easily do that, but for Bruno he felt it unnecessary, though he didn't know why. Andrei fingered the medal in his right pocket and looked at Bruno with a smile. "Much better," Bruno said. He felt fortunate to have met such a comrade, but there was also a hint of anxiety. "Have you seen today's news?" Bruno suddenly asked. "What news?" "An explosion at Culver University has resulted in injuries or deaths among over a dozen soldiers sent to investigate the danger. The university is currently under emergency lockdown. This reporter will continue to follow up." Looking at the figure on the screen, it was Eddie. That guy. Oh, well, let it be. After all, Andrei would resign soon. He recalled that line, "Quietly I go, just as quietly I came." Though written by a philanderer, the poem was truly beautiful. When would my bride in the sunset come? Andrei couldn't help but daydream. It was because he had been nagged about marriage so much back on Earth that he constantly fantasized about a beautiful woman willingly entering the wolf's den. Ahem, the haven of love. Is there something?" Andrei said while running. "I want to go too. And I think that Ward fellow seems agreeable to me." Bruno stated his purpose outright. Andrei stopped running and stared straight at Bruno, especially at the last sentence, which set his imagination running wild. Andrei seemed to bore through Bruno with his gaze, his blood-red eyes appearing somewhat eerie in the early morning sunlight. "I don't want this kind of life. I feel I should only die on the battlefield. If I am strong, let me go to war. If I am weak, let me be killed. I can't stand this life. This life of waiting for death is not what I want, nor do I desire it," Bruno said. As he spoke these words, Andrei felt as if the strength had been drained from Bruno by those very sentences. Andrei raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you sure? If this is your choice, I respect it, but you must bear the consequences." "I swear I will be faithful unto death," Bruno said, kneeling on one knee. In Andrei's domain, only his subordinates could kneel on one knee. This was his rule. It also signified Bruno's attitude toward Andrei, entrusting everything to him. Of course, Bruno was now just a man with nothing to lose. If not for the accident, he wouldn't be in this state. He might still have someone he could love. And besides, the curse of the orphanage at the starting point ensured that those around the protagonist would be touched by his aura. Since that's the case, I won't say more. Take this. If you can withstand it, then consider it as acknowledging you. It all depends on you. I can't help you. If you can't get through this, then this is as far as you go." Andrei abruptly handed the Cayman Rider build driver to Bruno. Having already implanted part of his genes into Bruno, Andrei wasn't worried about rejection. The only concern was that Bruno might not be able to handle it. After all, it was a rider that required 3 people to transform together. Andrei couldn't guarantee Bruno could endure such pressure. Of course, if he died, he died. Life and death are fated, and wealth and honor are in heaven's hands. Ward did not wish to elaborate on the arduousness of infiltrating this place. An hour earlier, Ward had donned the clothes of a certain individual. For lack of a recruited extra, this person shall be referred to as such, apologies, and entered. The military's control here was exceedingly strict, but how could Ward's body, transformed by the Evol gene and the Cayman Rider Madrobe modifications, be inferior to those soldiers? Ward crept along the wall. Spotting a soldier at a corner, he pounced like a tiger, seized the man by the neck, and with a crack the neck snapped, the head drooping lifelessly. Ward lowered himself and continued forward. He yearned to transform into Kamen Rider Madrogue and bulldoze through, but Andrei's mission was to infiltrate covertly. However, the specifics of how to infiltrate were left unsaid, meaning. A glint flashed in Ward's eyes as he initiated his own plan. The previous man had been summoned by his squad leader, offering Ward an opportunity. Ward used makeup to disguise himself as that man, and then strode out. A squad passed by. Ward, with a calm face and steady heart, waved at them, but did not bid farewell to the western clouds. Turning, he headed to a secluded spot, a restroom, where he encountered No Zhongwei. Ward shed his disguise, and as he was changing, a man walked in and caught him. Their eyes met, but no spark of romance ignited. With no other choice, Ward lunged forward, clenched his right fist, and struck the man's throat with an arm reinforced by armor. The crunch of shattered larynx bone traveled through his arm. Unfazed, Ward raised his leg and delivered another blow to the throat. The larynx bone shattered into several pieces. The man crumpled to the floor. Ward glanced at the toilet, then at the man, and mulled. Emerging from the restroom, he looked at his hands, recalled the scene, then gazed outside. The sun shone ordinarily, with a few birds occasionally flitting by. Ward went directly to the squad leader's quarters and knocked. "Enter." A gruff voice boomed through the sturdy door. Ward opened it and saluted the leader. "How goes the matter?" Before he could finish, a man rushed in frantically and whispered something to the leader. "Carwell, wait. I have matters to attend to. Attend to them in hell." At this moment, if Ward still didn't understand what was happening, he might as well dash his head against a tofu block and die. His earlier actions had clearly been exposed. He had intended to flush the man down the toilet, but that was too. So Ward had stashed the man in the ceiling, hoping to buy time. Yet fortune did not favor him. Or perhaps his luck was just that poor, for today happened to be their monthly deep clean coupled with a leadership inspection. Ward charged, seizing the squad leader by the throat. As for the other underling, surely he didn't deserve a name. With a swift kick, he struck the man's shoulder, snapping the collarbone in two, then twisting his fingers like an eagle's talons. The squad leader's neck snapped in two. Ward flung the man aside and delivered a vicious kick. The underling shot back like a cannonball. Andrei spun and drove a fist into the man's face. Blood flowed from 7 orifices. Ward's fist acted as a switch. A once opened crimson blood gushed from the nose like water from a tap, flowing freely. Ward then smashed another massive fist into the man's temple, causing stars to burst before his eyes. Andrei followed with a kick directly to the skull. Blood splattered everywhere. Ward could even sense the cracking of the skull and the warmth of the flowing blood, yet he remained utterly unmoved. As a former assassin of Hydra, what had he not done? He had witnessed scenes more gruesome than those in movies. Ward clapped his hands. As he prepared to leave, a sound outside caught his attention. Listening closely, he realized. Without hesitation, Ward's fingers moved slightly. He produced his Evol driver and placed it at his abdomen. The golden belt wrapped around him as the bat full bottle and engine full bottle materialized in his hands. Bat. Engine. Evol match. Are you ready? Bat engine. Fuha. Dark red and purple gases erupted from nowhere, and spider-like arms behind him expanded, growing denser. Then the mass of spider-like arms contracted sharply into a sphere, enveloping Ward's body. Purple and red smoke swathed his form. As the smoke dissipated, Kamen Rider Madrogue made his entrance. Ward flexed his fingers. The purple nebula steam gun materialized in his hand. With a leap, his bat-like wings flapped, emitting a tremendous sound. Ward thought to himself, this wasn't intentional, there was a reason. Hopefully Andrei won't blame me. If Andrei found out about this, he'd likely hang Ward up and beat him. I told you to infiltrate covertly, not to make a racket and cause trouble here. But that was all beside the point. Ward raised his nebula steam gun, gazing at the chaos below, and felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the feeling of power, what he truly desired. Ward flapped his black bat-like wings, and the eyes of his armor emitted an eerie purple glow. Then, raising the nebula steam gun, he fired light bullets. Yellow projectiles streaked through the air like meteors. Heads dropped to the ground one by one. But the enemy had numbers, and bullets rained down like a torrent. Sparks flashed across Ward's body, white smoke billowing from him. With another flap, he dove and punched a man who was aiming a Gatling gun at him, sending blood flying everywhere. Ward threw another punch, felling a fleeing man. Just then a shell was fired from a tank. In the past, Ward might have felt a sense of mortal danger, but now he deemed it merely so-so. The Ward of now was no longer the mediocre operative from Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. That was what he thought. Ward flapped his wings and threw a punch with force he could never have imagined before. This single strike momentarily halted the flying shell. A creaking sound arose, the metal casing groaning under immense force. Ward roared, "You think this can stop me?" He gripped it tightly with both hands. The purple light in his armor's eyes blazed, seeming to overshadow the shell's boundless momentum. Ward bellowed, "Get up." He lifted the entire shell. The purple light in his eyes continued to shine. With another surge of strength, he hoisted the shell and spun around, redirecting it toward the tank that had fired it. He thrust it forward. At that moment, Ward's silhouette was backlit by the sun, surrounded by its radiant rays. The disc-like sun framed his figure, yet his form was hidden in shadow, indistinct. But that glimmer of purple light was like a street lamp in the endless night, eerily captivating. Ward paid it no mind. With a mighty roar, he pushed with all his might, hurling the shell back. Ward somersaulted, kicked off, and soared higher. He loaded the Pirate full bottle and Rider Evolution bottle. He pulled the driver's lever again. Ready, go. Pirate's finish. Ciao. The Pirate departure activated vortex brake. The power of local express rapid and Pirate train forms merged into a train-shaped energy mass fired in one burst. A cyan blue train materialized in the sky like something from a film. It hurtled toward the shell at an unstoppable speed and collided. The speed increased. Another collision. Even faster. The events in the sky defied their understanding. Their minds could only muster two words: holy shit. Or perhaps impossible. The massive cyan blue train along with the shell flew straight toward the tank that had fired it. Boom. A colossal roar resounded across the entire area. Ward hovered in the sky, his body slightly unsteady from the immense energy expenditure. But the entire venue fell silent. Even the wind died down. They were all too stunned to speak. The complete reversal of the battlefield was beyond their wildest imagination. Demon. You are the Bat Demon, the devil. The internet exploded, but that was a story for later. Ward was panting slightly, his condition far from optimal. His excessive pursuit of a dramatic effect had drained much of his energy. Facing a swarm of enemies as numerous as ants and bullets as relentless as rain, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. If only I hadn't shown off so much. Ward mused. Had Andrei been there, he would surely have remarked that showing off invites divine retribution, an adage from netizens that never fails to ring true. How could you dare to risk your life for such ostentation, defying the concise, yet profound wisdom distilled from the life experiences of countless internet users? Who gave you the courage? Was it Fish Leong? At this moment, Ward slowly flapped his wings in the sky, then drew his nebulous smoke gun, charging forward with a sudden burst of speed. Yet mid-flight, his body made a sharp turn to the right. Just then a shell whizzed past the spot he had vacated. Had Ward not swerved, the impact, though not lethal, would have left a painful sting. A fierce violet light blazed in Ward's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the tank that had fired the shell. He roared, "How dare you ambush me? Die!" As he spun the control stick, a mechanical sound effect echoed. Ready, go. Evoltic attack. Ciao. It arose from thin air. His wings gave a violent shudder, expanding like giant bat wings. With a spin and a lunge, a sword of red, black, and yellow smoke materialized in his hand. He swung it once, clang. The blade struck the tank, leaving a deep gash in its hull as sparks erupted in a dazzling cascade. He extended his left hand, drawing the nebulous smoke gun once more. Leveling it, the sound of gunfire rang out as bullet after bullet pelted the tank. Inside the tank, the crew feigned composure, but the cold sweat on their brows and the pallor of their faces betrayed their terror and unease. What kind of monster is this? That was the only question on his mind. In his panic, the flashing red alerts and warnings before him went utterly ignored, or perhaps he simply failed to see them. Ward, of course, had no idea what was happening inside, nor did he care. All he wanted was to crush the one who had ambushed him. It was undeniable that Ward's mindset had shifted dramatically. Previously, he would have sought to flee from such attacks or avoid them at all costs. But now his only thought was to obliterate this foe, to be rid of the nuisance once and for all. With that resolve, he loaded the Bat full bottle and Motor full bottle. Evoltic attack. A giant front-wheel-shaped energy construct of the machine builder materialized in midair. Ward gestured with a flourish of his hand. The massive energy construct surged forward, following his command directly toward the tank. The sheer magnitude of the energy was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. The overwhelming aura instilled a sense of despair in all present. Faced with such a vast disparity in power, even the countless high-tech weapons and gadgets they relied upon could not stave off an immense feeling of hopelessness. An insurmountable gap in strength. Without a doubt, a thunderous, despair-inducing roar echoed as the tank's occupant was utterly annihilated. Hovering in the sky, Ward's wings fluttered weakly. They had grown sluggish, for he had expended too much energy. Even as a Hydra agent and an ace assassin, he was beginning to falter. Everyone, he's running low on steam now. If we attack together, we can surely defeat him. This fellow had a keen eye for the situation, hitting the nail on the head. Ward was at his limit while the enemy held a numerical advantage. If they recklessly threw their lives into the fray, Ward would face a grueling ordeal. Ward's eyes flashed. He charged straight at the one who had shouted, his armor amplifying his hearing enough to catch the man's loud cries. He landed before the man, seeing the twisted grimace on his face, and delivered a punch. Knowing death was imminent, the man laughed maniacally. "You're doomed too. I win today. He'll go down first and wait for you. He drew his gun, his face still contorted with malice. You think you can kill me? Dream on. Fuck. I'd rather die by my own hand than under your fist. Ward's eyes blazed with violet light, even flickering with the red glow reminiscent of Andrei's gaze. He said to the man, if you want to die, I'll make sure you don't. There are things in this world far worse than death. You'd better pray your bullet is faster than my steps. Before the words faded, a shadow swept in like the wind. The man's pupils contracted violently. The instant he saw Ward move, he pulled the trigger. But to his agony, the gun vanished from his hand. He roared, don't think you can capture me, you're far. A fist slammed down from above, shattering his jaw. Blood bubbled forth like a fish's endless stream of bubbles. Did you think I wouldn't notice the cyanide in your mouth? You overestimate yourself. Don't you realize? To me, your every move is as slow as a snail's. You'd better behave, or it won't just be you who gets hurt. At that moment, the bullets arrived at a leisurely pace. Ward hoisted the man, flipped, and unleashed a sweeping barrage with his nebulous smoke gun. Each bullet found its mark, blooming into crimson flowers. Before the petals could fully unfurl, their owners collapsed, their fates unknown. Ward landed on a rooftop, feeling the strain. Showing off had been exhilarating, but the aftermath was severe and costly. Ward, are you already spent? Your big bro here is worried. A strange voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Ward sprang to his feet, aiming his nebulous smoke gun toward the source of the voice. Hey, that's no way to treat an ally. I'm here on Andrei's orders to help you. A figure landed and spoke calmly. Who are you? Ward lowered his gun. The figure before him was a blend of gold, red, and black, exuding an aura of dominance. His cape only amplified his regal presence. Even Ward was momentarily stunned. I'm Bruno. I think you've seen me before, haven't you? Now you can call me Kamen Rider Build. I'm honored. Bruno said. You. In my eyes, only Andrei deserves that title. Ward fully lowered his gun, knowing that the title Kamen Rider had yet to spread beyond their small circle. Our boss hasn't said anything either, so why be so uptight? Bruno was more relaxed, but Ward felt differently. To him, Andrei was akin to the Lord of Hydra. No matter what you say, only Andrei can be called a Kamen Rider in my book. No one else. Fine, fine. But it looks like you're not doing so well. Bruno remarked, adding the boss sent some energy bottles, his own. Use them wisely and stop showing off. Oh, and he had a message for you. What is it? Showing off invites divine retribution. Don't blabber, focus on the mission. Bruno then shed his armor, eyeing Ward with amusement. Want to see my transformation? Without waiting for Ward's reaction, Bruno pulled out his build driver, a mix of silver and black, and placed it on his waist. With a flick of his fingers, he activated the Great Cross Sea Dragon Cobra Lost Full Bottle and Hazard Trigger. A mechanical voice intoned Great Cross Sea Dragon. Build up. Gata gata gaton. Zutton zutton. Are you ready? Overflow. Wake up CROSSC. Get Great Dragon. Bura 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 bura. Damn it. A dark red gas engulfed Bruno, the shockwave causing Ward's eyes to gleam with violet light. As the smoke cleared, the figure of gold, red, and black shimmered brilliantly under the sun, majestic and dazzling. Ward was momentarily entranced. Was it really that cool? Andrei played favorites. But the thought was quickly quashed. Ward knew that if Andrei could grant such power, he could just as easily take it away, leaving Ward bereft. For Ward, that would be worse than death. Having tasted the thrill and satisfaction of this power, he could not bear to lose it, and craved even more. Ward understood that Hydra could not offer such strength in S-H-I-E-L-D, even less so. Now that he had defected, or rather resigned, his only path was to follow Andrei. Andrei was his sole choice. With these thoughts, Ward's resolve to stay with Andrei hardened. Not bad, you look cool. But I think the boss words were meant for you too. Showing off invites divine retribution. Comrade, solve the problem quickly. The boss needs that guy. Ward said. Couldn't agree more. I can't wait to use this power. The sun shone brightly and youth was in its prime. The true battle had only just begun. Go for it, young man. At this moment, the man brought up by Ward was nearly frightened to death. He stared at the two figures before him with difficulty, a bitter taste churning in his heart. Why were there two of them? And did these two seem to share a common master? Who exactly was Andrei? Yet the following words plunged him into an icy abyss. He heard the figure in the black and white armor say, what should we do with this one? As you wish. Keep him imprisoned here for now. Let's go together. We still need to complete the boss mission. After all, that person is important, and our boss places great value on him. All right, let's go together. Yes, together. With a push of their legs, both figures soared into the sky. Ward grabbed the man and shot upward. The immense force made the man's eardrums ache. A tube sprouted from the back of Ward's hand as he said, you'd better get some rest. You don't need to watch what happens next. Spreading his wings, he flew directly toward the battlefield. The battlefield was now utterly devastated, shrouded in flames and black smoke, yet devoid of any wails of lament. This battlefield resembled a cemetery ravaged by war, where the living seemed more like mourners offering incense. Suddenly rubble and dust erupted, and the flames and black smoke trembled as Ward and Bruno descended. Without a word, the battle began. Bruno struck first. As Kamen Rider build, he excelled in close-quarters combat. Twisting his wrist, he threw a direct punch. Blood splattered. Another punch slammed into a man's abdomen, piercing straight through, exposing the gruesome contents within. The Tribe Rush arm, enhanced to boost basic attack power, could shatter a meteorite with such a punch, let alone an ordinary human's belly. Ward moved in perfect sync with Bruno. The moment Bruno stunned a foe, Ward would deliver a fatal shot to the head or a finishing blow to the heart. Blood flowed everywhere. Culver Academy had become a slaughterhouse. Yet those inside still resisted desperately, their gunfire, curses, and screams mingling into a chaotic symphony. Ward and Bruno paid no heed. They had witnessed such scenes countless times, and far bloodier ones at that. 2. Another spray of blood erupted as Bruno kicked a man in the stomach. The man stumbled back a few steps before collapsing with a thud. Bruno threw another punch, but a man charged at him with a grenade, seemingly intent on a mutual death. How could Bruno let him succeed? He raised his leg, the enhanced BD banish and shoes, and delivered a powerful kick. The grenade in the man's hand was sent flying. Bruno infused spiritual energy into his leg, swiftly raising it high to kick the man in the abdomen, sending him spitting blood. Bruno readied another punch, but a cannonball hurtled toward him. Just as it was about to strike, Ward roared, "What do you take me for?" A light bullet shot forth. Boom. The deafening explosion rocked the air, making eardrums ring. A wave of scorching heat rolled in, reddening the skin of all present. Ward and Bruno, protected by their Kamen Rider armor, remained unharmed. "You've angered me." Bruno spun around with a fierce roar, launching himself toward the man. A single punch landed, yet the man did not die instantly. The man's face twisted in a maniacal grin as he laughed. "You fell for it." A shrill alarm of danger rang in Bruno's heart. A terrible premonition. Whoosh! It was the sound of a missile launching from an aircraft. Bruno punched the air and shouted to Ward, "Missile incoming." Then he shot into the sky. What's there to fear from a missile? I refuse to believe we can't withstand such a puny thing. Good. I see why Andrei recruited you. Your thoughts align with mine. Let's see if this missile can pierce through the two of us. For those on the ground, this missile was their last hope. They desperately wished it would blast the two figures into fragments, erasing their terror and panic. Bruno lunged forward, flipping to face the missile. The ground forces pressed their attack, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down like spring willow catkins. The bullets struck Ward and Bruno's armor, sparking showers of fire like the brilliant iron flowers over Xian's city wall, shimmering under the hazy moonlight. But it was daytime now, and those yellow sparks appeared pale and dull under the sunlight. Ward and Bruno ignored the assault, letting the bullets ricochet off their armor in bursts of sparks. "You go or I go?" Ward asked. "Look at your scrawny frame and dejected look. He'll handle it. I don't want to drag you back later. Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" "You might not care, but I do." "So that's settled." Ward shot him a glance, but said nothing. "Ward, watch me. Once I catch this missile, it'll be your big brother. Don't give me any excuses. You'll accept me as your brother? Just because I can catch this missile." He let out a bold roar, executed a flawless backflip, and threw another punch. Clang! A tremendous sound erupted as Bruno collided with the massive missile head. Whoosh! Bruno was sent flying, but he flipped midair and landed roaring, "Don't you dare act tough with me, you damn thing." Then he threw another punch. This impact was even louder than before. Ward wasn't idle either. He used nearly 80% of his remaining energy, loading the pirate's full bottle and Rider Evolution bottle, then quickly turned the driver's lever again. The sound effect, "Ready, go. Pirates finish, chow," rang out, and he summoned the pirate's train to activate Vortex Brake. The build arrow of the pirate's train was pulled to full charge. "Pirate's train, depart." The pirate's train, drawing the bow like a full moon aiming northwest, he released. No bowstring, yet the sound of a metal bow echoed. The cyan blue train shot forth. As it collided, a dazzling burst of sparks erupted. Seizing the moment, Bruno executed another backflip. His cape fluttered in the wind, its bright blue hue mirroring the sky, yet even more vivid, a color that represented the devil in the eyes of those below. "Watch this." Bruno roared once more. He had lost count of how many times, but he felt compelled to release the fury within. Turning the lever. "Ready, go. Hazard finish. Great dragonic finish." The mechanical voice echoed, and a blood-red vortex appeared. Crimson radiance blazed across the sky, swirling as Bruno shouted, "Converge." The blood-red light gathered, condensing around Bruno's right hand, which he thrust forward with incredible speed. The crimson energy clashed heat-in with the trailing missile. The thunderous explosion made those below wince in pain. Some covered their ears, others had blood trickling from them as crimson as the light on Bruno's hand. A burst of detonation rang out. A massive orange-yellow fireball exploded in midair. The searing heat scorched the skin of those nearby, their agonized screams echoing like the cries of slaughtered chickens or pigs. Ward flew straight into the aftermath, ignoring everything. The area was thick with smoke and intense heat, as dry as a volcanic crater. Ward bellowed, "Big brother, where are you? Get your ass out here." There was no response. "You damn bastard, did you vanish before even being my big brother for an hour? You're nothing. No, you're not even a thing. Damn it." Ward cursed, but his tone carried no real resentment. "Who are you cursing at? I'll tell the boss you slandered me." Bruno's voice came from behind. Ward spun around only to be met with a fist. "This is the punishment for a junior disrespecting his big brother. Next time ITLL be 2 fists." Bruno said this, but he had long taken a liking to Ward. Ward in turn was the kind of man who would risk the impossible to repay a debt of nurturing and life-saving grace, remaining loyal to Garrett. In the original story, Ward was the same. "What should we do next?" Ward asked. Bruno glanced at the stunned crowd below. "No need. The boss wouldn't care about these people anyway. Just a waste of effort. What matters now is finding Samuel Stern. He's crucial to the boss. We can't delay any longer. Our actions here might have already alerted him." The distant sky was a clear blue, yet Banner found it surreal to see Culver University reduced to a heap of rubble. But his focus was elsewhere now. What he needed most was to solve his own predicament, to find Mr. Blue, obtain the antidote, and make the giant inside him vanish. Little did he know that this so-called Mr. Blue was none other than Samuel Stearns. Culver University was no longer a place he could stay. Stearns knew this well. Seizing the chaos, he slipped away and headed to one of his vacant properties. Banner had already learned of Stearns' whereabouts through their ongoing correspondence via email. When Banner finally saw Stearns, the man was a gaunt, middle-aged figure. The moment Stearns laid eyes on Banner, his gaze lit up like a miser beholding his daughter's dowry chest. Hastily brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, he said, "Welcome to my humble abode. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Banner." Looking at this thin, middle-aged man, Banner felt a surge of relief. He could finally be rid of that giant. Yet the giant within kicked him irritably and snarled, "What the hell are you thinking?" Gazing at the gaunt man before him, Banner felt his heartbeat quicken. After countless restless days and nights, he yearned desperately for an ordinary, peaceful life. In response to Banner's question, Stearns beamed with pride and declared, "Indeed, my dear Dr. Banner, I have resolved your issue. I've synthesized a substance capable of completely breaking down the elements in your blood. No, or rather, let me put it this way, Doctor. Among all known living organisms, none possess a component like this found in humans. It suggests there's much about our own bodies we've yet to understand. If we can uncover these differences, I believe it could be a monumental discovery. This breakthrough could propel us into a new era of greatness and glory. And now, dear Dr. Banner, I believe we've found a pivotal point. A magnificent age is about to dawn." Banner studied Stearns, feeling the man might be a bit unhinged. If Andrei were here, he'd surely say, "You can be more confident. It's better to drop the might." But this wasn't the time to dwell on such concerns. He quickly seized on a key phrase and asked Stearns, "Are you saying the hormones in my blood are what caused me to transform?" But right now I don't think that's the case. Because every time I transform, I have no memory of it. It's as if someone else takes control of my body. I don't recall what happened during or after the change. Samuel Stearns shrugged and said to Banner, "That might not be the case. Perhaps you were just disoriented and unaware of what was happening. But it could also be my limitation. The blood sample I had only allowed me to achieve this much. Initially, I thought those hormones might be impurities. Yet when I injected your blood into mice and rabbits, the same hormones appeared. That led me to believe they might not be impurities, but something new." Banner grew increasingly uneasy and finally raised his hand to cut Stearns off, speaking with irritation. "Didn't I tell you not to conduct those experiments? This is extremely dangerous. You need to understand that our arrangement is built on mutual trust. What you've done makes me feel unsafe. Come on, Dr. Banner. You know as well as I do that such a small blood sample can't yield much, can it? To develop an antidote, I had to conduct live experiments to gather enough effective data." Stearns spread his hands, feigning helplessness. "It's clearly because the blood you provided was too little. That's not my fault." Banner glared at him. "I told you this stuff is dangerous, yet you still..." Before Banner's anger could subside, Stearns shrugged again and said, "Don't be like that, dear Dr. Banner. I saw a rat effortlessly bite through a steel wire. I also witnessed a once feeble monkey shatter a piece of tempered glass. Chinese-made glass, mind you. You can imagine the strength of that monkey. Heavens, Dr. Banner, that monkey was only 5 meters away from me. If I hadn't had a pistol on me, you might never have seen me again. But fortunately, it all worked out. I've successfully developed a corresponding antibody. This antibody can give you what you desire, dear Dr. Banner." Betty listened from the side, holding Banner's hand, and whispered to Stearns, "Can this really cure Banner?" "Of course, my beautiful lady. You need to understand that an antibody must undergo countless simulations and clinical trials to be developed. It also requires extensive data follow-up to succeed. That monkey was the only test subject that survived. In fact, I didn't have a second one that lived." This might cure him, or it might only suppress the condition temporarily. I can't guarantee anything, and I hope you understand. Hearing this, Betty tightened her grip on Banner's hand, ignoring Stearns, and said to Banner, "Darling, are you still willing to accept this outcome? I think we should leave. After all, this is New York with countless eyes watching." Stearns simply watched them display their affection, unmoved. Banner seemed torn. On one hand, Stearns' actions infuriated him. On the other, he desperately needed the antidote Stearns possessed, yearning to return to his former life. The atmosphere grew heavy, as still as a placid lake, undisturbed by any ripple. After a moment, a pine cone fell onto the lake's surface, breaking the silence. Banner asked, "So when can I receive the injection?" "Bruce." Betty was incredulous. What had gotten into Banner? How could he accept an experiment with no guarantee? But Banner's face was set with determination. Turning to the shocked and angry Betty, he said, "Betty, this might be my only chance. And Stearns is the best biologist I know. He's even a physicist. To be with you, I need to get rid of the giant inside me. I have to try. I have to try." Banner didn't know why he repeated, "I have to try," but the word slipped out involuntarily. Perhaps the first was to comfort Betty, and the second to reassure himself. Like a mental suggestion, it offered some solace, a psychological comfort. He then turned to Stearns and asked, "When can the experiment begin?" "Whenever you're ready. Follow me." Stearns glanced at Banner, picked up his gold-rimmed glasses from the table, opened a drawer, and retrieved a set of keys before heading outside. As Stearns walked out, Banner and Betty exchanged a look, nodded in silent agreement, and followed him. In the parking lot outside, a variety of cars were parked. Stearns approached a black sedan and swung open the door. Once seated, Stearns said, "You might not know this, but there have been 3 murders here. The entire Harlem police force is on edge, spooked like birds startled by a twanging bowstring. All because I killed a monkey and they raided my lab." What a... Their shock was understandable. If the police found blood containing gamma radiation, they'd immediately think of the Hulk. Wouldn't that mean they were walking right into a trap? Stearns said, "No, they just did a cursory search. They still know who I am. And I knew how important that stuff was, so I never left it in the lab. I always took the leftovers away after use. After that incident, I stopped experimenting there and moved my work to the lower district. Then after finishing the experiments, I moved out. You've come at the perfect time, Dr. Banner. The last batch of equipment was moved out just yesterday. Otherwise, I might have made you do some heavy lifting and saved on labor costs. Your experiment will be conducted in the lower district." It was a very American joke, utterly unfunny, nowhere near as amusing as the jokes netizens make. Banner shrugged and lowered his voice, saying, "I hope we can do this quickly. It's not safe here." "Of course, no problem. But reality is harsh. I'd love to speed up, but these damned roads are a headache. At least they're clear. Hope we get there soon." Samuel Stearns slammed his fist on the steering wheel, a mix of anger and resignation in his voice. Meanwhile, Bruno and Ward were tracking Stearns' whereabouts. Ward asked, "Can you do it?" "I was a hacker by trade. This is a piece of cake for me. Remember when you caused a big scene somewhere? I was the one who cleaned up those crappy videos of yours. Oh, and call me Big Brother." Bruno flashed a grin at Ward. "Found him yet?" Ward ignored his remark entirely. "The red dot is his location." Bruno didn't waste words and tossed over a small device that looked like a mini computer. "All right, let's go now." Heading southward, the spring breeze brushed the greenery, yet all of this was mere illusion. There was no gentle breeze for miles, only endless congestion and the cacophony of furious honking. A 30-kilometer journey at this time and place felt like traversing the path to heaven. A 3-story building stood before him, unremarkable in appearance. Banner lowered his baseball cap and stepped forward, careful not to be seen. At that moment, a passerby carrying a backpack walked by. Spotting Banner, the man's fingers twitched subtly. With a deft backhand motion, he gently pressed a tiny object, barely a few millimeters in size and matching the color of Banner's clothing, onto Banner's coat. Banner remained completely unaware. There are many Chinese-style buildings here and quite a few Chinatowns in New York. Another advantage is that the Chinese here tend not to meddle in others' affairs. If something unusual happens, they rarely call the police. Most importantly, the food here is excellent. Feel free to come and try it sometime. I'll treat you. Seeing Betty's curiosity, Stearns explained. Banner chimed in from the side. "Once the experiment succeeds, Betty'll treat you to whatever you want." The sun dipped westward. The yellow sunlight reflected off polished signs splashed onto the ground, some landing in shadows, and even a stray beam striking Banner's face. Watching the streets grow increasingly crowded with bobbing heads, Banner pulled his hat lower to conceal his face from prying eyes. Entering the 3-story building, Stearns introduced it to Banner. "I chose this place carefully. The basement has been converted into a lab equipped with soundproofing. Even if someone fired a Gatling gun down there, no one would hear a thing. Unless you're inside the lab, of course. The first floor is where I live, and the second floor is for storing equipment. Some instruments are already calibrated. I can take you to see them now. And the third floor." Banner immediately spotted the omission and addressed Stearns. While Stearns hesitated, then unconsciously tugged at his collar. "The third floor is where I store the blood samples." I concentrated the samples there and created more blood specimens. Banner felt he had made a terrible mistake. If these blood samples leaked into the outside world, the consequences would be unimaginable. And he had repeatedly stated in his emails that these substances were dangerous, that they needed to be destroyed after use, and that no additional blood samples should be made. What exactly are you doing? Answer me now. Banner growled at Stern, his wrist heart rate monitor instantly letting out frantic beeps. Stern immediately waved his hands, hastily explaining, Hey, doctor, you need to relax. I swear to heaven that no one knows I'm conducting experiments here. I swear it. Every single thing here is safely stored. No one outside this room knows about it. Doctor, look at all this equipment. I bought it all just to preserve these samples properly. I've nearly gone broke keeping them safe. Banner ignored him and opened a freezer. White cold air seeped through the gap. Under the blue light, vials and bags of blood appeared and disappeared in the mist, each labeled with time and concentration in red marker. Banner gasped. If these items ever got out, the consequences would be catastrophic and he would regret it for the rest of his life. But Stern spoke up from behind. These are my latest research. And it's precisely because of them that we have your cure. Doctor, you can't imagine how much potential and mystery lies within gamma radiation. It holds nearly infinite possibilities, potential, and uses. Its existence could advance our civilization by leaps and bounds, perhaps even rewrite human history. This is truly a groundbreaking discovery. Doctor, you should feel honored. You are witnessing the dawn of a new era. I can almost hear that era calling to me. Growing more excited, Stern's eyes sparkled with brilliance, a light that in Banner's eyes seemed even brighter than the sun. Banner shook his head and said quietly, No, Stern. These things are dangerous. I believe you've seen that firsthand. What we need now isn't to use them, but to destroy them. Facing something we cannot yet control, excessive curiosity and morbid fascination are unwise. It's a very bad practice. What? Now it was Stern's turn to be stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. After looking into Banner's eyes and confirming he was serious, he said, Impossible. We learn and progress through constant exploration. We don't need to be so wary. I believe we need research, not suppression. Science demands our great contributions. Banner shook his head again. We don't have that capability yet. And what the military needs isn't a cure for the sick or help for those in need. What the military wants are soldiers like me, monsters like me. I was the lead on this experiment and its victim, but I believe I won't be the last. Those people want to use this for their own selfish ends. It will only bring disaster. Trust me, destroy it. This thing has no benefits or feasibility. But we need it too. We need its benefits. If it succeeds, it could save countless lives and countless people would benefit from it. Stern left one thing unsaid, the immense fame and honor he would gain. No success is always built on failure. Without failure, how can there be success? But how many failures will there be before success? How many monsters will be created? The danger is unimaginable. Banner remained unmoved. Betty interjected, Instead of arguing here, how about we focus on dealing with the big guy inside Banner? We're still in New York and Banner is still wanted by the military. I think we can discuss all this later. As Betty said, Grebin Academy was now tightly sealed off. Squads of soldiers were patrolling rigorously, military vehicles were parked outside, and a murderous tension filled the air. At the front was a comprehensive command vehicle inside, which General Ross was listening to his subordinates report. Are you saying that in Samuel Stern's emails we found discussions between him and Banner about the blood, and that the Culver College incident might be connected to Andrei? Ross said. Yes, but they were discussing how to solve the Hulk problem. Before he could finish, Ross interrupted, angrily, Preposterous. Find them immediately. Right now? The Hulk inside Bruce Banner is not his property. He belongs to the military. The Hulk was created by the military's efforts, and he belongs to us. A woman sitting before a computer looked up. Surveillance cameras captured Samuel Stern's car. They appeared near Grand Street in the Lower East Side Chinatown. Then send people there immediately. Notify the Army Aviation to dispatch 3 helicopters. Also escort Blonsky and the capture team directly by helicopter. Inform the NYPD to prepare for civilian evacuation. Ross issued one command after another. Soon transport trucks and armored vehicles roared to life heading for Chinatown. Aircraft, including 3 attack helicopters and a CH-47 transport helicopter, took off from the military base. The aircraft sped toward Manhattan Island, that symbol of freedom, wealth, and boundless promise. Do you hear that, Bruno? Something's off in the sky. Lots of attack helicopters heading to Chinatown, Ward said. I know. With such a big commotion, it's impossible for nothing to happen. And Stern's emails weren't exactly secure. I cracked the security system in Stern's emails using IMAP and pod vulnerabilities in about 10 minutes. I doubt the military is so incompetent they couldn't break it. Andrei told me to keep an eye on this Samuel Stern guy. Never thought he'd be such a big fish. But now I'm curious how Andrei knew. That's a question worth pondering. Bruno said proudly, then added, Remember to call me Big Brother. You agreed to it yourself. Ward looked up at the sky, then heard the roar of vehicles on the road. He turned to see several armored vehicles speeding toward them. Each armored vehicle was mounted with a machine gun linked to ammunition belts. Under the sunlight, the guns and bullets gleamed, casting a brilliant glow over this otherwise ordinary place. Looks like the military moves fast, Ward muttered. Fast? Bruno was surprised. Having served in the SEALs, he was used to missions at this speed, so he naturally compared it to his own experience. Compare it to the French, or their typical response to regular cases, and you'd think this was lightning speed, Ward said, looking up at the sky. His gray-blue eyes shimmered with a faint reddish glint in the sunlight. We should get moving too. The boss needs us to complete the mission. We need to prove ourselves, Ward said, clenching his fists. The sunset's afterglow painted everything in a brilliant orange, spreading across the street like a golden carpet, coating everything in a thin layer of light. We've arrived, someone said on the plane. Blonsky, expressionless, gazed at the rooftop below and leaped. A nimble figure arced through the air, landing in a slight crouch. With a sharp glare, he pushed off with his legs, bounding swiftly to a rooftop door and kicked it open with his right foot. The door was smashed open by Blonsky's immense strength. Amidst the thunderous noise, he vaulted again, moving like the wind, and raced straight down to the floor below. It was only then that the soldiers began descending from the plane via ropes. Blonsky had already reached the building, kicked open the door, and dust billowed up. At that moment, Banner lay in bed, surrounded by white and silver instruments and tubes. Beside him, Samuel Stearns in a frenzy muttered incessantly, "It worked. This can really neutralize the gamma radiation toxins." It actually worked. Stearns was completely lost in his own elation. Faced with this almost epic-making discovery, he grinned so wide his teeth nearly fell out, like a book lover stumbling upon a favorite novel for free on a website. Amidst the loud crash, Banner had just reverted from Hulk to his human form. Stearns, his senses dulled by joy, remained oblivious. Only Betty heard the noise. Turning her head, she saw a fully armed soldier, gun in hand, appear in the room. The coldness in his gaze sent a shiver down Betty's spine. "Wait, let me contact my..." But Blonsky cut her off, shoving her aside. He grabbed Banner with one hand and growled, "Bring him out. I want to fight him again. Do you hear me?" Earlier at Culver University, Blonsky had been the sole success of the super soldier program. His extraordinary physique and agility made him an undisputed warrior king and a role model for all soldiers. But then it happened. At Culver, the Hulk batted him around like a ball, nearly killing him. If General Ross hadn't injected him with the super soldier serum, he would have spent the rest of his life bedridden. Now his obsession with the Hulk had become an obsession. His inner demon would not subside until he defeated the Hulk. That was why upon recovery he rushed here without delay to challenge the Hulk, to prove himself, to prove his worth. He couldn't end up like Captain America, discarded like trash when his value was gone. But his wish was in vain, and after a few punches, Banner showed no response. Samuel Stearns spoke up, "He can't turn into the Hulk anymore. The toxins in his body have been neutralized. You need to understand that." "Impossible. This is a lie." Blonsky was on the verge of madness. Just as he was about to make another move, the sound of shattering glass rang out. A squad of soldiers crashed through the window, their dark gun barrels aimed at Banner. One soldier, head lowered, spoke into the radio. "General, the target has been captured. Bring him here. Evacuate the residential area." "Yes, General." With that, the squad immediately escorted Banner away. Only Blonsky and Stearns, who had volunteered to stay, remained. "Who's that guy next to Stearns?" Ward asked. "That's Blonsky, the sole success of the military's super soldier program. He has a history with the Hulk that can't be ignored," Bruno replied. "They should be far enough. Let's move now. Wait a little longer. I think something interesting might happen." Inside the room, Blonsky stared at Stearns, pointing his gun at him. "Since you can make the Hulk disappear, you must have some of his blood. Don't waste words. Inject that blood into me now, immediately, right this instant." Then he added, "Either do it or die. Choose." "Calm down, buddy. There's no experimental data, no precedent for this. How can you be so reckless? Do you want to live or die?" Blonsky raised the gun and pulled the trigger. A bullet whizzed past Stearns' ear and struck the wall behind him. Only after the bullet embedded itself in the wall did the sound of cracking plaster follow. The wind from the bullet stirred the hair at Stearns' temple. This action made Stearns break out in a cold sweat. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor. The sting of glass shards cutting his hands did nothing to jolt him back to reality. "Then tell me your choice. If you remain silent, let me grant you death." Blonsky had calmed down, looking at Stearns' pale face. The dark, empty gun barrel said it all. Of course I can inject you, but it'll take some time." "Then please be quick, Mr. Stearns. My patience is limited. I trust your efficiency will satisfy me." White cold vapor seeped out as the serum was retrieved, a faint blue light still clinging to the vial. With the push of the plunger, the Hulk's serum slowly flowed into Blonsky's body. The machine above emitted gamma rays, irradiating his bare skin. Under Stearns' expectant gaze, Blonsky's skin turned a deep green. His already muscular frame swelled like a balloon, veins bulging rapidly. explosive muscles hard as stone grew massive and rigid. Yes, my theory was right. This is how it should be. A great era is upon us. Stern's face lit up with unbridled joy. After years of research, he was finally witnessing the results firsthand. He had turned the Hulk back into a human and now turned a human into the Hulk. This achievement meant he had touched the threshold of gamma radiation, holding the key to a mysterious new world. In the future, more breakthroughs would follow with countless byproducts. Honor, status, and wealth would come to him unbidden. Even a Nobel Prize wasn't out of the question. That was why Stearns had agreed to Blonsky's demand. He needed a living subject, needed their data to open the door to a new world. Besides, since this fool had delivered himself on a silver platter, refusing would be an insult to God. Lost in his fantasies, Stearns was jolted back to reality by a beast-like roar. Looking up, he was stunned into silence. His lips moved, but no words came out. Blonsky's body was grotesque. His bones swelled, especially the vertebrae stretching the dark green skin taut. From his spine, legs, and arms, hideous bone spurs erupted. Amidst Blonsky's pained yet excited roars, the spurs grew larger and more monstrous. Staring dumbfounded at the transformation, Stearns' mind went blank. He swallowed hard and muttered, "What have I created?" Blonsky spread his arms wide, revealing the massive, grotesque bone spurs. He roared with a beastly voice, "A god. I am a god." He stomped on the floor, and with a loud crack, the floor shattered, leaving a massive footprint. Looking closely, it resembled a beast's print more than a human's. Blonsky rose from the tiny bed. The bone spurs on his back forced his spine into a bow. His bald head was smooth, and his ears had become like those of a deep-sea fish. His bulging dark green muscles radiated immense power. "Excuse me. Can you hear me? Do you understand? I need to draw some blood for analysis to see what changes have occurred in your body." Stearns was trembling now. The massive, monstrous bone spurs were like thorns in his heart, stripping him of all pride. "Thank you, Stearns. I feel fantastic. I feel like the god of this world. I've never felt better. This is the power I crave. But your words irritate me." With that, he slapped Stearns. Stearns flew like a broken kite or a high-speed spinning cannonball, crashing into the instruments with a dull thud. He tumbled off the equipment, and vials of Hulk serum spilled, seeping into his wounds. With the nuisance dealt with, the abomination's rage subsided slightly, but the urge to destroy remained unchanged. In truth, this abnormality had been present since his injection of the super soldier serum, though the reaction had been mild. But now, with such immense power and psychological factors at play, his fury grew unchecked. He stretched his arms again, feeling the bone spurs on his joints. With a savage grin, he let out another roar. The sound echoed through the entire Chinatown. He pushed off with his legs, his massive solid body crashing into the wall with a thunderous boom. Red bricks, white plaster, and wooden planks were reduced to rubble. A gaping hole appeared, simple and brutal. It was rush hour, with cars honking incessantly. The sudden event shattered the pleasant anticipation of returning home to dinner with wives. A shower of brick fragments shattered car windows. The abomination's momentum didn't stop. He landed on a black car, his immense weight and force flattening it into a metal pancake. The occupants didn't even have time to scream before meeting their end. It seemed the Bible he carried and read daily offered no protection in the face of death. "We can move now," Bruno said. "Yeah, it's about time," Ward added. Perhaps due to their differing experiences, Ward showed absolute obedience to Andrei, while Bruno, though acknowledging the concept of a leader, regarded Andrei more as a friend. Ward's fingers moved slightly as he produced his Evol driver and placed it at his waist, the golden belt wrapped around him. The bat full bottle and engine full bottle materialized in his hands. "Bat, engine, Evol match. Are you ready? Bat, engine." Fuha. Kamen Rider Madrogue appeared. Meanwhile, Bruno moved as well, producing his build driver, its silver and black interwoven, and placing it at his waist. With a slight motion of his fingers, he combined the Great Cross Sea Dragon, Cobra Lost Full Bottle, and Hazard Trigger. A mechanical voice announced, "Great Cross Sea Dragon. Build up. Gata gata gaton. Zutton zutton. Are you ready? Overflow. Wake up, CROSSC. Get Great Dragon. Bura 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 bura." What a mess. Kamen Rider build appeared. Roar. The nearby windows began to crack from the sheer force. Some residents who failed to take cover were covering their ears, their hearing grievously damaged by the abomination's roar. Many probably found this more agonizing than listening to a tone-deaf college roommate's musical attempts. At that moment, Blonsky was wreaking havoc on the streets, swinging his arms as the grotesque bone spurs gleamed eerily in the sunlight. He slammed his fist down. With a deafening thud, the immense force flattened a car's hood into a metal pancake, flames erupting. With another leap, the abomination landed beside a vehicle, using its claws to flip it. The entire car spun through the air before crashing into a house. The reason for this destruction was that the car's color resembled that of his former superior, General Ross. Had enough. No need to play dead, is there? Ward flapped his wings, hovering in the sky as he gazed down at the nearly unrecognizable figure below. That figure was stern. He was now at his best and worst. The gamma rays had turned his skin green and expanded his skull. In the original story, he became the leader, later establishing a spy network to steal scientific secrets. A true science enthusiast, but one who strayed down a crooked path. Andrei wanted him because the gamma rays increased his intelligence 1,000-fold, fueling an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Samuel Stearns possessed superhuman intellect, telepathy, and an indomitable will. Trying to influence me. Ward immediately sensed something amiss and drew his nebula steam gun, unleashing a powerful volley. But he don't. Stearns leaped up, well aware he was no match for Ward. Even though he knew he had mutated and his mind had expanded, he was still unfamiliar with his new abilities. Ward retracted his steam gun. Seizing the opportunity, Stearns knelt and declared, "I pledge my allegiance." Ward's hand froze. His earlier action was merely a bluff. He was uneasy about Stearns, a stranger he had just met, and didn't fully comprehend. "What makes you worthy of serving me, eh?" Ward asked with intrigue. "Because." On the battlefield, Bruno volunteered to fight the abomination, claiming his expertise in close combat and his role as an elder brother. But the real reason was different. Ward resembled his own brother, that adorable yet mischievous sibling. The thought brought a pang of sorrow, but it didn't slow Bruno's movements. He threw a punch, yet the expected impact didn't occur. The reptile-like scales covering the abomination's skin made it as hard as steel. Bruno felt as if he had struck metal, not flesh. Bruno grew serious. But his forte was hand-to-hand combat. How could he be at a disadvantage? Clenching his fist, he struck again. The abomination turned and swung its hand, its jagged, rock-hard claws reaching for Bruno. Their fists collided. Both staggered back a few steps. Bruno raised his left arm, his bright blue cape billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of dominance. Bruno spread his arms, kicked off the ground, and soared into the sky. The abomination howled in fury, not only because Bruno had interrupted his emotional release, but also because his strength rivaled its own, a grave insult to one who deemed himself a god. With a roar, the abomination bent its legs slightly, then launched itself with tremendous force. The ground shattered, leaving a massive crater as it leaped 500 meters high. Bruno twisted in midair, diving straight toward the abomination, his legs slicing down like a blade. The abomination was quick to react, catching Bruno's incoming left leg and twisting it. Bruno spun in the air, executing a midair roll before throwing a punch. As the abomination began to descend, it roared and countered with a fist of its own. Sparks flew. Bruno glided away, realizing that his strength was on par with the abomination's, perhaps even slightly inferior. But he had one advantage: the creature lacked flight. His cape fluttering, Bruno made a sharp turn and drew his weapon, the build steam gun. He opened fire on the abomination. Bright yellow projectiles streaked toward the abomination as it plummeted. It shielded itself with its arms. The bullets struck its dark green skin with no effect. Some even ricocheted off the jagged bone spurs, producing mere sparks. Bruno flipped again as the abomination landed with a ground-shaking impact, causing furniture in nearby rooms to tremble and some precariously placed tables to topple, shattering into pieces. The abomination bellowed in rage and stomped its left foot, sending debris and brick fragments flying. It grabbed a massive chunk of concrete and hurled it skyward like a meteor. Bruno dodged with a flap of his wings, but then sensed something amiss. Suddenly, another concrete block struck him. The first throw was a feint, the second was the true killing blow. A fierce red light blazed in Bruno's eyes. Being outsmarted stung, especially when he wielded such power and had such a promising future. How could he be tricked by this hideous monster? This was utterly intolerable. Bruno spun in the air, his form blurring as he accelerated. The abomination, not one to wait, idly bent its knees and leaped, landing with a thud. The ground trembled. It wrapped its arms around a large tree, its claws digging deep into the trunk, then heaved with all its might. The earth beneath its feet collapsed into a giant footprint-shaped depression. The abomination let out a deafening roar. It uprooted the entire tree, pressed down with its left foot, twisted its waist, and hurled the tree with both arms. Was this a Marvel version of the classic tale of uprooting a willow? Though it wasn't a willow, the spirit was the same. Bruno didn't remain idle. He flashed aside, drew his build steam gun, and charged forward. Golden light flickered as energy bullets flew. The tree was blasted to splinters. But the abomination had already leaped into the air. Would Bruno fall for the same trick twice? He spun, sidestepped, and saw the drifting clouds. With a sharp glare, he retreated, not to flee, but to prepare his ultimate attack. Sunlight glinted, dazzling in its brilliance. A crimson aura flared behind Bruno, and the descending abomination suddenly felt a foreboding dread. It twisted midair, rolled, and grabbed a crane's arm, swinging itself onto a nearby rooftop. The crane's arm, unable to withstand the immense force and pressure, groaned in metallic agony before snapping and collapsing onto an office building. Window panes shattered their fragments, reflecting sunlight like distant stars. The abomination pushed off the roof, clenched its fist, and shot forward at unstoppable speed. Bruno twisted the lever. Ready, go? Hazard finish. Great dragonic finish. The mechanical voice echoed as a crimson black hole appeared. Blood-red light radiated across the sky and Bruno shouted, "Converge." The crimson light condensed around his right hand, and he thrust it forward with tremendous speed. Build Rider Punch. The dark green fist and the crimson light clashed heat-in. A thunderous roar assaulted the ears of those below, and the shockwave shattered nearby windows. But this wasn't the sound of their clash. It was the roar of fighter jets firing missiles. Looking up, the twilight was fading. The shells came in a cluster, but not simultaneously. The first one to arrive struck directly at Bruno. Bruno's face was expressionless. Indeed, no expression could be seen. Yet the blue light in his eyes blazed like the sun, while the blackness deepened, faintly tinged with a crimson glow. He whipped out the BLD steam gun, spun around to grab it, and simultaneously soared away. He pulled the trigger. A mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Ready, go. Hazard finish. Great dragonic finish. A blood-red radiance flickered. Bruno charged straight at the attacking aircraft, unleashing a light bullet. The crimson projectile shot forth, but Bruno's situation grew more dire, bombarded from above by planes and assailed from below by the abomination, with threats both in the sky and on the ground. This troubled Bruno greatly, but it did not mean he would surrender. Those two words had never crossed his mind. Not in the past, not now, and never in the future. The light bullet shattered the aircraft's glass. Bruno's fist, gleaming with red light, crashed down, shattering the skull. Red and white matter splattered across the plane's instruments. Bruno swiftly dodged another shell. At that moment, the abomination couldn't help but reveal a sinister grin, chilling to the bone. Good, it seems you're in a tight spot now. Whether I'm in a tight spot is none of your concern. I think it's you who should be worried, don't you agree? Bruno's voice was as cold as the depths of winter, utterly devoid of warmth. Why? I don't think so, because I am a god. The eternal god. At this, the abomination let out a long roar to the heavens. You call yourself a god? Bruno dodged another shell with a swift sidestep, then swung the BLD smoke gun. An enemy plane exploded in response. Stop boasting. Even my boss wouldn't claim to be a god. Do you even know what a god is? Besides, you're in a bad spot now. Why? At this moment, the abomination's savage nature erupted fully. His roar was so piercing it felt as if one's ears might burst. You want to know, but I don't know either. I just have this feeling. But don't forget, your identity is a mark you can never erase. At that moment, Bruno's eyes sharpened. He executed a backflip, then twisted sideways to evade another shell. Yet in that instant of evasion, Bruno exploded into action. His right hand shot out, clenched into a fist, and he roared, "Go taste the flavor of a shell yourself. You sneaky rats that only ambush." Enhanced by the Kamen Rider armor, Bruno's blackened seeing eyes could see distant objects clearly. He spun abruptly, facing a building. The shell was tightly gripped in his hand. Activating the ability of the BLDY chest armor, he shortened the distance in an instant and hurled it with immense force. The shell reversed course, flying straight toward the building. The people inside the building had no time to react. They only saw Bruno turn around, but instinct told them disaster was imminent, like a rabbit facing a wolf. But it was already too late. Bruno had poured tremendous power into that shell, channeling all his anger and frustration into it. The immense energy sent the shell hurtling into the building in an instant. Boom. Orange-red flames erupted. Window glass shattered into tiny fragments while cement and bricks flew through the air. Then another surge of immense force came as Bruno swung the BLD steam gun, delivering the final blow to the already battered and teetering building. The straw that broke the camel's back. It collapsed with a thunderous roar. The massive building crashed down toward the abomination, igniting a surge of fury within him. You're scheming against me. Unforgivable. He bent his legs slightly and raised his arms. The building came thundering down, its vast shadow blotting out the sunlight, leaving only darkness. The abomination's figure compared to the building was no bigger than an ant. Boom. Dust billowed everywhere, and a deafening sound echoed through Chinatown. The noise of shattering bricks drowned out all other clamor. The entire area seemed trapped in a loop. Then a wind blew, clearing the smoke. At the spot where the abomination had stood, he was still there. How was this possible? Yet it was no surprise. The abomination's skin was like steel, able to withstand small artillery, and his physical prowess rivaled that of the Hulk. Bruno had no hope of defeating him this way, but he already had a plan in mind. The abomination's body bore some injuries, with blood flowing steadily. Bruno descended swiftly, his fist slamming into the abomination's chest. The abomination staggered back 2 steps while the recoil pushed Bruno back 1. Bruno then soared into the air, his cape fluttering, and aimed a punch at the aircraft behind him. The crew's souls nearly fled in terror. They had witnessed Bruno's terrifying fists earlier, Their plane was like tofu crushed into a metal pancake by his blows. The corpses below likely silently testified to their tragedy. Trying to escape. Can you? Ask my fist if it agrees. A fist gleaming with blood-red light flew toward them. Knowing they couldn't evade, the crew gritted their teeth and roared, "Don't get cocky. Even in death, it'll strike you." They pressed the red button, activating the plane's small missiles. The orange-yellow flames grew brighter. But just as the crew resigned themselves to death, something bizarre happened. Bruno's fist missed. He flipped and flew away. After a brief shock, the crew felt wild joy, then terror, then twisted rage. How dare you? How dare you do this? It was clear they had guessed Bruno's plan to use the plane's missiles against the abomination, aiming to injure him directly. They hadn't realized that the plane, Bruno, and the abomination had formed a straight line. A brilliant scheme. You guessed right, that's exactly what I intended. But in a way, without your foolish falling for it, I couldn't have pulled it off. Bruno gave a cold smile, colder than the harshest winter, and swung his BLD steam gun. The explosion was inevitable. Bruno turned and saw the abomination preparing to leap. Without a second thought, he flew straight toward him. Bullets rained from the sky, fired by soldiers under General Ross' orders. His directive was to protect the abomination at all costs. Bruno felt no sympathy for them, not only because they had targeted him, but also because those who gave the orders and those who carried them out were equally at fault. He whipped out the BLD steam gun. A golden light bullet blazed across the sky. With a turn, he caught a glimpse of the abomination leaping. Bruno's eyes sharpened, his cape rustling behind him. A dull thud. The light bullet struck home. A soldier in bulletproof vest had his belly explode, blood gushing everywhere. Miraculously, he wasn't dead, yet lying on the ground with weak, pained groans. His comrades, seemingly oblivious, hurled grenades into the air. Bruno countered with another punch. His fist slammed into the abomination. At that moment, a shell flew in and struck Bruno. A fierce yellow light flared. Bruno ignored it, refusing to give up. He lashed out with the BD banish and shoes. Decomposition missed dispersion. The abomination felt his body being ravaged, severely damaged. He sensed himself growing weaker, with pain radiating through him. What have you done to me? The abomination not only felt his strength waning, but also found himself unable to move. His breathing labored. In truth, the boots had the ability to decompose and disperse objects contacted by the fists. When the finishing move was activated, a kick could destroy the target's armor and inject energy into the exposed core. Moreover, punches wreathed in calamitous spiritual energy could collapse the space within a certain range. Nothing much. I just want to defeat you now. Bruno roared, his body gleaming with black and red light. He drew his BLD steam gun, inserted a bottle, and slapped it. This time the light was no longer golden, but blood red. The terrifying energy emanating from it made the abomination sense danger. Without a word, he struggled violently. The air seemed to emit a dull cracking sound. The abomination reached out, trying to block Bruno's attack. Just then a voice rang out. "You're not cutting it. And you call yourself my big brother." It was Ward's voice. Hearing this, Bruno breathed a quiet sigh of relief, but said, "You said it yourself, and you admitted it." Ward smiled without a word, twitching his fingers to turn the control lever. He loaded the Pirate full bottle and Rider Evolution bottle, then quickly turned the driver's lever again. "Ready, go? Pirate's finish. Ciao." The sound effect rose out of nowhere, and he summoned the Pirate departure to initiate Vortex Break. The build arrow of the Pirate departure was pulled to full charge. Pirate train, depart. The Pirate train set off. The bow was drawn like a full moon, aimed northwest, and released. There was no bowstring, but a sound like an iron bow was heard. The cyan blue train shot forth, piercing the sky, hunting the wolf. The azure electric train shot forward, hurtling through the air with an almost invincible velocity. No martial honor. At this moment, that was precisely what the abomination thought, though he could not voice it. All he wanted now was to swiftly knock down the two mecha warriors before him, using his sharp claws to tear their armor to shreds. The azure electric train howled as it approached, crashing into the abomination with an unstoppable momentum. The abomination let out a furious roar. The pain and pent-up frustration ignited his already vicious nature. Ignoring his injuries, he reached out with a massive hand. Suddenly, a strange turn of events occurred. The sound of small missiles flying over could be heard again. "Didn't you say there were only 3 fighters? How is this happening?" Ward said, "It must be their reinforcements, or perhaps it was a ploy to deceive us all along," Bruno stated directly. In truth, it wasn't entirely correct. When Bruno and Ward appeared here, Ross had already known of their existence. For the sake of his plan, he had used his authority to summon several more fighters from the military base, intending to use them for his new experiment. "Let's take down this brute first. We can't report back until this big guy is dealt with." Ward nodded in understanding. "You've thoroughly angered me." Having landed on the ground, the abomination spread his arms and roared. Then with a stomp of his thick feet, gravel flew as he grabbed a chunk of concrete and hurled it into the sky. Like a meteor, the entire block of concrete shot upward like a falling star. Then the abomination kicked off with tremendous force, flipping himself into the clouds. You've come at the right time. Big brother, you handle those fighters. Leave this one to me. Watch my skill. So you finally acknowledge me as your big brother. But shouldn't we fight side by side? Aren't we brothers? Bruno laughed heartily, assuming a fighting stance and engaging directly. With a mighty roar, he didn't dodge. Instead, he pulled the build arrow of the pirate train to full charge. The mechanical voice rang out coldly and impassively, "Pirate train, depart." The azure electric train clashed directly with the fist. The abomination's eyes were wild with fury as he strained with all his might against this bizarre azure electric train. He had never imagined Bruno's strength could be so immense. At that moment, another mechanical voice sounded. "Ready, go." Evol attack, chow. Spreading his wings, the black appendages blotted out part of the sun, casting a shadow across the abomination's face. Then the abomination saw Bruno deliver a flying kick. It was the Kamen Rider kick. He came flying in with the kick. The overall force wasn't as great as before, but the abomination was now stretched thin and utterly unable to counter this skill. Suddenly a shell flew over. The abomination's heart leaped with joy, and he growled in a beast-like voice. "You want to kill me? Impossible. I have allies. You think you're the only one with allies." At that moment, Bruno hurled his BLDR steam gun, the blade clashing directly with the shell. An orange-red radiance enveloped the sky, and the smile on the abomination's face slowly faded. His expression grew twisted and frenzied. At this moment, he found this man far more detestable than the Hulk. If ever there was a day, he would tear this wretch to pieces. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. With a furious roar, something astonishing happened. He freed both hands for a reverse grapple, but the electric train slammed into him. Yet the abomination seemed oblivious, continuing to throw his punches. Ward sensed trouble and tried to turn aside, but the rider kick that had already begun left him unable to move. At this, Ward also roared, drawing his smog sword and rotating the lever. "Ready, go." Evol attack, chow. With a single slash, the rider kick struck the abomination's abdomen while the abomination grabbed Ward's leg. At that moment, the slash arrived, crashing onto the abomination's shoulder. Bullets flew everywhere in the sky, but neither Ward nor Bruno had the leisure to care about such ticklish attacks. They were insignificant. At that moment, Bruno took out his BLDR steam gun. Gripping the BLDR steam gun tightly, he fired directly. A blood-red energy bullet shot forth. An explosive sound rang out, stunning the abomination. Seizing the moment, Bruno spun around and swung the smog sword fiercely. This single strike drained the remaining 60% of Ward's energy, and the flesh on the abomination's hands curled back. The abomination roared, his hands involuntarily loosening. Ward flapped his wings and flew free from the abomination's grip. At this moment, the abomination plummeted through the air. This battle had already consumed 70% of his strength. Though he possessed a physique akin to the Hulk's, such an intense battle had left him utterly exhausted, especially fighting against two opponents without any martial honor. Target acquired. Initiating. A mechanical voice sounded. A fiery red streak rose into the sky, trailing gray smoke. The mechanical voice grew closer, but Bruno and Ward sensed something was off. This voice sounded too much like their leader, Andrei. The fiery red figure revealed its form, a crimson armor with blue eyes symbolizing justice and strength, and a tall, imposing build. In America, red symbolizes power and courage. But to Bruno and Ward, this mecha looked just like their leader, especially the head. It was a near-perfect copy of Andrei. One had to admit the imitation was impressive and quite stylish, but Bruno and Ward felt deeply insulted. "You two clean up the grunts below. I'll handle this myself." A black portal materialized, and Andrei's figure emerged slowly from within. His voice echoed, and his image was simultaneously projected into a laboratory. "Damn it. When did he appear? Who can tell me what that black hole is?" General Ross' furious voice thundered through the laboratory. He was seething with rage, but also fear. His original plan was to capture Bruno, Ward, and the abomination while they were all weakened, then force them to hand over their drivers for research. He intended to create his own armored soldier squad, but now the situation had completely changed. Silence reigned around him like a dormant volcano, but the crater was Ross, now teetering on the edge of extreme fury. "Damn it, don't you have any other ideas?" Ross slammed the table only to knock over a bottle of ink. Without a second thought, he grabbed it and hurled it away. But the lid wasn't fastened, and Ross' strength sent ink flying everywhere. Unfortunately, some ink splattered onto Ross' face, leaving it quite dark. No, extremely dark. "General, I have an idea." A man spoke. "What idea?" Ross asked, exhaling in relief. "Why not send more fighters and armed forces to wear them down?" The group stared at him oddly, as if looking at a fool. Bang! Ross overturned the table and cursed at the man. "Are you an idiot? Didn't you see he can teleport? Didn't you see he can retreat through that portal? Did a door slam your brain, or did you swim too much and fill your head with water? Where's your brain? Huh? Answer me." He slammed his fist again, and with his anger and natural strength the table split in two. Ross stared at the table, as if seeing his own heart. Shattered in two. Heartbroken for short. Their eyes sharpened, and the two stepped back looking up. Andrei hovered in midair. He hadn't been idle these past days, summarizing and familiarizing himself with his current power. He now had a good grasp of Evol's abilities. But mastery is always built upon real combat. Now Andrei needed to familiarize himself with this power. That was why he appeared today. However, this imposter infuriated him. Can anyone just walk all over me? Do they think they understand power so well? Or have I been too lenient? Can anyone just infringe on my likeness rights? A crimson light blazed in his eyes. Andrei produced his driver with a flick of his finger, placing it on his abdomen. A mechanical voice rang out of Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution. He shook the drive lever and a mechanical voice appeared. Are you ready? Henshin. The moment Andrei's voice fell, golden, dazzling rings appeared around him instantly, enveloping his form. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha. The golden and crimson rings evolved into a golden dread armor. Cobra form deployed. Nice design, but did you get Ward's approval? I think I need to discuss the issue of likeness rights with my lawyer. This involves infringement. But I suspect Ward's lawyer is busy, so perhaps we can settle this in a better way. What do you think? Andrei said. Target acquired. Initiating strike. A mechanical voice sounded, and the figure's eyes flashed as the cannon on its back raised. Small rockets were fired directly. Andrei didn't waste words. He loaded the Gatling full bottle and Rider Evolution bottle, shaking the lever as a red light faintly flickered. Ready, go? Gatling finish. The mechanical sound effect rang out. Golden eagle-shaped energy bullets fired forth. Boom. They collided directly with the robot's small missiles and exploded. Your speed is too slow. Andrei appeared eerily behind the robot, delivering a blade strike. Clang. Sparks flew. I know there's an observation device inside. Come out and talk while I can still control my temper. Andrei said calmly, his tone as cold as the deepest winter. Execute the mission. Defeat the enemy. This was a voice devoid of any emotion, neither cold nor icy, but utterly mechanical. This imposter, let us call him that, had sparks erupting from beneath his feet. Yet in Andrei's eyes, it was like child's play, even more shoddy than the scrap metal Iron Man had forged in that cave. Though that too was junk, at least it was upgradable junk. Still, Andrei could not tolerate it. A crimson gleam flashed in his eyes, radiating an ominous aura. Bruno and Ward both knew this meant Andrei was angered. Without a word, he drew his smoke blade and delivered a slash. The imposter instantly retreated, but Andrei vanished into a black hole, reappearing behind him. A fist struck directly. Sparks flew. Another kick sent the imposter spinning through the air. Just as he tried to stabilize himself, another fist descended from above. The imposter plummeted like a falling stone, yet Andrei showed no mercy. With a flicker of movement, a slender beam of light shot forth like the horizon, hurtling toward the imposter, and delivered a fierce kick. The Evo's innovator shoes injected destructive gas directly into the imposter's body. Sparks burst from every joint and armor seam, fireworks of devastation. But Andrei's injection of destructive gas was precise. Using the EVOC signal blade, he administered an exact dosage, completely stripping the imposter of his strength. A crimson flash lit his eyes. Are you ready to face my wrath? Andrei's tone was frigid, chilling listeners to the bone, as if stranded naked in the Arctic. He loaded the Gatling full bottle and the Rider Evolution bottle, then rapidly turned the lever. Ready, go. Machine gun finish. The Eagle Gatlinger materialized. Andrei reached out and grabbed it. With a flash of movement, he spun the Eagle Gatlinger's magazine 10 times. Full bullet. You ready? The dark muzzle aimed directly at the imposter. Within, a golden light blazed like the sun, yet the chill it exuded made all who saw it feel an icy dread. Don't. You have no right to speak now. Only the fate of being beaten. His tone was icy. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. An eagle-shaped light bullet shot forth, speeding toward the imposter. Yet Andrei did not cease his actions. He turned the lever again. Ready, go. The Voltic finish. Ciao. Like a resplendent galaxy, or the radiant Milky Way above, an energy mass in the shape of a constellation disk gathered in his right hand. Starlight blazed, the galaxy shimmered. With a mere gesture, clouds and dragons stirred. The starry river cascaded down with his fist, bearing both brilliance and terror straight toward the imposter. We can. Silence. A single fist struck. The galaxy shattered, starlight strewn across the sky. An explosion roared, debris flying everywhere. The mechanical voice seemed to linger in the sky, echoing through the starlit heavens. Yet its owner had already become part of the earth, or been retrieved. Retrieval was futile. The destructive gas in the boots had corroded every component. Such an imposter would not appear again anytime soon. The people on the ground were terrified by the brilliant, yet perilous attack. On a nearby rooftop, A.S. H.I.E.L.D. Agent wore an expression of pure admiration, the calm guy himself. He spoke into his communicator. This power is truly immense, a miracle. Did the surveillance capture their battle? It did. Retreat cautiously, the opponent may be. No need to retreat. I'm here. Anything you want to say? Andrei emerged from a black hole, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the calm guy. Nothing to say. I just think your outfit is pretty cool. The calm guy replied. Hand me the phone. I have something to say. Andrei's tone was frigid with an almost magical chill that compelled the calm guy to hand over his communicator. You must be Coulson. To make a long story short, I find it necessary to take measures to protect my personal privacy. If I catch you at it again, I'll have my lawyers see you in court. My cease and desist warning might be different from others. Don't let me find out again. He hung up and said to the calm guy, any more questions? No questions. He shook his head like a fish flopping on the ground. In that case, I think you could use some rest. Before the calm guy could react, Andrei punched him, just hard enough to knock him out. With full force, the man would have met his maker. Andrei dusted off his hands and walked away. He returned to where Bruno and Ward were waiting. Good work. Let's go back. There's one more person to deal with. I didn't expect such a character to show up. How ironic. Suddenly shifting tone, he stepped into a black hole. Emerging, he drew his smoke blade and slashed across the air. Those attempting to relocate the abomination were cleaved in two. He then pulled out the transforming steam rifle, loaded the Cobra evolution bottle. Epilogue steam. A curved light bullet shot forth. It veered left and exploded beside a public restroom. Ambushes are like fireflies in the dark to me. Don't think you can hide from my eyes. Andrei clapped his hands and walked over to the abomination. Come with me. You have no reason to resist. The abomination's eyes burned with rage, yet held a trace of fear. This armor could control black holes. What kind of power was this? I won't resist. I pledge undying loyalty. The abomination yielded. Andrei had been ready to teach him a lesson. If words failed, force would suffice. Absolute power commands absolute loyalty. As for betrayal, it only stems from not witnessing true strength. You catch on fast. Andrei glanced at him and asked the system, is there any way to turn him back into a human? Not for now. So maybe later. Welcome to the team. From now on, you're abomination. Yes, my boss. No need to call me boss, but you must obey my commands absolutely. Andrei spoke, his aura unconsciously radiating outward. The baptism of countless battles and bloodshed had forged a terrifying majesty, the pressure of one born to rule. Yes, my lord. The abomination lowered his stance further, bowing his head to Andrei. Andrei recognized this as a gesture of submission, like an old lion king yielding to a new one. Andrei turned to the other two. Where's Stern? They spoke in unison over their boss. He's completely docile, now no resistance. He's cooperating fully. I think he'll be very loyal to you, boss. Their synchronized response made Andrei chuckle. You two are doing well. Let's go. We have someone to deal with back home. Andrei laughed, but the smile sent chills down their spines. Bruno and Ward caught the fleeting crimson in his eyes like freshly spilled blood. They knew someone was about to face a world of trouble. At that moment in Andrei's home, Andy was skulking about. He had once thought himself doomed, but upon arriving here he realized he had been gravely mistaken. Andrei paid him no mind. At first Andy couldn't believe it, but after days of observation, he was convinced Andrei truly didn't bother with him. So for the trust of his organization and his own beliefs, he used a device implanted in his body to transmit messages. He had notified his organization of his location at Andrei's place. After days of observation, he relayed all sorts of gathered intelligence back to them. Now he just needed to escape, and he would earn the organization's recognition and promotion. Andy cared little for promotion. When he had spied under Ward, he took no joy in advancement. For him, devotion and loyalty to the organization were paramount. Now Andy made his final preparations in the mansion. He marveled at Andrei's aesthetic sense. Such a residence could only be crafted by Eastern hands. Subtle and restrained, yet growing more captivating with every glance. During his stay, Andy had often wandered through the exquisite courtyard. The cat Coffee Bean was adorable too. He often teased it, but it seemed indifferent to him. Why was that? Andy didn't know. His only need now was to leave to rise higher. But first he must avoid detection and not rush. As a top agent, he had already mapped out the entire place. The house was modest in size with many rooms. Though he didn't understand the decor, it was stunningly beautiful. If he were well-versed in Suzhou garden art, Head recognized the common screen walls, pavilions, and corridors, the crystallization of millennia of Eastern architectural wisdom. But now he had no mood to appreciate it. Fine things were fine, but one needed life to enjoy them. He shouldered his backpack as the last rays of sunlight vanished, the lingering warmth scattered by the gentle evening breeze. Skirting along the wall, he spotted a small pavilion ahead. He recalled that Andrei's cat Coffee Bean loved to sit on the wooden table there in the evening, tucking its paws and squinting its eyes. Not here today. A sudden foreboding swept over him. Andy's vigilance was on high alert, He knew Andrei's temperament well after all these days, having essentially figured out that Andrei deeply despised betrayal. Andy walked cautiously, feeling no guilt for his actions. It was all for the organization. Whether it was reporting Andrei's character his whereabouts or his residence address, he had disclosed every piece of information. Arriving before a wall, he glanced back at the courtyard shrouded in darkness, then propped himself up with his right hand, and leaped over the wall with a push of his legs. Turning left, he entered a hidden alley that few could discover. Above in the sky, Andrei said to Bruno, "And Ward, you two go back first. He'll go see what this fellow is up to. I want to see where he gets the audacity to do such a thing." Bruno, Ward, Stern, and Abomination all bowed in acknowledgement. Andrei stepped into a black hole and vanished. Upon landing, he transformed his appearance into that of an ordinary college student. Using the Evo Twin Eye Cobra visual sensor, he followed Andy from a distance, but Andy remained oblivious. Andy continued walking without a hint of awareness, moving as if on a routine stroll. After over an hour, he arrived at a coffee shop, the same one Carlson had visited before. Inside the coffee shop, music played, and no one was around. The furniture and dining utensils were polished to a gleaming shine, as if brand new. A man approached, dressed casually with ordinary features, forming an unremarkable face, a half-inch beard clinging to his upper lip. "I'm out. For the organization, I spare no effort." "You're good. For the organization, I would give my all." "Are you sure? Give your all. Does that mean I could take your life right now?" Andrei's voice rang out. The two turned around. Though Andrei had altered his appearance, the aura and authority he exuded were impossible to conceal. In an instant, they both knew it was him. "Without a doubt. Any last words?" "Since there are none, I'll get to it." "Ready." Andrei's figure flickered. He took a step, spun slightly, and drove a fist straight into Andy's abdomen. Then, drawing a steam sword, he slashed downward in one swift motion. Andy tried to dodge, but Andrei was faster. He twisted the blade and swung down with even greater speed. Blood sprayed across the air. Andrei took another step, reaching out with his left hand to grip Andy's throat, then flung him. Andy crashed into the man, trying to flee. Andrei rubbed his wrist, clenched his fist, and delivered a direct punch, striking the escaping man. A pained groan did nothing to ease his agony, and before a second cry could escape, another fist landed. He was sent flying. Tables and chairs split in two, glass shards scattered everywhere, and various objects shattered under the violent impact. "I remember you. Going against me now is suicide. Besides, you're already wanted. Sooner or later, SHIELD will take you down." The man's eyes contracted sharply. Andrei turned to Andy, his gaze flickering with a crimson menace surging like a tide ready to swallow him. "You left without my permission." His tone was calm, but Andy knew this was the calm before the storm, no before a volcanic eruption. Andrei reached out with his right hand, seizing Andy's throat and lifting him entirely off the ground, squeezing with such force it seemed he might crush his larynx. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. You'd better pray your body holds up so the punishment doesn't fall on those connected to you." Andrei said. "Fine. Then let me see what punishment you have in store." Andy was now reckless, almost frenzied, with blood streaming uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Andrei ignored him and turned to the other man. "Your identity is no simple matter. I suspect you're from the Green Snake Gang. I have no fondness for her. You can die now." He swung his sword in a single stroke. Just then a hidden weapon shot out. Clang. "Stop meddling." He pulled out his transformation smoke rifle. Steam shot. A powerful light bullet flew out, meeting another hidden weapon. The weapon shattered on impact, and the bullet surged onward toward the man. Blood splattered against the wall, and a head fell to the ground. He reloaded with a Cobra evolution canister. Epilogue steam. A curving light bullet shot forth, not aimed at the previous man, but straight at a shadow. A dark figure tumbled out. Andrei's figure flickered. He countered with a punch, then followed up with a kick. His combat boots infused with destructive energy. Andrei threw another punch. The lethal strike compressed, shattered, and annihilated the space within range, turning it into nothingness. The dark figure felt a suffocating pressure, an overwhelming force of nature. I don't care who you are. All I know is that anyone in my way must die." His fist struck. Red and white matter splattered, some even landing on his face. Andrei was unfazed, driven by the bloodlust and coldness of the Evol gene, compounded by the symbiote within him. Wiping the matter from his face, he smoothed his hair and glanced back at Andy with a smile. "Don't worry, you won't be punished. You just need a place to cool down. I've already thought of one. Go and reflect deeply." He grabbed Andy and summoned a black hole. Andy stared at the vortex, his lips trembling. "What are you going to do?" "You can't do this, you can't. I don't need your chatter. I only need to do what I want, not what you want." "Of course you can talk, but I'll act as I see fit." With that, he hurled Andy into the void, adding, "Think it over." He clapped his hands, summoned another black hole, and returned to his home in Long Island. At that moment, in a dark chamber somewhere, candlelight flickered, the only source of illumination in the gloom. An elder spoke in a hoarse voice. "Alexandra is dead. We need to avenge her." Yes, we must show our wrath. Perhaps we've been silent too long, and they've forgotten us. The elder fell silent after speaking. So he thinks following me has a future. Andrei looked at Ward with a light chuckle. Yes, that's what he said. Andrei studied the man whose oversized head seemed almost comical, yet it held countless possibilities. Perhaps his immense capacity for receiving information had caused his head to swell. My lord, thank you for taking me, and Stern said. I have a task for you. Can you handle it? Andrei asked. He felt the need to study the nebula gas within his body, as relying solely on his own strength to carve out a territory here seemed unrealistic. Facing the almost purely idealistic powers of Captain America, Iron Man, and Bucky, Andrei needed to enhance his own strength infinitely. Every ounce of power gained was another ounce of certainty. Andrei handed the canister to Stern and patted his shoulder. Work hard. I believe you can do it. If you succeed, I might restore your appearance while preserving your abilities. Thank you, my lord. I will do my utmost to serve you unto death. But Stern was unaware that as Andrei patted his shoulder, a dark red liquid had stealthily entered his body. Truth be told, Andrei didn't fully trust this man, for he was far too intelligent, nearly reaching the limits of human capability. As a precaution, Andrei deemed it necessary to secure his loyalty. Bruno, Ward, come here. I need something done. Andrei said. The two immediately approached, bowing slightly. My lord, what do you require of us? Nothing else, just rescue Banner. Andrei replied. Yes. They withdrew without further comment, showing their genuine allegiance. Andrei gazed at the distant sky and remarked, nice weather. Just then Coffee Bean leaped into his arms, tucking its paws in like a cat. Petting cats was almost everyone's favorite pastime. It seemed the feline was the universal darling. At that moment, Banner and Betty were on a plane surrounded by 5 or 6 others, like a cluster of stars around the moon, though it felt more like confinement minus the handcuffs. Elsewhere, countless personnel and aircraft scoured the site of Andrei's battle with Abomination. Shattered decoys were found one by one, but the furious voice never ceased. Where is Blonsky? Where are the combat data? What the hell are you people doing? This was, of course, Bruno's handiwork. He had hacked the computer and destroyed the schematics. As for Blonsky, he had been subdued by Andrei and was now known as Abomination. Blonsky was a thing of the past. A thing of the past. Ross' face was as dark as water. The devastation was immense. The loss of fighter jets, a large number of armed personnel, and massive destruction. The estimated minimum loss was around $500 million. If not for the fact that he still had Banner in his hands, he would have likely been detained and prosecuted by now. At that moment, Ross looked at Banner and coldly ordered, take him back. Father, you can't do this. Betty was furious because his command was given right in front of her. Hulk seemed resigned to his fate as he directly removed the wristband from his hand and said, there's nothing to be angry about. As long as Hulk exists, we'll have no future. It's better to let go of the past and look toward the future. Perhaps it won't be as terrible as it is now. Banner, you. Betty was astonished, and a terrible feeling surged within her heart. Yet Banner gave a free and easy smile, directly tore off his wristband, and threw it to the ground. Betty, if you ever meet Stearns, tell him his drug was very useful. I'm grateful to him. Of course, there might still be some minor flaws, but I truly thank him. Banner added. By now, Betty was utterly bewildered. Why was he saying all this now? What did it all mean? Their conversation naturally fell upon Ross' ears. Upon hearing it, his expression abruptly changed. How dare you? Fire. Fire now. At that moment, several soldiers with tranquilizer guns had already trained their muzzles on him. However, before their eyes, Banner's body began to swell like an inflated ball. His muscles became like solid rock, his skin turned a deep emerald green, and his clothes were reduced to tattered strips. Strangely enough, his pants seemed indestructible no matter how much they stretched. To be honest, if Andrei were present, he would have been very eager to study what material Banner's pants were made of. Why were his shirt and jacket reduced to shreds while his pants remained perfectly intact? The moment Ross finished speaking, the soldiers pulled their triggers. But in the blink of an eye, the giant-sized Hulk had become a massive figure, reaching out with a hand larger than a palm leaf. He grabbed that soldier like a chick and lifted him up. With a single toss, the remaining 3 soldiers were knocked down by the one he had thrown. His left hand grabbed Betty, and his right hand smashed the entire aircraft door to pieces. Then Hulk leaped into the vast sea of clouds with Betty in his arms. After Hulk's rampage, the entire aircraft wasn't completely destroyed, but it was as if it had suffered a bout of intermittent epilepsy, wobbling left and right like a drunken man, perhaps due to an excess of fuel. Hulk made a single leap into the boundless sea of clouds, the howling wind rushing past his ears. Betty clung tightly to Hulk's sturdy arm, as if it were a lifeline. No, a life-saving tree branch. The descent brought not only the biting wind, but also the breathtaking sky scenery. Layers of clouds resembled frozen waves, and the azure sky was as blue as the finest cornflower sapphire, utterly mesmerizing. Yet this descent lasted only a few seconds before a tremendous crashing sound erupted. It was as if a firecracker had exploded right next to their ears, the noise leaving them deafened and ringing. At that moment, Bruno and Ward standing in the sky saw that Hulk was out of danger and felt no need to continue. After all, Andrei had only asked them to rescue Banner without specifying how. In part, this was because Andrei believed Hulk still had his uses. For instance, the abomination needed to have a showdown with him, a purely personal matter between the two. Without even glancing at the pursuers behind him, Hulk leaped forward with all his might. The ground shook. As Hulk sprinted, the surrounding trees bore the brunt of his passage. Fortunately, this was a suburban area with few residents and casualties were nearly non-existent along the way. If anything, perhaps 1 or 2 animals might have perished. If certain so-called environmentalists had witnessed this, they would inevitably have plenty to say, perhaps even sending Hulk a legal warning or taking him to court. His relentless sprint left Ross' pursuers exhausted. After all, they were only human, and frankly, Hulk might have looked down on the speed of their aircraft. And indeed, that was the case. At that moment, Andrei was in the office of the Daily Bugle's boss. He said to the white-bearded old man, "I've decided to resign. I hope you'll approve it." The old man didn't even look up and replied bluntly, "Fine." In truth, the old man felt a bit reluctant, as such a hard-working, willing, and low-salaried employee was hard to find. But the aura of authority radiating from Andrei was simply too overwhelming for the old man to withstand. It was like a Siberian wolf mixed into a pack of huskies, or a fierce Siberian wolf among a flock of gentle sheep. "Thank you for your understanding," Andrei said calmly. Now he would begin his grand ambitions, starting with this resignation, and embark on his own path. Watching Banner disappear into the darkness, Ross was filled with uncontrollable fury. Truly, he had lost both the bait and the fish. Not only had he lost a squad of soldiers, but he had also suffered a total loss with nothing to show for it. If anything, all he had gained was a pile of wreckage. Staring at the figure vanishing into the night, Ross slammed his fist heavily against the cabin door. But perhaps because when misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can choke you, Ross' fist hit a piece of metal. Looking around, the remaining soldiers remained silent. Even those who had been knocked down were quietly tending to their wounds with the medical kits. Ross, who would later become Secretary of State, managed to suppress his temper. He could usually lose his temper at will, but not now. Taking a deep breath, Ross pulled out his private phone and scanned through his contacts. When he saw a name, S. Garth, he hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and making the call. The sound of ringing echoed, followed by a cool, detached voice. "You shouldn't be calling me right now. Speak. What's the matter?" Ross organized his thoughts and said, "Things have taken an unexpected turn. If I don't contact you now, I might not have another chance. All the attack helicopters were destroyed. Almost all the armored vehicles are damaged beyond repair. There are massive casualties among the soldiers, and many civilians have died. Worst of all, Hulk has escaped. This is enough to send me to a military court." Half a minute of silence passed. The ticking of the clock echoed distinctly in the room, and even the faint sounds of breathing seemed amplified. Finally, the voice on the other end spoke. "This is indeed troublesome. But it can still be handled. I can take care of the Senate side. You can continue your super soldier program and that experiment. The project on this end has been halted, but yours must not stop. It needs to move forward. Tomorrow, I'll send you a case of Hulk serum, but it will be delivered by your people, not mine." Agreed. Ross' expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. Feigning gravity, he said, "I'll do my utmost, but I can't guarantee the outcome. There's a great deal of luck involved in such matters. Regarding the Iron Man armor, I need your help. I'll submit a proposal, and I'll need your signature." "That's unlikely. Stark has deep connections within the government, especially in the military. We probably won't be able to get a foothold. If we could get the World Security Council." Before Ward could finish, the person on the other end interrupted. "The council is off limits. All I need right now is your signature." The moonlight was like water, and there were no clouds. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was not a dark and windy night. Yet at this moment outside Andrei's house, a group of people were skulking like phantoms, a murderous atmosphere permeating the air. "What are you doing here? Would you like some tea?" Andrei's mocking voice rang out. If those guys still didn't understand by now, they might as well commit seppuku. "How did you know?" they asked, deeply puzzled. "Are you deserters from Kunlun? I really think you're throwing away a good life just to court death," Andrei said while picking his ear. "How did you know?" Their expressions grew even more serious, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if they were facing a mortal enemy. "How I know isn't important. What matters is that you're lurking around my house on a dark and windy night. Are you planning to kill someone? They say a dark and windy night is the best time for murder. Have I offended you in some way? If this is about that Alexandra, you can go back." He was so weak it was almost unbelievable, like an egg hitting a rock. "He didn't even last a single round before dying by my fist. I trust you have nothing to do with them, or are you just passing by?" Andrei's words could infuriate a person. Ridiculous. Even if Alexandra was a waste, you shouldn't have been able to kill him. Tell us what you know, and we'll make your death quick. Andrei stood up, looked at the bright moonlight and the cold radiance scattered on the ground, and said in a low voice, "You still don't understand the situation. What you need to know is that you are the prey and I am the hunter. You need to understand this relationship. From the moment you came here, you were already dead men. Your souls are merely inhabiting your filthy shells. The system notification finally sounded after a long absence, bringing a wave of relief to Andrei. System quest eradicate the hand quest reward Pandora's box fragment, suggested time limit 1 week. To be honest, Andrei had begun to wonder if the system had malfunctioned during the previous period. But now it seemed his worries were unfounded. Faced with this situation, Andrei could finally focus on dealing with those deserving of a beating. You renegades of Kunlun, since you have come today, there is no need for you to leave. You may stay here permanently. Andrei's tone was light and airy, as if recounting something utterly unrelated to him, yet the members of the hand could clearly sense the chill and coldness within. Spare us your boasts. We came today to teach you a lesson, to show you the might of us chi cultivators from the lofty Kunlun. I say, have you practiced the one-finger Zen so much that your minds have gone addled? You represent the lofty Kunlun. Stop your blustering, you pack of rats. There is no path to immortality in the mortal world, and worldly affairs are hardly a peaceful plane. You scurrying sycophantic lot, skulking and hiding. Have you cultivated the Tao of the dog? A commoner who holds his tongue. Yet you dare speak so boldly here. Don't you find yourself ridiculous? Andrei declared loudly, his tone dripping with unbridled mockery. How audacious! Shin was enraged. No one had dared speak to them like this for many years, let alone utter such words. Words are useless. Let actions speak. Anyone can be sharp-tongued. With a slight flick of his finger, a driver materialized in Andrei's hand. He placed it directly over his abdomen as a mechanical voice resounded. Evol driver. Cobra. Cobra. Rider system. Rider system. Evolution. Shaking the drive lever, a mechanical voice appeared from thin air. Are you ready? Henshin. The moment Andrei's voice fell, dazzling golden rings appeared before and behind him, instantly enveloping his form. Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahaha. The golden and crimson rings directly evolved into a suit of armor interwoven with gold and red. Cobra form debut. Let me pass judgment upon your sins. For some inexplicable reason, Andrei uttered these words, though perhaps his own sins were greater. A hidden dart flew towards him. Andrei dodged with ease, but an arrow then struck his armored body directly. Clang. Sparks flew. Andrei didn't even bother to look. The attack wasn't enough to tickle him. He directly drew his steam gun. A single sword stroke cleaved the air. A magnificent sword aura materialized from nothingness. Shin's eyes narrowed. As Murakami's disciple, he possessed his own honor and dignity. He had learned through various channels about this elusive figure. Shin naturally wouldn't underestimate Andrei. He knew Andrei's achievements were hard-won and genuine, with no exaggeration. With a leap, he soared into the sky. As Andrei approached from behind, Shin sensed extreme danger. Acting on pure instinct, he shifted his body sideways. A lock of hair drifted down. Despite the external pressures to change customs, Shin strictly adhered to the traditions of a Kunlun chi cultivator. Yet this man was merely a subject of a certain nation. Why should he be crowned with its national garb? However, this enraged the man. He performed a backflip, his black robes rustling loudly in the air. You're too slow. Andrei's form suddenly appeared behind him, and he delivered a swift kick. Moonlit dog devouring filth. Andrei pressed his advantage, following up with another punch. Moonlit soaring immortal. Activating a black hole, he appeared behind Shin again. A hidden dart flew towards him. Clang. Sparks erupted on Andrei's chest. Yet it was of no use. The Xeno chest armor was as hard as a rock, possessing durability surpassing any substance on Earth. Furthermore, it had the property of increasing armor strength according to the stage. Such a minor injury meant nothing to Andrei. Andrei spun around, picked up his transformation steam gun, and pointed it at Shin. Your Bushido is nothing special. A bunch of sniveling curs skulking and ambushing, yapping away. Utterly clueless. He reached out and slapped the driver, loading the Cobra evolution bottle. Epilogue steam. Curved light bullets shot forth. Simultaneously, Andrei brushed his hand across his blade, performed a somersault, and under the clear, cold moonlight, his form reflected an eerie glow against the jade-like moon. His hand moved, and the light bullets descended. With an unstoppable momentum, they flew directly forward. The dazzling radiance was like brilliant starlight, blinding the man. As the light bullets drew nearer, despair crept into his heart. Just then, a hidden dart flew over, detonating prematurely. Andrei's eyes narrowed, and he leaped again. He had no intention of letting these few go. Regardless, at this moment, he wasn't using his true strength. His real adversaries were never this group, but S.H.I.E.L.D. and those who harnessed immense power through idealism, like Captain America, Iron Man, and even the Winter Soldier. He was a planet destroyer, even a thorough villain. Landing, a cold glint flashed in Andrei's eyes. He performed a backflip, his form as agile as a swallow. In midair, he caressed his transformation steam rifle and loaded a specific bottle. Pressing the trigger, Steam shot. XX. A powerful light bullet shot out. The man dodged again, but Andrei summoned a black hole. Sensing danger, the man tried to retreat swiftly. However, Andrei had already seen through his escape route. He shifted his body sideways. The steam blade appeared in his hand. A single sword stroke cleaved the air. Puffed. Like a kite with a broken string, the man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell like a piece of trash. Andrei flipped again, reaching out a hand. He grabbed Shin as easily as picking a peach. At this moment, Shin's spirit was nearly broken. How could this man be so strong? How could he? You're the hand, aren't you? Andrei was familiar with the hand. In the comics, the hand was incredibly powerful, but in the movies they seemed as weak as trash, eventually led by Daredevil. Unbelievably, Daredevil was once a sworn enemy of the hand. After the conflict between Shin and Fisk had a drug addict stab Elena to death, then sent Matt information luring him to an empty warehouse. Matt was ambushed by Shin, leading to a fight that ended with Matt setting Shin on fire. Speak. Who is your backup? Knowing this background, Andrei didn't want to waste words. He only wanted to know who had set this trap for him. His arrival had changed many things: Iron Man, Spider-Man, Venom. It seemed he still had a long road ahead. When he eventually faced the chairman of the Cosmic Population Control Committee, his choice would probably be similar to Iron Man's. After all, Shin and the other man simply sneered in reply. Let me think. I already killed your leader. Was it that guy named Alexandra? He really shouldn't have pulled those tricks around me. He thought his little schemes were so subtle, thinking I didn't know. He didn't realize crushing him is as easy as crushing an ant. Utterly clueless. Oh, by the way, aren't you wondering where my other two subordinates went? Andrei asked, holding his transformation steam rifle. Silence. Truth is, they've already rounded you all up. Don't think I'm unaware of your moves. Andrei snorted with contempt. A single sword stroke cleaved the air. The magnificent sword aura was as thin as paper, yet its might was like an insurmountable chasm. A blue-white sword light slashed across their throats. Blood gushed forth. Andrei put away his transformation steam rifle, glanced at the two bodies, and walked away. But Andrei knew the matter couldn't be that simple, especially with a ring collector lurking in the background, one who loved to show off. Andrei left. Back at the manor, Bruno and Ward had also returned. Without de-transforming, they knelt on one knee and clasped their fists. Master, the mission is complete. They presented several heads. Andrei looked at the heads. Bakuto and Murakami, two of the hand's 5 founders. And the others? Andrei asked. The two immediately knelt, heads bowed. They escaped. They spoke directly without any pretense or concealment. It's all right. I haven't stretched my limbs in a while. Time to loosen up. Andrei cracked his knuckles and dismissed them. In reality, it wasn't that the hand members were weak, but that Andrei, Bruno, and Ward were overwhelmingly powerful, like an egg dashing against a rock. Phil, you're saying the hand has been wiped out. Andrei did this. Nick was holding a cup of tea in one hand and a report in the other. After learning about it, he had tried the tea Andrei favored and became hopelessly addicted. Yes, Andrei killed Alexandra. The hand sought revenge, and Andrei wiped them out in one fell swoop, Phil Coulson reported. Nick was well aware of the hand. The organization was terrifying and had murky dealings with the kingpin of New York. Well, it saves me the trouble. Should I go thank Andrei? Nick said, cup of tea in hand to Phil. Phil understood perfectly. Of course not. He did it. What does it have to do with us? We had no part in planning or executing this. Andrei was just taking revenge. He looked out the window at the fireflies like tiny beams of light. Andrei was of course unaware of Nick's thoughts, but he had something he must do. He called Bruno over and said, I have a task for you. Investigate Fisk. Find out what connection he has to today's events. Yes, my lord. Hearing the word Lord, Andrei turned to Bruno. Don't call me Lord. Call me Chief. I'm not worthy of that title yet. Yes, Chief. Yet the excitement in Bruno's eyes was palpable. Not worthy yet. When would he be? The sparks of starlight outside the window were like tiny beans. Just as Andrei was about to launch into action, Ross, seated on a chair, grew increasingly restless. The Stark family had always been a supplier of military weapons, maintaining intricate connections within the armed forces from World War II to the present day. Even now, after Stark had dismantled his weapons research division, he still counted numerous individuals with deep ties among his acquaintances. This was precisely what Ross dreaded. He had caught wind of Gardhorn's proposal. Ever since Stark declared himself Iron Man at the press conference, he had been relentlessly hunting down the weapons sold by Obadiah Stane. Ross knew well that such frequent appearances would inevitably yield data for the military, and that data now lay in his office drawer. The Iron Man armor's capabilities were enviable: immense jumping power, more ammunition than a drone, low requirements for takeoff and landing points. All traits that made it suitable for missions like low-altitude assaults, armored operations, assassinations, and raids. More crucially, it offered immense flexibility and strategic significance. Many strategic military experts at the Pentagon believe this could lead the trend of the times, even ushering in a new mode of warfare. Just as firearms once defeated knights and aircraft carriers surpassed battleships, this new paradigm meant achieving greater gains with fewer resources. How could Garthorne not be tempted? If he obtained it, his position would undoubtedly advance. The military had made moves before offering any price for finished products or patent licenses. But what kind of man was Stark? He saw through the military's intentions clearly like a mirror and rejected them outright before they could even make an offer. Of course, Stark publicly claimed the armor was merely a prototype requiring extensive testing for human harm, ergonomic fit, and necessary improvements. But that was utter nonsense. Ross pondered and finally spoke. If you can get the Pentagon to approve your proposal, I will sign it. Garthorne was overjoyed, his voice trembling with excitement. It's a deal, General Ross. Have a wonderful day. A wonderful day? Yeah, right. Don't bother looking at how badly Chinatown was wrecked. The reconstruction alone would keep Ross busy. Ross hung up, his face dark as a storm cloud. His fists clenched as if to crush the phone, then he hurled it away like a stone, watching it vanish into the distance. Don't chase it. Turn back. The fish that's entered the pond is hard to catch again. Ross ordered, and the driver immediately turned around. Meanwhile, he glanced at Ross, deciding to tread carefully today. The man seemed in a foul mood. But soon he'd see his beautiful wife and adorable son, and most importantly, work was almost over. At that moment, Andrei was riding his motorcycle, which with his modifications and system enhancements had become a black-tech marvel. An S-H-I-E-L-D could never replicate it. The phone rang. Andrei wasn't worried about eavesdropping. With Bruno a genius, anyone trying to tap his calls was doomed to fail. He valued his privacy immensely. So is that why S-H-I-E-L-D is making big moves? Andrei said. Yes, boss. And from what I've observed, they're as tense as when they faced the abomination. Bruno replied. I know. I'm on my way. Good work, Bruno. Hanging up, Andrei knew the timeline for Thor was upon him. As he recalled, Loki would come to Earth via the tesseract control researchers, and then something or other. Andrei parked his motorcycle in a shed, unconcerned about theft. The shed was tiny and silent. Andrei stopped, took 2 steps, then abruptly halted. He drew his steam sword, holding it horizontally, and pointed a finger. A moon-white blade swept out. A sheet of metal crashed to the ground with a loud clang. Andrei sidestepped, flipped, and threw a punch. A shadow dodged his fist. Andrei activated his black hole ability, then flipped again for another punch. The shadow landed, its 5 bony fingers moving rapidly. With a palm strike, it used subtle force to deflect Andrei's punch. A classic 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds move. Andrei was surprised. His punch carried a force of 16 tons. Normally, it should have broken bones. Andrei's face darkened. You must be Madame Gao. Given his strength and the surprise attack, how could she deflect it so lightly? Was this old woman a martial arts master? But for Andrei, she was doomed anyway. In this Marvel world teeming with gods, even if she trained for 500 years, she'd still be useless. In the end, she'd be obliterated. Though Madame Gao used the deflection technique, Andrei's immense strength and surprise attack left her with a stifled breath. Using the recoil, she leaped back, her wrinkled face twisted with fury. What do you mean by this? She rasped angrily. Nothing. Just that I want you dead. Nothing else. That was Andrei's true intention. He had despised this old hag ever since watching Daredevil. Andrei knew she ran a massive heroin operation in New York, exploiting countless Chinese laborers. He didn't care much about America, but his homeland was a red line, untouchable. He also knew that the workers in her factories had their eyes gouged out and tongues cut off, a true demon in human form. Andrei considered himself a villain, a ruthless one, but he would never harm unarmed civilians. Doing so only showed weakness. What glory was there in that? True strength wasn't found in bullying the weak. It was forged step by step, watered with the blood of powerful enemies. A throne of iron and blood paved by Andrei with the blood of his foes. He unleashed another sword beam. With a leap as light as a dragonfly skimming water, he vaulted over. Andrei wouldn't let her off easily. He jumped again. He transformed his steam rifle, holding it sideways. Loading the Cobra evolution bottle. Epilogue steam. A curving light bullet shot forth. Madame Gao leaped again, barely dodging, but Andrei was determined to kill her. He summoned a black hole behind her. Startled, she bent low, but a tearing sound echoed. A wound opened on her side. Andrei punched again, striking her face. Like a battered ball, she was kicked and rolled, stirring up dust. Andrei leaped back, did a backflip, and drew his steam sword. A dangerous red glow pulsed as he slashed again. A mighty blade flew toward a spot. A figure in the shadows tried a dragonfly skim to evade, but Andrei suddenly burst forth, loading his Gatling full bottle and Night evolution bottle. Ready, go. Cannon finish. The Falcon Gatlinger was summoned. Andrei held the Falcon Gatlinger, turning the crank 10 times. Golden falcon-shaped light bullets materialized with each rotation, aimed at Madame Gao. Panicked, she tried to retreat. But Andrei wouldn't let her escape. He teleported through a black hole. He pulled the trigger, but in that instant he twisted his hands and flipped, aiming elsewhere. The golden falcon light bullet shot out. A bright yellow glow engulfed the area. Andrei sneered at Madame Gao. "Did you think I was only after you? Don't overestimate yourself." With overwhelming force, the falcon bullet flew, blasting the shed apart. Debris scattered, some still aflame. A mangled body fell like a battered doll wreathed in flames. It lay motionless as if dead. In truth it was. "Xin, how dare you?" Madame Gao screamed in fury. How could he? "Stop yapping. I can hear you fine. You'll join him soon enough. If you're worried about the pace, I can grant you a quick death." Andrei said, his steam sword gleaming red. A sword beam flew. She dodged, but Andrei fainted again. "You think I'd fall for that twice?" Madame Gao said. "Won't know till you try." Andrei replied, throwing another punch. She dodged, using her chi to strike with a palm. Andrei's eyes sharpened, he backflipped. Epilogue steam. A curving light bullet shot out, aimed at Xin. "Still trying to ambush me here." Xin fumed, feeling his intelligence insulted. Using the same scheme twice. Xin leaped directly, and at that moment Lady Gao was no mere extra. She exchanged a glance with Xin, then they simultaneously launched a hidden weapon. Andrei dodged, and just then Lady Gao sneered. "You fell for it." Xin suddenly appeared from behind, striking with a palm. That palm strike consumed nearly all of Xin's energy. Andrei could sense the fluctuations of power within it, but he remained utterly unimpressed. Such an attack could not harm him. Yet just as Andrei sidestepped to evade, Lady Gao whipped her leg around in a reverse kick. Andrei raised his hand, but her split kick vanished into thin air. A flicker passed through Andrei's eyes. He conjured a black hole and stepped into it without a second thought. Logically, with Lady Gao's strength and energy, she could never harm Andrei. Her strike missed, and Lady Gao's chi blast hit nothing but air. At that moment, Andrei's figure materialized, and he drove a fist down. With a thunderous boom like a torn sack, Lady Gao was sent flying backward. Andrei followed with another punch. Lady Gao felt despair. Was she truly going to die here? She shut her eyes in hopelessness, yet found that the anticipated pain and the sound of blood splattering never came. When Lady Gao opened her eyes, she met a pair of enormous orbs filled with confusion, astonishment, terror, disbelief, and utter surprise. At that moment, Andrei sat atop a battered heap of scrap metal, gazing at Lady Gao. "Do you know who he is?" "I don't know, but I know you are Satan, you demon." How could Lady Gao not recognize that the figure before her was Xin? Well, I'll take that as a compliment. In fact, I think so too. If someone provokes me, I feel I can transform into a demon, but those people clearly lack the awareness to become souls. "Do you?" Andrei said with a hint of amusement. The two individuals were Botu and Suawangda, the ones who had slipped away earlier. "What gave you the confidence to come after me? Tell me," Andrei said, crossing his legs. Lady Gao remained silent, but the fury and hatred in her eyes seemed to materialize, shooting forth like tangible beams. "You'd better not look at me like that, or the consequences might be beyond your imagination," Andrei warned. "You will." Before the words could finish, the world turned dark and blurred, as if the entire universe had become void. Her head fell to the ground. Thus the hand was no more. The 5 leaders had become nothing but bones in their graves. Yet Andrei felt nothing. Such an organization was better off dead and buried, cast straight into the deepest abyss of hell. Andrei stretched his arms, looking at his blood-red attire and the gleaming, mysterious metal armor. He touched it, then summoned a black hole and stepped through. A figure emerged, clad in ordinary work clothes, the kind often worn by construction workers, blue overalls and a yellow hard hat. He tugged at the collar beneath his chin, revealing a portable camera and a pea-sized microphone. This fellow was Combro. He lowered his head and whispered into the mic. "The target is left. Any instructions? Is the recording task complete?" "It's done. Evacuate immediately." "Understood. May I ask what you're filming?" Andrei's voice echoed eerily in the desolate parking shed. The hairs on the back of Com Brothers' neck stood on end, but he kept a faint smile on his face. "Well, I thought it necessary to document your deeds for my people to see." "No need. I know better than to accept undeserved rewards." "Hand it over." Andrei sat on the scrap heap and pointed a finger. In the end, Andrei destroyed all the footage and acquired the vibranium. As for Combro, he was just a low-level lackey of little use, so Andrei obtained only a kilogram of vibranium. When Carlson arrived to deliver the goods, he asked why they had returned to the parking shed. Andrei, of course, would not admit he had come back for his forgotten motorcycle. Instead, he said calmly that he had known all along. Andrei returned home and surveyed his inventory and skill panel. He now possessed numerous skills and weapons: Cobra Form skills, Skill 1 Voltic Finish, Skill 2 Steam Shot, including Steam Shot, XX, and Epilogue Steam, Skill 3 Gatling Finish, Blood Shadow Form skills, Skill 1 Devil Steam Skill, 2 Steam Shot Skill, 3 Steam Break. As for weapons, they were essentially all the weapons from the previously skipped Blood Shadow Form, In Cobra form weapons, Weapon 1 Transformation, Smoke Rifle Weapon 2 Smoke, Sword Weapon 3 Sound Terminator. Blood Shadow form weapons were similar to Cobra form weapons and are not detailed here. System Quest Obtain the Tesseract System Reward Pandora's Box Fragment X2 Unlock Shop Suggested Time Limit 1 month. The system's voice rang in Andrei's mind at just the right moment. A smirk curled on his lips as he continued to recline in his lounge chair, basking in the warmth of the sun. Eric Selvig's face was alight with excitement. The bluish glow of the computer screen illuminated his features with dense formulas and calculations on one side, and a small box emitting a faint blue light, the tesseract, on the other. The blue radiance resembled the resplendent Milky Way, its deep azure hue evoking the immense energy fluctuations within. The cerulean light dispelled all drowsiness. They had been resting here, but the tesseract's unusual activity forced them to rise and study it. Phil Coulson arrived impeccably dressed in a suit with neatly combed hair, as always a reflection of his meticulous work ethic. "How's it going, Selvig?" "Everything is normal, Agent Coulson. As you can see, the reaction has stabilized. This is a monumental discovery, a major breakthrough." Coulson glanced at the tesseract, its surface flickering with light. He recalled that it had remained stable for decades, so why was it fluctuating now? Something was off. Coulson said, "We need to know the cause of the change. I assume you've deciphered it, Dr. Selvig." "We didn't activate it but changed on its own. I have a hypothesis that it might be related to some cosmic shift." Selvig looked up, facing the blue glow. "This is the spectrogram received from the tesseract. It used to be stable with low-level radiation transitions, but recently it's become chaotic. I don't know why. Could you explain it in simpler terms, Mr. Selvig?" "Simply put, imagine a box you couldn't open before. Then due to some change, like acquiring a method, you might have a slim chance to open it, but at least you have that hope. The light contains infinite information, the vastness of the galaxy, the secrets of the universe, and perhaps even messages from other life forms. The distant, boundless universe holds limitless possibilities, and light is the key to unlocking them." Though Coulson didn't fully grasp Selvig's words, he knew their importance. He glanced at the computer screen, then at Selvig, stepped out, and picked up the phone. "This is Phil. I'm requesting Agent Barton be transferred to the Joint Dark Energy Project at the Western Base. I need him to monitor the experimental area." Coulson hung up and stared at the eastern horizon, now tinged with the pale light of dawn. A sense of unease gnawed at him, much like the feeling he got from Andrei's gaze. A picturesque place, serene and untouched, with clear springs, ancient towering trees, birds chirping softly, and dense forests echoing with life. Rows of buildings stood in classical elegance, their pillars reaching skyward, adorned with cryptic and mysterious magical arrays. Golden eyes atop them glowed with green light, flickering in rhythm with the tesseract's frequency. The Ancient One, draped in a yellow robe, slowly opened her eyes, gazing silently at the Eye of Agamotto. Beside her stood a mage with sharp, clear eyes and a somewhat thick beard. But his left sleeve hung empty. His hand was missing. This was Master Hammer. Both of them were intently observing the Eye of Agamotto. Hammer said, "Master, the Eye of Agamotto has changed. Ripples appear on the calm water, yet their source remains unfound." The Ancient One replied, "All things are possible in this world. What you see is but the surface. What of the deeper cause and effect? Everything is fated. Good or bad, all is connected. Do you see it?" Silence fell. Dawn will come, but each day it arrives at a different time. Sometimes early, sometimes late. Yet it always comes. Why fret? Everything will come. Master Hammer remained silent, quietly watching the softly glowing Eye of Agamotto. Its gentle light cascaded like a dream. Just as when you throw a stone, the fish scatter, the connection exists. But you cannot say the stone caused the fish to flee. Do you understand the deeper reason? "Master, you mean?" Hammer's eyes narrowed slightly. Yet the Ancient One gave no indication, simply closing her eyes and saying, "Let us go to the temple." Andrei, of course, had no idea what the Ancient One was thinking, nor did he care to know. At that moment, he was pondering how to obtain the tesseract. Perhaps he could ask Loki for it, but on second thought, that fellow seemed to have too many schemes. Though Andrei wasn't afraid of him, those foolish horns on his head looked particularly absurd. It seemed he might need to question Loki's aesthetic sense sometime. The evening breeze blew, and the setting sun slanted. Orange-eyed clouds drifted at the edge of the sky, while distant mountains and tree shadows had all turned into dark silhouettes. A helicopter flew over and landed within the western base. Phil Coulson was right there at the base at that moment. The evening breeze tousled his hair, leaving it slightly disheveled. The plane landed, and without waiting for pleasantries, they entered the base directly. Standing beside the tesseract for a while, listening to Phil Coulson's continuous reports from the side, Nick said, "Barton, from now on, position yourself at the highest point for all experiments. You should be able to overlook the entire base from there. If any unusual situation arises, you may handle it yourself." "Yes, sir." The voice was firm and resolute. Nick was quite satisfied with this agent of his. not necessarily for his immense capability, but for his unwavering loyalty and especially for that extraordinary archery skill. Nick nodded and turned his gaze back to Phil Coulson. Since the report says Phase 1 is complete, we can proceed with Phase 2. It's necessary to apply it to weapon manufacturing. Having said that, he turned to leave, but then looked back. We'll handle this ourselves quietly. After all, it involves the tesseract. The fewer people who know, the better. If word gets out, some might start scheming. Phil naturally understood the implication. Although the military and NASA had initially participated in the tesseract research, Nick clearly didn't want them to know about this now. Understood, sir, Phil Coulson said. Andrei opened his phone and found it amusing. Yesterday's battle wasn't reported in the mainstream newspapers. They were still filled with tedious speeches and boring news. Some smaller papers did cover it, but the content was absurd. Things like giant crocodiles, a green gorilla, and the most ridiculous of all, a giant python. The official explanation was a terrorist attack, which wasn't entirely wrong, but the following statement was exasperating. According to the Department of Defense, the terrorists used wild animals to create chaos in this attack, causing immense damage to our nation. We strongly condemn this and vow to thoroughly investigate and prosecute every suspect without mercy. Meow, the sound of coffee bean came and Andrei gave it some cat food. He scrolled further, and some so-called experts' comments were laughably absurd. For instance, one expert claimed it was a computer-generated image presenting a bunch of so-called evidence, like the video being blurry, the location not being in Chinatown, the ethnicity of the people. Then they called for a rational view of the incident, and finally 2 Hollywood video editing teams demonstrated how to create such monsters. In short, the military stance was, I don't know, I didn't say, I don't understand, it's all the terrorists doing, nothing to do with me. Andrei put down his phone. He remembered a saying, you can't wake up someone who's pretending to sleep. That fits certain people perfectly now. Andrei rubbed the cat's head and Coffee Bean cooperatively meowed a few times. Chief Dr. Stern reports he's made a major discovery, Ward said, walking in respectfully. Oh, all right, take me to see him. Yes, sir. Test tubes and various instruments seemed somewhat cold under the dim blue light, but Dr. Stern was busy moving very carefully because his head was quite large. One wrong move, and he might knock something over. And then there might be no then. Stern, good work, Andrei said, walking up to him, his blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement. Andrei had high expectations for the nebula gas and the containers. He urgently needed to enhance his team's overall strength, especially against those idealistic beings and the other dark forces that might emerge later. He needed some contingency plans. Chief, based on my research, this gas doesn't actually exist on Earth, but it must exist in outer space. If I could study some extraterrestrial material, I could synthesize it by analyzing its radioactive and atomic molecular properties. In fact, when Stern first encountered this, he was also shocked. This element had absolutely nothing in common with any known elements on Earth, as if it were completely independent. Further in-depth research finally yielded a breakthrough. Stern discovered that this was entirely a space metal, possibly unique in the universe. He speculated it most likely originated from Mars. If Andrei knew his thoughts, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. What a super brain. How terrifying to be able to guess the origin of this element just by intuition. Outer space. What about extraterrestrial life? Andrei asked. Of course. Stern's eyes lit up. Extraterrestrial life. Something countless scientists dreamed of but could never obtain, and he was going to get it. Andrei summoned Venom. But then he had another thought. Couldn't Venom copy abilities? Could it replicate the composition and form of the nebula gas? The ink-like Venom emerged immediately, carrying the color of night. Stern quickly placed a sample of Venom into a beaker for microscopic analysis. Suddenly Andrei sensed something unusual. He said to the two, I have something to attend to. Make yourselves comfortable. He'll be back shortly. At that very moment, on a neutron star, layer upon layer of iron-like metal completely enveloped the entire planet. Dense magical arrays were etched onto the metal surface, blocking gravity and cosmic rays. It was a massive neutron star, yet utterly lifeless. Like a celestial globe, a single axis connected the nebula and some celestial bodies surrounding the neutron star. Like an ordinary piece of debris, but upon closer inspection, it was a delicately designed spaceship slowly flying towards a dock. A figure emerged with his signature foolish-looking horns. It was Loki. A dazzling light shone like the eternal sun on Earth. Under the control of the enormous machinery, cosmic rays and various radiations were released along specific trajectories. The temperatures generated within could melt any known metal. Andrei wondered if his own armor could withstand it. This was the dwarves' proudest creation, their glory, like the little red stars on our childhood homework representing their honor and pride. Behind was the boundless blackness studded with brilliant stars. Ahead was the silver of metal, the cold gleam of iron. Light and darkness achieved a balance here, warmth and cold interwoven into a galaxy of fire and light. Walking through the iron forest, the clang of metal against metal echoed continuously. Clang, clang. Sweat droplets sparkled in the air, starlight shining upon them like splashing water droplets illuminated by the sun, exuding an indescribable essence. Though called dwarves, they were actually taller than Loki. Yet Loki felt superior to them. However, facing Thor, whose mind was filled only with muscle, Loki felt deeply frustrated. How could the throne be passed to him? How could it? That brute with nothing but muscle in his head. An assembly line perfectly described the dwarves' current workflow. They had a clear division of labor. One team mined, or another transported it, and yet another handled polishing, processing, and forging. After the dwarves' diligent labor, the armor and weapons were enhanced with magical arrays by the elves of Alfheim, then imbued with divine power by the ancient and wise Vanir of Vanaheim, eventually becoming the weapons of every Asgardian warrior. The dwarves had contributed greatly to Asgard. This was the famous yet mysterious Nidavellir. Many knew the dwarves were skilled weaponsmiths, and Asgard's dominance over the 9 realms owed much to their weapons. But few knew where the dwarves actually lived, and those who knew the exact location were an even smaller minority, probably countable on 2 hands. Of course, if you imagined it as a place with crisscrossing paths and the crowing of cocks and barking of dogs, you would be disappointed. Various parts and mechanical components were piled up everywhere, much like an auto repair shop on Earth. It seemed the same in essence, differing only in scale. Loki walked calmly, his expression unchanging. Brilliant light occasionally shone on his face, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth suggested he was in a good mood. The brightest light fell upon Loki's entire face. King Eitri of the dwarves had been waiting for some time. Seeing the dwarf king so cooperative, Loki felt quite satisfied. Eitri spoke in a booming Asgardian tone. Weapon production is already underway. A small portion has been forged, and we have received no notice of an early delivery. I ask for the prince's understanding. Dear dwarf king, I am not here to collect weapons. I have come only to request that you forge a few suitable weapons for me. Loki said, his face bearing a smile like the spring sun, one that would lift anyone's spirits. We have already forged countless weapons for Asgard, many of great power. Are none of them suitable for you? Eitri asked. Those are for the army. I have tried them, but they don't quite suit me. The dwarf king looked at Loki. After all, he was a prince of Asgard, and a request for a suitable weapon was not unreasonable. He nodded. Very well. We can have our finest craftsmen forge a weapon for the prince. Thank you, dear dwarf king. A booming voice came from King Eitri's throat. Several tall dwarves set down their work and headed towards the dock, where Loki had brought the materials for forging. Prince, please specify the type of weapon you require, so we can prepare the appropriate molds. Special weapons require special molds, which may take some time. No need for such trouble. Standard molds will suffice. I need a dagger and 2 short swords with space reserved for 3 enchantments, Loki said. Eitri looked at Loki. Prince, are you not a sorcerer? Why do you need short swords and a dagger? I also need to defend myself. Magic is suitable for ranged attacks. If someone engages me in close combat, I would have difficulty defending myself. That is why I have come to you for help. The words were flawlessly logical. Eitri found nothing amiss and summoned his workers to begin. This is... Eitri exclaimed in surprise as 3 transport carts were pushed over. This is high-quality freezing iron, a special material from Jotunheim. It's a war trophy of Asgard. There are 100 more carts of it. Weapons made from this material are quite useful for close combat. A sorcerer so fixated on close combat. Eitri mused, but his hands never stopped. Large amounts of freezing iron were poured into the furnace, followed by a series of processes. Bored, Loki gazed at the massive furnace. It had been in use for a long time. The last time was probably for forging Thor's hammer Mjolnir. He took a stroll and returned. The items were finished. Looking at the wooden box, it contained exactly what he needed. The current process was complete. The enchantment and divine power infusion would not be done here. Loki left, but just as the hatch was closing, he suddenly asked, was the Infinity Gauntlet made by you? Eitri paused noticeably, then shook his head. No. Nidavellir does not have the materials, molds, or skill to create the Infinity Gauntlet. It was brought from beyond the 9 realms by your grandfather Bor. It has nothing to do with the Dwarf Kingdom. Loki stroked his chin. I see. It seems I should read more. The spaceship started gradually disappearing into the distant starlight. How does he know about the Infinity Gauntlet? Bor sealed that information long ago. Did Odin tell Loki? Eitri fell into deep thought, watching the ship vanish into the darkness. But after leaving Nidavellir, Loki did not return to Asgard. Instead, he went directly to the chaotic space beyond the 9 realms. A massive spaceship shaped like 2 verses joined at the tips awaited. Inside, a figure in black knelt respectfully before Loki. Master, we have received word. The tesseract has appeared in Midgard. Should we act? Not yet. The time will come when it is known. Yes, the figure in black said, retreating respectfully. Jotunheim is a world of ice and snow, a vast expanse of white resembling a realm of frost, or perhaps it is more apt to simply omit the word like. On the icy plains, the biting cold wind cuts through the dwindling vegetation like a knife. Loki remained in this place, surrounded by frost giants. Ignoring them, he approached the frost giant King Laufey. The palace could be tentatively called a palace, but it resembled a cave with a few icy columns and a frozen throne alongside a chaotic assortment of items. This might be better described as a garbage dump. What do you want? Laufey asked directly. I am here to discuss a collaboration, Loki replied, his smile unwavering. To collaborate with me? But I sense you do not genuinely wish to cooperate. I recall that I had previously visited that secret passage and then it vanished. I sent a small team to Midgard, and there was no word. I believe you should explain this matter before we proceed. Just as he finished speaking, a great snake's head emerged from one of the openings, making a loud noise. From its nostrils, wisps of cold mist rose, and the frigid air condensed into delicate white ice flowers before its nostrils. Yet Loki remained unperturbed, calmly stating, if I were to say your team was incompetent, it would be disrespectful. Rather, I believe something has occurred in Midgard. Furthermore, I have heard that some soldiers from Asgard are patrolling, and if they discover the secret passage, they will repair it. If they are fortunate enough to encounter it, I can regretfully say that the secret passage has already been repaired. Is this explanation satisfactory? What are the conditions? Or what will serve as the exchange? Laufey inquired, clearly not naive enough to believe Loki would willingly do something for her without compensation. Since you are unwilling to send an elite team to capture Thor, I suggest you send a small team while I bring my people to capture Thor. How does that sound? You need Thor to exchange for the Frost Box, and I require the Infinity Gauntlet. Isn't this quite reasonable? As you can see, that is indeed the case. Very well, I agree. In that case, I will provide you with 3 teams. You will bring back Thor. As long as Thor is in Jotunheim, Odin will have no way to retrieve him, Laufey declared. Loki was somewhat taken aback. He had prepared a more extensive persuasion strategy, but Laufey's sudden agreement left him feeling unadjusted. Nevertheless, Loki maintained a smile and bowed to Laufey, saying it's a deal. 30 frost giants quickly assembled, and this team, compared to previous ones, was vastly superior in both overall quality and capability. It was truly overkill. As they moved farther away, the stars continued to twinkle. Laufey watched them depart, her gaze shining like the distant twinkling stars. It was unclear what was on their minds. The secret passage led to Midgard, a passage he had painstakingly discovered. At this moment, New Mexico was blanketed with heavy snow, creating a magnificent yet stark white landscape. The place where Thor's hammer once rested had now been transformed into a brick and stone structure with over 20 buildings continuously supplying immense energy. Ever since Andrei lifted Thor's hammer, the minds of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel had been abuzz, hoping to discover how to lift the hammer, yet they still could not. This left them feeling quite frustrated. Surrounding them were guards sprawled out, and Loki wore an expressionless face, yet the foolish horns on his head added a comically absurd element to the area. Loki easily infiltrated the base. Even with its tight defenses, they could not hinder his steps. Loki tightly grasped the handle of Thor's hammer, exerting force. The hammer did not budge an inch. Loki, unwilling to accept defeat, thought Andrei could lift it, so why couldn't he? After all, he was a prince of Asgard. With a determined effort, he leaned back. The hammer still did not move. Loki. The hammer lay there quietly, unmoving. It seemed to mock Loki's overreaching aspirations. The dark clouds overhead aptly described Loki's expression, which appeared so gloomy that it could rain, or perhaps the thunder and lightning revealed his growing fury. Loki certainly knew his identity. He had previously wondered why he was not as favored as Thor, whose armor was crafted from Uru, while Thor's hammer was forged from a planetary core surrounded by a multitude of followers, invincible in battle. And what about himself? Learning magic illusions, clones, invisibility, spatial containment, and shielding. Wasn't that merely assistance? Moreover, it was the kind of assistance that was merely for the sake of assistance. Gazing at the immovable hammer that seemed to mock him, Loki clenched his fists. I will become the king of Asgard. I will prove it to you, my father. The east wind releases 1,000 trees of bloom. It blows down the stars like rain. Fine horses, ornate carriages, fragrance, the streets, the sound of phoenix flutes stirs the air, and the moonlight turns as fish and dragons dance all night. Though these lines describe the Lantern Festival, they do not hinder the depiction of this scene. At this moment, it had not yet been 3 months since the abomination wreaked havoc in Chinatown, yet the streets were illuminated with brilliant lanterns, bustling with the sounds of crowds. Andrei walked along this street, marveling at the prosperity and festivity, even if some debris had yet to be cleaned. After all, it was the spring festival. A joyous day. Strolling down the street, Andrei held a candied hawthorn stick, its sweet and sour flavor also tempting the coffee bean, who eventually refused to eat anymore. As he walked, the sounds of gongs and drums filled the air. A group of people dressed in festive red clothing marched forward, their movements fluid and lively. They arrived at a platform where performers were enthusiastically lion dancing, the gold and red colors mirroring each other with the sounds of gongs and drums ringing in their ears. The faces of the spectators were beaming with radiant smiles, and Bruno and Ward followed behind, their eyes wide in wonder at Chinese culture. Ward excitedly said to Andrei, "It's so lively here. This is beyond my imagination. My goodness. This place is truly a paradise. Ooh, I swear I have fallen in love with it." Bruno added, "It's incredible, but that's the reality. Ooh, I think I love it here." Civilization is always beautiful and beauty is universal. It does not change because of geographical differences, Andrei remarked, while handing over 2 strings of candied hawthorn to them, asking, "Would you like to try?" Receiving the candied hawthorn, the two took a bite and exclaimed, "Not bad. It's a delightful sweet and sour flavor." A meteor streaked across the sky, followed by 1, 2, 5, or 6, then a cluster, and someone exclaimed, "Look, there are shooting stars in the sky." A girl in a short skirt was holding her grandmother's hand, one finger pointing at the sky, while she vigorously shook her grandmother's hand with the other. Looking up, it appeared as though each shooting star was dragging a long tail across the sky, the shining meteors darting through the deep blue sky, momentarily dazzling, yet radiating brilliant light. The bright moon still hung high, but the shooting stars gathered in clusters, crossing the sky and landing in everyone's hearts. This was the Spring Festival in Chinatown, and also Chinatown's Spring Festival. "Boss, those shooting stars are beautiful," both Bruno and Ward exclaimed, realizing they spoke in unison, pausing for a moment before breaking into smiles. "Happiness is always the same, and beauty always evokes nostalgia," Andrei chuckled, saying, "The stars are vast, yet here we are." "Boss, the starry sea is vast. Are there other existences out there?" Bruno suddenly asked. "Do you think there are?" Andrei turned to look at Bruno and Ward. He did not answer the question, but instead asked them to reflect. "I remember my grandmother once told me when a person dies, they become a star, transforming into stars in the sky, watching over the world below. If someone is lost, they will emit light to illuminate the path ahead," Bruno added. At that moment, Ward suddenly looked up at the sky. The meteors still twinkled, their fleeting moments in the sky, representing their most glorious and honorable times, truly beautiful. "Some say, even if I am but a speck of dust, I have my own brilliance. Even if I am but a drop of water, I wish to merge into the sea. But I do not think so. Perhaps joining the darkness is the most glorious thing for me. Just like the shooting stars in the sky, even a small meteor can become a dazzling firework, radiating its glory and light in the deep blue night." Ward expressed this sentiment. The shooting stars continued to gleam in the sky, one after another, shining endlessly. The little girl and her grandmother were also watching the shooting stars. The lion dance remained lively with the sounds of gongs and drums, as warm yellow and bright red lights softly illuminated the area, reflecting deep emotions on every face. So this is the Spring Festival, so this is Chinatown. The starry sea is not an end, but perhaps a beginning. Every star shines brilliantly. Perhaps we can say that our Earth is also a star, a shining star. By the way, have you had enough fun today? Not yet. Why not? Because there's no way to get bored here. The lights gradually faded into the diminishing moonlight, transforming into the serenity of a typical morning. The cool morning breeze swept through Columbia University. At this moment, Loki was inside a spaceship surrounded by 30 frost giants and about 100 Chitauri soldiers. Each of them held weapons, waiting for the command to attack. Loki wore a blank expression, but a smirk crept upon his lips as his figure gradually vanished. With a flicker of movement, he passed through the secret passage of Asgard and arrived at Alfheim, where a magnificent rainbow bridge descended from the sky. Loki stepped onto the rainbow bridge, returning to Asgard. As he emerged from the rainbow bridge, he was met with Heimdall's piercing gaze, which held a hint of danger. "As far as I know, you have been active across the 9 realms, yet I seldom see your tracks. I hope to receive an explanation for this. My dear brother has been exiled to one of the 9 realms, Midgard. As his brother, I feel it is necessary to show concern for my brother Thor. I can hardly imagine how he can survive without his divine power, so I have made some preparations in hopes of aiding Thor." Loki's face was sincere as he added, "As for why you cannot see my movements, it's simple. There are places on Earth that are beyond your sight, and I do not wish to be fully exposed to the eyes of certain individuals." Heimdall did not believe a word of Loki's explanation, yet he had no countermeasures, especially since Odin had not said anything. What could he, as the guardian of the Celestial Palace, possibly say? Casting a glance at Loki, Heimdall remained silent. Loki, feeling bored, made his way directly to the grandest palace in the Celestial Palace. Passing by Odin's treasury, the guards stood tall and straight like towering poplar trees. Loki had long coveted the destroyer's weapon guarding Odin's treasury, yet only the eternal spear could summon the destroyer. There was no other way. However, the eternal spear remained by Odin's side, and he had no opportunity to obtain it. Back in his chamber, Loki took out a mirror that allowed him to see the frost giant soldiers and Chitauri soldiers. By issuing commands through this mirror, he could incite chaos in Midgard. Yet Loki did not proceed with this plan. The timing was not yet ripe, and doing so would bear little significance. Andrei was currently observing Thor. Thor's movements were closely tied to Loki's, and Loki's whereabouts would inform Andrei of the tesseract's location, which was of utmost importance. After all, it concerned whether he could complete his system's tasks. Andrei, not very familiar with the Marvel Universe, brought Bruno and Ward along just in case. He did not bring Venom because that guy still could not reveal himself and revert to his previous human form. "Hello, Thor." Andrei approached and said. "Oh, it's you, Andrei. I'm very glad to see you. Would you like to accompany me to Asgard for some fun?" "I think I might have the opportunity to go there without your kind invitation," Andrei replied. "I suggest you go there. After all, it is Asgard, a place like a dream." Thor said, his eyes dimming slightly. "Why is he here?" Loki looked at the projection in the mirror, yet the smile on his face remained. Now was the best time. Attack! With Loki's command, the frost giant soldiers and Chitauri soldiers inside the spaceship began to move. The hatch opened, and they jumped down one by one like dumplings, or like gods descending from the heavens. The first to notice was Andrei, whose body, enhanced by the system, had exceeded human limits in sensitivity. He quickly sensed that the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. Andrei quietly said to Bruno and Ward with a hint of seriousness, "Did you feel that?" "Boss, I felt it." After Andrei's reminder, both Bruno and Ward sensed the anomaly. A loud crash erupted, and the flower cart they had been observing was shattered into pieces. The air seemed even colder. Then one after another the behemoths descended, landing on rooftops, street squares, and even some landed on lampposts. "What is this?" Bruno and Ward exclaimed in surprise. "These are frost giants and Chitauri. They come from outer space. Just as you thought, they are not earthly species. Prepare to transform." Andrei spoke, his fingers moving slightly, summoning a device that appeared in his hand. He placed it on his abdomen, and a mechanical voice rang out, "Evol driver. Cobra. Cobra. Rider system. Rider system. Evolution." Shaking the drive lever, a mechanical voice emerged. "Are you ready, Henshin?" As Andrei's voice fell, dazzling golden rings appeared around him, instantly enveloping his figure. "Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha." The golden and red rings transformed into a splendid armor. The Cobra form made its entrance. Ward and Bruno also transformed, and the three masked riders appeared on the street. "Thor, do you know what is going on with them?" Andrei had already nearly guessed Thor's response. "Oh, are they here for revenge?" To his surprise, Thor gave such an answer. "I was exiled by Father for this reason. We Asgardians are born warriors. I was born for battle. How could I not know such things? Besides, my brother might be in grave danger, right? I am very worried about him." Andrei suddenly felt that he might have overestimated Thor's intelligence. Did he not realize this was a gift from his brother? Countless screams had erupted in the area, causing Andrei to feel somewhat flustered. He took out his weapon, the smoke sword. "Let me see your progress." With that, Andrei charged forward. A sword cut through the air. Two Chitauri soldiers were sliced in half, their blood splattering onto the trees nearby. With a roll, he dodged the frost giant's attack. Andrei's eyes narrowed, and he threw a punch just as another frost giant approached. Perhaps having learned from the last lesson, Andrei thought to himself, yet he did not hesitate in his movements, raising his leg for a kick. The frost giant was kicked away, perhaps underestimating Andrei's leg attacks, and he smashed through a house. Continuing with a punch. The previous frost giant used his hand to block. Andrei threw another punch. Of course, the frost giant would not sit idly by raising his mace to swing. Clang! Both sides retreated a step, and Andrei performed a backflip, landing on his feet. Rubbing his wrist, he bent his legs and sprinted forward. Then he leaped into the air. Flipping, he took out his transformation smoke rifle and loaded it with special canisters. Pulling the trigger. Steam shot. XX. A powerful light bullet shot out. The frost giant roared in rage, throwing his mace aside. He conjured an ice blade, using all his strength to attempt to block the attack. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The orange explosion in the sky was deafening, shattering like blue crystal, and the ice blade fractured. Andrei sneered, "Did you see your own fate?" With a swift motion, he brought his sword down. The head of a frost giant rolled on the ground. Andrei suddenly turned around. Another punch followed. A Chitauri soldier preparing for a sneak attack was instantly killed. Andrei jumped, using the bright sunlight to illuminate his transformation smoke rifle, which glowed crimson, focusing his attention on Thor. Thor could barely hold his ground. This was normal. Without his divine power, Thor was nearly like an ordinary person. If not for his usual fighting experience, he might have already been captured. He leaped directly towards Thor. Andrei was not worried about Bruno and Ward. In his view, even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't be so weak as to require his help. Like him, they were proud and took pride in themselves. Meanwhile, Thor was struggling to hold on, shouting to the two, "Get out of the way." He then felt a shadow growing larger. It was the shadow of a fist. Thor's mood sank as he realized his hands and feet were restrained. Looking back, this punch seemed to spell doom. However, that shadow suddenly froze in place, as if encased in ice. An ice blue object rolled towards him. It was the head of a frost giant. "Thunder God, you are not doing well," Andrei said mockingly. My hammer is not in my hands. Do you remember what I once said? You are not the god of hammers, you are the god of thunder, known as the thunder god. Now I say it again. The voice echoed in the air as Andrei leaped far away. Am I the thunder god? Thor asked, raising his head. Meanwhile, Bruno, skilled in hand-to-hand combat, was engaged in a brutal battle that was almost unbearable to watch. For instance, the heads of Chitauri were scattered everywhere and blood stained nearly every house and tree. Thud! The sound of a punch landing on flesh echoed. A Chitauri soldier fell like a leaf in the wind. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Take a look at my fist. A frost giant charged in. His fist came along with his words. Bruno felt no difficulty at all raising his arm as his cape billowed behind him. Golden light shone brightly. The black fist collided with the ice-blue fist, resulting in a tremendous sound. Bruno took a step back while the frost giant staggered back 2 steps. At that moment, Bruno suddenly sensed danger. You fell for it. The frost giant's rough voice boomed. Suddenly, Bruno felt a chill from behind. At this critical moment, a cannonball came flying. Boom. The fist was pushed back and a figure in purple, white, and black approached, smiling. Don't forget about me. Excellent. Fighting together makes it far more interesting. Bruno declared, his voice brimming with an indescribable sense of heroism. Indeed, it had been far too long since he had wielded such formidable power, and far too long since he had engaged in such a thrilling battle. Bruno was in truth a battle maniac. The combat cells within his body blazed endlessly like a phoenix reborn from flames. Ward added, as you wish. Let us fight to our heart's content. Yes. His cape flapping noisily behind him, he soared into the sky, and Ward quietly added 4 more words, my elder brother. Bruno, already aloft, naturally did not hear what Ward had said. He threw a punch directly at the frost giant, who had previously schemed against him. The frost giant felt no fear. It raised its ice blade and swung it horizontally through the air. An azure blade glow manifested from nowhere, and Bruno met it with a punch. A sound like shattering glass, or perhaps tearing paper, rang out. Shards of light scattered through the air, fragments of the shattered azure blade glow. Bruno threw another punch. A steady retreat. With a furious roar, a cold light flashed in the frost giant's eyes, and it threw a punch of its own. Bruno countered with a punch as well. No tricks, no ambushes, no external aid. Just a pure unknown duel. This punch contained all the frost giant's remaining strength. It hoped to drive Bruno back, not to kill him. That was beyond its thoughts, but merely to inflict a grievous wound. Then, with the advantage of numbers, they could send this one's head to the palace as a trophy for their king. But the ideal was beautiful, and the reality was stark. In its fading vision, within its narrowing sight, it saw Bruno standing as firm as a green pine. Bruno rubbed his wrist and addressed the shattered frost giant. It's not that you didn't try. It's just that you ran into me. If you had faced someone as weak as a Chitauri, I think you would have won for sure. His cape flapping loudly behind him, he flew away. The battlefield was nearly cleared, and it was time for the elder brother to look after his younger brother. Meanwhile, on Ward's side, a punch sent a Chitauri soldier crashing down. A frost giant charged forward, ice blade in hand, and swung. An azure blade edge flew out. Ward's eyes sharpened, his purple irises flickering slightly as he spun the control stick. Ready, go. Evoltic attack. Chow. The batwing-like flight components on his back deployed fully black wings spreading wide, and he leaped. His legs bent, and he executed a rider kick. Bang! The azure head hit the ground. Suddenly, an ice blade flew towards him. Ward's eyes sharpened, and he twisted aside, but caught off guard, the blade struck his armor. Sparks flew. With a flap of his wings, he drew his nebula smoke rifle and pulled the trigger. A powerful shot flew out. Just as a Chitauri hurled a stone, and Ward was about to strike down the reckless fool, Bruno flew in and threw a punch. That creature flew through one house, then another, crashed into a tree, knocked down another, and finally landed in a public restroom. The force was perfectly controlled. The creature was suspended between life and death. Need a hand, little brother? Bruno asked, rubbing his wrist. No need, I've got this. Ward spun the smoke sword in his hand and slashed it across the sky. A purplish slash wave flew out. The fleeing Chitauri soldiers were cleaved in two. Then a frost giant approached, wielding a spiked club and swinging it down. In that instant, Ward threw a punch. Bang! It was the sound of impact, like ice before it shatters. A light gleamed in Ward's eyes. As he was about to use the motor full bottle, Bruno stepped in, and a black fist shadow flew past. Ward's hand still hung in the air as he watched azure fragments dance through the sky like fireflies. Ward felt as if he heard the sound of a heart breaking, like the feeling in a game when someone steals your final blow at the last second. You? Ward was somewhat exasperated. You look too tired. I thought it necessary to help you, Bruno said, then shouted, watch out. Whether Ward heard him or not, Bruno shot forward like an afterimage. He caught the ice blade with both hands, the azure weapon frozen mid-swing. How dare you? Seeing this, Ward's purple eyes blazed with intense light, a hint of crimson flickering within. He quickly loaded the bat full bottle and the motor full bottle. A mechanical creator energy form was summoned. Ward's gaze was as piercing as a late spring chill in Harbin. He waved his hand, and it charged straight at the frost giant. The frost giant, never having seen such a spectacle, was momentarily stunned. In that instant, the energy form was upon it. It tried to defend, but it was too late. A crisp sound rang out. Without a doubt, the frost giant was obliterated, its azure crystals becoming nothing but past memories and nutrients for the plants. I didn't know you cared so much for your elder brother. You are quite a thoughtful younger brother, Bruno said. Are you dead? Ward asked. If you're not dead, how could I possibly die? Bruno laughed heartily. Just a small scratch, barely worth mentioning. Nothing serious. Is it cleaned up? Andrei approached, his voice somewhat cold. The two quickly replied. It's mostly cleared, boss. There are a few frost giants and Chitauri soldiers left, but they'll be wiped out soon. The remaining ones are practically scared out of their wits. They'll be easy to finish off. Hurry it up, Andrei said, then turned and left. In truth, Andrei had been observing their actions from the shadows. He could see that they were both true warriors, each with their own fervor on the battlefield. Ignoring the remnants of the defeated army, he pondered briefly. He seemed to have fully adapted to the power within him. The earlier unfamiliarity, the confusion over how to wield his newly acquired strength, had been honed into something more instinctive and proficient through battle after battle. He recalled a time when even defeating minor foes required his full effort, and back then he had no faction to back him, forcing him to act with caution. Now it was different. With Bruno, Ward, Abomination, and Stern, what came next? Did the Dark Faust organization need more members to grow stronger? Andrei mused silently, while Bruno and Ward continued their slaughter. A sword glow rose, a dull thud sounded, and another frost giant's head rolled across the ground. The frost giant's resistance was tenacious. As warriors, elite soldiers, they could not retreat, but they were hampered by incompetent allies. It was precisely as the saying goes, fear not the godlike opponent, but the pig-like teammate. The Chitauri soldiers were those pig-like teammates. The battlefield is always cruel. What you see in movies are the hero's triumphant returns, spectacular, grand, and awe-inspiring. A sword swung. The last Chitauri fell, his eyes filled with terror and regret. He recalled his pride upon arriving here and never imagining he would meet his end in this place. But there was still a wave of frost giants now surrounded by the two of them. Yes, surrounded by just two men. Bruno rubbed his wrist and said to Ward, watch your elder brother. Ward lowered his nebula smoke gun and watched Bruno show off. He spun the control stick. Ready, go. Hazard finish. Great dragonic finish. The mechanical voice echoed out of nowhere. A blood-red vortex appeared, its radiance blazing in the sky. As the light swirled, Bruno shouted, converge. The blood-red light gathered in his hand. With a powerful lunge, he raised his right hand and took a step forward. The opposing frost giants, however, were incredibly united. Each one put down their weapon and raised their hands, swinging them in unison. An azure fist formed as if it would freeze the very air in the region. Every frost giant's eyes were filled with solemnity. The blood-red and azure fists collided. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the area. Azure and blood-red lights intertwined, and a wave of heat surged. Dust flew, leaves rustled violently in the air like a hurricane. Bruno took 2 steps back, and the sound of ice cracking rang out. The frost giant's azure body shattered inch by inch. It looked down at itself. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible, Bruno's voice came through. He shook his fist, then took a step forward. The gravel trembled slightly. A black fist struck the chest of a frost giant without a doubt. Then a slap with his left hand. The frost giant's body shattered. Another punch. A frost giant raised its hand to put up a desperate struggle. But the previous punch had drained nearly all their energy. How could it withstand this one? But it was not alone. In that instant, a crescent moon-white blade edge flew in. The bodies of all the frost giants were cleaved in two at the abdomen. Ward, clean up the battlefield. Andrei, holding the transformation smoke rifle, spoke to Ward. Ward naturally obeyed and went. You couldn't hold on any longer and still insisted on pushing. What were you thinking? Andrei glanced at him and tossed the transformation smoke rifle to Bruno. Is Ward far enough away? Bruno asked. He's far enough, Andrei replied. Bruno then used the transformation smoke rifle as a support, resting his hands on it, his entire body relaxing. How could an elder brother show such weakness in front of his younger brother? Bruno said, his tone filled with stubbornness, though an undeniable weariness crept through. He really reminds me of my own brother, Bruno added. All right, time to head back. They'll send you through a black hole first. Don't worry, Ward won't know. Hearing this, Bruno, who had just lifted his head, lowered it again. If the darkness of the night and the starry realm is profound, then the darkness on Loki's face now is sheer anger and frustration. However, what needs to be faced now is Odin's wrath. After returning to the celestial palace, Odin, who had been in slumber, opened his water mirror, his eyes filled with rage and gloom. Why did you do this? Odin's face was grim as he tried to keep his words calm, but it was clear he failed. The slight tremor in his hands was proof. Father, Loki's words were abruptly interrupted by a roar. I asked why you did this. What matter? Loki looked puzzled. Odin stepped forward, the eternal spear in his hand, drawing ever closer to Loki. Loki felt as if the spear would soon be at his throat. Why did you conspire with the frost giants and the Chitauri to go to Midgard? What do you want? Tell me. Father, let me explain. At this moment, Loki could not care about anything else. He needed to clarify this matter. However, before he could say anything, Odin interrupted. Answer me, why did you do this? Why did I do this? You ask well. I want to ask a question. Am I your son? Loki's fear and unease vanished, replaced by cold laughter and an icy demeanor. Why have you favored Thor since childhood? Let me answer, because Thor is your son. That's all. Odin did not expect Loki to erupt so quickly. Gripping the eternal spear tightly, his eyes held an indescribable nuance. You are also my son. I am your son. Do you think I am unaware of the factors at play? Am I truly your son? Then look clearly at this. As he spoke, he swiftly drew the weapon forged from the dwarf king and cut his own skin. Blood flowed out like a spring, but it was quickly frozen into ice. After a few breaths, the wound healed on its own. Yet Loki's skin turned blue. My dear father, can you tell me why this situation occurred? Am I under some curse, or did a genetic mutation leave me like this? Silence became the prevailing melody thereafter, as the stars and moons in the sky flickered continuously, their cold glow seeming somewhat dim. Odin's breathing grew hurried. He had considered how to deal with the current situation many times, yet when faced with it for real. I did this to protect you. To protect me? For my good? Certainly not. How could the king of the gods, the great ruler of Asgard, possibly raise a frost giant as his son? At this moment, Loki's tone had softened, but his emotions were complex. I thought it was my own fault, only to realize it was because of this. Loki's eyes turned red, as if smeared with red ketchup. Thor, with the hammer of the thunder god and the armor of the war god, followed by the 3 warriors of the celestial palace, has achieved countless victories in battle. I understand now an outsider has no possibility of ascending to the throne of Asgard. It is not like that. You have always been my son, and I have always viewed you as such. I always wanted you to be the king of Jotunheim, but there are irreconcilable conflicts between Asgard and Jotunheim. I wanted to eliminate the conflicts between Asgard and Jotunheim. As Odin uttered these words, his tone resembled that of a dimming star in the sky, seemingly filled with gloom. So, I was merely a pawn. It is not like that, Loki. Things are not as you imagine. However, his voice grew weaker as the eternal spear slipped from his grasp, the sound of it hitting the ground announcing that Odin had fallen, while Loki gently supported him. Loki vowed to the heavens that this was indeed the most gentle and sincere gratitude he had ever expressed to Odin. He said to Odin, Father, sleep now. I will eliminate those who harbor any covetous thoughts towards Asgard. Trust me. He threw the dagger in his hand to the ground, using illusion magic to create a wound on his arm, and shouted to the outside guard. Guard, come quickly. Something has happened to Father. A squad of soldiers rushed in, armed and armored, looking at the unconscious Odin on the ground, while Loki also noticed the cold dagger that was clearly from the frost giants. Odin was carried away. Loki watched the soldiers gradually retreat, caressing the eternal spear in his hand, murmuring to himself, the feel is quite nice, very suitable for me. Holding the eternal spear, Loki easily passed through the treasury guards and arrived at the very bottom of the treasury. He tapped the floor with the eternal spear, and the wall opposite him vanished after a tremor. Looking up, he was met with a massive steel giant radiating a cold silver glow. About 4 meters tall, with a silver head, sharp spikes shimmering with a chilling light on its arms and legs, it was the Destroyer. Loki waved the eternal spear, and the Destroyer stepped forward, following Loki's command directly to the exhibition stand holding the frost box. With a turn, it knelt before Loki, presenting the frost box with both hands. Loki reveled in the feeling, enjoying it, as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. The strongest weapon of Asgard, the Destroyer. Now, I am your master. He used spatial magic to store the frost box and brought the Destroyer to the Rainbow Bridge. On the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall looked at Loki and the Destroyer approaching. Loki, what do you plan to do? Why do you have the Destroyer and the eternal spear? What is going on? Now the king of the gods, Odin, is in slumber. Thor has been exiled to Midgard, and the frost giants have just launched a surprise attack. As one of the princes of Asgard, I have decided to deploy the Destroyer to protect our Asgard. I did not see any frost giants invade Asgard, and Loki, what do you plan to do with the Destroyer? Heimdall's golden eyes stared intently at the Destroyer behind Loki. Loki waved the eternal spear, commanding the Destroyer to halt, and said to Heimdall, that is because the territory of Asgard is vast and boundless, with many mysterious places that your eyes cannot possibly see, such as the many secret passageways of Asgard that you have not discovered. Loki waved the eternal spear, commanding the Destroyer to halt, and said to Heimdall, that is because the territory of Asgard is vast and boundless, with many mysterious places that your eyes cannot possibly see, such as the many secret passageways of Asgard that you have not discovered. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki pulled out the frost box, its cold aura evident, as the biting chill surged forth like a tide engulfing Heimdall. Previously, Heimdall's attention had been on the destroyer, so he had not paid much attention to Loki. Loki took advantage of this to trap Heimdall completely. He thrust his hands forward, suddenly attempting to stop Loki, but the chilling power of the frost box froze Heimdall's body like a rampaging flood. In just a few seconds, as Heimdall's sword had only been thrust out a few centimeters, his entire body was sealed in glistening frost. Looking at the immobile Heimdall, Loki retrieved the frost box and, holding the eternal spear, said without looking back, "Perform your duties well and protect Bifrost, and do not let anyone in." And Andrei walked the streets of Flushing, the very place of the previous battle. One must say that the efficiency here is truly high, and it was cleaned up in no time. Videos and comments online gradually disappeared. After all, speaking of it, joys and sorrows do not equate. Most people feel their own lives require their attention rather than wasting time. Riding a motorcycle, the scenic trees and buildings by the roadside continuously receded the crowd, bustling, all appearing peaceful and harmonious. Time grants everyone a piece of candy that allows for selective forgetfulness. Before you know it, you will consume it, perhaps, until one day, when sorting through your phone's photo album, you realize there was once such a thing in your mind. However, you merely click delete, looking at the pop-up note labeled Girlfriend XXX, and excitedly click into chat. What did you eat today? How is my roommate today? That teacher made me furious today. Someone has asked, would you rather be a happy pig or a suffering person? Many people live a life in between, embracing the former physically, but holding the latter's thoughts. Are you saying Stark invited me to a meeting? Andrei said. On the other end of the phone, the target's tone was somewhat indifferent. That is indeed the case. Moreover, Venom suggested I explain that he wishes to live a life he desires. His body does not want to rust. He wants to demonstrate his worth on the battlefield. Demonstrate his worth. Surely he doesn't want to show off, given that Andrei has left him hanging for quite some time. Tell him that when Stain develops a serum that allows him to switch between Venom and a human body, then he will have an opportunity. I will be going to Stark's side, you can tell him. By the way, you can go with me, understand? Andrei said. Yes, boss. The call was not hung up on the other end. Andrei smiled, thinking quite a bit. Since the other party did not hang up, he would not hang up either, indicating he was not just a guy who knew how to play cards. Having left this guy hanging for so long, it was time to let him shine. After all, he is still my employee, though leaving him there to gather dust is not good. HSD at the top of the trident. Nick and an elderly man with white hair were standing there, surrounded by 5 members of the council. Nick was a bit agitated. There have been multiple alien invasion incidents recently, and each one more severe than the last. An old lady raised a hand and waved. So now we need strength to protect our Earth, don't we? For example, that person in golden red armor, you should know his intelligence, right? I think you can estimate the budget. A set of Iron Man armor requires a budget of 130 million, which is relatively low. As for that Kamen Rider, the data is a blank slate, but do you think its budget could be lower than Iron Man's? Everyone fell silent. The Kamen Rider's armor clearly possesses capabilities superior to Iron Man's, as evidenced by various battles before. Moreover, the problem is that Iron Man's armor updates at an astonishing speed. Even if the budget is adequate by the time all are equipped, who knows how outdated the version would be. And more critically, Tony is unlikely to agree 99% of the time, with the remaining 1% being indifference, claiming he is still perfecting the testing and updates. Seeing the atmosphere stagnate, former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Pierce quickly intervened. S.H.I.E.L.D. is meant to handle special situations. The alien invasion has exceeded S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operational scope. Can we negotiate with Kamen Rider? Implicitly suggesting whether the technology from Kamen Rider could be acquired. It is better not to provoke him for now. Nick's mouth twitched. He still felt pained at the thought of so much vibranium seemingly within reach. Just as Nick intended to grasp at, Andrei's hands unhesitatingly snatched them away. Do you think you can handle Iron Man? From what I know, he has faced battles not just against aliens, but also that big guy, and it seems he hasn't even used his full strength. If you truly have the capability to provoke him, then I think I need to take a step back. I believe you have seen the battle scene from that time. You also have his personality analysis in hand. If you proceed like this, the first ray of tomorrow's sun may shine upon the already ruined New York City. Everyone fell silent. On stage, Nick spoke passionately, but in his heart, he was planning not just to equip Iron Man's armor and Kamen Rider's armor. What he wanted was to establish an organization called the Avengers. However, where there are interests, there are disputes. Even after Nick became hoarse, they did not relent. They were arguing about jurisdiction. The World Council absolutely would not allow the Avengers to act freely, especially since they wielded such tremendous power. All their actions must be approved by the Council. It's simply absurd. After the meeting, Nick no longer wore his serious demeanor. Now only a bitter smile adorned his face. Who isn't? After all, with such great power, who doesn't want to grasp it tightly in their hands? The more powerful, the more fear. The more fear, the more they want to control it tightly. He sipped a cup of tea and discovered it was Eastern tea leaves. Have you changed your taste? Pierce said. Drinking too much coffee can get tiresome. Changing flavors is better, and I think this taste is quite good. The taste is indeed nice, Nick replied. Pierce smiled and drank it all down. Nightclubs were dens of dissipation, yet also places to seek pleasure and excitement. So when Andrei saw a bevy of models who had graced the covers of Time magazine lounging there, he was hardly surprised. This was Tony's usual modus operandi. Without such antics, Andrei might have suspected this Tony was an imposter. Amidst the dazzling lights, wine, singing, and rap, Andrei felt something was missing. It seemed like there should be basketball. You seem a bit off, Mr. Stark. If you'll forgive my candor right now, you look more like a vagrant wandering the streets than the dashing playboy everyone admires and wants to be kept by. Andrei ignored Happy's subtle signals from the sidelines and launched into his trademark sharp-tongued critique. So what? I recall a Chinese saying, enjoy life to the fullest while you can, do not let the golden cup sit empty facing the moon. Come on, have a drink with me. Let me think, don't you still owe me your life? How about this, you commit suicide right now, and perhaps with death the debt is cleared and you won't have to repay it. Otherwise, I think I'm entitled to make a request. Say, hand over your Iron Man suit to me, how about that? Andrei said. Truth be told, in Andrei's heart, if Tony weren't of some use, he wouldn't even bother coming. Let him die, what did it matter to him? In reality, it was because this fellow played a crucial role in the events to come. As for the vibranium, Andrei now planned to give a set to his employee Stearns and have Tony act as the laborer to design a suit similar to his own. Intelligence was important, but so was power. As for the vibranium, Andrei now planned to give a set to his employee Stearns and have Tony act as the laborer to design a suit similar to his own. Rather than indulging in a game you yourself find absurd and ridiculous, that serves no purpose. If that's the case, then I don't think this is the real you. You are just a puppet, and the truth is that you've become a marionette under the control of your emotions. You mean? Tony naturally caught the underlying implication in Andrei's words. Newton saw further by standing on the shoulders of giants. Do you think you need to stand on someone else's shoulders to see? Don't tell me you think you're a giant yourself. You haven't reached that level yet. You'll find out, but for me, giants are the motivation for me to rise. Tony now knew how to solve his physical problem. On the road, Andrei said to Bullseye, what do you think of Stark? Bullseye shrugged. A very proud man, a madman, even an extremist. I might be the same kind of person. Andrei stopped in his tracks, glanced at a milk tea shop, and said, let's go in for a drink. If Tony's place was the epitome of extravagant allure and intoxicating pleasure, then the distant Siberia stretched out like a bare, boundless expanse under a vast sky. The sky was vast, the wilderness endless, revealing a flat land like an airport runway. Is there something you need? In a dilapidated hut in Siberia, a heavily tattooed, rough-browed man in tattered clothes asked with a frown. He was met with the dark maw of a gun barrel. You are. Before he could finish, one man jabbed a needle that could bend, but Vanko was prepared, retreating his lower body to dodge the attack. However, another man lunged forward with a fist. He struck with a baton. Vanko couldn't evade in time and was hit on the knee. He collapsed to his knees. Get some rest, the leader said in Siberian Russian with a purer dialect than Vanko's. He pulled the trigger, but there was no distinctive sound of a bullet flying out. But Vanko had no time to think. The scene before him warped like shifting northern lights, as if a drop of water had fallen into his vision. It grew increasingly blurred. Vanko finally collapsed. The leader looked at the fallen Vanko, holstered his pistol, stepped over him, and surveyed the room. Truth be told, he was quite interested in the imitation of the armored man's creation, especially since it was a copy and handy to use. He looked around the room, a dirty workbench, cluttered furnishings, clothes strewn everywhere, piles of packaging on the floor, countless snack wrappers, takeout containers, and the inevitable vodka bottles. He even spotted a pair of women's panties. But his attention focused on the clippings on the workbench, all about Iron Man. He chuckled softly. Seems he's quite concerned about the Stark family. So much news, even from this far away. Can't the snow and ice stop your concern for Stark? Then he turned and said, take everything here. I don't need to explain the cleanup. Sitting in the car, the man pulled out his phone and dialed an unlisted number. Sir, the mission is complete. Anton Vanko has been captured. According to the information in his room, he was building an arc reactor. I believe it won't be long before he provides us with Iron Man suits, and we will finally have our own Iron Legion. This man was Crossbones. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, Rumlow. Return quickly. I look forward to hearing about this great contribution in person. I will promote you well. You have done exceptionally well. On the other end of the line was the Red Skull. Crossbones, also known as Rumlow, had long been the Red Skull's right-hand man, loyal for years, a member of Hydra and a world-class mercenary. Crossbones had no superpowers, but as a disciple of Taskmaster and someone who had fought Captain America multiple times, his combat skills were world-class. He excelled in street brawling, military combat, and martial arts. Despite his large build, he possessed surprising agility. He was also a skilled pilot, adept with firearms, bows, and throwing knives, typically equipped with a short blade and crossbow, along with multiple throwing daggers and spring-loaded knives in his wrist guards. He was also knowledgeable in physical and psychological torture. He seemed somewhat similar to Deathstroke from DC. According to the comics, Crossbones gained superpowers after being exposed to Terrigen Mist during a battle with the Shadowland Thunderbolts. This ability manifested as a ring of energy before his face, capable of emitting flames to burn targets. The flames engulfed his head, but he could still focus the energy, although the flames were extinguishable by water. Crossbones seemed unharmed by the flames, but when his powers faded, his mask appeared to be burned away and his face was severely scorched. Thus, whenever he appeared before Vanko, he wore a mask resembling a skull. On the other end of the line, after the Red Skull hung up, he couldn't suppress a smile. He wanted the Iron Legion, and he also needed the Kamen Rider's armor. From the intelligence he had gathered, it seemed the Kamen Rider had been hiding his true strength all along, observing constantly. From various battles early on then with Spider-Man, Ironmonger, and the Abomination, he could see the infinite potential of that armor. But the situation was that the Kamen Rider's origins were unknown, as if he had appeared out of thin air, like a Lin Dayu falling from the sky. Before this, there were no records or reports. This was highly improbable. Crossbones' face was expressionless, his eyes as cold and devoid of emotion as the icy landscape around him. Only coldness remained. Crossbones, any findings there? Crossbones replied in his usual indifferent tone. From this, it seems he has already experimented with the arc reactor, but it probably hasn't succeeded yet. And his father, Igor Anton Vanko, worked with Stark in the last century to perfect the nuclear fusion reactor theory, but was later exiled here by the Red Empire. However, to our relief, their paper records are well preserved. Everything depends on your orders, sir. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. know about this? Their control over this area is very weak. This is a no-go zone for Western agents deep in Siberia, a blind spot under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watch. Good. Be careful on the way. We're in the Red Empire. No amount of caution is excessive. Also make sure to protect the convoy along the way. Don't let the Red Empire's agents discover us. They are still formidable. As for that guy, throw him to Hammer Industries. I trust Hammer will handle it well. After hanging up, the Red Skull paced back and forth in the room. After all, things were a bit unsettled now. Ordinary people might not know, but as Hydra, how could they not? For instance, the Kamen Rider, the Hulk, the Abomination. Even the Red Skull suspected that Stearns might have encountered some issues since he was neither seen alive nor dead. Just as the Red Skull was pondering Andrei's armor, Andrei was in Asgard, standing within a dark void, calmly observing Loki and Lao Fei on the ground below. Heimdall was on the other side, already encased in ice. His body was immobile, but he knew he had to do something for Asgard. He could not let Loki continue his reckless actions, or Asgard would face a great catastrophe. With a thought, Heimdall channeled a part of his power to resist the frost while the remaining energy gathered in his eyes, which blazed with a brilliant light. The golden radiance pierced through the ice and transmitted into the dreams of the slumbering Thor. The frost giants marched across the Rainbow Bridge into Asgard. The destroyers stood motionless to the side, while Odin slept as serenely as the surface of Lake Baikal. After a dream lasting 3,000 years, he opened his eyes to see something standing tall. Thor touched his bare body, drenched in sweat, as if he had just come out of a sauna, beads of perspiration trickling down his hair. Something has happened in Asgard. Thor did not doubt the reality of this dream. It was so vivid it felt as if it were happening before his eyes. Jane approached Thor and asked, "What's wrong?" "I had a dream. In it I saw the Golden Palace occupied by our sworn enemies, the Frost Giants, my father in a deep slumber, the Rainbow Bridge collapsing under the biting frost, Heimdall frozen solid, and my brother missing." Jane smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, as if trying to straighten out her tangled emotions, and said to Thor, "It's just a dream, isn't it? And you said your Asgardian soldiers are invincible in battle." Thor shook his head. "Even so, I must return to Asgard no matter what. My father is there, my mother, my brother, my comrades, and my people. As their future king, and an Asgardian warrior, I must go back." "But has your power been restored?" Jane walked over. "Even if it hasn't, I must go, because everything I hold dear is there. It is my home, and for it I would give my life. But, I know, but I have to do this. Even if Mjolnir no longer deems me worthy, even if my father does not forgive me, I must go. This is my responsibility and my duty. As the god of thunder, I must act and bear the burden." "Do you believe I am Thor?" Thor said. "Thor, I believe you are the god of thunder." "Where are you going?" "I believe you." Watching Thor leave the room, Jane couldn't help but reach out a hand toward him. "I think being reckless is wrong. Perhaps I should find someone to help me. I think he might come to my aid, though the chances are slim. But before that, there's one more thing I need to do. Would you like to come with me?" Thor smiled and walked out the door. Jane followed without hesitation. Their destination was the base where Mjolnir was kept, a place they had visited before, now known as the Dark Energy Base. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was the unflappable agent from before. Watching the departing Thor and his girlfriend, he dialed his phone and said to Phil on the other end, "The guy claiming to be Thor is heading to the Dark Energy Base to lift Mjolnir again. Shall we grant access, sir?" "Granted. We will give him our full support and encouragement." Of course, access should be granted. This would not only allow us to study the hammer, but also gather a wealth of information, providing a greater source of data for research, for exploring the unknown. No problem, I'm still confident about that. However, it's necessary to intensify surveillance and see if that hammer has any unusual movements. At the same time, inform Sierra and tell him that the Dark Energy Base also needs to accelerate its research to clarify whether the legends are true or not. After hanging up the phone, Nick fell into deep thought. He recalled various events that occurred after Thor descended to Earth, the ice blue giant, the mysterious patterns, and Asgard hidden in the mist. All of this gave him a headache. However, while he was troubled, Thor was standing in front of his meow meow hammer, staring at it for a long time. Andrei, being transparent, said to Thor, "Thank you for your help. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. You should worry about yourself first." Andrei replied, "Does he look like a god to you?" A person walked over and said to Jian Xiao Xiao, who was walking alongside Thor, "Not really. Then what do you think he looks like?" "He looks like a thunder god." Meanwhile, in the Bifrost of Asgard, Heimdall felt a glimmer of hope as he saw the thunder god Thor approaching his meow meow hammer. He gathered the last remnants of his strength and let out a low roar, "Ka." This was the sound of ice shattering. The flying ice blocks danced in the air. At this moment, Heimdall had to hurry, but Loki would not give him such time. The destroyer slowly turned around and Heimdall dashed to the control panel, using the last of his strength to insert the Guardian Sword into the console's slot. The magnificent rainbow bridge activated and the brilliant light instantly reached Earth, enveloping Thor and Andrei. They vanished into the dazzling and brilliant rainbow beam. What on earth is going on? 10 seconds ago, we detected a massive energy reaction. I was about to report it, but before we could react, it became like this. I think we need to intensify our efforts to investigate this huge energy reaction. Damn, what is this? At that moment, I thought I was going to die. You are not alone. Ooh, I feel the same way. On the ground were complex patterns, and the top of the house had very smooth cut marks, as if they were meant to be that way. Inside the rainbow bridge, Andrei felt uncomfortable and immediately transformed into his Kamen Rider armor. The shimmering red light flickered, and the gold-red armor enveloped him, making that discomfort disappear instantly. This was, of course, due to the Evol omnibus suits, which provided a barrier that covered his entire body and protected the wearer from harsh environments or enemy counterattacks. It cut off the source of discomfort from Asgard. Around him were dazzling and breathtaking meteors with countless celestial bodies continuously retreating, making it hard to imagine this was the Rainbow Bridge. The scenes in the movie were completely different from his real-life experience. After 3 to 4 seconds, he arrived at a viewing platform where a giant armored figure was walking closer, along with a guy dressed in dark golden armor with 2 horns on his head, but not as foolish as Loki. He was lying on the ground. This person was Heimdall. Back in Asgard, Thor was overjoyed, completely setting aside the destroyer and Loki, and directly said to Heimdall, "Heimdall, I'm back. The Rainbow Bridge can be closed now. Hurry and pull out the Guardian Sword, or the energy within will immediately destroy Midgard." Upon hearing this, Andrei stepped forward without hesitation and threw a punch. Bang! It was just a sound that was his fist colliding with the destroyer. Sparks flew, but nothing happened. In fact, Andrei did not mean it that way. He was very aware of the destroyer's body strength, which could even be said to be the hardest body Andrei had ever seen, as everything else was flesh, even the abomination. With his left hand, he reached out, tightly gripping the sword handle, exerting all his strength, and the Guardian Sword was pulled out entirely. With this loud shout, the tip of the Guardian Sword completely left the slot. The rapidly spinning golden gears gradually slowed down and stopped, finally, coming to a halt amidst Andrei's booming voice. The Rainbow Bridge also finally disappeared in the fading light. Looking at Thor, who was still struggling to lift the Thunder God's hammer, Andrei said directly, "If you think you can't do it, then I think you can be a bystander." Andrei immediately pushed off with both legs. The black hole expanded, and he lunged directly into the black hole. Hovering in the air, he turned the control stick and shouted, "Ready, go." The Voltic finish. Chow. For this destroyer, Andrei knew he had to muster all his spirit. He couldn't slack off. To be honest, ever since Andrei fused with the Evol gene, he felt he had become as reckless as Evol, not only in terms of attacks on others, but also in his own actions. The spiral-shaped energy body was dreamlike and splendid, as brilliant as the galaxy, with twinkling starlight shimmering above his legs. Above his legs, the star disc-shaped energy body was ready. Andrei directly bent his left leg, extended his right leg, and charged forward. The destroyer suddenly turned his head, and orange-red light erupted from his eyes. It was as if sunlight poured down from the edge of clouds in the sky, but even more dazzling. The galaxy and sunlight collided violently, and Andrei felt a tremendous energy impact, as if his legs were lost fishing boats in the sea. In the face of this immense energy, Andrei felt his long-lost primal impulse for destruction for the first time. To beat this guy into a pancake and watch the destroyer's eyes turn dark and hollow before him. To become the most primal material with each of his punches. The red glow of his body flickered, and in that brilliant light, there seemed to be an eternal flame flickering, emitting a faint glow. Andrei held the transformation steam rifle in his hand, which seemed exactly the same as before, but was completely different. The red light on it was like Andrei's blood-red pupils. Andrei lowered his head in silence. He felt very good, now never having such a feeling before. Andrei knew that now the Evol gene and himself had completely merged into one. Now Andrei is Evio, and Evio is Andrei. The red light in his eyes was so thick it seemed about to drip down, and the blood-red glow even stained the destroyer ahead. Andrei looked at the transformation steam rifle in his hand and pulled the trigger. Steam shot. XX. A powerful light bullet shot out. Strangely, the color of this light bullet had turned blood-red, just like Andrei's pupils. It flew straight over. Bang! A huge sound erupted and dust soared. Andrei moved forward again, and a blood-red fist flew toward him. Bang! The massive sound erupted like the rough and loud singing from the neighboring dormitory blasting throughout this area. As the dust settled, Andrei directly loaded the Cobra evolution bottle and shouted Elix steam. The curved trajectory blood-red light bullet shot out. With a loud bang, it exploded. However, the destroyer only took a step back, leaving a trail on the ground. At this moment, the destroyer stretched out its glittering arm, grabbing Andrei's leg and swinging him backwards. Andrei turned into a black dot, crashing down to the ground. Andrei quickly got up, and in that moment Loki swung his eternal spear, pointing it at Thor, saying, "Goodbye, my dear brother." The destroyer's eyes lit up again like red lanterns in the night. The orange-red light burst forth, dangerously shooting towards Thor. At this moment, Thor was still struggling to pull his meow hammer, and he shouted, "What do I have to do to be forgiven? Father, what must I do?" However, before he finished speaking, his voice cut off as the destroyer's light pierced through Thor's body, splattering sparks on the magical hammer Mjolnir. The light on Mjolnir's surface grew brighter and more distant, with the circle around it gradually expanding. But Thor could no longer see. He felt his eyelids growing heavier, the power within him rapidly draining away, and his hands slowly slid from the thunder god's hammer, falling onto the ground of Bifrost. Deep within the celestial palace, the king of gods, Odin, was still asleep, but a tear flowed from the corner of his eye. "We meet again, our great king of gods, Odin." Laufey arrived with his guard, and seeing Odin enveloped in a golden light revealed a hint of a smile. Without hesitation, he opened Odin's murky eyes with his hands leaned in close, and said to Odin, "I know you can hear clearly while you are asleep. I want you to know that the one who killed you is the king of frost giants, Laufey." However, perhaps he hadn't experienced enough of society's harshness or awakened the awareness of being a villain. He died from excessive talking. So, when a small door opened on the southern side of the palace, and Queen Frigga of Asgard came out, she didn't notice immediately. "Stay away from him," Frigga said coldly, and directly used her magic, transforming her dazzling magic into a magical bullet that flew out. At the same time, she secretly sent a message to summon the warriors guarding the Celestial Palace to defend Asgard. Now Frigga prayed secretly that the Celestial Palace guards would arrive soon. In the face of such a dire situation, only strong military deterrence could make them retreat, especially for their mortal enemies, the frost giants. Laufey had just regained his senses from the Evol gene mad rogue, and didn't react quickly enough before being blasted away by the magical bullet. Laufey rolled twice in the air and crashed into the wall with tremendous force, leaving a dent resembling a human form in the wall. Frigga hurriedly approached, drawing a sword from the wall of the Celestial Palace, her vigilant eyes fixed on Laufey, standing between Odin and Laufey, her gaze firmly on him. The power of that magical bullet wasn't as great as expected. For instance, now, besides being a bit dirty, Laufey's armor had no cracks, still pristine. Laufey stood up from the ground, looking at Frigga before him, suddenly laughed. "If you are the galaxy of the sky, then Odin is a black hole formed by dead stars. If you are a clear song, then Odin is the discordant sound suddenly breaking the piano piece. Frigga, the galaxy's brilliance is not as good as the spring breeze for 10 miles, so where do you want to find the gentle breeze?" "Shut up. Laufey, I remember we Asgard had a truce agreement with you from Jotunheim, but your actions now make us very angry. Once Odin wakes up, he will personally demand an explanation from you." Frigga said, "Agreement? Do you believe in such things?" Laufey laughed non-committally, and then added, "There has always been an agreement between the strong and the weak, promises between the strong and the weak." To me, an agreement is merely a superficial legal invasion by the strong against the weak. It's worth mentioning that we have adhered to this agreement, and we could have lived in peace. However, the fact is that your obedient son Thor came to our Jotunheim and caused a scene, and the ridiculous thing is that in the end, the unreasonable became reasonable, and the reasonable had no words to say. What do you think? Such a one-sided agreement is beneficial to one party? On the other hand, I know that weakness is my original sin, and weakness only invites others to become even more excessive. Lao Fei said. It can be seen that Lao Fei was completely unaware of his enormous mistake. The villain died from excessive talking, which this guy embodied thoroughly. He seemed completely oblivious to the fact that he had made the most significant mistake a villain could make, talking too much. It seemed he had grasped its essence. Walking lightly on the ground of the celestial palace, the sound was faint. As the footsteps grew closer, Frigga tightened her grip on her sword, and the beads of sweat in her palms began to accumulate. Gradually retreating, her heels touched the platform where Odin lay. Her eyes sharpened, and with a firm grip on her sword, she thrust it back. She had already notified the Celestial Palace Guard. They would arrive soon. Before that, Frigga had to block Laufey's advance, ensuring he could not harm Odin. At this moment, Andrei saw Thor being killed, but he knew that this Thor was definitely not dead. Andrei directly summoned a black hole and hid inside. Just as he entered, a giant iron fist smashed down on that spot, creating a massive crater. Debris flew everywhere. He appeared in the air, his expression stern, his eyes filled with intense, killing intent and seriousness. This opponent was much more difficult to deal with than those before. He was even not on the same power level. At this moment, Andrei's eyes flashed as he thought of a good idea. Andrei vanished into the sky through a black hole. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he loaded the Gatling full bottle and the Rider Evol bottle. He pulled the lever. A sudden gleam in his eyes caught a beam of light hurtling directly toward him. Andrei executed a backflip, evading the destroyer's ray. He glided through the sky for a moment, then summoned another black hole to ascend higher. The starlight shone brilliantly, with nebulae shifting and stellar radiance flowing, yet Andrei felt no attachment. He turned the lever back. Ready, go? Gatling finish. The Eagle Gatlinger appeared before Andrei, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Gripping the Eagle Gatling tightly, he spun its cylinder 10 times rapidly in midair. Full bullet. As the mechanical voice faded, golden hawk-shaped energy bullets shot forth, their cores flickering with a blood-red radiance. The destroyer sensed a trace of danger. Though a mere emotionless machine guarding the treasury, countless battles had honed its instincts to perceive peril. The destroyer lifted its silver head, which shimmered faintly under the starlight. The orange light in its eyes began to concentrate. A flash of light. The ground trembled. The golden hawk-shaped energy bullets collided with the orange beam. A brilliant radiance engulfed the area. The destroyer shifted its body, attempting to evade the swarm of hawk-shaped bullets. But the bullets were numerous and swift. Inevitably, some struck the destroyer. Sparks flew, yet the destroyer suffered no severe damage. Its silver armor remained pristine, as if untouched. Andrei, however, had no intention of confronting the destroyer head-on. He knew well that his current strength might not match the destroyer's. The power scales of the Kamen Rider world and the Marvel Universe were fundamentally different. Though he had fully merged with the Evol gene, so deeply it felt ingrained in his soul, he still needed time to adapt the Rider's power to the Marvel world. Now that opportunity had arrived. He needed to use the destroyer to hone his understanding of this world's rhythm and power system. Andrei appeared behind the destroyer and summoned a black hole. He executed a Rider kick, a faint blood-red flame swirling around it, aimed directly at the destroyer. The destroyer, occupied with the hawk-shaped bullets, had no time to focus on other attacks, blocking them with its hands. Unaware of the change, the destroyer was struck squarely by Andrei's kick. Clang! The blood-red flame clashed against the silver armor, the deafening sound ringing painfully in the ears. The Rider kick shimmered with starlight. Andrei performed another backflip and vanished. Suddenly, he threw a punch at the destroyer. Clang! The blow landed on the destroyer's leg, causing it to buckle. But the recoil sent a sharp pain through Andrei's leg. Yet Andrei paid it no heed. Fully fused with the Evol gene, his innate battle lust and thirst for blood made him ignore the pain. At that moment, the destroyer's stance, front leg bent, back leg straight, was fixed from countering the hawk bullets. Andrei struck again, hitting the destroyer's back leg. A loud clang accompanied its backward tilt, its entire center of gravity shifting. Seeing this, Andrei knew he couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip. He had to seize it. Years of assassination missions had ingrained in him an instinctive reaction. He summoned a massive black hole, one as still and void as a dead star, where light and darkness could sink into oblivion. Within the black hole, absolute darkness seemed to freeze time and space. This was Andrei's plan, to use his black hole to sever the connection between the Eternal Spear and the destroyer, cutting their link forever. Frigga gripped her long sword tightly and thrust it fiercely. The gleaming blade aimed straight for Laufey's face. The sword tip reached Laufey, but she showed no panic. With a wave of her ice spike, a blue light flared. Clang! The clash of sword and ice spike rang out. Frigga's sword vibrated violently as thin frost crawled up the blade, followed by faint cracking sounds. The entire sword was sent flying, snapping in two before Frigga's eyes and clattering to the ground. Her arm was flung upward by the force of Laufey's strike. Before the tremor in her hand subsided, Laufey stepped forward, her hands curving like eagle claws. With a faint smirk, she seized Frigga's neck and lifted her entirely. Laufey's fingers tightened. Frigga felt them constricting like a noose around her throat. An overwhelming suffocation gripped Frigga, as if she were submerged in water, struggling to breathe. Clang! Another sword slipped from her grasp, clattering onto Asgard's floor in a series of crisp, mournful sounds. Laufey raised her arm inch by inch, lifting Frigga until her toes left the ground. Their eyes met, cold indifference against panic, vindictiveness against resolve, cruelty against fury. A smile curled at the corner of Laufey's cold face. She turned to the sleeping Odin and sneered, her voice dropping the temperature by 10 degrees. Just watch your queen, as beautiful as the Milky Way, die before your eyes. King of Asgard, father of the gods. Before she could finish, a tremor shook the palace. The great doors slammed shut, separating Laufey from her guards. A cold glint flashed in Laufey's eyes as she turned toward the sound. Just then a side door opened. Recognizing the newcomer, a mix of anger and relief flickered across Laufey's face. But when she saw the eternal spear in Loki's hands, panic finally crept into her eyes. She tried to speak hastily, but Loki gave her no chance. With a swing of the eternal spear, a thin beam of light shot forth. It flew straight at Laufey. The immense energy blazed so brilliantly that she couldn't open her eyes. After the dazzling light faded, something fell to the ground. Laufey looked down and saw her own arm. Another beam flew toward her. Her lips moved slightly. You go to hell. Unable to dodge, whether from shock or too much idle talk, her entire body was blasted by the beam. Boom. She slammed heavily into a massive stone pillar. But it wasn't over. A blur of golden light flashed before her eyes, growing larger. Loki thrust the eternal spear directly into Laufey's wounded chest. Loki, you. Laufey had anticipated some tricks from Loki, but never that he would turn on her so soon, especially while Odin still lived. It defied logic. Yet many things in the world do for it is your own logic, not another's. Loki's lips didn't move, but Laufey clearly heard his words. If the king of the frost giants dies by my hand, what do you think will happen? I have no need to risk trusting your so-called honesty. I don't believe in any promises, especially from someone not on the same side, let alone an enemy. Comparatively, killing you is more practical. I can't be sure you won't spread the news of Odin's death. Laufey could sense the extreme cold in his voice, colder even than the frozen plains deep in Jotunheim. But beyond that, Loki felt the frost giant deserved death for daring to lay hands on his mother Frigga. In Loki's heart, the only things in all of Asgard that mattered besides the throne were Frigga and her love. He felt Frigga's deep affection and unwavering care. Even when confined, she visited him, often reminding him that someone still loved him. And this Laufey of all people dared to attack Frigga. It ignited a blazing fury in Loki. Laufey opened her mouth to speak, but Loki gave her no chance. He moved the eternal spear, and it blazed with light. A golden radiance enveloped the palace, and a deadly intent emerged from the brilliant glow. Laufey felt as if countless threads were slicing through her body, agonizing pain. Then came darkness, eternal darkness. Laufey herself became part of the dark, her body dissolving into countless ice crystals drifting through the palace. But it wasn't over. The remaining energy blasted through the palace wall, revealing the Bifrost and its long bridge through the hole. Andrei patted himself, feeling fine. He held the smoke sword, its blade flickering with a blood-red flame that danced eerily. The destroyer quickly rose, staring at Andrei, barely 2 meters tall, and charged its eyes with energy. Without any flashy moves, a brilliant beam of light carrying deadly intent shot through the hazy air toward Andrei. Andrei knew well the consequences of being hit. He leaped his previous black hole, evaded by the destroyer. Failure was not an option now, never again. He burst forward like a blur, a fiery red meteor streaking across the sky, his smoked sword held horizontally. It wasn't a blue or pale moonlight glow. It was blood red if one ignored the crescent shape. The orange beam collided with the blood-red light. Andrei summoned a black hole, appearing abruptly at the destroyer's head, and threw a punch. Boom. This punch carried nearly all the energy Andrei could muster. The blood-red glow turned his entire fist crimson. The leaking red flame even transformed his fingers into sharp claws, gripping the destroyer's neck. With another punch from his left hand, the destroyer's head snapped back. Its arms flung forward from the momentum. Andrei, undeterred, summoned another black hole. He appeared instantly at the destroyer's leg. A sweeping kick. Thud. Another swift punch sent a jarring shock through Andrei's hand. But the primal ferocity within Andrei surged. He chose to ignore the pain, though it was far from a mere scratch. The destroyer's center of gravity, already tilted backward, gave way, causing it to topple. Yet Andrei remained cautious. He knew the destroyer, guardian of Asgard's vault, was one of its ultimate weapons with countless tricks. Even after fully merging with the Evol gene, winning without the black hole would be difficult. In short, Andrei had taken a shortcut. He waved both hands and intense spatial ripples unfolded. Tiny branch-like lightning bolts crackled behind the destroyer. Purple and red lightning grew denser in Andrei's eyes. A massive black hole, like an abyssal maw, appeared behind the destroyer. But at that moment, the light in the destroyer's eyes grew brighter. Yet it was too late. Suddenly, a silver hammer flew in, striking with a deafening boom. Sparks erupted from the destroyer's body as it was flung backward. Its energy beam missed entirely. The destroyer plunged into the black hole, a void of absolute darkness, the most primal of shadows. Silent annihilation. The orange energy wave was swallowed by the darkness like a stone sinking into the ocean, leaving no trace. All fell silent. In the dark void of the black hole, the destroyer flailed its silver-white arms feebly like a lost skiff in the vast ocean, the light in its eyes dimming with each weakening motion. At last, when the last glimmer, faint as a dormitory toilet's nightlight, was extinguished, the destroyer fell into utter stillness like a stone in human form. Meanwhile, Loki, holding the eternal spear, felt a ripple of awareness, gazing pensively at where the suggestion had vanished. Andrei examined the destroyer within. His armor was slowly repairing itself. The damage from this battle was severe, and it would take time to restore. The EVOC signal blade was managing his entire body's condition, automatically performing emergency repairs wherever damage was detected. Seeing the destroyer, now motionless, Andrei reflected on how he had been summoned here by some Thor, who couldn't even lift his own hammer. At the time, Andrei had been fishing with Bruno and Ward while Coffee Bean mewed beside them, demanding fish to eat. Andrei arrived outside the black hole to find a hammer swirling wildly in the sky, then arcing away like a silver meteor into the distance. On the ground lay Thor, motionless, his hammer hovering above him, its surface gleaming with silver light patterns glowing and sparks of lightning flickering in places. Andrei raised his arm abruptly, knowing this was the gesture and proclamation of the thunder god's revival, yet he couldn't suppress a flicker of surprise. But the transformation continued. The moment Thor's hands touched the hammer, it blazed with brilliant light, and the fine threads of lightning on its surface thickened, striking the ground around him in dense bursts. Crackling sounds accompanied the dazzling flashes, radiant as the Milky Way on a Chishi festival night, yet far more magnificent. Thor's eyes snapped open, lightning blazing within them, silver brilliance shining in his pupils, intricate patterns appearing in the depths of his gaze. He sat up abruptly, and the silver lightning around him instantly transformed into armor and a red cape. The thunder god had awakened. Revived by the power of Mjolnir, his gleaming armor appeared majestic amidst the surrounding thunder, with traces of silver lightning still lingering in his eyes. Andrei watched it all unfold. Restored to full strength so quickly. He thought his own constitution was decent, but not even Thor should recover like this. Resurrected on the spot, with full health. Did he really need such an extended buff? Yet, Thor shook his arm vigorously, lightning flashed, and Mjolnir flew from his hand. It streaked through the void, and a distant building shattered into countless fragments with a thunderous roar. His red cape billowed behind him, Mjolnir in hand, exuding an aura of dominance. Beside him, Heimdall spoke weakly. The All-Father slumbers, the frost giants invade Asgard. Thor, future lord of our realm, all answers and resolutions lie in your hands. Thor, you must take better care of your brother. With those words, the weakened Heimdall seemed to drain every last ounce of his strength, his head lolling as he fell unconscious, or rather got unconscious. But Thor was still in a daze, feeling the world had become unreal. He sighed, hand on his brow, recalling his ambush and the attack in New York by frost giants and Chitauri. He glanced at Andrei in the sky, who was no better off, covered in scrapes and black marks. Thor pieced it together, everything connected through Loki's name. His eyes blazed with fury and disbelief as he roared, "Why did you do this?" In his anguish, Thor swung Mjolnir wildly, seeking an outlet for his rage. But the destroyer, the punching bag from the movies, had lost all connection, unknown even to Loki. The airborne Thor, like an enraged bull, seemed to have flames gathering in his golden hair, but with no target, he swung Mjolnir in an arc toward the palace. With a crash, the palace gates shattered into fragments. Without a word, he raised Mjolnir, and blinding lightning erupted. The hammer descended. Countless lightning bolts like twisted silver serpents struck the remaining frost giants, reducing them to dust without a single cry of agony. Thor landed directly before the stunned Loki, demanding furiously, "Why did you do this? Tell me. I need a true explanation, not empty promises or ridiculous excuses." "Thor, you've just recovered your strength. Go and rest now," Frigga said to him, her voice as gentle and loving as ever. The palace had just endured a great battle, and many areas needed repair. Odin slumbered. What Asgard needed now was peace, not internal strife. Hearing Frigga's words, Thor immediately withdrew. Even with 100-fold courage, he would never defy his mother. Thor did return, but not to the palace. Instead, he went to the spot outside where he had been impaled. Thank you, my friend. Without your help, I think things might have gone very badly. As you can see, I have a mountain of tasks ahead, but I promise you Asgard will always welcome you, my friend. With that, he gave Andrei a hearty embrace. Somehow Andrei didn't resist, or rather he hadn't truly realized Thor would do this. All right, I should go. Andrei was in a state of shock, his mind almost completely blank, utterly unsure of what he was thinking. I was hugged by a guy whose brain is all muscle, and oddly enough, I didn't resist. But what Andrei didn't realize was that resisting might have made things even harder to explain. This was fine. Thor flew off using his hammer. Andrei returned to Earth after Heimdall awoke. As for the destroyer, Thor still didn't give it to Andrei. It was too precious, with countless rare materials poured into it like they were nothing. It was the guardian of the vault after all, and Andrei couldn't argue. In a daze, Andrei returned home, collapsed onto his bed, and just wanted some quiet. Was he unclean now? Andrei decided to take Coffee Bean for a walk. Speaking of Coffee Bean, its appearances were dwindling, but that couldn't be helped. It was still enjoying the affection of Ward and Bruno. If not for the fact that the Abomination and Stern were too hideous, Coffee Bean would likely have fallen into their clutches too. The streets were bustling. The aftermath of the Abomination's rampage had faded. Vendors lined the roads, and the aroma of cooking wafted out, making Bruno and Ward stop to gaze. Indeed, ever since tasting the Eastern dishes Andrei cooked, the two had decisively abandoned their love for burgers and fries, becoming deeply enamored with Eastern cuisine. On the way, Andrei passed a Husky Experience Center. Bruno and Ward were about to go in, but Andrei stopped them, pointing at a promotional offer. Husky Experience, $49 for one person, even better deal for two. Only $99. Bruno and Ward. Seems this merchant truly understands the core of running a business, Bruno remarked. What core principle? Making people remember at first glance. A skill we should learn. Think about it. When have you ever been famous? Bruno said. Come on, what I did before wasn't meant for fame. We're just shadows living in the dark, Ward sighed. You? Hydra's reputation isn't loud enough in H-I-E-L-D. That's the group, not individuals. Think about it. Can you name anyone specific in Hydra? I remember one person. Who? You. You were in the SELs, right? Don't tell me your past is a lie. I hate being deceived, especially by someone I care about, Bruno blurted out without thinking. Fireworks burst in the distance like brilliant blossoms. Against the dark blue sky, stars mingled with the sparks like scattered fireflies. Oh, and I remember one more person from Hydra, Bruno said. Yeah, I remember too. Hearing this, Ward paused, then suddenly smiled. They exchanged glances and laughed together as the fireworks grew brighter, raising their glasses in a toast. Andrei had once been part of Hydra. Monaco was a very small country. So small one might crudely say that if you flicked a booger from your nose, it would land somewhere in the North Atlantic near Europe, but that's actually Morocco. Yet now Monaco had captured everyone's attention, not for any other reason than a major incident. Countless people held up their phones, some afraid of blurry shots, even turned on their flash. A few glanced at the sun, then at whoever had misplaced their brain, offered a sympathetic look, and continued snapping photos. All eyes were on the racetrack, where cars that should have drawn screams of excitement had become twisted metal frames in billowing smoke, occasionally groaning as flames licked them. A figure in gold and red was locked in combat, with someone wielding a whip of electric light. Andrei, Bruno, and Ward watched from the sidelines, though they weren't so heartless as to hold soda and popcorn. A whip lashed out its pale white arc, becoming a blurry phantom in the air, striking Iron Man directly. With a crackling hiss, a black scorch mark was left on the golden-dread armor. Iron Man crumpled to the ground, utterly battered, his armor covered in black burns, gashes, and scrapes. Ward, you look eager to give it a try. Why don't you go? All right. Just as he was about to transform, Andrei summoned a portal in a hidden spot and said to Ward, transform in here. It's best not to let too many people know. Yes. Ward didn't hesitate and stepped into the portal. When he emerged, he was in the sky, bat-like wings slowly flapping, purple light glowing in his eyes, with red light blazing at their centers. Oh, look, it's that cool knight who caused a ruckus in Chinatown with that monster. Tell me this isn't real. Sorry to break it to you, but it's real, and it's happening right before your eyes. If you need the emergency number, I can dial it for you. But it looks like it might be too late. No matter, I'm a doctor. Then the doctor suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning pale and drenched in sweat. Damn, I forgot I have a heart condition. God, let me see my idol one more time. Such was the power of modern media, connecting two complete strangers. Ward, high above, naturally couldn't see this obsessed fan, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Of course, Ward didn't know that doctor was a closet case. If he had paid attention, who knows what might have happened? A chilling thought. Whiplash on the ground noticed the newcomer, his eyes narrowing. Are you Iron Man's ally? Then you'll fall to my whip just like him. He lunged forward, raising his electric whip. Ward scoffed, catching it with his left hand, then yanked hard. Whiplash was hurled dozens of meters by the immense force, crashing into a wrecked race car. Tony struggled to his feet, a demonic grin in his eyes. He raised his hands, almost manic. Iron Man, look at yourself. You're worse than me. You don't deserve that armor. Tony, who had been lying on the ground, immediately sprang to his feet, yet there was not a trace of retreat or hesitation in his eyes. In Tony's heart, the word retreat simply did not exist. For Tony, the only path was to continuously grow stronger and ceaselessly advance. His gaze grew increasingly resolute as he slowly raised his head. The figure before him was sneering. This was a mess he had created, and he had to resolve it with his own hands. He glanced again at Ward, who was hovering in the sky. Still, having an ally to help was a welcome advantage, and at this moment Tony was certain that this person was on his side. Others might not know the origins of this mysterious figure, but how could Tony possibly be unaware? According to the intelligence gathered, this individual was Ward, whom Andrei had snatched away from Hydra. The other one, who had yet to reveal himself, was likely Bruno, Andrei's former teammate from the Navy SEALs. As for why Tony possessed such intelligence, the pinnacle of artificial intelligence, JRVIS, was no mere boast. The classified documents of various government agencies were as accessible to Tony as his own backyard. In fact, for Tony, even accessing SHIELD's confidential files was hardly a challenging task. At this moment, Iron Man was in a truly pitiable state. There was hardly a spot on his body that was presentable. Everywhere bore the marks of electric burns, gaping holes, and friction scratches. Tony attempted to launch an attack, but the arc pulse cannon in his palm had been destroyed by the electric whips. The defensive capabilities of the Mark V were indeed somewhat lacking, and Tony silently noted this lesson. Upon returning, he would need to further refine and improve it. Of course, this armor was constantly undergoing upgrades, an endless process. Perfection was an unreachable goal, and improvement was a continuous verb. Iron Man didn't manufacture armor. He merely renovated and refurbished it time and again, extending its lifespan. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Hammer Industries, Hammer's face was ashen, the very air seeming to congeal. Ignoring the crowd gathered before the television to watch the spectacle, he abruptly rose and rushed to the restroom, phone in hand. He frantically scrolled through his phone, found a number, and dialed directly. Have you lost your mind? Who told you to touch the Iron Man armor? Didn't you say it wasn't finished? What is this? You owe me an explanation, one I can believe. On the other end of the line, the moment it connected, barely a single word, "I," was uttered before a loud bang signaled that the other party's phone had been switched off. Was it certain that the phone hadn't been blown to pieces? Need a hand? Ward said from above, the purple radiance in his eyes reflecting off the sunlight and casting a shimmer onto Tony's Iron Man armor. Before Iron Man could answer, Ward flapped his wings, spun around, and gave them a slight flutter. He pulled back the control stick. Ready, go. A voltic attack. Chow. He lunged straight at Whiplash, his fist clad in black armor swinging forward. The arc reactor was struck squarely. Sparks flew everywhere. Ward spread his wings and soared, a purple streak arcing across the sky before another fist came crashing down. Whiplash was sent hurtling like a cannonball, slamming into the spectator stands nearby. Bricks and stones exploded outward like a burst of fireworks, with a few stray pieces striking bystanders who were watching the show. You're still too weak. Ward shook his hand, this time forming his fingers into an eagle's claw and reaching directly for the arc reactor. Before Whiplash could react, Ward grabbed him with his left hand, yanked with his right, and tore the entire arc reactor out. Sparks flew everywhere as the wires in the arc reactor were completely ripped out. The entire suit, like a light deprived of power, turned into ordinary titanium strips. The once glaring electric whips now hung like mundane ropes, albeit more flashy in appearance. Yet the defeated Whiplash showed no sign of distress. Instead, he burst into manic laughter, pointing at Iron Man and declaring, God does not abandon his plans because of a single failure. The mortal world is an arena. Shed your blood and countless will come seeking you. Armored Man, you best be careful too. Turning his head, Whiplash added this remark. My affairs are not for you to caution, nor am I as pathetic as your words suggest. Let me tell you, no one can mess with me. If anyone tries, I believe that person will already be dead. Believe it or not, I consider that a point of pride. Unlike you, I am not a puppet on strings. And by the way, we all know who made the move. If your hands reach too far, it's only fitting they get cut off. With that, Ward's figure vanished into the sky. Tony stared blankly as Ward flew away, lost in thought. After a long while dragging his armor, now equipped with the new energy source, Tony approached Whiplash. Just then a vehicle arrived carrying a squad of SWAT officers. Stark could tell that this SWAT team was entirely different from the previous ones. Their eyes were filled with calmness, or rather coldness. You can't do this. With all due respect, Mr. Stark, this is a major criminal case. As an outstanding American citizen, I believe you should cooperate with us. It is your duty and obligation. I trust you are willing to do so. If I am mistaken, please do not interfere with our work." The cold words came straight from those men's mouths. Stark cast a deep glance at them and held himself back. Just then the arc reactor on the massive figure grew brighter and brighter, followed by a thunderous roar. Flying sand and rolling stones were insufficient to describe the scene. Chaos seemed too ordinary. The shockwave toppled a crowd of people, and various recording devices were rendered useless by the blast. Iron Man was caught in the blast as well. Struggling to his feet, he surveyed the site, now resembling a garbage dump, and examined the wounds on his body. J-R-V-I-S. Have the jet pick me up. I'm going home for private treatment. Yes, sir. As far as I know, Mr. Stark claimed that there wouldn't be a second Iron Man suit for the next 5 to 10 years. At the time, most of us believed him, and I assume you did too. Most of us thought that way. Yet the reality is the incident yesterday, which caused massive destruction. We cannot fathom the catastrophic damage if such an event occurred in America, in New York, San Francisco, or even Washington, D.C. How would we respond? Clearly, we need a powerful weapon to protect our freedom and democracy, to make it the most dazzling highlight of our great nation. Our people's livelihood must be safeguarded, and the safety of our citizens' lives and property must be effectively protected. Obviously, Mr. Stark needs to take responsibility for his actions, but he has not provided us with any support. We believe this is wrong. Pepper, mute this guy. His words remind me of a damn bird that shat on my balcony yesterday. What he says makes me feel the world is absurd. How did he even end up in this world? Doesn't he feel an urge to strangle himself every morning when he looks in the mirror? Why did God send him to Earth? Maybe he'd be better off as a corpse collector in hell. Tony, lying in bed, was sharp-tongued, showing no respect for the man on the screen. The man on TV was Senator Stern. Upon receiving the news, he had immediately held a televised address and also sent a copy to Pepper, CEO of Stark Industries. This is absolutely ridiculous. Either this guy has a screw loose or he's having an epileptic fit. What a bizarre character. Tony, I think we can send a doctor over. Give him a full checkup to find out what illness he really has. That way we can provide him with a proper treatment plan instead of letting him spout such absurd nonsense. I have to say, Pepper, you're truly gifted. You figured out his mental instability so quickly. The truth is, the moment I saw him, I knew something was off. Looks like I'm still one step ahead. Stark, lying in bed, cracked a joke. Pepper rolled her eyes at Tony and continued, "So what are you planning to do? This guy is like a fly. I think he might use this incident to stir up the public and force you to hand over your Iron Man armor. What else can I do? Is this all they've got? Just manipulating a bunch of ignorant people. Don't think I don't know what they're really after. Let him have his fun for a few more days. As for what he says, I won't agree to a single word. This is my creation. Why should I give it to them? To hell with his freedom and democracy. If it comes to that, I'll give him a real taste of freedom and democracy and make him realize how utterly abnormal so-called freedom can be. So what's your plan? I've already had J-R-V-I-S. Dig up the files on that guy. He's a reckless fool. A man named Mark Scarlatti, a petty mercenary who came at me in some mismatched getup. As you can see, he was easily defeated. Tony had conveniently dismissed the fact that he had been brutally beaten by Mark Scarlatti. Stop. These are invitation letters from various organizations, including the FBI, the Pentagon, and over a dozen government bodies. As for non-governmental ones, I've already filtered them out for you. These letters request that you provide a reasonable explanation for the Monaco incident. Especially from the news media, I think it's necessary to make a statement and clarify the facts. Pepper walked over with a stack of documents and piled them in front of Tony. Clarify the facts. Forget it. If I show up, do you believe the more I clarify, the more confusing I'll get? Haven't you seen their faces? Honestly, if I hadn't come back, who knows what kind of accusations they'd slap on me. Tell them I'm recovering from injuries and don't have time to give them boring reports. Also, those media outlets can be added to the blacklist right now. Any that sent interview requests today can be blacklisted, no explanation needed. Tony was utterly fed up with the media, always this and that, making him feel constantly under surveillance, especially those so-called official outlets. At that moment, Andrei was at home listening to Ward's report. There wasn't much to say. It was merely a one-sided beatdown. If Ward needed any time at all to take down such a small fry, Andrei might consider replacing the Mad Rogue driver with someone else. Boss Samuel Stearns has developed the serum. At that moment, Bullseye approached and knelt on one knee to report. Throughout the entire estate, such formalities were observed toward Andrei, though not too frequently. Andrei's relationship with these men was more like friendship than a superior-subordinate dynamic, but these were friends who would die for him. Let's go take a look. Andrei glanced at Bruno and Ward, and both nodded in agreement. Inside the lab, Stearns was gesticulating excitedly, his massive head gleaming with the distinctive sheen of intelligence. Stearns, how are the studies coming along? Andrei entered and asked. As you know, boss, the serum has been developed. This is a monumental discovery, one that will go down in history. Stearns exclaimed excitedly, the joy evident in his expression, combined with his large, intelligent-looking head. It made for an thought-provoking sight. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Sit down beside me and tell me exactly how you did it. I'm very interested in this, so please elaborate. Such small tactics for winning loyalty were second nature to Andrei. In psychology, this is known as the act of confiding. But to Stearns it felt like a warm fire in the dead of winter. At that moment, he needed someone to confide in, someone to share his joy with. Especially for a discovery of this magnitude. 2 hours later it finally ended. The smile on Andrei's face had nearly frozen stiff. Even with his enhanced physique, maintaining that expression for 2 hours was enough to give anyone a headache. My lord, I beg you to inject me with this serum immediately. I will dedicate everything to you, including my life, until my dying breath. Abomination suddenly knelt on the ground, and Andrei could clearly see the unwavering loyalty in his eyes. In that case, let's conduct the trial on Abomination. At the same time, welcome to our ranks. We are now part of the same organization and equally a family living under this roof. Andrei declared, I swear it unto death. Blonsky knelt on one knee and said, from now on, I am only Abomination. Blonsky is dead. The gates of this courtyard are open to you. We welcome your joining. Andrei said with a smile. If a new garment could bring about a superficial transformation, then Stark, having discovered a new element, had become an entirely different person, as if his mind and spirit had been cleansed by a spring breeze brimming with renewed vitality. The previous palladium element had been replaced by a new one, completely eliminating the poisoning reaction in his body. The once dejected look had transformed into that of a spirited young man. At this moment Andrei was sitting opposite Stark. Behind Andrei, where a painting should have hung, it was now gone. Thanks to Andrei's hint, the painting had been found. Andrei's words had reminded Tony. According to the original course of events, Tony would still be struggling to find a new element, racking his brains over it. Thank you for solving the palladium problem. How many times has this been that you've saved me? If you called me here just to say this, then I think I might have overestimated you. In truth, it was a trivial matter, but the price you'll pay is for me to decide. Of course not, there's another reason. Tony completely ignored the latter part of the sentence. Perhaps that was just his nature. If you have something on your mind, let me guess. Is it about forming the Avengers? How do you know? This time it was Tony's turn to be astonished. This matter was top secret, and no one without a high status and authority could possibly know about it. Tony himself had only learned about it from Phil. You don't need to worry about that. Phil approached me before, and I declined. Now that you're asking, I still won't agree. Joining or not joining is merely a change of identity. Having grown accustomed to a free and unrestrained life, I have some resistance to constraints. Enough of that. How did you know there was a new element in that diagram? I discovered this element doesn't seem to be on the periodic table, and even its arrangement and the composition of its molecules and atoms are unknown to me. Andrei just looked at Tony silently, saying nothing. A small atomic number, yet exhibiting non-metallic properties, many electron shells, yet a very small radius with strong attraction to extranuclear electrons, completely defying the existing laws of the periodic table. Did you already know about this element? Or perhaps you discovered it yourself? Andrei continued to gaze at Tony, without a word, making the atmosphere rather awkward. Mr. Stark, would you like a cup of tea? A voice rang out. Andrei turned around and saw Natasha. Andrei glanced at her and took the cup. At that moment, the cup suddenly slipped from his hand. The white ceramic mug fell through the air, shattering with a crisp sound. Sorry, my hand slipped. Are you all right? Andrei looked at Natasha with his blood-red eyes, his tone sincere. I'm fine. Natasha's tone was very calm as she bent down to clean up. As expected of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agent, her expression was perfect. But you probably didn't know I see right through you. Andrei had done this on purpose. He detested people like her. Natasha was actually an agent sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor Stark. After the truth came out, the two had almost no contact, and Stark also loathed her deeply. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Oh, one more thing. I found today's tea a bit too hot. I hope your assistant can brew tea at a suitable temperature in the future. Andrei got up and left. Sir, there might be some trouble, Natasha said in the bathroom of her room. What's the situation? Nick said on the other end of the line. I suspect Andrei has noticed me. Today he deliberately broke a cup, and the implication in his words was clear. He hinted to Stark that I might be problematic. What makes you think so? He took the cup. It was a ceramic mug with excellent insulation, and I timed the brewing precisely. The temperature was perfect. He didn't hold it by the handle, but gripped the entire body of the cup, which is completely out of character for him. I'm certain he's found me out. I'm just not sure if Stark knows. Natasha said, keep an eye on Stark. If anything unusual happens, notify Barton to extract you. Don't put yourself in danger. Nick said, yes, sir. At a roadside cafe, Andrei sat inside facing Nick, who was in a black trench coat. It was obvious that Nick still hadn't given up on getting him to join the Avengers. I've already said I want to join the Avengers. I think you know my situation. I have my own organization and am too busy. My apologies. Andrei stood up to leave. Brooklyn, Flushing, Chinatown. Every time you appear, it's with a major move. We have to clean up after you. You always give us big surprises, but you also make things difficult for us. That's not my problem, it's yours. If you could manage the petty actions of certain people, I believe, given your understanding of me, many things wouldn't happen. I don't believe a single word from some people. I only trust myself now. I've seen too much betrayal for it to surprise me. But for me, my own organization is the most trustworthy. Don't talk to me about fighting for freedom, democracy, or the citizens. Do you even believe those words yourself? That's all I have to say. Farewell. Andrei finished his last sip of coffee and said to Nick. As he reached the door, he added, "Remember to pay." The coffee was good, but it had sugar. Are you telling me you caused such a huge commotion just to get test data? Are you telling me that was all to develop the armor better? Am I crazy or are you? Don't be like that. The tests are done now. I can confirm that I can develop an armor like Iron Man's. You'd better get it done quickly. My patience is running thin. This isn't just my problem. There are people from the military pulling strings. I've put in so much effort and money. I trust you'll give me a satisfactory answer. A few months later, standing on a rooftop, Barton held a communicator and said into the walkie-talkie, "Sir, an Iron Man suit has taken off from Hammer Industries. I've planted a tracker on it." Iron Man had already suspected that Hammer Industries was connected to the mercenary who had caused a scene at the expo. Both the military equipment and the crude designs were very similar to Hammer's style. After J.R.V.I.S. conducted an investigation and gathered evidence, Tony contacted Phil directly, leading to the current situation. Continue the mission. Yes, sir. The park, once a place for rest, was now in shambles. A massive suit of armor landed directly in the park, its heavy body leaving a trail of deep footprints on the ground. Straightening its body, it lifted its head. A faint light flickered in its mechanical eyes, and the weapons on its back aimed directly at the sky. This shoddy imitation does have a few redeeming qualities. Aside from being too ugly, too crappy, and other flaws, I suppose it's worthy of my attention. Having received the news, Tony arrived at high altitude. Now wearing his modified Mark VI armor, he dove straight down. With a flash of movement, his body traced a graceful arc in the sky, dodging a missile. He extended his right hand, a yellow glow emanating from his palm. The instruments in his eyes locked onto two machines, and the weapons on his back raised. Many missiles launched directly. They effortlessly pierced the exoskeleton of the Hammer drones. Countless sparks danced across the armor, and the internal damage was even worse. The mini missiles exploded inside them, blowing the entire drones apart. Iron Man felt no joy. At that moment, the belated Spider-Man also arrived. Seeing the devastated park, he abandoned his usual quips and shot a web line swinging over. A chunk of concrete on the ground was lifted by the web. Swinging his arms, he hurled it. Clang! The concrete block was slammed into a Hammer drone with immense force. The massive block shattered into pieces with a loud crash. The drone stumbled back, and Spider-Man lunged forward, throwing a punch. He knocked the drone down. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Man in the sky fired another mini-missile. The drone exploded instantly, its parts flying into the sky amid black smoke before raining down. Despite destroying so many drones, Tony felt no satisfaction. The scanner showed over a dozen more drones nearby. More critically, many were equipped with rockets. If they all targeted him at once, he'd likely be reduced to scrap metal. Iron Man, you're not doing so hot. This time the abomination had arrived. Previously, Andrei had kept him idle at his estate in Long Island, which was a frustrating experience, especially for such a warlike being. It was worse than death. With the bloodlust reawakening in his veins, the welcome he deserved needed a thrilling battle as his entrance and baptism. So after Stern's antidote allowed him to freely switch between human and abomination forms, the abomination volunteered to come here. He intended to prove through this fight that he would always be a member of the Dark Faust organization. The drone exploded instantly, its parts flying into the sky amid black smoke before raining down. His long military career gave the abomination an almost instinctive ability to sense danger, and he was startled to find that his own strength wasn't as formidable as he thought. The abomination had an almost obsessive pursuit of power, otherwise he wouldn't have volunteered for the super soldier experiment or had Stern inject him with gamma rays. Thus he pledged his loyalty, his absolute allegiance to the organization. Are you Blonsky? No, I am the abomination. Blonsky died in his last fight with the Hulk. From now on, I am the abomination, and I am proud of it. With those words, the abomination's body began to swell. Green scales sprouted all over his form, his ears became fin-like, veins bulged across his body, and his massive muscles turned as hard as rock. The abomination stretched his arms. The huge, grotesque bone spurs caused him no discomfort. Golden sunlight fell upon his gray-green body, giving it an air of mystery. He let out a mighty roar that seemed to make the leaves tremble from the shockwave. This roar was a declaration of the abomination's arrival. He clenched his fists, the scales rising slightly and glinting faintly in the sunlight. The abomination grinned, bent his legs, and leaped. His tremendous, jumping power launched him into the sky. He swung his clenched fist, smashing it into a drone. An orange-eared explosion bloomed in the sky. The abomination's figure flickered within the flames. The heat couldn't harm him. He grinned, a terrifying and ferocious sight. His massive fist swung again. Another drone was destroyed, but the abomination was still unsatisfied. Having been sidelined for so long, he felt his very bones had rusted. Now he needed battle to shed that rust. A rocket flew towards him with unstoppable speed. The abomination let out a long roar, raised his arm, and used his massive, jagged bone spur to deflect it. The rocket stalled. He grabbed it with both hands. At that moment, the beast within him was unleashed without limit. After long suppression, he needed release, and this poor rocket became his target. He clapped his hands together with force. The entire rocket was batted away, reversing course and heading straight for the drone that had fired it. A booming sound echoed in the sky. The drone's wreckage danced in the air, starkly clear against the sunlight. But how could the abomination pass up such an opportunity? He kicked off the ground, leaped into the air, and with one punch another drone exploded. Originally, the abomination could jump up to 2 kilometers, and his skin could withstand small arms fire. Unlike the Hulk, his strength didn't increase with rage, and he rarely reverted to human form. However, Stern's research had overcome this limitation. Theoretically, the abomination's abilities were now on par with the Hulk's. Flames licked the abomination's skin, but left no damage. He grinned, a truly terrifying sight. This mission was clearly well suited to him, and it would also let Andrei see his loyalty. Of course, he had other motives as well. Ready? The abomination grinned, the explosion behind him just dying out. The abomination's massive form flickered, its immense size not hindering its speed, as it charged like a phantom toward a drone, delivering a thunderous punch. An explosion erupted, sending fragments flying in all directions. A projectile hurtled through the air, the very rocket that had previously filled Tony with dread. The abomination, landing on the ground, fixed its icy glare upon the incoming missile. With a furious roar, it caught the projectile with a single hand. The tremendous impact of the rocket forced the abomination to stagger backward, its back colliding with concrete and brick in a cacophony of cracking sounds. Its hind legs arched like a bridge as it braced itself, halting the rocket's momentum entirely. The abomination let out another earth-shaking roar. The sound alone seemed to make the pebbles on the ground tremble. The abomination seized the rocket with both hands and hurled it with immense force. The missile arced gracefully through the air like a stone tossed by a child, colliding directly with another incoming rocket. A colossal explosion thundered across the sky, yet the abomination remained unfazed. It leaped, intent on crushing a nearby drone, but caught sight of another rocket streaking toward it from the corner of its eye. It sidestepped with a subtle shift of its body, evading the missile. Clenching its fists, its scales slightly raised, the abomination lunged forward with a powerful swing aimed at the sole aircraft carrying human passengers. With a deafening crash, shattered glass scattered like twinkling starlight under the sun's rays. Yet the crew, gazing upon the glittering fragments, were filled with utter despair. A massive fist burst through the cockpit. Its hands transformed into claws, seizing a throat and twisting with brutal precision. A dull, sickening sound echoed through the cabin. Another hand reached out. Before the remaining crew member could even register the horror, his head had already tumbled to the floor. He tried to speak, but God had already silenced him. At that moment, an opposing drone locked onto the aircraft the abomination had boarded and fired a rocket. Several other drones followed suit, launching their own projectiles. The abomination's keen senses detected the rockets converging from all directions. It threw its head back and unleashed a primal roar that pierced the heavens. The bone spurs on its hands and back quivered faintly in the sunlight. With a swift pivot, it pushed off with both legs, causing the drone to plummet sharply. Its right fist shot out, connecting with a resounding boom. The rocket was deflected, hurtling past. But the abomination swung its left fist once more, delivering another devastating blow. However, its left hand gripped the rocket, using it as a support to vault forward. What should have been a graceful maneuver turned comical as the rocket, unable to bear the abomination's weight, sagged lower and lower. With a final heave, the rocket dipped drastically, just as another missile streaked toward it. With a thunderous roar, the abomination pushed off with both legs, its body spinning through the air as it launched a fist straight ahead. Another rocket screamed in. The abomination braced itself, letting the projectile graze its hide. Sparks flew as the missile scraped across its scales. A savage glint flared in the abomination's eyes. It clenched its fists, caught a rocket, and hurled it back with a sweeping motion. The missile streaked through the air like a jet of water from an archerfish, colliding head-on with an incoming projectile. A massive explosion thundered across the battlefield. The abomination yearned for wings, a pair of leathery wings. It longed to soar through the skies, free and unbound, to crush each irritating drone into dust with its bare hands. Landing on the ground, it glared at the drones hovering above. With a powerful push from its legs, it charged eastward. The ground crew attempted to steer the drone away, but the abomination was faster. Just as the drone began to turn, a fist slammed into it. Its scale-covered fist plunged into the drone's interior, gripping fiercely. The engine was reduced to shards, and the entire aircraft plummeted rapidly. Yet the abomination was not satisfied. It wanted every last one of these machines obliterated to quell the loneliness and emptiness that had plagued it for so long. It drove the bone spurs on its hands straight through the drone, rendering it as fragile as a leaf trembling in the wind. With a final stomp, the proverbial straw, the drone plummeted like a ripe pine cone. Still, the abomination was not appeased. It stamped down hard, denting the aircraft, and used the recoil to launch itself into the air. A single punch, utterly disregarding the hail of bullets that peppered its hide like flies. They were nothing but an annoyance inconsequential to the abomination in its transformed state. Its fist drove straight into the engine. Unsurprisingly, the engine was completely wrecked. The drone struggled feebly in the air for a moment before plummeting to the ground like a seabird's unwanted offering. Countless drones still filled the sky, but the abomination reveled in the chaos. After so long, its body needed this exercise. It cracked its knuckles, ran a hand over the bone spurs on its back, and let out a roar. Then came a leap, a punch, the shatter of glass, the groan of destroyed engines. One by one, drones fell like kites with severed strings. The abomination bounded through the air like a gray-green rubber ball, each leap heralding the destruction of another drone. A sharp tearing sound cut through the air. Sparks flew everywhere. Countless ruined parts shot skyward. A drone's nose cone spiraled through the air, inadvertently striking a startled bird that had tried to flee, obliterating it completely. Good heavens, is that still Blonsky? No, I think he's called the abomination now, Tony muttered, hovering midair. Hey, is that big guy the one who caused chaos in Chinatown? Spider-Man asked, swinging over on a web to Iron Man. Yes, but he's moved from outside the system to within it. He has a boss you can't mess with, and you've crossed paths with him before. Who? I've dealt with plenty of people. Which one? Like back in school. Spider-Man stopped himself mid-sentence. You'll find out soon enough. As they conversed, the abomination grew more excited. Its enhanced hearing and perception pinpointed the rat hiding in the shadows. Meanwhile, Tony's scanners and Spider-Man's spider sense also detected the figure lurking in a corner of the park. It was Vanko. But the abomination had no interest in him. It was busy tearing the wing off a drone, the screeching protest of components drowned out by its brute force. Another punch, and the second-to-last drone fell from the sky. In a corner of the park, Vanko grinned menacingly. That was just an appetizer. This isn't the main course either, merely a refreshing soup. I hope you enjoy it. Vanko had personally added this surprise, knowing that Iron Man and Kamen Rider seemed acquainted. He felt it necessary to prepare thoroughly. He hadn't expected it to come in handy. The abomination heard his words and charged toward him with Iron Man and Spider-Man in hot pursuit. By all rights, they should have been the stars of this encounter. But Andrei's interference had allowed the abomination to shine instead. Not only had it escaped being strangled by the Hulk, but its body had been strengthened, relegating the original two to supporting roles. This is... Tony's eyes showed a flicker of panic. He knew about a plan involving a new type of missile, devastatingly powerful and incredibly fast. What's wrong? Spider-Man asked. That big guy's in danger, Tony replied. Isn't that a good thing? He looks like a villain. No, we need his help now. Haven't you noticed he's been helping us? It's aid from whoever's backing him. Who is that? You don't need to know. Focus on school. I remember you were at. The abomination saw the missile approaching, and the excitement on its face deepened. It hadn't yet reached the limits of this body, hadn't felt its boundaries, and hadn't had enough fun. It charged forward with incredible speed, its gray-green form blurring into a faint afterimage. The abomination could clearly sense this missile was different. Its appearance was sleeker with a red-nosed cone. Let me destroy you and your confidence along with you. It threw its head back and roared, extending its gray-green hands. The abomination had learned that its bone spurs were incredibly hard, nearly indestructible. It thrust the jagged spurs forward while clenching its fists, delivering two simultaneous punches. At that moment, an intense heat warned the abomination of something unusual. Enjoy the specially prepared heat. Vanko sneered. You're not worthy. I'll shatter this thing with my fists along with your arrogance. A fierce yellow light blazed in the abomination's eyes. Its gray-green fist shot forward the immense force, causing the surrounding air to ripple. With a thunderous impact, the tremendous force momentarily stalled the missile. The abomination braced itself with a bent leg, leaving deep footprints that kicked up mounds of debris. A bestial roar tore through the sky. It pushed with all its might, its yellow pupils tinged with bloodlust. Its legs strained as it roared again. The missile came to a complete halt. You're impressive, but this isn't proper. Iron Man interrupted, appearing before Whiplash. Enough talk. Our business isn't finished. Time to settle the score. Fine. Let it begin today. A confrontation between us was inevitable. Elsewhere in the sky, Andrei observed the abomination and whiplash from within a black hole. Turning to Bruno and Ward beside him, he asked, "What do you think? How would you handle this situation?" Bruno pondered for a moment before replying, "I wouldn't do that. I'd use everything at my disposal to strengthen myself. I don't take risks without guarantees. In this case, I'd team up with Iron Man and Spider-Man to fight them together." "And you?" Andrei looked at Ward. "What's there to think about? It's obvious that guy's controlling all the drones. Just kill him outright. Why all the pointless chatter?" After spending so much time together, Ward had come to realize that this organization had few restrictions and little hierarchy. Each member was an independent individual united only under Andrei's leadership. There was no condescension, it felt like a family. That was Ward's impression, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, perhaps never before coming here. This was refreshing. He had never felt this way. At Hydra, he was just a soldier completing missions. Under Garrett's command, he was merely a subordinate. Nothing like this. Ward had once speculated, if the entire world attacked Andrei's estate in Long Island, if everyone condemned them, what would he do? He realized he would shed his last drop of blood for this family, for Andrei. There was also that adorable little coffee bean to consider. "What are you thinking about?" Andrei asked. "Nothing," Ward replied. "Everyone has their own way of fighting their own unique thoughts. You have yours, I have mine. They're all different. What works for you may not work for others. You can learn from others, but you can't blindly copy or imitate." Andrei said, "Yes, sir." Below, the battle reached its climax. The abomination took a massive stride, its immense power reducing a decorative stone underfoot to rubble. It roared skyward, hoisting the entire missile above its head. With another deafening roar, it hurled the missile directly at Whiplash. "Spider-Man, watch out!" The abomination threw the missile. "Take cover!" Iron Man shouted, his repulsors propelling him as he warned the young hero. "Got it!" Spider-Man shot a web at a nearby building, pulling himself toward it with a sharp tug. Whiplash had no intention of waiting for death. His back-mounted thrusters ignited, emitting a warm yellow glow that propelled him skyward. 2 seconds later, a thunderous explosion erupted, as if right next to them. Shattered trees were torn into 3, 4, even 5 pieces. Countless rocks and leaves shot into the air, while dust billowed like a brown curtain across the sky. As the sound faded, the site was left barren, as bare as Stern's gleaming bald head. A massive crater gaped like a lunar impact crater. "That power is insane," Spider-Man said from the rooftop, then turned to Tony. "That big guy sure loves to roar. Should we call him Roar Guy instead? Let me show you my true power. Don't disappoint me." As he spoke, the whip moved, the armor on his right arm activated, and the plating on his back bulged and slowly opened, revealing 2 miniature missiles. The miniature missiles shot into the sky at a staggering speed of Mach 4. Then, before the eyes of the onlookers, the outer shells peeled away, falling off to expose high-explosive bombs, each the size of a green plum. They rained down like a torrential downpour, scattering across an area of several square kilometers. The remaining drones were obliterated by the high-explosive bombs, and countless broken, smoke-belching parts rained down from the sky like a storm. Meanwhile, Iron Man and Spider-Man were dodging frantically. Lacking the abomination's coarse, resilient hide, they could only evade as best they could. Watching the drones explode one after another, Spider-Man remarked, "This guy is a real piece of work. When he goes crazy, he doesn't even spare his own equipment and facilities." "Is this your attack?" The abomination grinned, glancing at a high-explosive bomb that had just detonated on his arm. With a single leap, he landed directly in front of Whiplash and threw a punch. Shards flew everywhere. The drive and power systems were instantly crippled. The entire suit of armor burst into a brilliant cascade of sparks like a flower in full bloom. A beautiful sight that filled Whiplash with despair. "Is this true power?" "No, I haven't lost yet." Bracing his hands on the ground, he struggled to rise. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he moved to activate the weapon on his left arm. But before he could even raise it or ready the weapon, a grayish-green boot slammed into his face. He tumbled, crashing into a building, but it didn't stop. He tumbled again, slamming into a restroom. Still, it didn't end. One more roll sent him crashing into a trash can, and finally it was over. The trash can was mangled beyond recognition. Cabbage leaves, packaging bags, and all sorts of debris, including items of intimate apparel, were strewn across the ground. A hand reached out, only to be met by another punch. The trash could no longer be called a trash can. After that blow, it was better described as mere fragments. The man inside was already unconscious. The abomination let out a long roar, as if proclaiming his victory, and drew back his fist. At that moment, a cannon shell came flying in. His eyes sharpened, and he caught it with his left hand, hurling it back. His right fist, its momentum unbroken, slammed into Whiplash's face. Red and white matter scattered through the azure sky, some even splattering onto the abomination's face. He wiped his cheek, then leaped away and vanished. Iron Man glanced at the wide-eyed Spider-Man and shrugged. "Kid, this is over. You should head back to school. Oh, and study hard. I might get you an internship at my company." "Hey, wait, it's over that fast." Then we shouldn't call him Roar Guy anymore. How about Quicksilver? Spider-Man scratched the back of his head. FCK. Damn it. What the hell are you people good for? You couldn't even keep the blueprints safe, and now you can't even catch the abomination right under your noses. What use are you? Huh. Maybe I should feed you pig slop. Pigs eat slop, and still end up as meat on the table. What can you do after eating it? Tell me, I need an explanation right now. A desk was flipped onto the floor. The man at the front was General Ross, currently in a fit of impotent rage. The people around him were silent as mice, too afraid to make a sound. Ever since that Mikhail Andrei appeared, nothing seemed to go right for General Ross. All he could do was rage impotently, or rage impotently some more. He was called impotent because he currently had no power to capture the abomination or the man behind him, the one in the gold and crimson armor. Just you wait. He'll make you pay. Anyone who ruins my plans will come to a bad, and I swear it. Looking at the kneeling abomination, Andrei said, "How do you feel?" "Better than ever. Thank you for your guidance, boss. My whole body feels great, and I've got endless strength." He raised his arm and vicious bone spurs seemed to flicker in and out of view. "Have you heard the urban legend about vampires? They hide in the corners of the city, only coming out when night falls." "I know about that." Ward suddenly spoke up from the side. "Go on." "They're vampires mostly active in New York. They can be found in many bars and clubs. There's even a special urban hunter who deals with them called Blade." Ward knelt on one knee. Of course Andrei knew about Blade. He was born when a vampire attacked his mother, making him a human-vampire hybrid. Because of this, he was immune to vampire attacks. Trained by the vampire hunter Whistler, and using his own abilities and learned skills, he stalked vampire haunts, saving humans who were being used as food and slaying vampires one by one with his silver longsword. "In that case, let's go take a look." But the reality was a side quest system. Quest eradicate the vampire clan. Suggested time 2 months. Quest reward classified. For now, special requirement, eliminate the vampire count. Jarvis, scan the armor on this Whiplash guy. Right away, sir. Sir, I have a finding. What is it? Based on density and resonance frequency, his armor has been infused with adamantium, though the content is likely low, perhaps around 5%. I thought this stuff was exclusive to the military. It's usually a monopoly, very little leaks to the market. Most people don't even know it exists. Looking at Whiplash's now cold corpse, Iron Man mused, didn't they know that once the adamantium content exceeds 3%, it can't be reforged? Was this a military suicide soldier? Or was it a setup? But on second thought, it seemed impossible. The cost was too high, the risk too great. One wrong move could lead to utter ruin. Jarvis, do you have any information on that Stern guy? Sir, I am retrieving the relevant files. In a moment, the data appeared. Looking over Stern's file and linking it to his recent actions, a faint smile curled at the corner of Tony's lips. The damage from this incident was immense. Many civilians had lost their lives in the battle. As he examined the data Jarvis had compiled, Tony's face was as dark as water. The battle had erupted right during the expo. Although there was a powerful security system that initiated an emergency evacuation the moment the fighting started, the situation was still dire with those high explosive bombs raining down from the sky. Well then, let's see who's more cunning. You want to tangle with me? Let's see if you have what it takes. Tony looked at the data, let out a cold laugh, and in an instant slipped back into the persona of a carefree playboy. This battle would directly ignite a firestorm of negative press for Stark Industries, possibly even triggering a wave of public outcry. But it could also be an opportunity, because the robots were all from Hammer Industries. If he could use something. Actually, he didn't need to manufacture anything. Tony had been careful during the fight and had gathered some evidence. Now it was time to have a proper showdown with the man behind it all. Jarvis, investigate every single move of that piece of trash Senator Stern for the past month. Everything, what he ate, his routes, who he met, how many calls he made, and when. I want it all. I suspect this guy is dirty, and I mean seriously dirty. Tony's instincts were spot on, though it might have just been his personal distaste for the man. Soon Jarvis had pinpointed Stern's movements through satellite intrusions. It all seemed normal, much like the daily routine of any other congressman. But Tony knew that almost every congressman was the same. If you dug deep enough, probably not a single one would come out clean. Jarvis, check his call logs, Tony ordered. The logs came in. Nothing unusual. How many phones does he have? Based on his spending records and meeting schedules, one of his private numbers is unaccounted for. Find it. After a moment, Jarvis' voice sounded, Sir, according to records, that missing phone made a call from his private room not long ago. The content was related to Hammer Industries. Excellent. I've got him now. A smile crossed Tony's face. He picked up his phone and dialed. Phil, I've stumbled onto something very interesting. Want to hear it? What is it? Phil's voice came through the phone. He didn't bother asking how Iron Man had gotten his number. Even if it was a level 2 secret, Coulson knew when to pick his battles. He'll send you a file. Don't worry, it's clean. No viruses, no Trojans. When I want to find something out, there aren't many who can stop me, Tony said. Before Phil could respond, the sound of a file transfer came through. Phil said a quick goodbye and immediately went to examine the document. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. His expression grew increasingly grave. After finishing the last page, Phil let out a sigh, a lament for the oversight of their organization. H-I-E-L-D. This Stern was a member of HYDRA. Sir, I have some documents here. I think you need to see them. Phil's voice was steady but laced with a palpable dejection. What is it? Nick's voice was deep. It's about Stern. According to the information Tony sent over, we can now confirm he's a Hydra operative. The specifics are unknown, but I fear the situation may be grim. Phil said, in that case, just arrest him. Isn't he also involved in a corruption scandal? Pass that on to Ross. I'm sure he'll be more than willing to handle it. He needs any chance he can get to keep his position. Nick said, understood, sir. After hanging up, Tony dialed another number. I'm sending you a file. Forward it to General Ross. Tell him it's a gift from an old friend. At that very moment, Senator Stern, sitting at home, felt a sudden immense sense of danger closing in. He rushed to the window and looked down, his heart sinking. The scene looked normal, but Stern clearly noticed the car parked under the tree on the left was out of place. He glanced at his watch. Gently pressing a small button, the glass face popped open. He pulled out the hour hand, which was a needle, and jabbed it into the watch face. A small round communicator sprang out. He spoke into it. I've been made. Come pick me up. A cold voice replied from the other end. Sorry, I'm no longer your subordinate. Then came the sound of a dead line. Stern smashed the communicator in his hand. His eyes fixed on the pedestrians below, who looked normal but were anything but. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Since you're forcing my hand, don't blame me for what comes next. This is your fault. Hello? Are you there? A lazy voice answered on the other end. What could possibly warrant a call to such a prestigious number? We're not worthy of your esteemed attention. Listen, forget about the past. I've got a situation here. Hold on. Hey, buddy. A tremendous crash followed, filled with the sounds of explosions, heavy footsteps, objects clattering to the floor, and the whir of machinery. Is God trying to kill me? No, impossible. I still have to contribute my strength to HYDRA. I can't die like this. On the verge of madness, Senator Stern was like a rabid dog, his face twisted with fury. He went to his bedside, pulled a pistol from under his pillow, and tucked it into his waistband. He grabbed the quilt. With a tearing sound, it ripped apart, sending soft cotton flying like worthless chaff. In the blur, one could almost see the grim scenes of the triangular trade. But Stern had no time for such thoughts. All he needed was to escape, to get out of this damned place. The people outside had clearly caught on. A group was gathering, obviously planning to surround Senator Stern. He fired a shot. The thunderous report startled the civilians below, who weren't agents. They scattered like headless flies, plunging the upscale residential complex into chaos. After all, America is a land that nurtures freedom and democracy, so gun violence is also quite free. At this moment, Congressman Stern was engulfed in immense anger and sorrow, fully experiencing the feeling of being abandoned. He couldn't help but recall a phrase he heard in Chinatown: the death of a rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. However, this sentiment lingered in his mind for only a second before being swept away. Looking down at the chaotic crowd below, he opened the door and dashed out in a single leap. Turning left, he knew that the emergency stairwell was in that direction, but very few knew of its hidden location, and Stern had made certain arrangements there. Upon reaching the second floor, he could already hear the noise inside. It was the distinct sound of special forces marching, steady, powerful, and cold. Each step seemed to pound against Stern's soul. Yet seemingly oblivious, Stern kicked open a door, revealing a mother and her child. Today her husband was at work, and as it was 10 o'clock, most young people were out working. The timing could not have been better. Don't move. Stern sneered, the cold barrel of his gun aimed at the mother and daughter, causing the 2-year-old to burst into tears. However, Stern found the noise unbearable, and shifting the gun's aim toward the mother, he sneered, you better make your daughter stop crying this instant. The mother panicked, quickly picking up her daughter and handing her a bottle, which thankfully silenced the child as she began to suck on it. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed at the entrance. Barely audible, but Stern could hear them. Listen, move forward for me. At this moment, Stern surprisingly calmed down, speaking to the mother and daughter. Struggle was evident on their faces, but Stern's patience wore thin. Did you hear me? Hurry up. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the gun in my hand won't go off. No sound followed. At this point, silence was paramount, as the mother silently picked up her daughter and moved forward, turning around quietly. As the mother and daughter moved, Stern's gun followed their every step. In a flash, the sunlight seemed to freeze as the mother lunged forward at an awkward angle, swiftly opening the door handle. With a flick of her hand, she threw her daughter out, turning quickly to face Stern, who reacted instantly with a gunshot. Blood splattered forth. The mother lunged forward, but fell helplessly to the floor, crimson blood oozing out, pooling at Stern's feet. He disdainfully shook his leg, sending the blood splattering against the pristine white wall. Now Stern felt the situation had become quite tricky. Outside, a group of people stared at the little girl who had been thrown out, exchanging glances with one another. They remained silent. This child, Before the words could finish, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, and a gun emerged, followed by a gunshot. The speaker fell to the ground, unable to get up. Another shot rang out, and another man collapsed. You think you can catch me? You'll need another 500 years. Thanks to this girl, you've exposed your weaknesses. Huh. One death is enough? Now there are 2 more accompanying me to hell. Even. I will pledge allegiance to the Hydra leader. He will remember me. He pressed the gun against his temple, yet strangely no one stopped him. You should go meet your Hydra leader. Don't linger in this world as a scourge. The world does not welcome you. Once you reach hell, the immortal worms will gnaw at your flesh, and the unquenchable fire will burn your filthy soul. Go die. Hell will show you how vile your soul truly is. In that sulfuric lake of fire, you will forever hear the wails of countless souls cursing you, and your soul will eternally bear their most venomous curses. In an instant, under Stern's terrified gaze and trembling hands, his body was riddled with bullets like a sieve filled with holes. He had never expected such a conclusion, believing he still had value. Yet unbeknownst to him, his value had dissipated the moment he picked up the gun, for to some those who are not human bear no worth. Unfortunately, in their eyes, Stern was not human, and thus he had no value. Stern was ultimately killed by his own schemes, just as his madness was severed by the gentle breeze blowing down from above. However, the attack was not over. The crowd entered the room, gazing at the mother. They remained silent for 2 minutes, surveying the pool of blood on the ground, and several of them quietly took out a white cloth from a storage room to cover the ordinary mother. In a nightclub, the disordered room resembled a dump, but for Bruno and Ward it was just another day. Having experienced and loathed battles, dealing with such small fry was incredibly simple. The vampires lay on the ground like trash, their crimson blood acting as their final curtain, obscuring their ultimate fate. What did the boss say? Ward inquired. Remember to call him Big Brother. The boss instructed us to clean up here. I recall his exact words, I don't want to see any of this dirty stuff left in the world. So I think it's necessary to thoroughly resolve the disgusting matters here, don't you think, little brother? Bruno looked at Ward, emphasizing the last 3 words. Ward acted as if he hadn't heard. He picked up the Nebula fog gun in his hand and swung it like a sword. The radiant blades swiftly reaped lives, treating these filthy bugs of New York with utter disdain. They had often encountered them during missions, which was frustrating. Enough. A booming voice shouted. A vampire stepped forward, wearing a black hat, black trench coat, and black pants. His white hands appeared lifeless, as pale as if they had soaked in water countless times. Yet those hands exuded a sense of harmony in the dark room. This is where it ends, sir. Your rudeness has become intolerable. Your disturbance has made it necessary for us to take appropriate measures to condemn and respond to your actions. Bruno and Ward exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of derision, indifference, and disbelief, yet no cutting remarks were uttered. Oomph. A cold voice rang out, and without further ado, Bruno struck, first launching a powerful punch. Bruno used only 10% of his strength, yet the vampire stood frozen like a stone. Then he shot forward like a cannonball, smashing through a table, and it didn't stop there. Another table was destroyed. He then crashed into a drink table, sending colorful liquids spilling forth, drenching the vampire's body. Is that all? Bruno chuckled softly. They had originally planned to investigate these guys without transforming, yet ended up in a quarrel over trivial matters. And then the fight broke out. It was a one-sided slaughter, or rather a one-sided massacre, with unarmored Bruno and Ward decimating the vampires. A small fry managed to escape. In this battle devoid of gunpowder, yet filled with brutal blows, the vampires were reduced to mere fragments of broken tables and chairs. Years later, when reflecting on the past, only the ancient legend would resonate through the dark city night. From that day on, this little vampire developed a habit, writing a diary. This is an account of that battle. April 28th, 2021, weather night. Today is a good day. As far as I know, our great lord the Viscount will visit our club. Oh, my goodness, our club hidden away in this corner actually gets to host such a distinguished figure. It's simply an honor. We were all toasting and laughing, drinking the fresh blood that the Viscount brought us as a blessing. Oh my. It truly feels as if our great Dracula has manifested. I can feel the threads of belief in Count Dracula burning fiercely within me. The Viscount made his entrance, causing many female vampires to squeal in delight, but I did not as a male vampire, as such outbursts would be disrespectful to the Viscount and an affront that cannot be forgiven, even though he might forgive me for his inherent elegance and courtesy. I could never forgive myself. The Viscount descended gracefully, holding a glass of bright red wine, slightly bowing to a golden-haired female vampire and modestly offering her the wine. At that moment, I nearly lost my mind, feeling that I needed to become a female vampire, but I wondered if there were sex change surgeries for vampires. The Viscount made his entrance, causing many female vampires to squeal in delight, but I did not as a male vampire, as such outbursts would be disrespectful to the Viscount and an affront that cannot be forgiven, even though he might forgive me for his inherent elegance and courtesy. I could never forgive myself. It was like a pack of wolves spotting 2 sheep. One person could no longer contain themselves, striding over to their table and slamming it, saying, "Do you want to end it yourselves, or shall we help you? Choose one." Upon hearing this, I knew it was game over. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a fist came flying at them. God knows what kind of people these two were. I had never seen anything like it. Fighting us was like an adult watching children play house. I was pushed to the bar in an instant. Realizing these two were not to be trifled with, I decided to play dead. However, perhaps due to our incompetence, they quickly gauged our level and started to attack. Then the Viscount arrived, having just received a phone call, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a chair fly directly toward the Viscount. Heavens, what kind of strength was this to send a chair crashing into the Viscount, who was propelled backward by the immense force? But it didn't end there. A knife flew through the air. Good heavens, I sensed the tremendous power within that knife, and I could swear to the heavens that it was made of silver. How did they know we vampires fear silver? This is unscientific. Could it be the hunter's apprentice? Yet it turned out my concern was unwarranted, as the on-site vampires were nearly annihilated, including the Viscount. What manner of devil is this? How's it going on your end? Bruno asked. Just chopping vegetables, to be honest. Why are they so weak? Did we come to the wrong place? Ward scratched his head. The two surveyed their surroundings, feeling that they had completed the task assigned by Andrei, so they clapped their hands and prepared to leave when sounds emerged from outside the door. Bruno raised his arm, signaling Ward to be quiet. The footsteps grew closer. Bruno and Ward exchanged knowing glances, and in perfect unison, they lunged forward. At that moment, a brilliant silver light swept in, causing Bruno and Ward to dodge, flanking the newcomer. This person was naturally Blade. He lowered his weapon, addressing Bruno, and Ward, "You are unlike ordinary people." "How did you figure that out?" Ward interjected. Bruno and Blade simultaneously glanced at the piles of vampire corpses strewn across the ground. "Did you not see them? Are you saying the vampires you fought were fake, or do you have the memory span of a goldfish? Excuse me, was this all part of your battle?" Blade was visibly shocked by the scene. After years of slaying vampires, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Two individuals without any weapons, relying solely on overwhelming force, had created this situation. Blade couldn't afford to be indifferent. "We are merely following orders. It was a coincidence to encounter you, Blade," Bruno replied nonchalantly. Previously, when he was still an ordinary person, he had admired Blade greatly, but with his newfound power, that admiration had diminished. "Well, in that case, it must be fate," Blade nodded. He could tell the other party's attitude was indifferent, neither trying to befriend him nor curry favor, treating him like an ordinary person. "By the way, I think I should inform you that this Viscount seems to have come here on Dracula's orders, searching for something very important. You need to be cautious. Dracula is not to be trifled with. He is the king of vampires." Blade sheathed his knife. "It's fine if he comes, my brother, and I will be ready to keep him company." The bold declaration echoed, and upon hearing the word brother, the two exchanged a brief pause. Their eyes locked. A faint smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. "Once we finish here, let's head back and report to the boss," Bruno stated. "Yes," Ward replied without hesitation. Watching Blade disappear, the two walked and chatted, fading into the distance. So many days have passed from February 25th to May 5th, a total of 69 days of creation, from the initial seed to now over 200,000 words. It feels quite surreal. Along the way, I am very grateful for the support from my readers. This book actually has no outline. I simply wrote based on my understanding and thought processes, inevitably having some shortcomings. However, I am very grateful to some readers for pointing out my mistakes, making this journey much smoother. I don't wish to say much more. Writing this book has brought some comfort to my heart. Interacting with readers daily is quite enjoyable, like occasionally using a secondary account to check out the reader circle, liking your posts, or sneakily giving myself a monthly ticket. Saying that I'm not anxious would be a lie. I fear that what I write won't align with your tastes. Yet the reality has been heartwarming. Throughout these days, what has struck me the most is the reader's attitude, calm and more professional than I am. I often draw on commonly referred to as freeloading their viewpoints and suggestions. Many people don't enjoy reading, but at the root, it's still my own issue. Writing is like telling a story. If the story is well told, vivid, engaging, and unique, it attracts more readers. From this perspective, I realize I'm not very good at storytelling. However, seeing the number of fans for this book truly moves me. As a final note, these asides do not count toward the total word count. The lights seemed to urge me to leave the stage, while sparks of fire illuminated my sorrow at parting. As I wandered through the night streets of Chinatown, my present reality seemed to overlap with a vision of myself in another world. Gazing at the brilliantly lit streets, my mind momentarily drifted into a daze. "Boss, what's wrong?" Bruno asked with heartfelt concern. In truth, within the manner, this fellow was a warm-hearted soul, and much like Andrei, he seemed to have a touch of cleanliness obsession, even sweeping up fallen leaves in the courtyard. Ward, on the other hand, was rather lazy, spending his days playing with coffee bean, occasionally teasing the cat with a blade of dogtail grass or a ball of yarn. Throughout the day, the courtyard was filled with a warm tranquility. In truth, Andrei cherished this kind of life, but unfortunately the system kept assigning him tasks daily. Wasn't this idle, carefree existence simply wonderful? Yet Andrei understood that so-called peace was always built upon a foundation of power. S-H-I-E-L-D, Hydra and various unknown organizations. They had witnessed his strength and for now had no means to counter him. But once they found a way, he would ensure his power surpassed theirs. Why? Because that was the way of stories. It's nothing. By the way, where are you all from? Andrei asked. Bruno paused, then smiled. Boss, I'm from New York State. Ward chimed in. I'm from Washington State. I'm from Alaska, a land of ice and snow with drifting snowflakes, quite beautiful. I see you two still want to eat. Haven't you had enough? Andrei said with a smile. In truth, anyone accustomed to American cuisine would feel the same after tasting Chinese food. The two scratched their heads, somewhat embarrassed for indulging in food seemed rather shameful to them, especially since their weight had been steadily climbing these past few days. Yes. But the two clearly sensed something unusual, for Andrei had never spoken like this before. He usually let them roam freely, only requiring their presence when tasks arose. Watching Bruno and Ward walk away, Andrei gazed at the sky and said, Venerable One, they have left. You may come out now. A figure in earthy yellow robes appeared in the sky, its long garment fluttering in the wind. It seemed ordinary, but Andrei knew it was all an illusion, all a deception. Are you the guardian of Kamartaj, the Ancient One? May I ask what brings you here? Andrei asked respectfully. He dared not be disrespectful. What if this being displeased hurled a magical bolt at him? He would barely survive, especially since his strength had not yet fully recovered. Moreover, there was another issue. His ultimate form was that of a serpentine monster, a prime example of trading appearance for power. But Andrei felt it unnecessary to dwell on that. The serpentine monster was too absurd to contemplate. Andrei refrained from further comment. After all, it was half of himself. Having now fully merged with the Ekal genes, speaking ill of the serpentine monster would be akin to cursing himself. How could that be? Come with me. Andrei could not see any expression on the Ancient One's face, for the long hood concealed it entirely. With a stretch of his hands, the scene before them shifted, and in an instant they arrived at the New York sanctum. Inside, it was steeped in antiquity, with young mages moving about and some practicing combat techniques. I have been watching you for a long time, the Ancient One said, turning back to face Andrei. I can see your past, I can see your present, but I cannot see your future. Even the eye of Agamotto, can it truly see the future? What we call the future, I believe, is merely deduced from past and present actions. What we call fate is the result. Then what is its cause? Past and present events are the cause, and your future is the effect. Is it so strange that the Venerable One cannot see my future? Andrei blessed himself internally after uttering these words. Cause and effect, or illusion, they are but a drop in the ocean. I admit this is plausible, but you have not answered my question. Haven't I already answered? Standing in darkness, the Venerable One sees an abyss, sees nothingness, but the abyss cannot stop me. If it tries to stop me, then I will shatter the abyss and make myself its lord, its king. Andrei declared in a calm tone, yet his words struck like a thunderclap, causing even the centuries-old Ancient One to pause slightly. No, you have been doing this from the very beginning. Haven't you already laid your plans? After a brief pause, the Ancient One said with a smile. Since the Venerable One sees it all, what more is there to say? Preparing in advance is always more beneficial than harmful. Small tricks may not change the grand scheme, but they can increase the odds. Andrei replied. The Ancient One smiled and said, It seems you already know. Indeed, it is as I thought. It is hard to imagine you could have learned such a thing. But as I know, where should our lives go, and to what destination? Many wander at the crossroads of life, seemingly making choices, yet growing more confused. The placidity of the masses seems to stabilize this world. But as I know, once the mysteries lurking beneath the surface erupt, they will sweep away everything. Are you prepared? Moreover, your experiences tell me that your purpose has always been as clear as the moon in the sky. Others yearn for light, you yearn for darkness. Andrei smiled, but said nothing. In truth, his words carried two meanings. He would become the Lord of Darkness, the King of the Abyss, bearing the weight of the crown through his own strength. Another reason was that the ruler of the Dark Dimension was Dormammu. For years, the Ancient One had been drawing energy from the Dark Dimension to counter its assault on Earth. Andrei smoothed his dark red hair, his blood-red eyes fixed on the Ancient One. What difference does preparation make? What if I don't prepare? I have 2 hands, 2 fists, and 2 legs. I will walk my own path. I will become the King of the Abyss, the Master of Darkness. I will ascend the highest throne where the crown and become the Lord of the Abyss, the Dictator of Darkness. He said this because he sought to gain something from the Ancient One, familiarity with Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension. I suspect your coming here with me is for this very reason. You see the outcome, but not the cause, the Ancient One said. Come inside with me. Inside you will find the answers you seek. Wandering through the ancient halls of Kamartaj, Andrei felt as though he had returned to the life he had always desired: an afternoon, with a cup of coffee, a cozy spot, a book, and birds singing softly on an open balcony. But this was merely a fantasy. Possessing such power, living an ordinary life was nearly impossible. Even if you didn't seek trouble, trouble might come looking for you. Yet from another perspective, once his power reached its peak and he ascended the throne forged in blood and fire, he would stand in solitary splendor, untouchable. Having lingered in Midgard for so long, I feel somewhat weary. Now I should tell you my purpose in bringing you here. Follow me. They passed countless bookshelves filled with ancient tomes exuding a musty scent, but incongruously, there were also routers and various modern gadgets. Don't find it strange. We are not hermits. In the modern world, we still need certain things. Walking among mortals requires engagement, not isolation, doesn't it? The Ancient One said, opening a door to his simply furnished room. They sat down, and a cup of tea was brought in. To Andrei's surprise, it was Caecilius. Andrei knew this man well. He would eventually betray the Ancient One out of greed for power, becoming Dormammu's lackey. Andrei's eyes instantly turned dangerous, a red gleam flickering within. Betrayal was what he despised most, what he could never tolerate. Betrayal was forever unforgivable. Caecilius felt an inexplicable chill, as if facing a polar storm. The Ancient One smiled and said to him, "You may leave now." "Yes," Caecilius replied respectfully, and withdrew. "You saw it?" the Ancient One asked. "I saw it, but I believe the Venerable One saw it too. However, you have your own considerations, so I won't say more," Andrei replied. "Every cause has its effect. It is inevitable. For years I have secretly used the power of the Dark Dimension, and now the time for repayment draws near. But as it happens, here is the power of the Dark Dimension, and within it darkness. I believe you will find it of interest." The Ancient One slowly opened his palm, and wisps of black energy emerged from it. Andrei placed his hand over it, feeling the power of the Dark Dimension. It seemed both void and fullness. On the axis of time-space appeared to be saturated with a certain hue, and that hue seemed to be black. In the midst of the void, Andrei suddenly glimpsed a figure, its body wreathed in black-red flames, its head a blaze of red. Andrei's closed eyes snapped open, a crimson light flashing in his blood-red irises. "You saw it?" the Ancient One asked. "I saw it. It is terrifying, but I will not fear it," Andrei replied. "Is that Dormammu?" Andrei asked. "Yes. He has been seeking a way to break free from the Dark Dimension and come to Earth, and Kamartaj is the key juncture. However, the Dark Dimension's movements are growing more intense. It seems it has sensed something. I still have some remnants of the Dark Dimension. Do you need them?" the Ancient One inquired. "I thank the Venerable One for your generosity, but I know nothing comes without a price. Venerable One, is there anything you need my help with?" Andrei held great respect for the Ancient One. "In the great battle to come, I hope you can lend them your aid. The new Sorcerer Supreme has not yet matured. I have not even found my successor. So when that day arrives, I hope you will go and help them." Andrei pondered for a moment and said, "No problem, Venerable One. Thank you for your selfless dedication." The Ancient One nodded, glanced at the cup beside him, and said, "The tea is almost cold. Drink it." After finishing the tea, Andrei left, escorted by the Ancient One himself. They returned to the place where Andrei had been standing. The same street, the same red lanterns. But Andrei felt uneasy, because those words he had spoken were entirely fabricated. Yet for some reason at that moment Andrei had felt compelled to say such things. He was certain they were not what he wanted to say. Could it be? "Boss, we've finished eating." Bruno and Ward's voices broke Andrei's train of thought as they returned. Looking at them, Andrei said, "Let's go back." The yellow sand swirled endlessly, covering the sky. The stars and moon were hidden, leaving the ancient city in desolation. Within the earthen ancient city, there seemed to be nothing but rows of abandoned yellow buildings. The crumbling walls and ruins blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, as if they had always belonged there. "You mean their mission failed?" an old man in a black robe asked, his voice raspy like a crow's, gratingly harsh in the silent surroundings. The men holding submachine guns on either side bowed their heads and said, "That's right. We went to that place, but found it in complete disarray. Their bodies were gone, leaving behind only some worthless information. Our investigation revealed that it was the work of that Kamen Rider." The old man extended a hand like a withered branch, wiping the screen of a television that looked a century old. He murmured to himself, "New York. I should make a trip there. I heard there's a dragon there. Dragon bones. Do they really exist?" His crow-like voice lingered in the air as the yellow sand swirled in the wind, thin layers of dust flying like silk in the breeze. The black robe, covered in countless runes, fluttered noisily in the wind. Staring at Andrei's image on the television screen, the old man said in his raspy voice, "Go investigate. Find out who this fellow really is. I must have those dragon bones. According to our intelligence, this man is named Andrei. He was once a SHIELD agent, but later left the organization. For reasons unknown, he became the figure on the screen," one of the men reported. "This seems intriguing. I think I need to go see this interesting fellow for myself." The yellow sand continued to swirl, and the wind howled through the gaps in the abandoned buildings, producing a mournful wail. Yes, the men replied, and withdrew. Watching them leave, a faint smile crept across the old man's face as he murmured to himself, I hope you don't disappoint me. In his laboratory, Tony addressed Andrei, saying, What business brings you here? Can't I come see you without a reason? In truth, I must remind you of something. What do you think of your astute and capable secretary? Does she not bring you great comfort? Tony looked at Andrei with profound confusion. Andrei, she is my secretary. Do not entertain any other notions. Andrei picked up a cup of tea from the table and said, It's not about other notions. Let me give you a hint. What do you think of S-H-I-E-L-D? As one of the most brilliant minds in the Marvel Universe, if Tony couldn't grasp such a hint, he might as well be dead. You mean? Andrei shrugged his shoulders and said to Tony, So to avoid that situation, I think there's no need to directly call her and say she's fired. You could even give her a symbolic $50 as a gesture of respect and severance pay. How about that? A sound came from outside the door, and a man in black entered with Natasha. Hello, Natasha. Here is your salary for this month, $50. I believe the price is quite fair. If you were to offer up your vutak, perhaps you could command a better wage. Let me think. Perhaps you are better suited to plying your trade with that fellow. By the way, you behind there, what is your name? He is. Old woman, please be silent. I was not addressing you. I was asking this gentleman. If you believe you've returned from a trip to Thailand looking like that, then I have nothing more to say. Tony showed no mercy, directly cutting off Natasha's words. I am Nick Fury, director of S-H-I-E-L-D. Please take a look at this document. If you find it agreeable, you may sign it. No, I am not comfortable at all, especially having an old woman beside me. The scent she carries makes me uneasy. And your eye makes me uneasy as well. I have ample reason to suspect that your eye is connected to this old woman beside me. Nick dismissed Tony's words as nonsense, but Natasha felt differently. She believed her appearance was still presentable, so being called an old woman repeatedly was infuriating. Tony seemed to read her thoughts and flipped directly to the last page, saying, It is merely a fact. And it is a fact I have established. If you disagree, you may leave. The air here, the furnishings, every molecule, atom, and even quark will not welcome you. Of this I am absolutely certain. Old woman, go and use that thing to entertain your elegant clients properly. Do not pollute the air here. He then turned his head and said, If you had come alone, I might have agreed. But because you brought this old woman, I will not. Tony. The cup in his hand flew off, tracing a blurred arc through the air. With a sharp crack, the cup shattered at Natasha's feet. The immense force splashed the steaming tea onto her. My apologies. The peculiar scent on you caused even my cup to lose its composure. It seems you are truly born for that line of work. If you ever find yourself struggling, feel free to call me. I will find you the finest establishment where you can experience the ultimate service. The two departed. Farewell. Andrei, seeing the matter was concluded, rose and took his leave. In the empty house, Tony stared at the chair Natasha had occupied. He kicked it with full force, and the chair splintered into pieces. Fuck. That bastard. The Western base was a highly secretive facility. Researchers in white lab coats bustled about, constantly busy handing test tubes and instruments back and forth. For some unknown reason, the tesseract had suddenly caused a massive disturbance. Phil, almost at a loss, had no idea what to do. This was a situation he had never encountered before. The tesseract was S-H-I-E-L-D's most important asset, known to very few. Unfortunately, Andrei was one of those few. S-H-I-E-L-D's original wish was to master the tesseract and combine it with the most advanced technology to forge powerful weapons. So there seems to be a problem with the tesseract. Without any superfluous words, even in his current state of alarm, Phil wasted no time on unnecessary talk. He knew very well what was important and what was not. He'll take a plane there immediately. Nick hung up and left at once. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a black hole materialized in the void and Andrei's figure stepped out. All the surveillance equipment here had been hacked by Bruno, a computer genius. Andrei was not worried about being captured on camera or leaving any trace. His figure flickered and vanished into the void. The plane landed at the Western base and Nick stepped out. His expression was now extremely grave, devoid of its usual nonchalance. As he walked swiftly, a stream of personnel came to report to him. But the more he heard, the graver Nick's expression became. The wrinkles on his face seemed to pile up like the noodles in the bowl he had eaten at the noodle shop yesterday, layer upon layer. He arrived at the location of the tesseract. The floor was in utter chaos, like a garbage dump. Shattered glassware, scattered instruments, and all sorts of unidentifiable objects lay strewn about. Level 7 alert. Nick said coldly. During World War II, S-H-I-E-L-D had only been at level 6 readiness. Now it was level 7, but it wasn't over yet. Nick pulled out his phone and called Phil. Notify the big guy, notify the captain, notify Spider-Man, notify. He paused, then added, notify Iron Man. And also, notify Andrei. The situation is extremely critical. Nick issued commands one after another, trying to salvage this dire crisis. And now he had to find Hawkeye, who had been taken by Loki. Heaven knows what Loki might do. Time ticked by. Nick arrived at a hillside. 5 minutes ago, below this hill, there had been a base housing tens of thousands of people. The western base, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 4 major facilities. Now all that remained was a crater several kilometers in diameter. This was merely the energy inadvertently released when forcibly opening a space portal. It was difficult to imagine what would happen if all the energy were unleashed. Nick was expressionless. Only the howling wind blew here, occasionally carrying a dried blade of grass or a remnant of ash. The one who called himself Loki had opened a space tunnel and taken the tesseract. Andrei watched from the void. He noticed that Nick, who had always stood ramrod straight, now seemed somewhat stooped in that instant. Against the backdrop of the massive crater, there was an indescribable air of desolation about him. Andrei had already received Phil's call. He agreed to the request because he had promised the Ancient One that he would protect Earth during that great battle. But which that great battle? Was it the one when the chairman of the Family Planning Commission came? But that didn't seem right either. Logically, the Ancient One would be dead by then, with Strange succeeding as Sorcerer Supreme. So then. But that was also wrong. The Ancient One had the Eye of Agamotto, so she might have known what happened after her death. This was getting more and more confusing. Sorry, but you must leave. Not a single molecule, atom, or quark here welcomes you. Tony pointed his index finger at the door, signaling the detestable woman to exit. It's like this. Get out. Now. Disappear from my sight. I don't need any news from you, and I don't want to see your nauseating face. Natasha left her face ashen. Tony sat down. Pepper walked over and said, was that really necessary? Not necessary. She didn't think it was unnecessary when she was spying on me. She didn't think it was unnecessary when she investigated me without my permission. And this matter. I agreed. Tony shrugged. Then why did you? Kicking her out and agreeing to this are two different things. It's the world that needs me, not her or S.H.I.E.L.D. I can still tell the difference. What do you want with our boss? He's busy right now, and we can't find him either. Bruno shrugged, speaking to Phil. You must find him. The situation is extremely dire. This is no time for hiding and dodging. With that, Phil tried to enter. Nick had specifically requested Andrei's involvement, aware of his power. He needed Andrei to protect the Earth. Is there something you need from me? Andrei suddenly emerged from the room. Our director. I know the situation. Tell him to wait. I have already promised someone that I will help Earth. But the time is not now. You may go back. Andrei turned to leave, but then looked back at Bruno. See our guest out. Phil, standing outside, wore a grave expression. But soon he relaxed. Andrei had said he would protect Earth, but Phil felt there was more to this matter. It was just a feeling, however. Back in his room, Andrei called Bruno and Ward together. Are you willing to go? A great crisis is upon us. Boss, wherever you go we follow. Through fire and water we will not refuse. Bruno said, the warrior spirit within him blazing fiercely. I'm still good at fighting. Ward said, flexing his hands. All right then. Remember to follow my orders when the time comes. Don't do anything rash. You must listen to me, understand? Andrei's expression was stern. Understood. The two replied in unison. After they withdrew, Andrei looked out the window. The Battle of New York was imminent. He wondered where Loki had taken the tesseract. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Loki hurried to New York. I am waiting for you here, waiting for you to personally deliver the tesseract into my hands. In a room, a tall man was pounding a punching bag. Nick said from the side, still not tired of exercising. I slept for 70 years. The world has changed, oceans have turned to fields. The loneliness accumulated in that time will never fade for me. So are you ready for what lies ahead? It may be perilous, but it is our duty. I fight for this great nation. My personal life or death is of little consequence. He finally stopped his assault on the punching bag. This man was the symbol of America, the Captain America of a generation's memory. Time flowed on like falling petals. Aboard the helicarrier, clouds occasionally swept past the aircraft and birds chirped in the distance. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful scene would soon be reduced to ruins. War is always ugly. Andrei looked at the people before him, Tony Rogers, the Hulk, and the Black Widow. It was clear that two people sat between Tony and Natasha. A distance of a few meters felt like several kilometers. At that moment, Coulson came before them, his tone serious and heavy. Intelligence reports indicate that Loki is in Germany. Germany, huh? Andrei frowned. He could appear anywhere as long as it wasn't his original homeland. Who will go to Germany? Coulson asked. I will. Without a second thought, Spider-Man raised his hand. In truth, Tony had subtly suggested this to Spider-Man. He would receive some protection there, as Tony had considerable influence in the region. After all, Europe and America were in the same boat. Since the Marshall Plan, Europe had been America's vanguard against the Red Empire. Andrei naturally wouldn't go to Germany or anywhere else. His task was to stay in New York to remain here and to make Loki bring the tesseract to him. The helicarrier began to decelerate. Everyone sprang into action, their faces etched with solemnity. They were checking their equipment. No one spoke. The air was eerily quiet. The sound of breathing seemed exceptionally clear. Listen up, everyone. You need to know what you are doing, why you are doing it, what you are capable of, and what you need to do. Do not make meaningless sacrifices, for they are pointless. Do not engage in meaningless actions, for they too are pointless. Each of us is precious, yet each of us is insignificant. But from this moment on, each of us is a hero. We have all stepped forward at this time. Though the path is fraught with dangers, we will show them our mettle. We are a team, and our meaning will blossom here. Young men, your youth is at its peak, but some of you may have to forsake your prime. Yet your youth will be eternal. I wish you all a safe journey. I hope to see every one of you return alive. I hope you can see me too. All right, move out. All this talking has made my mouth dry. Someone get me a bottle of water. These were the words of a general. We were all different yet so alike. Before the alloy door leading to Class A on the aerial carrier stood Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Captain America. Pressing the button, the alloy door slowly opened, revealing ample light outside that illuminated their faces. The biting wind swept over Iron Man, Captain America, and Andrei. The deck was empty, devoid of any aircraft. Andrei knew those planes had essentially gone to fight, a euphemism for a suicide mission. We're off, Tony suddenly said. Why does that sound like a final farewell? Cheer up, Captain America replied. When I return in triumph, it will be at sunrise, bearing the dawn of victory and the roar of glory, Iron Man declared. They boarded the aircraft piloted by Romanoff. The twin engines roared to life as the Quinjet took off, its thunderous noise echoing far and wide. Sir, could this be a trap? Appearing so openly in Germany, surely he knows the whole world is hunting him. In Germany, Loki held his scepter, gazing at the people below. He murmured, humanity is so chaotic, riddled with wars and conflicts. What they truly need is a real god, not a stone idol resting on an altar. At that moment, as if sensing something, he looked up at the sky. The Quinjet appeared as a tiny speck, gradually growing larger. Loki whispered, "You've finally come." He raised his scepter, and light blazed forth. In that radiance, Loki wore his helmet with its absurd horns, clad in opulent attire, his scepter gleaming as the blue gem at its tip emitted a faint glow. Gazing at the distant Quinjet, Loki murmured, "Let me see how formidable you truly are." He swung his scepter, and a brilliant beam of light shot forth. It struck directly at the Quinjet. Inside the aircraft, the team leaped out without hesitation, knowing the immense power of that attack. The Quinjet could never withstand it. Spider-Man shot a web latching onto a building's top. He pulled himself, soaring through the air before landing steadily on the rooftop. Meanwhile, the others aboard the Quinjet descended using various devices. Romanoff, watching the approaching beam, forced herself to stay calm, but her trembling hands betrayed her fear. She veered the Quinjet sharply to the right. Unfazed by the missed shot, Loki raised his hands and fired another beam. The Quinjet dodged again. Just as Loki prepared a third beam, Spider-Man shot a web binding Loki's hands. Simultaneously, he fired another web, swung through the air, and delivered a flying kick. Loki tore off the webs, and seeing the kick incoming, raised his scepter to block. Spider-Man recoiled midair, but instantly shot another web. As Loki prepared to take flight, a Redan blue shield came hurtling toward him, knocking him off balance and forcing him back 2 steps. Enraged by the blue-clad figure before him, Loki swung his scepter, enveloping the area in a blinding blue light that made Captain America squint. A surge of immense energy erupted, its overwhelming pressure weighing on Captain America. "I fear you, but I fear your destruction of our great nation more." With a resolute gleam in his eyes, Captain America braced his shield against the energy, staggering slightly. Loki's smirk deepened as he raised his scepter for a killing blow. Suddenly, 2 white projectiles struck him from the sky. Spider-Man flipped, yanking the webs, and sent Loki flying. "So this is a god. How pathetic." My fist hit harder. Another punch landed. Loki was blasted to the ground. 2 more webs, incredibly sticky and strong, pinned him to the earth. Spider-Man rushed to help Captain America up, but then a sudden change. Loki shattered like glass, cracking piece by piece. At first, the fractures were small and faint, but they grew larger and wider until in a burst of light, he dissolved into glowing specks and vanished. What's happening? Spider-Man and Captain America were stunned. On the brink of battle, what was Loki up to? He turned into light. But we don't believe in light. If he's gone, what do we do? That's not your concern. Through Romanoff's earpiece, Nick's voice came. Loki's in Cairo now at the pyramids. Hope the pharaohs aren't offended. But Nick was mistaken. Egypt revered gods. If the pharaohs knew a god stood atop their tombs, they'd be overjoyed, not offended. How can he be in Cairo? Is he that fast? Romanoff wondered. She recalled Einstein's relativity. If he moved faster than time and space, could he be immortal? But the thought vanished in a second. That wasn't the speed of light. If he had light speed, Loki would have punched his way through, not stolen the tesseract. Spider-Man Captain America Loki's in Cairo, Romanoff said, her voice laced with resignation. Impossible. Yet it's true. His abilities are beyond our imagination. Appearing in Cairo isn't impossible, Romanoff stated. On the helicarrier, Nick stood in silence. Even trained to be stoic, his face now showed genuine despair, his dark complexion deepening. Had been thrilled to see Spider-Man subdue Loki, but before the joy faded, Loki had dissolved into light before their eyes and reappeared in Cairo instantly. If one camera malfunctioned, it might be a glitch, but it doesn't. That was too coincidental. Was this sorcery? Hill remarked, setting aside his invasion plans. I'd say he really is a god. But now we must understand everything about him. How he got to Cairo, or well be at a disadvantage. Nick knew this all too well. Tell Dr. Banner to locate the tesseract. Its disappearance unnerves me. The power within it is too great. I'm worried. Compared to Loki's escape, the tesseract was paramount, holding the fate of all humanity. Meanwhile, Spider-Man was baffled. How did he get to Cairo? Is he like a character in a mobile game that can teleport? I don't know, but we have to stop him. Even if I feel I can, I must try. It's not about worth, it's about everyone. Captain America said. Distant Asgard remained eternally beautiful, though scars from the frost giant attack lingered. Damaged areas were still under repair, but overall it was a realm of wonder. All-Father Loki has stolen the tesseract from Midgard, plunging it into chaos. He's wreaking havoc there. Please decide. Odin's lips twitched. His son was a constant headache, gifted with wisdom, yet misusing it. If he was dead, why revive? If gone, why roam? Why not live another life? Why do this? Thor, don't grieve. Loki lives. I've sensed his presence, though not his exact location, Queen Frigga said, approaching. Shed refused to believe Loki fell into the abyss until her abilities confirmed he survived. Shed intended to tell Thor sooner, but had been ordered to quell the frost giants in Jotunheim. Now with his return, the timing was perfect. Mother, stop. I know you're comforting me. Loki is dead. My brother is dead, Thor said, grief-stricken and drowning in sorrow. It's true. Would I deceive you? Loki is my son too, you both are? That never changes. We're family. Loki is alive beyond doubt. Odin arrived at the palace's core, finding Thor there. He sighed inwardly, addressing his son in new armor. Are you certain? Yes. For my brother I must go. Is it only for Loki? He's on Midgard with the tesseract, causing trouble. Heimdall has spotted Chitauri beyond the 9 realms. What would you do? Odin asked, holding the gleaming Gungnir. He'll go to Midgard and ask what he wants. Midgard is our people. How could he do this? Thor was furious, worried about his girlfriend there. What if Loki harmed her? He was desperate. Yet Odin felt a glimmer of pride. Thor was finally learning to foresee consequences and minimize damage. Go to Earth, Thor. See what Loki intends, retrieve the tesseract and restore order to the 9 realms. But we need the Bifrost. The Bifrost is destroyed. Follow me. Odin led Thor to a massive gate. Bifrost isn't the only way, it's just the most common. This is another method. As he spoke, the gate swung open, revealing a torrent of dark energy that churned violently enough to unsettle any onlooker. Thor stared at the immense dark energy, then at his father. Could Odin control it if it erupted? But Odin continued. The more powerful the god, the more dark energy required. The cost is high, but it can send you to Midgard. Returning, however, is impossible without the tesseract's power. Understand? I do. Thor knew the tesseract was now essential for Asgard. Watching Loki wander Cairo, the team was speechless. Romanoff said, he looks like a tourist, but he didn't buy a ticket for the pyramids. What a rude alien visitor. We need to figure out how to stop him from escaping again. Otherwise we'll be at a loss. Why aren't you in Midgard? Andrei's voice suddenly rang out. Andrei had been waiting in New York for Loki, but he needed to mentor his underlings Bruno and Ward. They required training, so he had to accelerate his plans. Loki had better start his own scheme soon. You are. Loki looked as if had seen a ghost, unable to sense how Andrei had arrived. Andrei now wore armor, known to all present except Spider-Man. I don't care about your plan, but why are you so slow? Don't you know villains lose by talking too much? Ironically, Andrei was the most verbose at that moment. Humans are inherently in need of guidance, from religion to secular power, and ultimately to the hypocritical democracy of your country, leading to this outcome. And I am the god most suited to rule over you, Loki declared. Andrei understood that this your country referred to certain nations that claim to spread freedom and democracy worldwide. But my body is that of an American, while my soul belongs to Huaxia. Essentially, I have always been a descendant of Yin and Huang, a citizen of Huaxia beneath the majestic Kunlun. Do you think you are a god? Countless deities roam the heavens, yet I have never seen you gallivanting about. If you claim to be a god, why do you resort to attacking mortals? Do you not find yourself absurd? Andrei said softly. Are you provoking a god? Loki's expression darkened. No, I am not, for in my eyes you are not a god at all. You are merely an invader wielding a semblance of power to impose your will here. Andrei stated. Is that so? Loki muttered under his breath. yet his hand moved suddenly, the gem atop his scepter radiating a brilliant light. It shot directly towards Andrei. Although Andrei looked down on this figure who would soon be pummeled by Hulk, the gem's attack compelled him to remain vigilant. That was the Mind Stone. Andrei's expression sharpened. He gripped his smoke gun tightly and swung it out. The dazzling light clashed against the blade in a fierce confrontation, at which point Andrei performed a backflip, a black hole appearing instantly. The sound of the blade and light colliding erupted in the air, a tremendous noise exploding forth. Andrei appeared behind Loki, a beam of light striking out. Clang! It struck Loki's scepter directly. He staggered back slightly. Loki gazed at Andrei, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "You are quite interesting." Again he swung his scepter. The light shimmered, but Andrei charged forward. Andrei was well aware that Loki could not possibly unleash the full power of the Mind Stone, not even 1/10th of it. The power of the gem required immense strength to support it. Andrei even believed that the owner of the Family Planning Commission, Purple Potato, had not fully tapped into the gem's power. Andrei's blood-red eyes shone brightly. He landed on the ground, the transformation steam gun aimed directly at Loki, loading specific canisters. He pressed the trigger, accompanied by the sound effect of steam shot. XX. A powerful light bullet shot forth. However, Loki's figure flickered like a specter, vanishing from sight. Yet Andrei remained unfazed. He understood that at this moment Loki could not contend with him. Even Hulk could toss Loki around like a rag doll. Loki's form suddenly reappeared behind Andrei, but Andrei swiftly turned, his blood-red eyes fixed on Loki. Loki felt an ominous sensation akin to witnessing a great calamity. Without a second thought, Loki retreated, but how could Andrei let such a good opportunity slip away? He directly sent the control lever, loaded with the Gatling fully loaded canister and Night Evolution canister, whirling back. Ready, go. Machine gun finish. The Falcon Gatling appeared in his hand. He then rotated the magazine of the Falcon Gatling 10 times. Full bullet. The bright yellow falcon-shaped light bullet shot forth, its yellow glow a beacon in the night, yet within it lurked a crimson hue heading directly towards Loki. Loki flickered again, narrowly avoiding the falcon-shaped light bullet, but Andrei pursued relentlessly like a shark spotting its prey. He raised his smoke sword and swung it again. The crescent white blade, intertwined with blood-red light, flew towards Loki. At that moment Loki felt extremely frustrated. Why had he provoked this guy? But Loki was not one to sit idly by. He swiftly turned, chanting a spell as his figure vanished. Yet Andrei's blood-red eyes sparkled even brighter. Today, he had to force Loki to New York and compel him to activate the cosmic cube. His system needed an upgrade, and Loki had to act according to his plan. In simpler terms, Loki was a condition for his system's upgrade. As for Bruno and Ward, they too must be enhanced. Performing a backflip, Andrei ascended to a higher vantage point. Gazing at the disappearing Loki, he stretched out his hands. The ethereal glow was indistinct, but the starlight shimmered fiercely, the power of the stars resembling an ocean vast and boundless, far beyond mere description. As if it were a hidden corner of the galaxy emanating power, he tightly clenched his hands. The stars finally converged upon Andrei's right hand. If one were to closely observe his blood-red eyes, they would see that the brilliance of the stars mirrored his gaze, yet their color was purer, more desolate. Although it sparkled, this radiance resembled the depths of an abyss. An extreme silence, an extreme light, and an extreme vitality. Andrei, of course, could not notice all this. With a single fist, he felt a sensation within him, as if he could sense where Loki was. This feeling was vague, but undeniably present. He aimed directly at that spot. Loki at that moment was already in a dire predicament, yet he suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger, as if he were facing Odin's wrath. No, even more perilous. There was no time for hesitation. This danger triggered an instinctive reaction in Loki, his mind nearly shutting down. He knew he had to run. All the schemes in his mind distilled into a single word: escape. Without hesitation, he manifested in midair. Andrei spotted Loki without uttering a word, but his actions quickened. The blood-red and starry vastness surged towards Loki. Closer and closer. To Loki it felt as if that was not merely a punch, but a net woven from ignorance. He had seen a knight's kick before, but now that he faced it, the feeling of powerlessness and despair washed over him. Loki's gaze sharpened. "You are audacious. Then you have not seen true audacity." Andrei's starlight shone ever brighter. Loki ceased to flee, seizing his scepter and aiming it at Andrei, his tone filled with gritted teeth. "If you won't let me be, then let us perish together." The gem atop the scepter radiated brilliance. Loki's expression darkened, and without pause he plunged downward. The gem collided with Andrei's fist. Andrei observed his movement, his eyes slightly constricted, yet the bloodthirst within awakened, the blood-red light in his eyes transforming into a crimson glow that seemed capable of devouring anyone. "Then let us do this together." The starlight shifted. The resplendent stars in this realm became the sole radiance, like the light of countless fireflies, yet devoid of the warmth. They exuded only pure ferocity, and obliteration. Clang! The sound of the collision echoed as if a meteor had streaked across the sky, resonating with tremendous power in this silent space, though Loki detested such noise. Loki's scepter flew away like a feather in the sky, the gem now completely separated from it. Without the gem, the scepter resembled a cyclops stripped of its eye, utterly bizarre. At that moment, Andrei soared through the air. The crimson part of his figure shone brightly, the scarlet glow becoming the most dazzling hue amidst the fading starlight. He clapped his hands on the device and rotated the control lever. Ready, go. The Voltic finish. Ciao. The starlight sparkled. He took a step, moving his legs in a staggered position, extending one leg forward. The stars transformed into an energy form akin to a star map, the brilliant starlight swirling around Andrei's legs as he sprang into motion. Starlight triumphed. With the scarlet starlight, he charged forward. Night kick. As the night kick drew closer, Loki felt not just a kick, but a web woven from ignorance. Previously he had seen night kicks, but now facing it personally, a wave of helplessness and despair crashed over him. Impossible. I am the Prince of Asgard, I am your god. You cannot do this. Yet his futile roar seemed like a final struggle, but Andrei paid no mind. The night kick drew ever closer. You. Andrei offered Loki no chance to speak, cutting him off with a punch before he could finish a word. Loki was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a massive building. The structure was directly penetrated. But it wasn't over. His entire body continued through the building and collided with a Sphinx statue. Boom. The bricks exploded, stones and dust scattering everywhere. Andrei traversed through, standing before Loki, delivering a punch directly to his left eye. Loki flew back, slowly rising amidst the bricks and dust. A bluish red mark appeared on his left eye, and Andrei swung another punch. Again, Loki was sent flying, another mark forming on his right eye. At this moment, Andrei stood before Loki, once more his fist glowing with a red light. Loki sensed the danger and shouted, "You cannot do this. You cannot." Andrei ignored him, delivering a downward blow. At that crucial moment, a brilliant hammer flew in, crackling with threads of lightning, colliding with Andrei's night kick. Boom. The immense energy erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire area, transforming it into a realm of light, vast and boundless. Thor, this is none of your business. Andrei gazed at this pampered maniac, utterly speechless. He is my brother. Thor stated succinctly. Your brother? Look at how he treats you as a brother. Andrei replied, continuing, it would be best if you stayed out of this. He is my brother. Then let the truth be revealed through our actions. Andrei wasted no time, performing a backflip, gripping his smoke sword and slashing at the god of thunder. Thor raised his hammer to block. Sparkles flew everywhere. Andrei leaped again, soaring into the air, and then pulled out his transformation smoke gun, loading specific canisters and pressing the trigger. Steam shot. XX. The trajectory of the curving light bullet was unleashed. Thor raised his hammer horizontally, blocking Andrei's light bullet, but Andrei remained composed. He performed another backflip, a black hole materializing. Without a second thought, Andrei entered, appearing directly behind Thor and delivering a punch. Thor, caught off guard by the ambush, could not react in time. He had never anticipated Andrei's abilities or witnessed such actions. The fist struck Thor's armor, sparks erupting upon impact, the tremendous force causing Thor to stagger back, the cape billowing behind him. Thor half knelt, raising his head to look at the masked rider before him. Why are you doing this? Because you are in my way. Andrei replied coldly. We are not. That was in the past. Everything I've done has never been your concern. I merely follow my heart. I believe I should act this way rather than concern myself with what you can do. Andrei continued. Do not speak. Tell me why you are doing this. Thor shouted at Andrei. Paths diverge. We cannot conspire together. You have your path to become the next king of Asgard. I have mine, but I cannot disclose it. When two paths overlap, friction and conflict are inevitable, and this is the reason for our current predicament. However, you have achieved your goal. Loki has already fled, Andrei stated. You? Thor wanted to say something, but Andrei had no intention of listening to his reasoning. Halfway through, Andrei paused, glancing back at Thor. I knew your brother would run, but I didn't expect him to leave without a word. Until we meet again, I hope to not find you in my path. He stepped into the black hole. Meanwhile, Iron Man and Captain America stood in shock, gazing at the imposing figure before them, clad in glorious armor, wielding a large hammer, and draped in a crimson cape, emanating an aura of authority. Hey big guy, that wouldn't be the god of thunder, would it? Yes, I am Thor, he replied. Watching Andrei depart, Thor's gaze was tinged with complexity, even the hammer in his hand feeling unusually heavy. Swinging Mjolnir, Thor flew off into the distance, completely ignoring Spider-Man and Captain America. Damn it, how is he so strong? Loki was already exhausted, his figure disheveled. Andrei's blows were devastating, nearly breaking Loki's spirit. Just you wait, Kamen Rider. He'll make you pay. Iron Man. Andrei pulled out his phone and spoke to Tony. It's me, what's up? I planted a tracker on Loki. I trust you can find him. He has the tesseract now. You know what to do. Wait. Click. I hope you're not setting me up. Caught off guard, Tony hadn't expected Andrei to need his help, yet here they were. Summoning J. R. V. I. S. Tony input the IP address Andrei provided. Watching the blinking red dot, he flew off without a second thought. Loki was now barely clinging to life, one hand clutching his chest, the other clenched tightly. If Andrei appeared, Loki would likely crush him with his bare hands. Oh great deity, who are you seeking? Need my assistance. A golden red figure appeared before Loki. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, as Loki's words faded, the armor on Iron Man's back swiftly opened. A device shot out from behind, splitting in midair into two halves that landed on Loki's wrists, instantly forming shackles. With a click, the intricate mechanisms inside activated alloy bars, crisscrossing and fusing the cuffs together. How dare you? Why wouldn't I? In a flash, Andrei appeared in midair and threw a punch. Loki was sent flying like a human cannonball. Struggling to rise, Andrei gave him no chance, stepping forward and striking again. A dark bruise formed on his cheekbone. Andrei, that's enough. He's unconscious now. Hitting him more won't make a difference. Looking at Loki's battered face, Tony's lips twitched. So this is the god Romanoff mentioned. Another fist, faintly glowing red, landed. But Andrei knew his limits. Killing Loki would bring Thor's wrath, and he wasn't ready to face the god of thunder. Feeling satisfied, Andrei rubbed his hands and said, that's enough. Looking at Loki's battered face, Tony's lips twitched. So this is the god Romanoff mentioned. He's not impressive. I had so many weapons left and used. No, he's weak, but he has a brother, the god of thunder. And one day you might fight side by side. I believe that day is coming soon. Don't you? Andrei's crimson eyes met Tony's. So what? As long as he's not smarter than me, I don't care. Tony shrugged. Or better looking than me. Andrei glanced at Loki on the ground. He seriously wondered if Asgard had phones, because Loki's incompetence made it seem like Odin had gotten him as a freebie from a telecom company. His brother, the guardian of Asgard, had conquered the 9 realms, earning a fearsome reputation. His sister could destroy Asgard alone, forcing Odin to seal Hela away. Compared to them, Loki truly seemed like a freebie. No power, no strength, no connections. But having him in Asgard could be useful, sabotaging from within, subtly weakening the realm. Then Andrei would rise, kicking Loki, punching Hela, battling Surtur. Wouldn't that be glorious? An Asgardian version of a hero saving the day. But that was just a fantasy. The most pressing need was to strengthen himself. With Dark Faust, Andrei could barely defend himself. But when S.H.I.E.L.D.'s true power emerged, could his organization withstand it? He doubted it. That old woman alone was unbeatable, let alone the forces of willpower beyond. Don't you think those horns on your head are ridiculous? Without them, you might be 1% as handsome as Thor. With them, you're not even 1/10th as handsome. Take my word for it. You're Tony Stark. Loki ignored Andrei's taunts, staring at Tony. The whole world knows me. One more makes no difference. If you want my autograph, forget it. I'm busy, Tony said. Andrei shot Tony a suspicious glance. Don't you feel pitiful? If anything, you're more pitiful. A god captured by mortals. Probably a first in history. Tony drove the first dagger into Loki's heart. But you were still caught by a mortal. The second dagger. That's not an excuse. You were caught by me. Respect the fact. The third dagger. Do you really think you've won? Loki's heart ached, but he pressed on. Then who's tied up here? The fourth dagger. Haven't you heard of a diversion? Andrei approached, speaking calmly. I think you've already gotten what you wanted, haven't you? Perhaps in some space, an army awaits a spatial tunnel. On the other side, a massive force is poised. Of course they need a key. If I'm not mistaken, that key is the tesseract. Am I right? You're special. You're right. But now it's too late. Loki's smile was infuriating, but all the good spots were already bruised, so Andrei held back. Thunder roared in the sky. Andrei looked up and said to Loki, your brother, the doting sibling, is coming. Shall we welcome him? He turned to Iron Man, pointing into the distance. See, his brother's coming. Didn't you want a showdown? Now's your chance. Cherish it. As he spoke, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, bolts of electricity streaking across the sky. Cairo had become a living hell. Those who couldn't flee were now cold corpses. The Sphinx, a symbol of the city, was reduced to rubble, only a few bricks telling its tragic tale. Amid swirling sand and stones, Thor arrived, silver lightning coiling around him like serpents, his whole form majestic under the protection of thunder. So this is the god of thunder. Iron Man's helmet visor seemed to brighten. As you guessed, he is indeed Thor. Thor saw Loki lying on the ground, then Iron Man and Andrei. His expression darkened and he clenched his fist, striking out. Iron Man tried to raise his hand to fire repulsor blasts, but Thor's punch sent him crashing to the ground. A dull thud echoed. Iron Man struggled up, a fist-shaped dent on his chest plate. Seeing Captain America still there, Thor threw another punch without a word. Captain America, ready, raised his shield. But the shield was sent flying into the sky with a single blow followed by another punch that sent Captain America flying backward. "Are you here to take Loki?" Andrei approached calmly. "Yes." Thor's expression was conflicted. This man had helped him and Asgard in their darkest hour, preventing greater harm, stopping Loki's rampage. Thor had hoped to fight alongside him, but now they stood opposed. "Take him then. It's your family matter, none of my concern. But his gem stays with me. That's my bottom line. I hope you understand." During their fight, Andrei had knocked a gem from Loki, and now it was stored in his system space. "Fine, I agree." Thor grabbed Loki and tossed him into the Quinjet. Tony got up and said to Captain America, "Another troublemaker, and he's causing a big one." The word another might have referred to Captain America. "We need to take the initiative, not wait here." Tony suddenly spoke, and Captain America, about to say something, closed his mouth. Looking at the sky, it wasn't too late. Tony said, "It's not too late. We still have a chance, maybe a big one." With that, Tony flew off. Andrei opened a black portal and left. Andrei needed to ensure Iron Man wasn't electrocuted by Thor. He vaguely remembered Thor overcharging Tony in the movies, but in this world, anything could happen. If the power surge killed Iron Man, the whole story might collapse. Who knew what would happen next? Layered clouds resembled feathers. Amid thunder and lightning, pale light squeezed through the clouds, forming streaks across the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down. A silver serpent descended like a heavenly rope, as if to split the world in two. In a forest, the blinding light turned the trees into a glowing mass. Andrei knew Thor was unleashing his lightning. Tony's armor sparked and crackled, the arc reactor on his chest blazing like a fishing boat's lantern, intensely bright. Tony raised his hand and fired a repulsor blast that hit Thor, but unlike in the movies, Thor only staggered back a step. Thor roared, raising Mjolnir. Lightning serpents coiled around the hammer, crackling with power. Massive lightning bolts rained down, striking the forest. A tree was hit instantly. The tree split in two charred stumps, testament to the lightning's fury. Iron Man fared no better, his entire form a sparking, flaming figure in the storm. Struggling to his feet, Iron Man raised his arms. Armor plates opened and dozens of micromissiles launched with a roar. A massive fireball erupted in the forest, orange flames becoming the most conspicuous landmark. Innocent trees burned like torches. If a little girl were here, she might say Tony did well not wasting national resources by eliminating these dying trees. Then she'd argue about the imbalance of output and consumption, how this was absolutely right, and how certain countries should follow suit. Debris and soil were thrown up like a flood, spreading outward with a massive shockwave. On a nearby cliff, Loki was covered in dust, dirt, leaves, and grass from the blast. Captain America landing saw the massive fireball rising in the distance. He grabbed his fallen shield and ran toward it. The Quinjet above quickly turned, heading straight for the fireball. Mjolnir came crashing down again. The lightning serpents grew larger. A deafening clang rang out as Iron Man was sent flying, snapping trees along his path. After knocking Tony down, Mjolnir returned to Thor's hand. Ignoring the searing heat, Thor swung the hammer and charged at the fallen Tony. Mjolnir, crackling with thunder, hurtled toward Tony. Even on the ground, Tony could hear the sizzling electricity. Tony quickly raised his hands, activating his ion thrusters. He leaped, escaping the spot. A second later, the earth trembled, trees shaking. Where Tony had lain, a massive crater exploded, dirt and rocks flying. Tony aimed at Thor, who was crouched, and fired two repulsor blasts. Thor was hit, but only stepped back, unlike in the movies. Rage burned within him. Why was this mortal so strong? Mjolnir gathered power, lightning flaring. Tony wasn't about to wait. He opened every weapon on his armor. Arms, back, abdomen, legs. Firing micromissiles, armor-piercing rounds, new laser cannons, and heavy missiles. The air was filled with projectiles, all aimed at Thor, seeming to engulf him. Thor raised Mjolnir high. Silver lightning grew thicker and more intense, his terrifying aura expanding. Lightning struck the hammer, crackling and sparking, amplifying the already fearsome display. Just then a shield flew in. Andrei drew his smoke, sword striking horizontally. The shield was deflected, flying far away. It clanged against a rock, soared into the sky, then fell weakly, sticking upright in the ground. The unexpected interruption stunned Thor for a moment. That split second was enough. The rockets arrived. A fireball several times larger than before erupted. But Thor made a last-ditch escape, swinging Mjolnir and flying into the sky. Captain America arrived, shouting at Tony and Thor, "Haven't you fought enough? What more do you want? Answer me." As the saying goes, when the squad leader shouts, everyone listens. Captain America was like that squad leader here. Thor glanced at his masterpiece with the corner of his eye. Rocks flew, trees snapped, and a series of silent craters on the ground narrated the heroic deeds of the thunder god Thor. The trees continued to burn, crackling as they did, and with the winds, their flames spread further. Captain America stepped forward, glancing at his shield half buried in the ground, and said to Thor in a low voice, "What are you doing on Earth? If you truly mean well, do you think such actions demonstrate your sincerity? I am here to stop my brother." Thor unabashedly expressed his thoughts, adding quietly to himself, and my girlfriend. Of course, this thought was not something he could voice. As a great god, how could he have such concerns? If that is truly the case, then I believe a basic courtesy would dictate that you put down your weapons rather than flaunting your power and engaging in violence here. That is of course a terrible idea. He loves his hammer as much as he loves. Before Tony could finish his sentence, Thor's hammer flew towards him, rolling like a ball on the ground before finally stopping. You want me to put down my weapons? That is the greatest disrespect to a warrior. With that, a hammer flew directly towards him. At that moment, Captain America was without his shield and managed to roll away to evade Thor's attack. But the Thunder God was relentless, swiftly turning around and launching his gleaming hammer at Captain America. He was sent flying, colliding with a boulder that was displaced upon impact, and did not stop there. Propelled by inertia, he flipped over the stone head first. Don't ask me why this pathetic author knows such details. Thor, stop, came Andrei's voice. Why? Thor asked, yet his hammer fell limp in his hand, and he relaxed his previous aggressive stance. Didn't you just retrieve your brother? Since that's the case, what significance do these actions hold? Not to mention you are a warrior of Asgard, but he is not. There is no need to expect a Midgardian to understand your customs right. Andrei continued, secretly thinking that his future plans required Iron Man, Captain America, and Spider-Man to work together. After all, his forces were still small. At that moment, Captain America said, if that's the case, then why don't you stop? Because interfering while two warriors are fighting is extremely rude. Moreover, they aren't even fighting to the death, are they? Since that is the case, why stir up trouble for yourself? It might just lead you into a dilemma. Besides, they are fighting while others are enjoying the spectacle. After finishing, Andrei glanced towards the cliff where Loki was smiling and watching, even gesturing with his handcuffed hands, appearing to have no intention of escaping. However, Andrei knew this guy would definitely try to escape, he just didn't know how. In his own plot, Loki had enchanted some people to free him using the gem atop his scepter. Now it seemed uncertain what means he would employ to achieve his goals. To be honest, Midgard as Odin's domain allowed Loki to run amok, and Odin showed no sign of intervention. Perhaps for that old man, Midgard was merely a testing ground for Thor. Thor's expression showed some struggle, but looking at Loki's half-smiling face, he ultimately helplessly lowered his hammer. He was very clear that in terms of brute strength, even 10 Lokis would not be his match. However, in terms of intelligence, Loki definitely outmatched him. Continuing to fight like this might lead him right into Loki's trap. At that moment, Romanoff piloted the fighter jet over and addressed the group on the ground. Guys, now is not the time for conflict. Do you want to hear the latest news? Everyone looked at Romanoff. What a boring bunch of guys. After mumbling this to herself, Romanoff said headquarters has reported that an armed group crashed a party abducting Dr. Heinrich Cypher and gouging out one of his eyes. Furthermore, Agent Barton along with his team raided a warehouse and took away rare metal iridium. As for iridium, everyone was familiar with it. This rare metal can prevent spatial gates from collapsing and exploding, meaning that spatial gates can now be opened to any size. However, it requires energy, and unfortunately the Cosmic Cube could perfectly resolve this issue. Comrades, I think we need to take action. The situation is dire, and we must unite to face this crisis together. Romanoff stated while in his earpiece Nick had already informed him of the severity of these events. Great God, brother of Loki, I believe you are aware of the gravity of the situation. If I were to say if you are willing to atone for your brother's misdeeds, I think we can have a discussion. Captain America placed his shield behind him and said, we need your strength. No problem. Actually, I feel quite guilty about this incident. After all, it was my brother who caused the disturbance, and I went to assist Loki. And, looking at Andrei beside him, Thor clenched his fists. Your idea is good, using yourself as bait and letting your other forces launch an attack utilizing a wormhole to transport their army. Isn't that the plan? Andrei walked over and said, exactly, you figured it out. But what does that matter? To me, this situation seems unsolvable. Moreover, I admire your intellect. If my hands weren't tied, I would applaud you to humbly express my respect. Your respect should be kept for yourself. Do you really think I can't see through this? You should consider how many people are here, and I represent how many. You mean? Loki's smile gradually faded. You think I can't guess? Andrei said lightly to Loki, turning around and boarding the fighter jet. But regarding their information, we all. Don't say we, but some people. For instance, their army is Chitauri, and they are coming through a wormhole. Also, the actual location is in New York. Is that information sufficient? Looking at Captain America, who walked over with a poker face, Andrei directly addressed him. To be honest, Andrei admired such people, but admiration does not equate to agreement or fondness. When individuals and the collective come into conflict, what do we need? Individual freedom and democracy, personal opinions, or submission to the collective? In this regard, Andrei personally believes that the young Master Tony is better. But this does not mean completely abandoning the individual. So what do we need? In this matter, Master Ma has already provided us with an answer. Excuse me, is there a feast? Andrei said. With impending war, invading armies, and suffering people, our country is on the brink of collapse and wolves are circling. How can you have such a mood? So what does that matter? Not everyone can be like you, sleeping away their entire life in one go. I will decide my own matters, not have you point fingers here. If you truly have such intentions, then I believe actual action would impress me more rather than just talking about what should be done, while in reality, I have yet to see any significant actions. Andrei said lightly, but the sarcasm was clear to everyone. At that moment, even the oblivious Spider-Man noticed the atmosphere was a bit odd. For instance, Romanoff quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Now is not the time for infighting. Oh, let's hurry to New York. Everyone nodded and boarded the Quinjet. Loki, to be honest, I admire your persistence. Oh, every time you almost succeed, yet you keep trying. That kind of determination moves me greatly. At the very least, I find such persistence very moving, but I want to take you as a role model, as it represents incompetence. Andrei couldn't help but strike down the calm Loki. Thank you for your criticism, but I have my own thoughts. Loki replied blandly. I actually appreciate your rebuttal. Don't you want to be the king of Asgard? But this is not the state a king should have to spare. Being restrained, to me, this holds no significance. If your strength was powerful enough, even if the throne isn't yours, it would come to you on its own. And borrowing external power only indicates your incompetence. Andrei said with a smile. Do you know Heinrich? Andrei asked. Yes, the scientist who went with me to New Mexico. He bailed me out. Thor said, but now Loki's gaze turned even more hostile. So what about your mortal girlfriend? You don't intend to make a mortal your queen, do you? As your brother, I must remind you that he may not withstand your nature. Gods and mortals are ultimately different. Loki said with a smile. Everyone, we have arrived. Oh, let's work together. Romanoff said. He also sensed significant contradictions in the dialogue. This dialogue, of course, reached director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ears. After listening to their conversation, Nick silently set down the listening device. There was no need to continue eavesdropping. Looking out the window, he murmured, it seems that getting them to unite against a common enemy is not an easy task. The plane has landed and a team of soldiers approached, collecting various sophisticated instruments, including the scepter that had lost its gem. If it weren't for the presence of Thor, Andrei believed S.H.I.E.L.D. might have stripped Loki of his clothes for research, even analyzing his psychological profile based on his clothing style and colors. Loki remained in the cage, yet his face bore a faint smile, evoking a strong desire in others to punch him squarely, particularly in the eyes or at the corners of his mouth. He is stalling for time, Captain America said sulkily, casting a glance at Andrei. I know he has an army of Chitauri, but I know nothing else. Thor, having removed his armor, donned lighter gear and ran his fingers through his hair, seemingly in deep thought. But what was the difference between this and not thinking at all? In Andrei's view, Thor was already quite decent, for he had begun to grasp the concept of thinking, having learned to think independently, unlike before when he used his hammer as a tool for thought. Alien mercenaries. So what are their compensations? Could it be humans? Banner approached, holding a data sheet. No, their objectives are undoubtedly significant, as this requires a proportional investment. In return, Nick walked in and said to Banner. Tony stepped forward and said, hey, race the situation. We are almost completely in the dark, but that doesn't mean we have to sit idly. That's not our style. I know this is difficult for us, but that doesn't mean we are without options. For instance, could the massive energy fluctuations cause spatial distortions be detected? The observatory spectrometer should be useful too, right? For example, when all spectra reach their maximum, we can analyze various data and find the location based on specific data feedback. Besides, didn't Andrei say that New York is relatively easy to find? Moreover, since such a vast energy scale is needed for a wormhole, what kind of venue, what kind of items, or what conditions are required? By analyzing various data, wouldn't that be easy to uncover? For me, this is a task better suited for Jarvis. Jarvis, did you catch what I just said? A silence fell over the room. Tony suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot that I removed my armor. Sorry, that was my mistake. I think this task is more suitable for Dr. Banner, as he is currently the more authoritative figure in this area. Nick interjected, can you guarantee that? Of course I can guarantee it. I can control myself now, otherwise I wouldn't have come here. I need to conduct experiments now. Hearing this, Andrei felt somewhat unreal. Can you really control yourself? Please remind me who was stuffed in a trunk for so many years. If it weren't for Thor accidentally arriving at soccer, you'd probably be Hulk for a lifetime. Banner, all you need to do is participate fully in the search for the tesseract. I believe the people here can handle the rest. He then turned to those around him and said, S-H-I-E-L-D. Thanks, Dr. Banner, for his contributions. The surveillance and restraint on him are now lifted. Listening from the side, Andrei thought to himself, shifting from outside the system to inside, from passive surveillance to voluntary presence. S-H-I-E-L-D.'s tactics were indeed formidable. One could be sold out, yet still count money obediently, even feeling grateful. If Andrei were in such a situation, he would have overturned the table outright, leaving no room for negotiation. This trampled on Andrei's dignity and pride. He would never resort to petty schemes. Of course Banner was no fool either. You've been quite concerned about me. I can already feel a surge of faith pouring into S-H-I-E-L-D. Should I be grateful to you? Nick had developed an automatic filter for such remarks, especially from Tony, whose fearless sharp tongue honed Nick's skill to new heights. Nick's approach to such matters was, we've always stayed in the shadows, but we keep a constant watch on all anomalies. As you know, this is everyone's concern and everyone's responsibility. The burden is heavy for all of us. Let's encourage each other. That's fine. I didn't attend any meetings, nor did I receive any notifications. I know nothing of your discussions, and I wasn't involved. I've picked up all the packages. I don't have pets, and I've already eaten. My child has confirmed their safety. The $100 at the door isn't mine either. Tony quickly clapped. Phil, standing nearby, wore a brilliantly professional smile. No, we're here to execute orders, not to applaud. Sorry, my hand itched. I needed to use the other hand to scratch it, clapping a bit. Any problem? Tony shrugged. No problem, it's your freedom. Everyone since Agent Barton has already taken the Iridium. Doesn't that mean they've found a way to open the space portal? Nick said, what I want to say is we need to find a way to pry Loki's mouth open, not let him stay here. But now it feels like Loki is the only one who wants to remain. Can anyone tell me what's going on? He won't talk. I know him well. Everything he says is a mix of truth and lies, elusive and deceptive. To extract anything from him, he has to want to tell you, and sincerely at that. Otherwise you'll never know what he's thinking. Thor said with some helplessness, weary from dealing with his brother. Andrei glanced around. Captain America sat upright. Tony and Banner were deep in professional discussion, and Spider-Man was bored, slumped over the table. It seemed Loki was indeed the only one willing to stay. Andrei smiled and said, let's get moving as soon as possible. Tony turned back and said, I agree. There's no way I'm going to be a statue. Moving gives us time to act at least. We're doing something. The place was deserted. To prevent Loki from controlling more people, everyone had been evacuated. For Loki it was rather dull. But before long he looked up at a spot where a black hole slowly materialized. I thought you'd come later, but here you are already. You surprised me. Loki's smile was broad. You have ambition, but your abilities don't match it. Wouldn't it be better to be a prince living idly? If you had the power, what do you think Odin would do? If you were stronger than Thor, why would Odin still pass the throne to him? And if you're thinking about being a biological son, that's hardly worth mentioning. Honestly, if I were Odin, I'd just beat you a few times, and that would be enough. Andrei chuckled. Loki's smile had been wide, but as Andrei spoke it faded, replaced by a grim expression. He glared at Andrei as if wanting to devour him. If I were you, I wouldn't wear that expression or have that look in my eyes. By the way, a side note. When will you get rid of those ridiculous horns? Don't you find them foolish? Andrei continued his verbal assault. Loki looked down at the 12-meter-long steel tunnel leading directly to the bottom of the helicarrier. If the steel mechanism on the edge of this glass cage loosened, Loki would plummet from the sky. Don't tell me you came here just to talk. I doubt you have that kind of leisure. You're right about that. I do have a deal. Care to join? Andrei smiled. Won't they suspect you? You're not naive enough to think you can just walk over and talk to me. Of course not, but I'm brazenly here. I have a reason, and a solid one. They won't suspect a thing. Besides, you need my help. Don't deny it. I can roughly guess what's on your mind. Loki closed his eyes, then opened them. I agree, but don't break your promise. It's settled. I'm a man of my word. Don't you believe me? Andrei laughed. Loki snorted coldly, the meaning clear to Andrei. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. The two, each with their own agenda, departed. Back on the helicarrier, Andrei said to Captain America, Loki's plan is to use Barton and Heinrich to create a diversion, plunging Earth into chaos, while he pursues his own goals through his methods. As for his true aim, in truth, he said nothing substantial, just a heap of empty words. But it contained one piece of information. Loki indeed had ulterior motives. Andrei couldn't reveal more as he only had a vague idea himself. The underground world was dark, filthy, and hidden. In the basement of a vast drainage system, the abducted Heinrich was observing a device connected to the power grid. Barton entered carrying an alloy case and said to Heinrich, I've got the Iridium. He handed over an aluminum combination lock case. Heinrich beamed. 30 hours. By the first hour of Thanksgiving you'll have this done, and the tesseract will activate. I understand. I await the main event. Andrei, you don't seem to like Captain America. We're of the same mind. Arriving at Iron Man's residence, really just to freeload a meal. Andrei had given up all hope of his own cooking. Ever since he learned Bruno and Ward were eating out daily to avoid his meals, had been staying at Tony's place, even bringing some cat food for Coffee Bean. I really don't like him, but that doesn't stop me from admiring him. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't do a single thing he did. But that raises another question. What do we truly need? Wealth, honor, or status? When two conflicting voices arise within Tony, what do you think will happen? So what's your answer? Tony said to himself. Me? I'd just quit. I've got enough money to retire. I have two capable subordinates. You know who they are. Wouldn't it be better to go back and do my own thing? Sticking around here pleases no one, and plenty of people are probably watching me right. They covet my power, my technology, my abilities. There are even spies around me. I pretend not to see it, but the day I truly do, someone's going to be in trouble. Vibranium, of course, is essential. Andrei smiled. Still the same old you. Tony drank a glass of orange juice and chuckled. Don't tell me you don't know about SHIELD's dirty secrets. I doubt you missed that golden opportunity yesterday, did you? How much classified data did you get from SHIELD? How much did Jarvis learn? Andrei stared at Tony. I know what I needed to know. Tony spread his hands. That's as good as saying nothing, Andrei remarked. Exactly, but that's because you said nothing either. So I can say whatever I want. Tony spread his hands again, indicating his response was purely a reaction. Are you ready? Barton, who had been absent for a while, asked. We're ready, the remaining mercenaries replied. By now Barton was at the aircraft's hatch. The powerful wind pressed his clothes tightly against his body, his hair flying wildly. But Barton was undaunted. He drew an arrow from the quiver on his back. With a swift motion he nocked it. The arrow traced a perfect arc across the sky, striking the predetermined target with precision. Upon impact, the arrowhead ejected several thin, long lines that clung tightly to the smooth steel surface. Expressionless Barton looked at the button in his hand and pressed it. A deafening explosion erupted. Though the bomb on the small arrowhead was tiny, the explosion caused a violent tremor. Smoke billowed from the helicarrier. Black smoke enveloped the area, and orange-eared flames shot up. Caught off guard, those inside were thrown about by the immense force, some crashing to the ground. As a top-tier agent, Barton had chosen his target perfectly. The massive blast ignited the engine, exposing severed wires whose ends sparked with yellow light. Scattered parts fell trailing black smoke. At the epicenter of the explosion, the intense heat turned the steel a glowing red. Even the surrounding air seemed tinged red by the heated metal. The moment the engine exploded, alarms blared in the central control room. Red lights flashed like alarms in everyone's hearts. The leisurely atmosphere was replaced by the hurried yet orderly sound of footsteps. Squads of soldiers rushed about under orders, while others, headphones on, frantically typed and shouted data from their sections to their superiors. It was like a drop of cold water into boiling oil. Chaos erupted instantly. Scott was one of those caught in the turmoil. He had just received orders from his commander to lead a squad on a mission to intercept the intruders. Arriving at a corridor, they found it in disarray, littered with unimportant items or trash. The scene dampened their spirits. Sir, Agent Phil just issued an order for you to respond to an emergency. Better bring firefighting equipment. It was Comm Guy speaking. Got it, Chandler. He'll be there soon. Everyone present knew what this was about after the massive explosion. So his name was Chandler. But Comm Guy might suit him better, thought Andrei, lurking in midair. Sir, not soon, immediately. The situation is critical. One engine has already been destroyed. They need your support. I understand. If Scott still didn't grasp the situation by now, he might as well shoot himself. The journey was silent. Scott knew Barton, even admired him somewhat. Scott was once an archery enthusiast himself, so he naturally admired Barton's extraordinary skills. But now he felt nothing but disgust. I want to ask who else is involved in this. We are. Comm Guy patted his chest and looked at Scott. We're all in a fierce battle. Life or death, it's in the past. Now we need to stand united against the enemy. Good. That's the spirit. There's one more thing I think is important. What? Stay calm, Comm Guy said. By now the once bustling lab was strewn with shattered glass. All glassware had been reduced to powder by the immense shockwave. Andrei appeared there, stepping over the glass shards. He said to Thor, go find Loki. Find him, and we might still turn this around. Where are you going? I'm going after Barton. Don't worry, you'll be back. Andrei flashed a bright smile. Tell me this isn't real? As Scott watched Banner fall, he felt as if the world was spinning, as though he had been slapped across the face. God knows what kind of situation this is. At that moment, Scott was leading his team towards the reserve area when Banner fell from the sky. He fell right in front of several people. In fact, the situation when Banner fell in front of them was as follows. A shockwave from an explosion surged up from the pipes beneath the laboratory, causing the pipes to shatter as they bore the brunt of the force, creating a gaping hole through which Romanoff and Banner fell. What they didn't realize was that there was part of Andrei's doing involved. He needed to create chaos on the battlefield, and it had to be complete chaos. Clearly, Captain America and Iron Man were not suitable, so only Banner remained, and he was the most fitting candidate. You all need to move quickly. Looking at Scott and the others who were momentarily stunned, Romanoff urged them sharply, while constantly soothing the swelling, turning green Banner. The group was jolted back to reality by her voice. They had previously carried out a mission in Chinatown and had witnessed Banner's terrifying combat power. His current state was etched into their souls, and activated by Romanoff, they felt fear, but quickly and orderly retreated due to their soldierly training. A fist came crashing down. The deck shook violently, and some scattered debris on it even bounced into the air. In fact, Andrei had also set up a plan beforehand. Now that he was revealing his strength, Loki should also have made corresponding preparations. Given Thor's intellect, he was probably being toyed with by Loki as well, but in the end, Andrei had no idea how things would turn out. After all, that gem was in his possession, and the specific situation still depended on Loki. Looking outside, he was still an ally of the Avengers, at least on the surface. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, and a massive figure appeared in the cramped space with a roar. The sound reverberated so intensely that even the discarded debris on the deck trembled. At that moment, Romanoff's face had turned ashen. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped onto the ground, and she felt those weren't just beads of sweat. They were her heartbeats pounding like drums, but the sound was faint. Andrei appeared directly, his fingers moving slightly, and a device materialized in his hand which he placed against his abdomen. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed, "Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution." As he moved the lever, a mechanical voice resonated, "Are you ready? Henshin." As soon as Andrei's voice fell, dazzling golden rings appeared before and behind him, instantly enveloping his form. "Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha." The golden and red rings transformed into a golden-red armor, the Cobra form making its entrance. A fist was thrown forward. At this moment, Hulk also threw a punch, but Andrei felt no threat from Hulk's attack. A clash of fists. No flashy tricks, no ulterior motives, just a pure battle of strength. Boom. Hulk was forced back 2 steps, his figure swaying slightly, but at that moment Hulk felt even more anger and let out a roar. His massive fist moved at lightning speed, almost keeping pace with the sound of his own roar, but Andrei had no reason to fear him. Another punch came flying in. Hulk felt like he was soaring through the sky, or in reality, he didn't need to feel it, he was indeed flying, his massive beast-like green body tumbling in the air, and then there was a loud crash. A wall was smashed to pieces by Hulk's body. Roar. The massive sound was countless times louder than before. If the previous sounds were merely preparatory movements, then this was the true state of things. At that moment, Hulk had entered a rage state, his figure becoming clearer and more robust through the dissipating dust. With another roar, he charged towards Andrei, intent on smashing this guy in front of him into a pulp. "Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Let me tell you, even Abomination fears me. Abomination has been knocked down by me, and you will be nothing more than my stepping stone." Andrei slapped the driver, and the smoke sword appeared in his hand. Gripping the smoke sword tightly, he stood firm, his gaze sharp, dangerous, red light flashing. A horizontal slash. The crescent white blade swung towards Banner, who was running and leaving huge footprints behind. The crescent white blade sliced into Hulk's skin, but Hulk seemed oblivious, charging at Andrei like a crazed individual. At this moment, Andrei couldn't help but curse, inwardly crazy. But his body did not retreat at all. He knew he couldn't retreat, having defeated Abomination, who had originally pounded Hulk into the ground in the plot. His pride wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. His eyes glowed with a red light like shining rubies, but the flickering hue was a dangerous blood red reminiscent of a blood moon in the sky, making people uneasy. The red light of the smoke sword in his hand mirrored the crimson in Andrei's eyes. With a horizontal slash, he directly severed a table, lifting it with the sword tip, sending it flying towards Hulk. Hulk, unfazed, smashed the table to bits with a single punch, but Andrei kicked off the ground. In the sky, the crimson light flickered ominously, and the smoke sword had transformed into a transformation smoke rifle loaded with specific canisters. He pressed the trigger. Steam shot. XX. A powerful energy projectile shot out. The dazzling light hurtled towards Hulk. Even in his arrogance and anger, Hulk knew the situation was dire. With a furious roar, his massive fist struck. Sparks flew and immense energy exploded like a detonated bomb. Various equipment flew through the air, and the shockwave knocked Scott and his team, who had retreated, to the ground. Boom. Hulk was embedded in the wall, but it wasn't over. Hulk struggled, forcing himself off the wall, throwing a punch. Andrei responded with a punch, both enduring the raw power clash. Boom. Hulk flew out like a cannonball. "You'd better rest well." Andrei stepped forward, and then turned back to say, "You should find a place to rest. My plan must not fail." He opened a black hole and tossed the unconscious Hulk inside. "Loki, you can make your move now. I believe dealing with your muscle-bound brother should be easy for you, or perhaps you're already out." Andrei sat down and spoke, facing Loki. "I hope you can keep your promise." "Sir, it's bad. Loki is missing, and Thor has gone in by himself." When Nick heard this news, the cup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering like his current state of mind. He rushed out to check the surveillance. On the surveillance, it was no longer the compliant Loki, but Thor wielding a hammer, while outside the door was Thor trying to get in. This scene chilled Nick's heart. He knew Loki had a skill to change into others through magic to deceive others, but who could he blame? Who could tell who was who? Sitting weakly in his chair, if Nick couldn't distinguish the situation, now he might as well find a rope and pretend to be dead right there. Ignoring the content inside, he needed to come up with a countermeasure immediately. He had to stop Loki. He had to ensure that this guy was right here. He pointed at Hill and said immediately track Loki's whereabouts using all surveillance. It means constantly monitoring every place. We must find him. Command everyone to constantly monitor every location. All passages must be sealed, and no one can be allowed to leave without my orders. Without a doubt, as a leader, his command was indeed very correct, and his grasp of the situation was quite accurate. Nick was very clear that Loki had absolutely not left because based on the timing it was simply impossible. There could only be one reason. So there was only one truth: Loki was still aboard the carrier and definitely not far away. What would he do? How would he escape from the carrier? Nick certainly hoped Loki could act recklessly, but that was impossible. Loki's intelligence would not allow him to make such absurd moves. Therefore his choice was to continue pretending to be an ordinary person, to continue blending in. Sighing deeply, Hill understood the commander's decision and silently left, stepping out. Nick fished out a cigar from his pocket, took out his lighter, lit it, but the cigar remained in his hand, refusing to reach the flame. He quietly set the cigar down and sighed again, glancing outside, whispering words only he could hear, "I hope I'm not too late." At this moment Loki had transformed into a team member, mingling among Scott's group. They had already fled far from the explosion, but their mission still needed to be completed. "Excuse me, may I join you?" Loki approached with a sincere expression. The group stared at Loki for a moment, confirming they recognized him. "Sure, we need to go execute a mission. It would be great if you were willing to help us in our team." "Buddy, are you sure you want to come? I think our mission is quite tough. It's all for the battle for Earth. There's no such thing as easy or hard." "I am willing to join," Loki said. "All right then, follow me," Scott replied. Just then Agent Hill walked over to Scott and said, "Have you encountered any suspicious personnel, such as someone wandering around who you've never seen before?" "Sir, there hasn't been anything like that," Scott replied. "Then what about this person?" "This person just joined us. He came to assist after Hulk got angry, and he's also a technician. I have an impression of him," Scott hurriedly explained. "Is that so?" Hill asked. "That's right. This is my work identification. Please check it, sir," Loki said. After taking a look and confirming it matched Loki's appearance, Hill said, "All right, get to work." After Scott and the others left, Hill called over someone and said, "Keep a close watch on that guy who just blended in. We must clarify his identity. I suspect he's not simple." "Yes." Without any hesitation, the individual went to execute the task Hill had given him. In Hill's eyes, Loki's performance was impeccable and very natural, but it was precisely this performance that made Hill suspicious. To put it simply, the current situation is that Loki's performance was too calm, too normal. It was too much of a good thing. He gazed heavily at the direction his subordinate had left, and similarly, he sank heavily into his chair. Loki's escape cast a faint shadow over the entire SHIELD, and the upper management understood that if Loki truly had gotten away, the ensuing events would be dire, even extremely severe. The energy within the cosmic cube was no joke. One could even say that the entire carrier's situation had become somewhat eerie due to Loki's mysterious disappearance. However, Loki could not be aware of this thought. Right now his mind was solely focused on the conditions Andrei had given him when he found Loki initially to help him seize the throne of Asgard. At first Loki was skeptical until Andrei revealed a massive secret, that being the goddess of death Hela. Initially Loki was so shocked that he couldn't speak because he understood the kind of grim fate Hela represented. This individual was absolutely a taboo in Asgard. He never expected that Andrei knew about Hela, and Andrei's condition was for Hela to help Loki claim the throne of Asgard. Andrei understood precisely what Loki needed and knew exactly what he had absolute control over. Yet Loki did not agree immediately. He was aware of what the consequences would be if Odin found out. Andrei was not anxious. He knew Loki would eventually agree. Lawyer version: since you have signed the contract, in light of this, we believe your debut author's note is necessary, wise, and gratifying. It marks a further step on the path of a struggling writer, and we congratulate you on your success. Foreman version: hey, you still playing on your phone? Don't you want to work? I need to write to earn money. Write your head. Even if you signed a contract, your fate is still moving bricks at the construction site. Get moving, you still have 300 bricks to carry. Student version: Ajong, I signed a contract today. Oh, congratulations. By the way, you can pay back the money I lent you the other day now. A Tale of Two Cities version: it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, it was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epic of belief, it was the epic of incredulity, it was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. Today's failed writer has finally risen from the ashes to become a grand failure. 100 Years of Solitude version: many years later, as he faced the firing squad, Colonel Oriano Buendia was to remember that distant afternoon when his father took him to discover ice. At that time, Macondo was a village of 20 houses built on the bank of a river of clear water that ran along a bed of polished stones, which were white and enormous like prehistoric eggs. Believe that if you insert the word eunuch into this context, you will experience a different feeling. The rotors of the helicarrier had lost power. Iron Man and Captain America had arrived at the site of the attack, where Barton still was. Another arrow came flying. Iron Man couldn't allow him to continue his wanton destruction unchecked. The repulsor in his palm fired a jet of flame as he lunged toward Barton. Barton dodged in a flash, but Tony had already raised his palm. The blast fired directly, striking the aircraft. Boom. The plane exploded instantly, but Tony couldn't let Barton fall to his death. That was absolutely unacceptable. He dove straight down, striking Barton's neck with his right hand to knock him out. Then with a sweep of his left arm, he surged upward, carrying Barton back to the helicarrier deck. I just received word both engines of the helicarrier are damaged. We need to take action. I don't want any interruptions, nor any unfortunate incidents, Tony said. Captain America understood the implication behind Tony's words and replied, "Of course nothing else will happen. I guarantee it. If anyone tries, I'll hold them accountable." Tony nodded, soared into the sky, and flew to the slowing engine of the helicarrier. Without a word, he used his hands to push the rotors, providing the momentum needed to keep the helicarrier operational. This was in truth a life-risking gamble. Once his energy was depleted, Tony would lose power and stop, but the rotors, driven by inertia and the momentum he provided, would inevitably suck him in. This was no joke. Watching Tony spin at breakneck speed, Captain America's gaze dimmed. He gripped his shield tightly, trying to calm the turmoil within, but the sweat beading on his palms betrayed his anxiety. Meanwhile, Loki was still maneuvering. He knew that Hill had already noticed him, but he still had a card to play. "Commander, may I go to the restroom?" Loki asked. "Of course," came the reply. A figure followed him. Opening the restroom door, Loki saw a mirror inside. He glanced at his reflection, wiping his brow, and spotted a shadow flickering behind him. Loki pretended not to notice, casually letting an object slip from his person. The man behind him narrowed his eyes. After Loki entered the restroom, he hurriedly retrieved the item and left. Once the man was gone, Loki kept his gaze fixed on him. "Commander Hill, I found this. It might be useful," the man said respectfully, handing over the item before retreating. "Oomph." Hill snorted, examining the object. "Take me there," she ordered. An hour later, Andrei watched Loki emerge and said, "Just as I thought, you're out. Didn't you guess as much?" "You mean your scheme?" "What else? You're truly skilled at manipulating hearts. That item was a fake, wasn't it?" But he didn't believe it, so he went looking for you. "Let me guess your words, something vague like the past is past, I must face the future. He'll live well from now on without needing too much concern from others." You used the fake to draw attention, set traps step by step, exploited his pride and guilt, and played on his emotions. Your grasp of human nature is indeed formidable. You executed it flawlessly and escaped successfully. But do you think Nick doesn't know? From what I've observed, I've seen people tailing you. I've dealt with them, though not personally, Andrei said with a smile, but his expression was like a demon's in Loki's eyes. "I have matters to attend to. I need to see Tony. If you need me, you'll come on my own. I hope you won't play any tricks, because I'm quite petty myself," Andrei said with a grin. At that moment, Nick sat dejectedly in the central control room, knowing it was time to speak the truth. Clearing his throat, he addressed those he had summoned. "The current situation is this: the tesseract is gone. Loki has escaped. 58 agents have died in this battle. Most computers are down. The Hulk has been knocked unconscious by Kamen Rider, and Thor has fallen from the sky, his fate unknown. I tell you this so you understand the Chitauri army could arrive at any moment. Our time is running out. We must act swiftly." Tony, never one for seriousness, now sat upright with a stern expression. Captain America wore his usual stoic look. Spider-Man sat like an obedient child. Andrei's face was calm. "What do you think we should do?" Nick rose, his coffee cup empty, and tossed it into the trash bin. It clattered against the metal inside, producing a harsh sound. Since Loki left so conspicuously, he must be confident about opening the space portal. And Kamen Rider said the target is New York. "We've wasted enough time here. Why not take the fight to them?" the young Spider-Man chimed in. "The situation is simple. Those who want to go, grab your gear and head to New York. Those who don't, stay in the bunker, sip tea, and read the paper. If an unstoppable force comes, then put a Browning to your temple and pull the trigger," Tony declared. "Just the four of us." Spider-Man jumped up. Even without considering the unknown number of troops, dealing with Loki alone was no easy task. As for the military, we'd need time for deployment, approval, and action. Too much red tape. There's no time to waste. Let's head to New York. We've been at this long enough. I believe we can control the situation, overcome everything, and work together. But before that, I need to deal with my own issues. With that, Tony walked off. One by one, they left. Staring at the empty control room, Hill asked Nick, "Can they really protect Earth like this?" "They need time, but that's exactly what we lack most. War will shatter their barriers, conflict will bring their hearts together. A golden team will shine brightest at their peak. But what about the darkness before dawn?" Nick had worried about this for a long time. Ever since the rift between Iron Man and Captain America, the divide had persisted, a symbol of wartime America and a playboy of peacetime, seemingly destined never to unite. "By the way, Hill, how's Barton? Has he woken up?" Nick asked. "Soon. He's still being treated. I hope it's quick. Time is truly running out." The war is about to begin, Nick said. As a truck drove across the Manhattan Bridge, everything seemed normal. But inside sat an old white-haired man, and Loki, that was far from normal. Their target was Stark Tower in Midtown Manhattan. The reason Stark Tower had its own independent energy supply capable of providing the power needed to activate the tesseract. In Eric's eyes, the device before him was no longer a precise instrument, but a priceless work of art. For a scientist, the discovery of something new and the fulfillment it brings is irreplaceable. This device was the gateway to a new world, the staircase to a new era. Several mercenaries drove the vehicle forward, skyscraper after skyscraper receding behind them. But Eric saw none of it. Midtown Circle was the crossroads of the world, home to many global corporations and the elite. Before they even reached Midtown Circle, traffic slowed to a crawl. Some people were even riding bicycles, and to their chagrin moving faster than them. The mercenaries pulled out instruments. The scene outside surprised them, streets filled with people dressed as clowns, Batman, cowboys, and Superman. They even saw someone cosplaying as Kamen Rider. But they had no time for that, driving straight to the rooftop. Loki had been waiting. "You're late," he said. "Something happened on the way." "But it's not too late," Loki replied. "No, that's Stark Tower. Damn it, I should have guessed. The tesseract needs massive energy to activate. Where else in New York could provide that? Damn it, I should have known." A brilliant blue beam shot into the sky. The azure pillars shone beautifully against the heavens, but the space wormhole cast a shadow of despair over the glowing light. The edges were blue, but the center was a cold, dark void. Lightning and clouds churned and intertwined. Yet if one gazed into that indifferent darkness, star-like specks flickered within, cold, colorless mirror ornaments. "Loki, you've disappointed me. Shut down the tesseract's activation device, and perhaps you might still be forgiven." Thor's cape billowed behind him, but Loki sneered. "Just you. Don't dream. Activation means arrival, means the beginning. No one can stop it, unless you solve it yourselves. Enjoy this gift while you can still see such beauty," Loki said. The black hole in the sky continued to expand, mirroring Thor's mood. "Shut it down. There are other ways. Once it's started, there's no need to force an end," Loki smiled. "Let me see if Midgard can survive this calamity. I look forward to this battle." "Madman," was the thought of everyone present. "Then let me stop you." "No, you're not here to stop me. You need to deal with someone you know well." At that moment, a multicolored light shone in the sky, and a silver figure appeared within it. "How is this possible?" Thor stared at the destroyer, feeling the absurdity of the world. Nothing to be surprised about. He controlled the destroyer once, he can do it again. And do you think he didn't make modifications the first time? Andrei said, strolling over casually. Loki feigned shock. "How do you know?" "Enough talk." Andrei flicked his fingers, and a driver appeared in his hand. He placed it on his waist as a mechanical voice rang out. "Evol driver. Cobra. Rider system. Evolution." He cranked the lever, and another mechanical voice sounded. "Are you ready?" "Henshin." As Andrei's voice faded, golden rings materialized around him, instantly enveloping his form. "Cobra. Cobra. Evol Cobra. Fuahahaha." The golden and crimson rings merged into a suit of armor blending gold and red. Cobra form debut. "Give this guy a proper welcome," Loki said through gritted teeth. But Andrei executed a backflip, dodging the destroyer's fist. A massive fist imprint was left on Stark Tower. The destroyer turned, its eyes glowing with orange light. Andrei leaped back, opening a black hole and diving into it. At that moment, an orange-red beam shot from the destroyer's eyes. The immense energy made it hard for those nearby to keep their eyes open, but they could feel its overwhelming power. The ground shook violently. Tony soared into the sky, his hand and foot repulsors keeping him aloft. Captain America sprinted, leaped off the edge, and bounded from building to building. Spider-Man shot a web at a distant structure, pulled with both hands, and launched himself forward. Andrei appeared behind the destroyer, drawing his steam blade. A single horizontal slash. A crescent white blade struck the destroyer. Sparks flew as the destroyer staggered, then threw a punch. A red glint flashed in Andrei's eyes as he met the destroyer's fist. "Hedon, you're still the same destroyer, but I'm no longer the Andrei I once was." The destroyer toppled backward. Andrei took a step forward, sheathed his steam blade, and drew his steam rifle. A cloud drifted overhead, slowly forming a line of text. To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next chapter. Loading the Cobra evolution bottle. Epilogue steam. A light bullet, curving with a blood-red trajectory, shot forth directly. This missile bore Andrei's own mark, his unique signature. Boom. Sparks erupted directly from the destroyer's neck. However, as the guardian of Asgard's vault, the destroyer could not be so weak, or rather, it could not be directly defeated by Andrei. Andrei executed a backflip directly. At that moment, the destroyer had already turned its head, the orange-yellow light in its eyes gathering continuously. Suddenly, the destroyer threw a punch. Andrei directly raised his transformation smoke rifle and fired a light bullet. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. The blood-red light in Andrei's eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing in that instant. "I remember this, Loki." Andrei nearly roared these words, his hatred for Loki reaching an extreme within his heart. You dare betray me again. What if you remember? What I need you cannot provide. I will retrieve it myself. Don't think I don't know your intentions. I suspect yours are no good either. Loki was already desperate. He knew clearly from the very beginning when Andrei found him that Andrei could not have any good intentions. Do you truly believe this can subdue me? Andrei laughed heartily. That depends on you escaping this predicament first. Andrei fell silent. He needed to find a way to break this deadlock quickly. Now he must remain calm, absolutely calm. He ignored Loki's words for now. Andrei directly raised his fist, but his figure suddenly turned, then veered to one side. The illusory scene shattered instantly. The red light in Andrei's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, stared directly at the destroyer while his hands moved without delay, loading the Cobra evolution bottle. Epilogue steam. The trajectory-bending light bullet flew out immediately. At that moment, the destroyer's figure tilted, dodging the light bullet. However, Andrei's form flickered, and a black hole suddenly appeared before him. With a single leap, he entered and vanished. Loki's eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. He had not anticipated Andrei using a black hole to break his illusion, but he never imagined Andrei's progress could be so immense. Andrei had already appeared behind Loki. Sensing an extreme danger approaching, Loki instinctively twisted his body. A silver sword edge grazed past Loki's face. Just as Loki prepared to counter, another fist came flying directly. Bang! Loki's figure was sent flying. He crashed directly into the floors of Stark Tower. In an instant, dust billowed and rubble scattered everywhere. At that moment, a thunderclap resounded in the sky, echoing before everyone. Following the sound, one could see the Chitauri ships swarming like locusts through the massive wormhole. But Andrei paid them no heed, directly drawing his smoke sword. The red light in his eyes blazed like fire, and a dangerous scarlet gleam sharpened on the blade. A cruel smile curled on Andrei's lips. He held his sword horizontally, and a pale white scarlet-edged blade light tore through the air, striking the dense masses of Chitauri. Many Chitauri were cleaved in two, falling like withered leaves from the sky. Most of them only saw a flash of pale white light before being engulfed in endless darkness. At that moment, the destroyer turned around. Andrei extended his left hand, and the transformation smoke rifle appeared in his grasp. He pulled the trigger, and a light bullet shot forth. With another leap, a black hole appeared in the sky. Andrei entered it and vanished. When he reappeared, his fist, shimmering with faint starlight, struck the destroyer's neck directly. The destroyer's form tilted. Andrei flashed again, loading the Cobra evolution bottle. Epilogue steam. The trajectory-bending light bullet struck the destroyer's calf directly. Its figure tilted even further. At that moment, Andrei raised both hands to the sky. A massive, annihilating black hole appeared directly behind the destroyer, instantly swallowing it whole. Loki was both shocked and enraged. In the sky, the Chitauri warship also exploded directly. The deafening blast resembled amplified crackling beans. Parts flew everywhere, and many Chitauri who had survived Andrei's attacks fell from the sky, their bodies ablaze with fierce flames. Loki rose to his feet, his eyes filled with wariness, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Andrei turned around, his expression invisible, but his cold armor revealed his mood. You can leave, but I must take that item. Otherwise, you stay here today. Don't take my words lightly, or you might not know the consequences. Even I don't. The icy words made Loki's sweat beads denser. He waved both hands, and his figure gradually transformed into faint pale white specks of light. Andrei's eyes were filled with crimson light, the scarlet radiance nearly bursting through the armor's confines. The smoked sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if thirsting for blood. With a short sprint, he summoned a black hole, flashed out, and appeared in the sky. Spotting a Chitauri warship, he threw a punch directly. Boom. The creature piloting the warship was struck, its yellow and white matter splattering out, some even hitting Andrei's face. He wiped it away with his hand and flung the now limp Chitauri away with his left. Boarding the Chitauri warship, unable to understand any controls, he spotted a green button and pressed it directly. Then came a violent alarm. Andrei's heart sank. He summoned a black hole, and in an instant the entire warship was engulfed in a sea of flames. The Chitauri warship could self-destruct. Unbelievable. But Andrei didn't dwell on it. His focus now was on striking the Chitauri. This was Earth, a place they had no right to touch. Not for this land of so-called freedom and democracy, but for the nation in his heart. No one, no race could run rampant here without consequence. The transformation smoke rifle in Andrei's hand flashed. He pulled the trigger directly. Before him, a Chitauri warship turned to ashes before the alien's own incredulous expressions. But Andrei backflipped to dodge a cannonball, simultaneously swapping his rifle for the smoke sword and slashing horizontally across the sky. Crack! A terrifying tearing sound came, but it wasn't the sound of flesh being torn. It was the sound of the Chitauri warship being completely pierced by the smoke sword. Andrei made another stride, the smoke sword in his hand, striking towards a Chitauri warship with the wind. Just then a golden-red figure flashed by. A cannonball bypassed Andrei, and an explosion sounded from behind him. Andrei looked at Iron Man, who said in battle you need to look forward, but sometimes the danger behind you can be greater. Got it. But you still owe me a few lives. Consider this one paid back. Still, I have plenty more to discuss with you later, Andrei replied. He raised his smoke sword, a scarlet gleam flashing in his eyes. Then with a backward push his entire form soared into the sky. He sidestepped and suddenly a cannonball flew directly towards him. But Andrei was undaunted. He held his smoke sword horizontally, forcefully blocking the incoming cannonball. Then with a flick of his right hand the entire cannonball was sent flying back. Boom. Amidst the Chitauri's incredulous gaze he watched his own cannonball approach closer and closer, until with its whistling sound, he became part of the universe. Yet Andrei's expression remained grave. Through his EVOC signal blade, he clearly sensed that the tesseract had changed. Something enormous was about to emerge. At that moment the tesseract emitted a cerulean light. The towering beam in the sky grew even thicker. Within the massive wormhole the Chitauri ships were dwindling. Though the situation seemed to improve, everyone felt a looming tension like a storm about to break. Captain America with a premonition hurled his shield, felling a Chitauri, and looked skyward. Iron Man continued attacking the Chitauri with his rockets, firing a repulsor blast. The Chitauri turned to dust. Ward, remember the mission the boss gave us? Bruno said, stepping on broken bricks. They were now inside Stark Tower. The dilapidated building contrasted with its luxurious decor, felt indescribably strange. I know, but we need to get to the Tesseract quickly. The situation might not be optimistic, Ward said in a low voice. Earlier outside, he had accurately sensed the subtle change in circumstances. Ward knew this was due to the ability Andrei had granted him. He wouldn't have had such a feeling before. I understand. That's why we need to secure the Tesseract. It's the root of all this. Taking it away will ease some of the pressure on the boss, Bruno said. That works, Ward said. But as soon as he spoke, Bruno chuckled. Your big brother's words are always right. Any problem with that? Looking at the energy shield formed by the Tesseract, Andrei knew he had to break it to let Bruno and Ward complete their plan. A red light flashed in his eyes. Loading the Gatling full bottle and Rider evolution bottle. Rotating the lever. Ready, go. Gatling finish. The Eagle Gatling was summoned directly. Clutching the orange-eared Eagle Gatling, a faint red light shimmered on his body. The magazine rotated 10 times. Full bullet. Glowing golden eagle-shaped light bullets were fired one after another, striking the blue light pillar. At that moment, Andrei executed a backflip. High above with the massive wormhole behind him, he rotated the lever. Starlight, like fireflies, dreamlike and ethereal, gathered between reality and illusion, dream and reality. Ready, go. The Voltic finish. Ciao. The mechanical voice rang out. The starlight suddenly became a Milky Way, then condensed into an astrolabe-like energy form. Starlight covered his right foot. Andrei's gaze sharpened. Holding the smoke sword, he extended his right leg forward and charged directly towards the Tesseract's protective shield. The starlight struck with immense force, colliding directly with the energy shield. The shield buckled inward, trembling and groaning under the power. Simultaneously, the energy strained even Andrei's armor. He raised his left hand, the smoke sword's blade gleaming with a scarlet radiance, and swept it horizontally. A pale white brilliance flashed out. But just then the sky darkened further. Looking up, a colossal beast about 50 to 60 meters long, over 20 meters wide, and 10 meters tall emerged from the space wormhole. Its immense oppressive form dominated the sky. The Leviathan was like a mountain. Andrei stared coldly at the beast, reminded of the mythical Kuan from Chinese legends. Seeing it in a movie was one thing, witnessing it in reality was another. Yet Andrei showed no panic. He transformed his smoke sword into the transformation smoke rifle. The Leviathan swung its tail with tremendous force. Stark Tower, as soft as tofu under a knife, instantly crumbled into a pile of rubble. Strangely, the Tesseract device and the Leviathan's attack passed through each other, as if existing in different dimensions. Andrei flickered, vanishing into a black hole before him. The next second, he reappeared atop another building. At that moment, a Chitauri warship flew directly towards him. Andrei held his sword horizontally, unleashing a white blade light. Before the overconfident Chitauri could react, it turned into an insignificant spark, reduced to ashes without even a cry. Tony fired a laser cannon. Gazing at the massive Leviathan, he shouted, "Anyone else missing Banner? We could really use him right now." He fired another laser, and a nearby Chitauri crashed headfirst to the ground, lifeless. Tony sidestepped, eyeing the Leviathan. The accessory pack on his Mark 7 armor opened, launching 4 heavy rockets. Boom. A massive explosion blossomed on the Leviathan's body, rolling flames rising. Metal fragments reflected the sparks, and purple blood scattered across the sky. The Leviathan opened its maw, revealing rows of sharp, dangerous fangs. A cannonball flew towards Iron Man. At that moment, the rib-like metal support points on the Leviathan's sides opened. Chitauri soldiers leaped out wielding long laser rifles clinging to surfaces like geckos. A Chitauri aimed his laser rifle at Tony. The dark muzzle seemed to whisper. Yet before the laser gun in his hand could fire a laser cannon, Andrei's figure flickered, and he appeared before the man, throwing a punch. The Chitauri turned into a headless corpse. The red light in Andrei's eyes flashed as he raised his smoke sword and swept it across the sky. The Chitauri's body was instantly cleaved in two. At that moment, Andrei performed a backflip, his weapon transforming into a smoke rifle. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of missiles that streaked toward the Chitauri's Leviathan. Purple blood dripped incessantly, and from its maw filled with jagged teeth erupted a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Captain America caught his shield and gazed at the Leviathan, frowning. This must be their transport, also capable of destruction. Its destructive power is immense. We need a solution. Spider-Man swung over on his webs and said to Captain America, "He's too big, unimaginably huge. My webs can't hold him. But if Banner were here, things might be different. His destruction is terrifying." Just then a furious roar echoed and a massive figure appeared before them. The Green Giant threw a punch. "Oh, look, the Hulk is here. He must have heard my call," Spider-Man exclaimed, jumping up. The Leviathan let out a thunderous roar, its enormous fangs bared as it opened its maw wide before the Hulk, as if to swallow him whole. The Hulk's legs propelled him high into the air, his massive fist raised. He brought it crashing down onto the Leviathan's skull. Boom! The thunderous sound shattered the surviving windows nearby, shards of glass reflecting the sparks on the ground. Just then a Chitauri warship approached and fired a cannon at the Hulk. A torrent of energy surged toward the Hulk, but he roared and leaped aside, evading the attack. As the Chitauri prepared another strike, the Hulk jumped again, his legs propelling him skyward, and smashed his fist into the ship. Boom! Like a tattered rag in the wind, like a lifeless falling leaf, the Chitauri became a dead dog, plummeting powerlessly through the air. Another mighty roar. The Leviathan turned its head, its colossal maw appearing before the Hulk. At that moment, Andrei moved. He leaped into the sky, performing a backflip amidst the rolling black clouds, and spun the control lever. "Ready, go." The Voltic finish. "Ciao." A mechanical voice echoed across the heavens. Stars revolved, astrolabes converged. In the sky, streams of light shimmered. Amidst the twinkling stars, a supreme, killing intent gathered. On Andrei's right hand, starlight blazed as he punched, striking the Leviathan's head with a fist wreathed in celestial radiance. The Leviathan's head snapped to the side. Andrei drew his smoke sword again, its blade gleaming with a scarlet light, and swung it once more. The immense force carved a gash into the Leviathan's body. The beast roared in agony, its suffering palpable. But Andrei knew his attacks hadn't dealt fatal damage to this behemoth. Yet it had to die, otherwise how could the plan proceed? The red light in his eyes blazed like a burning star, forming a black hole. His figure instantly appeared before the Leviathan, and he swung the smoke sword. Fangs shattered into pieces. At the same time, the Hulk leaped onto the Leviathan's body and threw a punch. Various components burst apart. At that moment, Andrei executed a rider kick. Boom! A colossal sound erupted. Suddenly, two figures materialized in the sky, one in gold and black, the other in white and purple. Oh, are those the ones from the video? Could they be? Spider-Man stared at Iron Man in the sky in disbelief. But Iron Man was lost in deep thought. He realized he was too weak. Against the Leviathan, he had no power to fight back. Against the Chitauri, he had no effective solution. Against Loki, he might have some tricks. Too weak. He clenched his fists tightly, completely oblivious to Spider-Man's shouts. "Boss, I'm here. Who called you? What was your mission? Answer me." Andrei's voice was low but icy. "Boss," the two said in unison. "No excuses. When we return, there will be punishment, and it may be severe. Be prepared." Andrei didn't look at them. Instead, he strode forward, reversed his hands, and swept his sword across the sky. Simultaneously, he lunged forward. Just then a Chitauri appeared before him, ready to strike. But Tony wouldn't let that happen. He fired a repulsor blast. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed, but Andrei pressed on. He spun, and the tip of his sword gleamed with cold light. The purest killing intent, the most concentrated power. A piercing sound. The blade penetrated. Andrei gripped the smoke sword tightly and twisted it. The wound instantly expanded. The Leviathan's mournful cry rang out, as if begging for mercy. But Andrei didn't stop. He exerted force, widening the wound. In that instant, he withdrew the smoke sword. He grabbed the smoke rifle, Gatling full bottle, and Rider evolution bottle. His eyes sharpened, and he spun the control lever. "Ready, go." Gatling finish. The sound effect blared. The Eagle Gatlinger was summoned. He held it tightly, the red light in his eyes flashing. He rotated the magazine 10 times. Golden eagle-shaped light bullets shot forth. The mournful cries grew louder, but Andrei remained unmoved. The colossal energy surged straight toward the Leviathan's head. Sensing the danger, the Leviathan thrashed wildly, its tail becoming more agile. Its massive movements reduced surrounding buildings to rubble, sending torrents of reinforced concrete crashing down. But it was all in vain. Everything was part of Andrei's plan. Using his earlier intimidation and raw power, he crushed everything in his path. This wasn't a strategy, it was the most irrefutable, unreasonable display of overwhelming force. Boom. Like shattered porcelain or peeling bark, red light flickered across the Leviathan's body. The original crack widened and more flesh spilled from the crumbling metal bones. The red light on its tail blazed, growing brighter. A red figure emerged from the Leviathan. At that moment, the beast could no longer hold on. Its colossal form crashed onto the street, crushing cars and smaller houses into flattened discs. The asphalt road fractured. Its enormous head plunged into the ground like a falling stake. Cool. When Spider-Man finished off an enemy and looked at Andrei, his voice was filled with indescribable excitement and even a hint of admiration. It's not over yet. Tony descended from the sky, gazing at the rolling dark clouds. Everyone followed his gaze. The clouds grew denser. Lightning flashed and roared amidst the churning darkness. A gleaming silver hammer flew through the air. A red cape billowed conspicuously against the sky. Silver armor shone even brighter under the lightning's illumination. Whoa, Thor is here! Spider-Man exclaimed excitedly. Thor remained impassive, his eyes filled with resolve as he raised Mjolnir high. The power of thunder blazed across the black sky. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended. A shimmering silver serpent of electricity struck a Leviathan. The Leviathan let out a sky-shaking roar, but it was futile. The immense force pierced through its back, sending metal fragments scattering. The Chitauri emerging from it fared even worse, turning into trash, emitting black smoke midair. Thor's figure flickered again. The dazzling lightning followed his turn and struck the Leviathan's forehead. The tremendous force blasted a hole in the Leviathan's skull. Its hysterical roar mixed with anger and fear. As it prepared to swing its tail, another bolt of lightning struck. Straight into its head. The roar abruptly ceased. The Leviathan hung in the air for a moment before crashing to the ground. It was dead. Andrei flew over and said to Thor, "You should keep a better watch over your brother. Not every mistake can be forgiven, and not everyone will passively accept his whims. This is my fault. They'll discipline him properly when we return," Thor said sincerely. Andrei then looked at Iron Man and Captain America's group. "Is the ground clear?" "As you can see, we're somewhat overwhelmed. Their numbers are daunting, and we're at a loss." But before he finished, Tony's face darkened as he looked at Captain America. He took a deep breath. "I just received word from Nick. The Council has decided to nuke Manhattan." As he spoke, the sound of a distant projectile reached them. Andrei stepped forward and said, "He'll handle this." He raised his hands. The space before him seemed to ripple, invisible, traceless, yet everyone could feel the disturbance. The nuclear missile flew in. The warhead drew closer, pounding like a fist against everyone's hearts. Its roar echoed in their ears. Just as it was about to reach the skies over Manhattan, a ripple appeared, like a drop of water entering the ocean, and the massive missile vanished without a trace. What happened? Not only those present, but also the officials worldwide fighting for democracy and freedom were utterly bewildered. Your country is very free, very democratic, very absurd. Of course, any dirty deal under the guise of freedom and democracy can be dressed up as high-sounding rhetoric and righteous justification. Andrei looked at Captain America and said, "Don't worry. There's still a grand show to come." A distant roar echoed. A gray-green figure emerged in the distance. Wicked bone spurs, siren-like ears, and explosive muscles like bedrock, fully revealed as the dust settled. "Is that the abomination?" Iron Man said with some gravity. He recalled the battle and its cause, so he turned his gaze to Andrei. Andrei said emotionlessly, "The matter here is concluded. This is their personal feud. I hope you won't interfere. This is between the two of them, unrelated to any stance." Roar. A furious cry erupted. The Hulk had regained his full strength. Seeing his old adversary, he leaped directly before the abomination. The abomination let out an excited roar, jumped, and threw a punch at the Hulk. The Hulk roared back and matched it with a fist of his own. Boom. Their fists collided. The immense shockwave rattled smaller objects. Both staggered back a step. The yellow light in the abomination's eyes flickered as he lunged again with another punch, and the Hulk answered in kind. No tricks or embellishments, just pure bedrock-like power. Their fists met again. The abomination grinned and threw a lightning-fast left hook. The Hulk tried to dodge, but the abomination kicked him. The Hulk crashed to the ground. The abomination seized the opportunity and aimed a punch at the Hulk's head. Sensing immense danger, the Hulk reacted instantly, extending his left hand to grab and halt the attack. But the abomination grinned again, driving a brutal kick into the Hulk's side, sending him flying like a kite into the distance. Seeing the Hulk in such a state, Iron Man couldn't bear it and moved to intervene. Andrei blocked him, saying, "Rules must not be broken. Not you, not me. Everything depends on their own abilities." "Fuck to hell with the rules. Rules are meant to be broken." Then show me if you have the power to break them, the strength to defy my rules. Staring at Andrei, Tony clenched his fists, but ultimately lowered them in defeat. Meanwhile, the Hulk rose from a pile of rubble, fragments of stone falling from his body. One step closer to the abomination, 2 steps even nearer. He began to jog. The abomination did the same. The ground trembled, and their massive footprints grew longer. Their fists clenched, drawing closer. Boom. Shockwaves surged, dust filled the air, the earth quaked. A gentle breeze stirred slowly, clearing the haze. Both took a step back. Andrei shook his head slightly and said to the abomination, "Go. There will be other opportunities." "Boss." A rough voice rang out. Andrei turned to see the abomination kneeling before him. "If this isn't settled, I want sleep easy. This creature that haunts my dreams. I must defeat him, make him grovel at my feet." Andrei turned and looked at him. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Remember, don't lose your life. Without my permission, no one can take it." "Yes." A gust of wind began to rise. With a long roar, a face filled with hatred bore an indescribable ferocity, yet within that ferocity flickered a trace of surprise and excitement. Hulk's figure fully emerged at the other end of the street. He struck his chest with a fist, and Chunmim's voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears. A long roar. The two seemed to run in perfect synchrony, raising a cloud of dust behind them, simultaneously lifting their right hands and thrusting them forward. A fierce wind surged with power beneath their fists as Hulk's eyes flickered with red flames, while the malevolent yellow gaze of his opponent shone with a scarlet hue. Their fists collided, unleashing tremendous force that sent all surrounding dust flying. In the hazy aftermath, the two massive figures were once again obscured by the dust. "I wonder how Hulk is doing." Iron Man clenched his fists tightly, angrily gazing at Andrei. "I believe that big guy will win, the greener one." As whispers continued and discussions echoed, the dust gradually settled, and everyone turned their attention to the location where Hulk and the malevolent one were battling, falling silent. A figure slowly emerged as the dust cleared. "I won. I won." This coarse voice instantly caused Iron Man and the others to feel a tightness in their chests. It was impossible for Hulk to speak upon victory. Hulk does not speak, so it was evident that the malevolent one had won. However, after hearing that voice, the figure suddenly collapsed to the ground. Andrei turned to Iron Man and the others, saying, "This round ends in a draw. If we have time in the future, I believe they will encounter such a situation again, and the rules remain the same." As he finished speaking, Andrei prepared to walk away. Just then Iron Man asked, "Excuse me, where is the tesseract now?" "If I said I didn't know, you certainly wouldn't believe me. But as you can see, I've been right here, never out of your sight. I trust you wouldn't lie here. Just because you won't do it doesn't mean you won't let your subordinates do it." Iron Man replied coldly. Andrei looked at Iron Man, then glanced at Captain America and said, "You don't believe me, and I don't expect you to trust my words, but the facts are indeed as such." At that moment, Nick approached, looking at Andrei with his single eye, and stated, "We must reassess your danger level. Initially, we all presumed you were helping us to escape this crisis. But we were gravely mistaken. You could never help us from the beginning. Your initial goal was to execute your own plans under the guise of assistance. So what? Whether it was help or not, in the end, wasn't it you who helped us? Otherwise, would you have gone to fight Leviathan yourself and bear the nuclear bomb to prevent it from destroying New York? You speak as if you know me. Let me tell you, your purpose for appearing here is not entirely pure, is it? Why wait until now to sow discord? I hope you can answer my questions. Also, it seems you haven't grasped the main point: who truly helped New York. Honestly, I don't care about New York's destruction, but that doesn't give you the right to speak up. What have you done? What have you done for this city? It seems you just made a phone call. Loki seemed to have emerged from your flying fortress, right? You bear no responsibility for all this. You speak so grandly, so gloriously. Think about it with your heart. Do you really believe you can oppose me?" Andrei's words did not sway Nick in the slightest as he continued, "There is no necessary connection here. Your original plan was to utilize your psychology. Your two accomplices did this on purpose to divert attention, a clever tactic. Think what you will, that's how you perceive it. But as for me, I am still myself. I am still Kamen Rider Evor, and I will remain this way in the future. Under the same sky, there are eagles soaring in the sky, sparrows chirping, and swallows nesting. Oh, what is your sky like?" "Huh, I'm quite curious. But before that, you'd better think about how to deal with the current situation. Regarding the closing of the portal, it will automatically close later, and those under control will naturally awaken, but I cannot elaborate on the specifics. You all should take care." Suddenly, a black hole appeared before them, and Andrei, carrying the unconscious malevolent one, stepped inside, disappearing from view. Back at home, Andrei heard the familiar voice of the system task: acquire the tesseract, task status complete, system rewards 1 fragment of Pandora's box, 2 open mall. Initiating. Andrei quietly gazed at the chaotic mall, ignoring it for now, focusing on the Pandora's box before him, his eyes shimmering with a red glow. As the box used to destroy planets, through Evol, Andrei was well aware of the power it contained. By selecting 60 elements from the targeted planet, they could be filled into the Pandora's box to form a giant tower, the Pandora Magic Tower, which could then create a massive black hole to absorb all objects on the planet or even destroy the planet itself. However, there was an issue, seemingly a bug. For instance, if Thanos were on a planet and Andrei activated this ability, would Thanos be doomed? Additionally, Andrei understood that its essence was an ultimate transformation device relating to another form of Evol known as the thermal flow form. Putting aside his little schemes, Andrei knew he could never destroy the entire Earth, nor could he obliterate the planet that nurtured him. Even if he were no longer human, having fully fused with the Evol gene, Andrei had become an alien. He felt that as a soul, he could never commit such an act. Andrei could never entertain such thoughts. No matter how much he detested someone or some scum for him, that was an internal issue, not a global problem. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. Given the mall has opened, this system will no longer appear easily. The main introductions are in the usage instructions within the mall. The attention turned to the mall's introduction, which clearly stated that points could be earned by defeating various small monsters, which could then be used to acquire various items in the mall, categorized into two types: weapons and potions. However, when Andrei saw the prices, he couldn't help but grimace. They were mostly in the tens of thousands, while weapons started at 100,000. It is worth mentioning that the system wasn't completely in a retreat mode. It would occasionally issue tasks. As for rewards, they would surely not be as generous as before, and from the description, future rewards would appear to be better, but correspondingly task difficulties would be extremely high. Taking a deep breath, Andrei gazed at the renowned Pandora's box in the system space, known for trading beauty for power, and directly took it out. As Andrei looked at the Pandora's box in his hand, he felt puzzled. From the original plot, it was known that activating the ultimate thermal flow form of the Pandora's box required 8 evolution bottles, but now Andrei only had 4. Where could the rest be? At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. The remaining 4 bottles originally belonged to the 4 great cities, and subsequent tasks will provide further details. Then there was no further explanation. Suddenly, there was a shift in his hand. Andrei looked over to see the cubic Pandora's box transform into a panel adorned with Andrei's 4 bottles, while the rest remained empty. The colors were quite beautiful: red, yellow, blue, and green. Andrei stuffed the Pandora's box into his transformation device, and a mechanical voice instantly rang out, "Dragon." Suddenly, there was a shift in his hand. Andrei looked over to see the cubic Pandora's box transform into a panel adorned with Andrei's 4 bottles, while the rest remained empty. "Dragon, dragon, Evol dragon. Fwahahaha." Andrei looked at his form, feeling rather puzzled. Given the current circumstances, he should have transformed into a serpent-like monster, the kind that trades beauty for strength, but the situation now was that he had transformed into stage 2 dragon form. Explanation: this system is the Abyss Lord system, not the Kamen Rider system from the original work. As the system's host, the goal is to cultivate the host into an Abyss Lord. Andrei understood. He had been trapped in a mystery, always believing he was Kamen Rider Evol, the successor of the Evol gene, but Andrei had forgotten that this was the Marvel world, a realm where gods walked among men. If he relied solely on his original power here, he would likely meet a fatal end. Yet I am still Evol, I am still the heir of the Evol gene. Suddenly, Andrei pondered a question. Since it is the Abyss Lord system, why did he come here, and why was there a Rider system that clashed with the Marvel?